As Guy stepped out of the school gates, he unexpectedly succumbed to a sudden death. With the assistance of a mysterious system, he was reborn as an infant. The system, after revealing that he could cultivate eternal life through the knowledge contained within its books, ceased to provide any further information and vanished into oblivion. He was subsequently adopted by Dr. Brief, who named him Ponzu and introduced him as Bulma's elder brother. What should he do? Should he embark on a quest to save the Earth or solely pursue his dream of immortality? Chapter 1. Orphaned. In the year 733 of the AG calendar, on August 18th, Dr. Brief paced anxiously outside the delivery room, awaiting the arrival of his soon-to-be-born daughter. In another delivery room of the same hospital, the resounding cries of a newborn echoed. In a state of confusion, Guy instinctively cried out. His vocalization erupted into a wail. The nurse swiftly soothed him, saying, "Be good. Be good. You'll grow up in an orphanage." Realizing that his mouth was agape in a cry, Guy immediately closed it. The nurse gasped in surprise. "Oh, this child understands what I'm saying?" Guy, unable to comprehend the woman's language, was enveloped in a sense of bewilderment amid the unfamiliar surroundings. What on earth is happening? The Huaxia cultural recording system is now online. Greetings, host. A system? Why has it chosen me? I do not desire a system. I merely wish to enjoy my twilight years in peace, having lived a life devoid of parents. As he instinctively cried out, he disregarded the voice in his mind that sought to answer his questions. This system is a recording system born of the universe at the moment of creation, chronicling all native cultures of Huaxia. It dawned on Guy that he had become the host of this system. Cultural recording system? What unique abilities do you possess? Why have you come to me? This system chronicles all native cultures of Huaxia. Guy silently mused. So, it's a trivial system. I suppose my subsequent tasks will revolve around promoting Huaxia's culture. I wonder what year and dynasty it is now. Or perhaps I'm not even on Earth. System, speak plainly. What tasks do you intend to assign? Will failure result in a punishment of reduced stature, obliteration, or something else? Just tell me directly. This system does not assign any tasks nor execute any rewards or punishments. Guy, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, "Then what use are you?" The system contains records of all native cultures of Huaxia, which the host may consult at any time. Pray tell, what cultures are documented? Rituals and music, the Book of Changes and I Ching trigrams, classical Chinese literature, ancient Chinese language, works of various scholars, astrology, Taoist philosophy, and cultivation techniques. Do you truly permit me to peruse these freely? No restrictions, no tasks, and no rewards or punishments. Indeed, host. Then this system might not be so bad. Regardless of the nature of this world, with the foundation of 5,000 years of Huaxia culture, I shall surely become the destined child of this realm. Meanwhile, the nurse, still pondering whether the child could comprehend her words, was met with a series of continuous, high-pitched, helpless, excited, and fervent cries. The nurse was perplexed, unable to comprehend why she could discern so many emotions emanating from an infant. Yet, she continued to soothe the child, saying, "Be a good boy. You will grow up in an orphanage, and you won't be neglected." Guy, having just concluded a conversation with the system and still digesting newfound knowledge, remained silent. Upon hearing the nurse's comforting words, the child ceased crying, leaving her momentarily astonished. Could this child be extraordinary? Outside the delivery room, Dr. Briff awaited his wife's labor with bated breath. Soon, the sound of a triumphant cry filled the air as the delivery room door swung open. "Congratulations, doctor, it's a daughter. Thank you, thank you. A reward of 100,000 yuan for each of you." Dr. Briff observed the bustling nurses, feeling somewhat helpless despite having fathered a child before. Meanwhile, Guy, cradled in the nurse's arms, emerged from the delivery room. Exhausted from his recent arrival into the world, he cried out briefly before succumbing to a deep slumber. What does it matter? Is it fortune or misfortune? I am merely an infant, barely an hour old. What can I possibly do? As the nurse carried Guy past Dr. Briff, she murmured, "Poor child, born into this world without a mother and with no knowledge of his father. He will be sent to the orphanage." Dr. Briff, upon hearing this, felt a stirring in his heart. He immediately abandoned the nurse, delivering the joyous news, and chased after the one with the child. "Excuse me, you mentioned the child's mother has died, and there is no knowledge of the father? What happened?" The nurse, halted in her tracks, turned to explain, "Hello, Dr. Briff. The mother came to our hospital alone to give birth. We have no information about the father. She was listed as unmarried in the government system and had no surviving parents. Tragically, she perished during childbirth. I was preparing to take this infant to the orphanage." Dr. Briff, filled with compassion, inquired, "Is it possible for such a small child to survive in an orphanage?" "Unfortunately, we have no other options. Our hospital cannot keep him," the nurse replied. Moved by a surge of empathy, Dr. Briff resolved to adopt the child and expressed his intentions to the nurse, asking her to assist with the necessary arrangements. He then proceeded to the delivery room to inform his wife of the situation. Fortunately, Mrs. Briff was a kind-hearted and caring woman. Thus, Guys, in a state of innocence and ignorance, was adopted by the Briff family due to the untimely demise of his parents. Honey, why don't you choose names for our daughter and son? Mrs. Briff suggested. Our daughter should be named Bulma. Bulma Briff, he decided. And our son? Dr. Briff, gazing expectantly at his wife, pondered for a moment. Our son will be named Pans Briff. Honey, should Pans know that he is adopted? He has the right to know the truth of his existence. Thus, at an age where he could not articulate his thoughts, Guys passively had his name changed and accepted new father. Chapter 2. The prelude and consequence. Within the confines of a grand villa, two infants lay peacefully in their cribs. An elderly gentleman and a wealthy matron, the Briff couple, peered curiously over the edge of the beds, while a multitude of servants stood silently behind them, awaiting their master's favor. Guys had resided in his new abode for 3 months, yet he had yet to acclimate to his surroundings. He often muttered to himself, "How is it that I met my demise?" However, his Huaxia cultural system paid him no heed. Aside from a few initial utterances at his birth, it remained eerily silent, as if it had succumbed to death itself. It was akin to a symbiotic existence where one lived only at the other's expense. Guys gazed at the expansive library within his mind, pondering, what purpose does this system serve? This is evidently not Huaxia. I cannot comprehend a single word. Had it truly been Huaxia, I would undoubtedly have understood at least some of it. Guys, now referred to as Pangs, had once been the esteemed librarian at the most renowned university in Huaxia, serving diligently for 55 years. He had begun his tenure at the tender age of 10 and continued until his retirement at 65. Throughout his life, Guys had known neither his parents nor the bitterness of sorrow. Raised by the elderly librarian, he had lost his guardian on his 10th birthday. He had traversed life devoid of romantic entanglements, never having exchanged a word with any female, not even the matron of the library, a solitary figure. He had no offspring to carry on his legacy, living as a reclusive and forlorn elder. On the day of his retirement, as he took his final step through the university gates, he collapsed without warning, departing this world. This turn of events was fortuitous for the institution, as it bore no financial obligation for his passing, nor was there any pension to be dispersed, with no relatives to claim compensation. It was a situation that delighted all parties involved. In his former life, Guys had harbored but one passion, the written word. His singular talent lay in his extraordinary memory, which could only be described as prodigious. To characterize his recollection as photographic would be a disservice. He could precisely locate any book within the library, its subject, floor, room, shelf, and author, along with its content. Such prowess evoked envy, yet it was futile. Others could not replicate his gift. Were it not for Guys adhering to his grandfather's admonition to conceal his abilities, he might have aspired to greatness in a materialistic society. Indeed, he could have thrived and prospered. How formidable was his memory, you might ask? To put it plainly, he retained every detail from the moment of his conception. Do not misinterpret. I only truly traversed time from the instant I entered the delivery room. He corrected himself. From the moment of his birth. Every instance had been etched in his mind with clarity. Dr. Briff observed his restless daughter and his orderly son, a smile gracing his lips. My dear, envision how splendid it would be if our son, so tranquil, were to marry our daughter. He exclaimed. Indeed, it appears our son shall surpass even my own accomplishments as a scientist, Dr. Briff responded. Oh, how I long for Pangs to grow quickly. Then I might have the pleasure of him as my suitor, Dr. Briff's wife remarked, her words laden with playful intent, which her husband took in stride. A young girl of around 10, with shoulder-length golden hair and clad in denim overalls, squeezed in beside the crib and exclaimed, Can they become the protagonists of my new novel? Mrs. Brief quickly lifted Ties, saying, Ties, you mustn't tease your brother and sister. Ties wriggled free from Mrs. Brief's embrace, declaring, Boring. I'm going to ride my motorcycle. Bye. Be careful, came the distant response. Dear, let us take our leave as well. With that, Dr. Brief and his wife exited. Guys looked helplessly at the servants surrounding him. Well, at least I find myself in a wealthy household. System? No response. System? Have you perished? Guys pondered, perplexed. He hadn't been struck by a vehicle, nor did he have any history of illness. He hadn't been struck by lightning or drowned. Could it be a malfunction with his phone? Yet, he felt no sensation of demise. Besides, if he were indeed dead, why did he still retain memories of his past life? System? Host, I am here. Oh my, you finally appeared. Can you enlighten me on what transpired? Host. Due to insufficient energy, the system will be obliterated, and all cultural knowledge of Huaxia will be sealed within your memory for your utilization. Could you first clarify my death? Host, your demise was normal. However, due to your extraordinary brain, you were selected by the system. Unfortunately, the system realized too late, and your physical form had already lost all vitality. Thus, your soul was transported to another world for reincarnation. Then why bring me here? What world is this? I do not wish to live. I merely wish for death. I cannot comprehend their words. Host. The system can only inform you that ancient martial arts and Taoist practices of Huaxia are indeed real and can be cultivated for immortality. Guy suddenly felt invigorated. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I can achieve immortality, why would I wish for death? How do I cultivate? Host, all cultivation methods lie within Huaxia's culture. After the system's obliteration, please utilize this knowledge wisely. Farewell. Afterward, no matter how Guy's called out, the system remained silent, leaving him with only a plethora of books in his mind. What was to be done next? What kind of world was this? Why did their words sound so familiar, yet remain incomprehensible? System, come forth. Explain how I can attain immortality. The system had brought him here only to perish, leaving him in a quandary. Thus, Guy settled into this slightly flawed, yet warm family environment. This characterization arose from the fact that the little brat sharing his crib incessantly disturbed his peace. Why are you crying? What is there to cry about? It's maddening. Guy felt exasperated, often interrupted while reading by the girl's incessant chatter. With so many books in his mind that could potentially lead to immortality, he found her incessant prattle quite irksome. In every other aspect, he lived a life of ease, where food and comfort were but a beckon away. He did not even need to rise from bed to relieve himself. What more could he desire? There is no way around it. While I have come to understand the underlying reasons, I remain uncertain of my purpose in this world. Thus, I can only endure and carry on, hoping that if I could attain immortality, it would render my existence worthwhile. At the very least, in this realm, I have a godmother, which alleviates the need for strenuous effort. For the following 3 years, under Bulma's incessant pestering, Guy found himself delving into the depths of Chinese culture within the confines of his mind. Pawns, let us proceed to the laboratory. Guys, now referred to as Pawns, replied with exasperation, Bulma, I wish to sleep. You should entertain yourself. No, you ought to accompany your dear sister to the laboratory. At this, Pawns immediately protested, cursed Bulma. How can you be so inconsiderate? You always vie to be my sister, yet the moment you need my assistance, you revert to being merely your little sister. Besides, every time you drag me to the laboratory, it is to make me your test subject, and I refuse to comply. No, I am a girl, and you must accommodate girls. I refuse. If you persist, I shall seek out sister ties and never speak to you again. Chapter 3. Time flies. Pawns. If you accompany me to the laboratory for the experiment, I shall not disturb you for an entire week. Pawns, somewhat skeptical, asked, really? A whole week of peace? Bulma assured him, indeed, more truthful than anything mother has ever said. In hopes of a week free from Bulma's incessant interruptions, Pawns decided to acquiesce. What experiment are we undertaking? Behold, I have invented a gravity room, where we can alter gravitational forces. It is incredibly fun, and you can even fly. Is that true? Absolutely. Pawns, drawn in by Bulma's fervent declarations, chose to believe her. After all, what child would lie? However, he failed to notice the fleeting glint of mischief in Bulma's eyes. You promise that after this, I shall have at least a week of undisturbed solitude? I assure you. Oh, come now. Why must you dally so? You are a grown man. Act with some decisiveness. Pawns retorted, nonsense. I am but a young boy, not a grown man. Yes, now hurry along. Thus, Pawns was propelled into the family's automatic transport vehicle by Bulma. Ah, the decadence of capitalism. A villa grander than any university he had known in his past life. Who has ever seen such a sight? In a daze, Pawns was unwittingly drawn into Bulma's so-called gravity room. Pawns, are you ready? I am about to adjust the gravity. With confidence, Pawns declared, I am ready. Let us begin. Little did he suspect that Bulma could indeed create a gravity room. He had hardly ventured outside in 3 years. Only aware that his adoptive family were scientists who ran a substantial company, seemingly among the wealthiest in the world. Bang! Ow! Pawns was suddenly overwhelmed by the unexpected gravitational force, bending him at the waist. Unable to withstand the pressure, he collapsed to his knees on the floor, letting out a cry of pain. I am so sorry, Pawns. I miscalibrated the gravity. Bulma explained, frantically adjusting the gravity control knob in reverse. Blast it, Bulma. You must cease this at once. Pawns was abruptly propelled into the ceiling by the sudden shift to weightlessness. Bulma heard the increasingly anguished cries of Pawns within the house, and in a flurry of activity, she hurriedly adjusted the gravity control button back to its original position, preparing to open the door. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang followed by a crash as she swung open the door. Pawns, are you all right? Pawns replied, each word strained. Help me up, my back. My back. Realizing she could not lift Pawns on her own, Bulma called for the intelligent robot to assist in moving him. This incident quickly escalated, drawing the attention of Dr. Brief and his wife, who rushed to the treatment center in their hovercar. Bulma, look at the mess you've caused, Dr. Brief exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. Father, this is not my fault. Dr. Brief chuckled despite his irritation. Then, my dear daughter, please enlighten me on who in our household has left my son bruised and with a sprained back. Bulma defended herself. It's not a sprain, it's a fracture. That's even worse. Mrs. Brief interjected, trying to mediate. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just that my future boyfriend has suffered. She added with a dramatic sigh. Pans turned to his eccentric stepmother, Mom. All right, I won't say anything. Your affection for Bulma disallows me from speaking up, he replied. In the ensuing 7 years, Pan successfully delved into various traditional Chinese medicinal and martial arts knowledge, immersing himself in rigorous training. However, he could not escape Bulma's relentless meddling and ultimately resigned himself to donning a small backpack to attend 4th grade with her. Pans was quite the troublesome student, showing little interest in his studies, neglecting his homework, and getting into fights. Pans, could you please focus on your studies instead of constantly training? It's utterly embarrassing, Bulma exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stood before him, a head shorter. Pans, softening, seized his stance and tousled Bulma's hair. Stop it, you can't touch my head, she protested. Scatter. Why are you next to my brother? Go find father. All right, Bulma, what's bothering you today? She gazed at Pans, who appeared indifferent. Do you not realize they say I have a foolish brother who knows nothing? Are those your so-called friends? He inquired. Yes, my classmates have urged me to talk some sense into you, and they even said they'd marry you if you improved your grades. At this, Pans felt a shiver run down his spine. You must have at least 8 out of 10 friends, right? I could never handle all of them marrying me. Besides, I want to cultivate my skills and achieve immortality. I have no desire for marriage or children. Fine, I promise I will study hard from now on, he conceded. Satisfied with Pan's affirmation, Bulma left for her laboratory. Meanwhile, Pans paused his training to contemplate. He slowly perused the books on Chinese culture, realizing he needed to understand this world better. This world, where animals could comprehend and speak human language, coexisting with half-beasts and yet devoid of demons and ghosts, remained a modern high-tech realm. And there were the universal capsules invented by my family. What kind of world is this? It feels so familiar. Yet I cannot recall where I have encountered it before. Furthermore, I am capable of flight. Who would have thought that my martial arts skills would eventually allow me to soar through the air, and with considerable speed as well? Ponzu is quite distressed, for he finds himself in an unfamiliar world with no clear path ahead. Yet, the system distinctly stated that he could uncover methods to achieve immortality within the rich tapestry of Huaxia culture. Dingling. Hello, little Ponzu, it's time for dinner. Your mother has prepared a magnificent 320-pound sea fish just for you. Ponzu, along with Bulma and Tais, are rather unanchored souls. To be precise, only Ponzu and Tais wander without a home, while Bulma remains indoors. Tais aspires to be a novelist and has a penchant for motorcycles, frequently roaming the streets in pursuit of her dreams. Her father, Dr. Brief, has equipped her with a plethora of small weapons to ensure her safety while she navigates the world, even though she remains an unsuccessful rider thus far. Upon learning of Tais' ambition, Ponzu inwardly scoffs. You do not wish to be merely a rider. Rather, you aspire to be a courier, don't you? Riding a motorcycle. Surely that's just a modern-day delivery service. From the age of 3, Ponzu embarked on his martial arts journey, crafting techniques such as his self-named dragon subduing 18 palms and the Tianshan plum blossom hand, even dubbing his internal cultivation practice as the 9 yin and 9 yang. It was only when he realized the peculiarity of his progress that he questioned, why, when I cultivate, do I possess such intelligence? Why do I practice the 9 yin and 9 yang, and find my meridians brimming with internal energy throughout my entire being? Ponzu often exclaims, what kind of celestial realm is this? By the age of 4, Ponzu would stealthily slip away to practice martial arts that he dared not reveal to his family, focusing on physical conditioning. In his words, he sought to cultivate both body and spirit, aiming for an everlasting existence. Consequently, his appetite surged. Over the span of 7 years, not only did he grow taller and stronger, but his food consumption escalated dramatically, at least 4 meals a day, each exceeding 200 pounds. Fortunately, his family is among the world's wealthiest, otherwise, he would surely devour them into poverty. Chapter 4. Is this world one of Dragon Balls? In stark contrast to them, Bulma seizes every opportunity to retreat to her laboratory, tinkering with various apparatuses and inventing an array of peculiar items. Ponzu boarded his intelligent mobility device and made his way to the cafeteria, his mind swirling with a multitude of questions. Little Ponzu, come here to your mother. Reluctantly, he scampered over. He was acutely aware that he must never offend those who provide for him, especially during mealtimes. His current martial training demands substantial energy replenishment. Mom. Isn't Bulma eating? Oh my, are you already concerned about your little girlfriend? My Ponzu is truly a warm-hearted young man. Mom, didn't Bulma say she would come find you after her meal? Haven't you seen her? She seems a bit upset. Do you have a new girlfriend at school? Ponzu groaned, pressing his forehead in frustration. Mom. My dear, well-meaning mother, while you have many admirable qualities, your propensity for gossip knows no bounds. You utter words that could incite conflict, oblivious to the nuances of relationships. Choosing silence, Ponzu bowed his head and focused on his meal, knowing that to achieve longevity, he must consume copiously. Once finished, he tossed his bowl aside. Mom, I'm full now. I'm off to practice martial arts. As soon as Ponzu finished speaking, he swiftly darted away. If he did not escape now, he would surely be caught by his stepmother, who would teach him the art of wooing women. Pursuing romantic conquests felt like a frivolous waste of time to him. His sole desire was to seek immortality. How could he achieve such a lofty goal if he were forced into marriage? Soon, Ponzu resumed his rigorous physical training. Yet, he felt a sense of stagnation. He needed to devise a method to discover if there were any superhumans in this world, to amalgamate their powers with his own martial arts. Training alone without a mentor was proving to be a painfully slow endeavor. Despite his murmurs of doubt, Ponzu remained steadfast in his training. For a day without practice dulled the hands, and 3 days without mental exercise dulled the mind. One cheerful day, Bulma came running to find Ponzu. Ponzu, look what I've discovered. Ponzu, where did you find this ancient book? Shouldn't you be focusing on scientific knowledge? Ponzu, come quick. You have to see what I've found. With a sigh of resignation, Ponzu accepted the worn tome from Bulma's hands. The book revealed, in an age long, long ago, unheard of and unseen by anyone. Deep within the mountains, thousands of miles from the city, there lived a boy who considered nature his friend and lived in solitude. By gathering 7 Dragon Balls and reciting a specific incantation, one could summon the eternal dragon, who would grant any wish. Upon reading this, Ponzu's heart sank. His desire for immortality seemed utterly unattainable. What the brilliant Bulma, Dr. Brief's family, the Grand Villa, Scat, the Talking Beast Man, and the Half-Beast. The novel-writing Sister Tai Si. Haven T, I seen this in the Dragon Ball manga many years ago. Seeing Ponzu staring blankly after only a short time with the book, Bulma called out, Ponzu, huh? Oh, Bulma, what is it? Ponzu, let us find the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Ponzu regarded Bulma with a mix of incredulity and concern. She was merely 10 years old now, while in the animation, she would appear at 16. This meant Goku had already been on Earth for 6 years, having been found by his grandfather in the Baozi Mountains. Ponzu, are you even listening to me? Ponzu chuckled at the fiery Bulma. Bulma, how can you call yourself a genius and yet lack common sense? If this tale is from a time long past, unheard of and unseen, how could it be recorded in a book? Clearly, it is fiction, akin to the failed novels of Sister Tai Si. Bulma paused. That does seem to make sense. Ponzu, let me ask you one more thing. If the Dragon Balls were real, what wish would you make after gathering them? Ponzu pressed on. And another question. If you don't even know what a Dragon Ball is, how do you expect to find them? Are you just going to search for 7 random stones? Right. Ponzu, stop dreaming. Focus on your inventions instead. With a swift motion, Bulma snatched the book from Ponzu's hands and ran away, covering her face. Ponzu was left in despair, pondering how one could ever hope to attain immortality in the world of Dragon Balls. The Earth has been shattered numerous times, and in the later stages, it has been obliterated with alarming frequency by divine forces. What lies beyond that, I have yet to witness. It remains shrouded in mystery. All I desire is eternal life. No, I seem to have overlooked something of great significance. What could it be? Ponzu has lost the motivation to pursue martial arts. In the world of Dragon Ball, no matter how diligently one trains, can a mere human ever surpass a Saiyan? They are beings capable of obliterating entire planets at will, transforming into monstrous forms, and ascending through the ranks of Super Saiyan, levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, each with their own chaotic systems of power. As a native human, what hope do I have to cultivate any meaningful strength? No, I have digressed. I have forgotten some crucial information. Sitting at the edge of the garden, Ponzu fell into deep contemplation, wrestling with the elusive thought that had slipped his mind. He pondered and pondered, until the sun dipped below the horizon, and he beheld the moon rise in its place. What could possibly be more important than training? Confounded, Ponzu boarded his intelligent transport device to return home, where he encountered a servant collecting laundry. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him, yet the essence of his forgotten matter eluded him still. It was not until he entered the bathroom, disrobing to reveal only his undergarments, that a sudden epiphany struck him. As if he had unlocked the flow of vital energy within. Underwear. Goodness, the Brief family named themselves after undergarments. What about me? Ponzu. Fatty. Pants. It dawned upon him that Dr. Brief had indeed named him following this very convention. The name Ponzu, in the realm of guys, was a transliteration of the Japanese word for underwear. Ponzu displayed a look of exasperation. So, in my past life, what a curse. And now, in this life, underwear? In a flurry, Ponzu hastily dressed and sprinted towards the bedroom of Dr. and Mrs. Brief, neglecting the transport device entirely. Mom, Dad, I'm here. You all continue as if I were never here. Farewell, I shall speak with you tomorrow. With a tempestuous demeanor, Ponzu stormed into his adoptive parents' bedroom, only to retreat in embarrassment a mere second later. His mind was clouded with rage, disregarding all caution. Otherwise, with his current martial prowess, he would have sensed the slightest disturbance. How ridiculous. At such an age, still engaging in such antics. Dr. Brief would surely respond with fury if he knew Ponzu's inner thoughts. Within the bedroom, as the Brief couple prepared themselves, they watched in astonishment as their second son burst in, only to promptly exit again. Mrs. Brief chuckled. Look, our little boy is now an adult. already thinking about learning skills. Oh dear. Dr. Brief, his expression darkening, donned his attire with little enthusiasm. He seems in a hurry. There may be something urgent. I shall go investigate. Indeed, take a few discs for the child, so he may study ahead. Despite his youth, our son is remarkably sturdy. Dr. Brief's already grim countenance grew even darker. You and your foolishness. I shall be off. Ponzu, having just exited his parents' bedroom, dashed away in a flurry. I'm finished. This is truly despairing. Chapter 5. An unexpected arrival. Ponzu increasingly felt a sense of unease. After all, he was supposed to be older than them. Why should he feel any embarrassment? He should have spoken up directly, seizing the moment with unwavering resolve. Oh, guys, have you truly squandered all those years in study? Under the moonlight, Ponzu strolled slowly through his garden when soon his adoptive father, Dr. Brief, approached him. Little Ponzu, do you have something significant to discuss with your father or your mother? Dr. Brief emphasized his role as Ponzu's father and his wife as his mother, while reinforcing the notion that Ponzu was merely a child. Ponzu, confronted by the approaching Dr. Brief, mustered his courage and said, Father, I wish to change my name. Oh, Ponzu, are you dissatisfied with the name I bestowed upon you? What name do you find more pleasing? If your sisters and mother agree, I have no objections. But you must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Gazing into the earnest eyes of Dr. Brief, Ponzu let out a deep sigh. What justification could he possibly offer? Should he reveal that his entire family was named after undergarments? That Dr. Brief, ties, and Bulma had names that translated into male underwear, tights, and girl sports shorts, while his own name meant underpants in Japanese. Ridiculous. This world of Dragon Ball had no place for English. It was Earth, after all. With resignation, Ponzu replied, Father, I merely wish to change my name. And what name would you choose? Ponzu hesitated, testing the waters with a suggestion. Guys, perhaps? Dr. Brief pondered aloud. Guys? Guys. Absolutely not. That name is unacceptable. Ponzu felt a surge of frustration. So, how do you manage to come up with such puns in Mandarin? Please, spare me. I only desire to live long, not to bear the name of underpants. Then how about I suggest one for you? Dr. Brief exclaimed without a second thought. Trunks? Ponzu, exasperated, turned away, saying, Forget it, Father. Ponzu is just fine. I shall retire to bed now. You should return to mother as well. Trunks? You didn't even hesitate. What is next? Have you already decided on the name for your next son? Are you trying to make me your grandson? It all circles back to undergarments. What can I do? I feel utterly hopeless and cannot return. In the ensuing years, Ponzu not only continued to diligently train his body in martial arts, but also devoted himself to the study of the vast knowledge within the Chinese cultural system, which he regarded as his most cherished treasure. He accompanied Bulma and his adoptive father in learning the scientific advancements of this world. There was no choice. The future was fraught with peril, catastrophes loomed, and spaceships were a reality. Ponzu adopted the mindset that a rogue is not daunting unless he possesses knowledge. With the belief that skills are invaluable and that mastering mathematics and science would render him fearless, he immersed himself in learning, possessing the soul of 2 lifetimes. Ponzu's earnest dedication to his studies was no mere boast. Even while juggling multiple tasks, he invested a year or 2 to fully grasp the teachings of Dr. Brief and Bulma, ultimately surpassing them in knowledge and understanding. Subsequently, Ponzu devoted himself to the research of 3 groundbreaking technologies. The first was an adjustable gravity suit, capable of regulating gravitational force from 1 to 10 times, exclusively affecting Ponzu himself. The second invention was an energy pill, meticulously extracted and purified from 288 rare medicinal herbs. While it lacked the miraculous life-restoring properties of the mystical beans, it proved far more effective, enabling Ponzu to sustain himself for 10 days without sustenance while engaging in intense activities. The third innovation was a modified amphibious flying vehicle reminiscent of the Batmobile. Boasting remarkable speed, Ponzu even sought out Master Roshi, yet after traversing all the oceans, he found no trace of him, potentially due to the world's corrective forces, which had yet to usher in the old turtle's reappearance. After more than a decade of relentless effort, Ponzu was uncertain about the extent of his own prowess. Yet he was acutely aware that he was no mere native of this world, mindlessly engaging in brute force. Rather, he possessed skill and finesse. In a moment of whimsical contemplation, Ponzu mused that since the narratives were penned by Japanese authors, the rules would likely be similar. If Sun Wukong and his companions were to seek him as a master, allowing him to impart the art of Chinese martial arts, would this world conspire to erase his existence? Ponzu was apprehensive, fearing the fragility of life. He could not afford to take reckless risks, for he only had 1 life to live. Aside from bathing, Ponzu spent his time training in his gravity suit, often set to 5 times the normal gravity. He manufactured numerous energy pills, storing them within his versatile capsule. He also created 10 of his own vehicles, which he named Guy's cars, despite his family's objections. Similar to a rebellious youth determined to elope against parental advice. One day, Ponzu and Bulma sat patiently in their expansive 500 square meter dining room, awaiting the arrival of Dr. Brief and his wife. As for the absence of ties, that young girl had embarked on a journey of her own at the tender age of 14, vowing to return only once her literary aspirations flourished. Pons was aware that ties had ventured into the cosmos with her old acquaintance, Jack, the galactic patrolman who had pursued Scions across the galaxy. By now, it had been 2 years since she left Earth with Jack, who had returned once more. Pons' parents, carefree as ever, had never considered searching for her. His mother, Mrs. Brief, frequently exclaimed her desire to find him a young and handsome partner, despite rarely venturing outside. Dad, Mom, my son, it seems, is now of age. We can expect grandchildren. Bulma retorted in exasperation. Mother, you're being ridiculous. How could Pons possibly have children? If he were to have offspring, it would surely be a son. Pons interjected. Do you all act as though I do not exist? Indeed, you are having a son. No, Mother, that is not what I mean. How could I possibly marry Pons when we are siblings? I aspire to delve into the realm of technology. I am a prodigious girl. Eventually, I must find a perfect partner, not someone like my brother, who is merely a martial enthusiast. Pons interjected. Are you disregarding my presence? Dr. Brief ultimately interrupted the frivolous banter of the mother and daughter. Enough. Today marks the coming-of-age ceremony for you, young Pons and young Bulma. Cease your antics. From this day forth, you both are now considered adults. What nonsense. We have always been mature, haven't we, brother? Father is correct. Bulma, in a fit of irritation, kicked Pons, who remained unfazed, while Bulma herself yelped in pain. Are you made of steel? Pons replied without flinching. In a sense, I am even tougher than steel. Would you care to test that? Oh, children, it's better to return to your rooms for such experiments. Is that what you mean? They held a lavish yet relatively somber adult ceremony. Bulma, look. Mother has gifted you a beautiful pearl. Pons gazed at the gift presented by Mrs. Brief to Bulma and sighed inwardly. Everything arrived unexpectedly. The curtain is about to rise. What shall I do next? Chapter 6. Destined. Mrs. Brief noticed Pons' expression and assumed she had neglected him, hastily addressing him. Pons, look. Mother has a gift for you as well. Mrs. Brief presented Pons with an exquisite watch. Pons accepted it with gratitude. Thank you, Mother. See, sons are favored. Mother will introduce you to many lovely young ladies, shall she? Pons responded. Bulma, flustered, retorted. Mother, you must not speak like that again. Ah, Bulma is feeling jealous. All right, I shall refrain from such remarks in your presence henceforth. Dr. Brief found himself acting as the peacemaker. It's time to eat. Stop your foolishness. Observe Pons. He is so composed. Bulma muttered, that's merely being old-fashioned. After the family finished their meal, Bulma immediately retreated to her laboratory to conduct experiments. As a genius girl, she felt the urge to invent something even more remarkable than Pons' creations. Upon entering, Bulma noticed that her father's cat had been in her lab. Scat, you've entered my laboratory again. Then she stumbled upon a chaotic pile of books on the floor, including a tattered book from 6 years prior. How did this book end up here? Bulma seemed to recall something and pulled out the gift her mother had given her, examining it closely. Her mother gifted her a round orange sphere containing 2 stars within. Before long, Bulma let out a strange cry and dashed out of the laboratory. Pons, resigned, sat up, awaiting Bulma's arrival. Destiny, it seems, cannot be defied by the will of the universe. What shall I do? Follow the storyline, or carve my own path? If I choose the latter, perhaps I could manage now, but as we progress, facing monsters with a battle power of 100 million, what will I do then? I find myself uncertain whether I can truly surpass Vegeta. However, I possess sufficient confidence to withstand the initial onslaught of the formidable Demon King Piccolo. As for the latter adversary, Piccolo, I believe I can manage quite well. Even Raditz, Goku's elder brother, should pose no significant challenge to me. According to his own words upon arriving on Earth, if the old man wielding a gun possesses a battle power of merely 5, I need not worry about anything before Vegeta's arrival on our planet. For now, I shall accompany Bulma and observe. If my strength does not enhance, I may venture to the Corinne Tower to test my limits. Yet, I harbor reservations about that place. While I fear not the cat god within, I am apprehensive of the supreme Kai above, who might discern my origins as a being not of this universe. There seems to be some formidable force behind him. Perhaps even the King of Worlds. Should I be discovered, the prospect of immortality would be lost to me, and I might not even live long enough to witness the birth of my offspring. I could very well be the first to perish. I have no desire to venture outside. My sole wish is to diligently train in martial arts and delve into the essence of Chinese cultural systems. Yet, considering the tumultuous fate of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, I am compelled to enhance my strength. Relying on others pales in comparison to self-reliance. It is indeed a vicious cycle. Ponzu, I hear you. Why are you making such a racket? Bulma exclaimed as she kicked open the door to Ponzu's room. Do you remember the distant legend I shared with you 6 years ago? Ponzu had no choice but to respond, of course. Did I not mention that it was likely fabricated? Perhaps pinned by some hack akin to my sister. Not at all. Ponzu, look closely. It is the coming-of-age gift your mother bestowed upon you. I noticed it while dining. Ponzu, examine it carefully. Seeing the eager expression in Bulma's eyes, he feigned seriousness as he scrutinized the item. Have you discovered something? Indeed. What do you think? Bulma urged, her anxiety palpable. Ponzu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Bulma, you ought not to spend all your time in the laboratory. You must frequently emerge to train with me in martial arts. Your hands have become calloused. I shall purchase cosmetics for you tomorrow. Go to hell. I am already a beauty. I have no need for cosmetics. Bulma. A woman in her 30s who neglects herself becomes a shadow of her former self by 40. As Bulma's anger became evident, Ponzu finally inquired earnestly, Bulma, do you believe what the book states is true? With a bashful expression, Bulma declared, of course. I intend to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and wish for a perfect boyfriend. Only a dim-witted boyfriend could possibly exist. Ponzu retorted. Observing Bulma with her hands on her hips, Ponzu chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he redirected the conversation. How do you plan to find them? Even if you know they exist, Earth is vast. How will you search? Bulma's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. Ponzu, I shall invent a Dragon Ball radar. And you can drive the Capsule Corporation vehicle to assist me in my quest. Absolutely not. I must train and have no time for such endeavors. If you refuse to accompany me, I shall venture out alone. Consider it. Your beautiful sister could be abducted and imprisoned in a dark cave. And you would never see your beloved little sister again. Does that not concern you? Ponzu pondered her words, nodding thoughtfully. How could I feel sorrow? I would only feel joy. Without your interference, I can devote myself to the pursuit of martial arts each day, unencumbered. Go to hell, Ponzu. I have invented the Dragon Ball radar, and you must accompany me in search of the Dragon Balls. Without waiting for Ponzu's response, Bulma arrogantly strode away. As time passed, Bulma diligently tinkered with her Dragon Ball radar, leaving no room to disturb Ponzu, who relished the peace and focused on honing his martial skills while also crafting a second generation of gravity suits. Strangely, he felt that ever since he donned the gravity suit, his physical prowess had surged remarkably, and his martial abilities had seen significant improvement. Frequently, he sensed an impending breakthrough, as if he were on the verge of achieving a golden elixir. 2 months later, Bulma finally completed the Dragon Ball radar. Ponzu, I've finished. Let us set forth. Ponzu gazed at the pocket watch-like device Bulma handed him, pressing the switch atop it. Aside from a flickering orb nearby, there were 6 others scattered across the nation. If he were to drive the Gess car in pursuit, it would cost a fortune, even if he simply took it with him. Bulma, why not create a few more? Just in case? I need to upgrade my gravity suit first. Once that's done, we can consider it a trip. Ultimately, Ponzu decided to adhere to the storyline, following it for a while to observe the outcomes. If unsatisfied, he believed he could secure a wish from the eternal dragon and perhaps fulfill his desire for immortality. Ponzu and Bulma bid farewell to their parents and set off in their small vehicle. Mrs. Brief stood at the door, tears glistening in her eyes. Well, the children have grown. They shall build their own home now, away from the old folks. Dr. Brief paid her no heed, retreating indoors with a host of pets. Following the trajectory indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, Ponzu and Bulma traveled for a week, ultimately locating the 5-star ball first. Observing Bulma's childlike joy, Ponzu felt elated as well, though this journey posed little challenge for him. Yet his true purpose was to see if he could use this adventure to strengthen himself. Travel may seem mundane, but once he achieved immortality, he would have ample time to explore. Chapter 7. The First Encounter with Sun Wukong, Part 1. One day, Ponzu sat in Bulma's car, battling drowsiness. Ponzu, we are nearing the location of the next Dragon Ball. Wake up. Ugh. Damn it. Ponzu, are you not my brother? Besides, weren't you the one who said we should train? Why am I driving, not you? You jerk. Ponzu, bleary-eyed, replied, Bulma. I am here to accompany you in the search for the Dragon Balls, not to take the lead. Naturally, you should be the one to act. And I'm not asking you to do laundry or cook. Driving a car is nothing for someone who could pilot a plane at 3. Ugh. That's beside the point. Your Gess car has AI and can drive itself. Why must I take the wheel? Relax, relax. Just drive carefully. We're on a mountain road, and a careless mistake could lead to disaster. I know. Stop nagging. Ponzu's ears perked up as he heard the sounds of rushing and the roar of a leopard. Here lies Bowsy Mountain, where the echoes of a voice suggest the presence of the future savior of Earth, Sun Wukong. At present, he appears rather diminutive, likely unable to best even my 5-year-old self. If memory serves, that rascal has consumed quite a bit of Bulma's tofu. With this thought, Ponzu cast a sidelong glance at Bulma. What are you staring at? She snapped, still in a foul mood. After uttering this, she halted the vehicle, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar. It must be in this vicinity. Ponzu observed that Bulma's radar displayed the 2 stars, representing the Dragon Balls they possessed. The 2-star and the 5-star balls, while the device continued to emit a crackling sound. Bulma resumed driving, her foot pressing down on the accelerator. Ponzu, don't you have any dreams? She inquired. Of course, Ponzu replied nonchalantly. What are they? Immortality. How dull. Ponzu dismissed Bulma, the naive girl, with indifference. Before long, they encountered Sun Wukong, who was dragging a large fish. As Bulma ascended a slope, her view remained obstructed, and she failed to brake in time. With eyes closed, she abandoned all caution, stomping on the brake and wildly steering the wheel. Get out of the way. Unfortunately, she collided with Sun Wukong, sending both him and the fish flying. With her eyes still shut, Bulma gripped the steering wheel tightly. I've killed someone. Ponzu, remain calm. Look, that person is unharmed. He reassured her. Bulma, obeying Ponzu, opened her eyes to see a child, still dazed, hiding behind the fish's head, baring his teeth in fright. Monster! Oh! He exclaimed, unsteadily stepping forward. Bulma gasped, he's still alive? Ponzu, intrigued by the bewildered Sun Wukong, shouted angrily at the vehicle, you filthy monster. Are you trying to steal my food? He then charged forward, lifting the car partially. Bulma panicked, her cries echoing. As Ponzu felt the vehicle sway, he mused to himself. Indeed, Sun Wukong's strength is quite feeble. Lower-class warriors develop slowly. He must be around 12 years old. Other Saiyans possess battle powers in the hundreds, while he is likely only about 10. Sun Wukong, hoisting the car, bellowed, I won't let you succeed. I won't allow you to take my food. Bulma trembled as she asked Ponzu, what should we do now? Observing Bulma's evident distress, Ponzu gently applied pressure with his foot, compressing the entire vehicle downwards, pinning Sun Wukong beneath it. Ah, you flattened him. Bulma exclaimed just as a voice emerged from beneath the car. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? I'm not a monster, I'm human. What sort of creature are you that survives being run over? Human? I'm not a monster. Once Bulma exited the vehicle, Ponzu released his grip and followed suit. Sun Wukong promptly overturned the car and leapt free, brandishing his golden staff, raising it high as he declared, if you want my prey, come and take it. I'll fight to the end. With Ponzu present, Bulma refrained from shooting at Sun Wukong, as depicted in the original narrative. The eagerly anticipated encounter with Ponzu resulted in profound disappointment. Bulma, trembling slightly, inquired, Ponzu, if he was neither crushed by a car nor met with a fatal accident, what manner of creature is he? I am no creature. You two emerged from the belly of one. My physique is as robust as steel, and I shall not allow you to seize my prey. Bulma promptly halted Sun Wukong and clarified, wait a moment, little brother, we are humans. This is my brother. Humans? Indeed, we are just like you, she continued. Sun Wukong, with an expression of wariness, declared, do not move. Remain there. Cautiously, he circled around Bulma, biting his thumb thoughtfully before remarking, you look somewhat different from me. Are you weak? Of course I am different. I am a girl, and you are a boy. Girls are inherently weaker. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong appeared even more astonished. What? You claim to be a girl? Yes. Have you never seen a girl before? You country bumpkin? Sun Wukong, being a Na'vi child, responded honestly, indeed. You are the first human I have encountered besides my grandfather. How pitiable. Ponzu, did you hear that? Little brother has never seen anyone else. I am not deaf, Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Grandfather told me that if I encounter a girl, I must treat her gently. Ponzu, did you hear that? Even other grandchildren know to be gentle with girls. What about you? Bulma, he is referring to girls. Do you consider yourself one? Ponzu, I shall inform the elder sister and have her punish you. Who do you think she will believe, me or you? Sun Wukong, witnessing their bickering, interjected, are you hungry? If you are indeed girls, follow me. I shall treat you to a feast. Bulma pondered for a moment, considering the direction he was heading, reasoning that it might be more convenient to follow him in search of the Dragon Balls. Surely his grandfather would know something. Thus, she agreed and, taking Ponzu by the hand, followed the lead of Sun Wukong, who was dragging a large fish. I am Bulma, and this is my brother Ponzu. What is your name? I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, do you still live with your grandfather? Ponzu, overhearing, rolled his eyes. No? The old monkey personally transformed into a monkey and crushed his grandfather. My grandfather passed away long ago, trampled by a great monster. Bulma, her heart overflowing with compassion and tears welling in her eyes, lamented to Ponzu. Wah, how pitiful. Ponzu gazed at Bulma, radiating maternal warmth, speechless as he stared. Ponzu, what are you looking at? Nothing. You continue your conversation with Sun Wukong. Little did they know, Sun Wukong would utter a shocking statement. So, it turns out women do not have tails. By the way, was that metallic creature captured by you? What? That is a car, not a metallic monster. It was then that Bulma noticed the tail behind Sun Wukong. Ponzu, did you see that? He thinks that by wearing a fake tail, we would take him seriously. Ponzu rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering to himself, oh, my foolish sister. If only you could witness him transform into a gorilla, you would surely comprehend the true charm of Sun Wukong. Ponzu, what do you mean? He continued, oh, my dim-witted sister, that is a genuine tail. Sun Wukong exclaimed. So this is a car. My grandfather spoke of vehicles, but I never imagined they appeared in such a manner. Bulma observed Sun Wukong, who was blissfully wandering ahead. Sun Wukong, though you may be small in stature, you possess remarkable strength. Sun Wukong turned and, with a proud grin, replied, this is thanks to my grandfather's training. As they continued their conversation, Bulma and son Wukong progressed towards his dwelling. Upon entering, Ponzu immediately spotted the shimmering 4-star Dragon Ball. Son Wukong soon noticed it as well, abandoning his large fish to rush forward. Grandfather. Bulma, drawn by son Wukong's exclamation, ceased her wandering gaze. Ah, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ponzu, the 4-star ball. How splendid. We have discovered the 4-star ball. Bulma disregarded son Wukong, shoving him aside to grasp the Dragon Ball. Hey, step away. You must not touch my grandfather's possessions. Bulma, holding the 4-star ball aloft, questioned grandfather. Is this the one? Seizing the moment when Bulma was distracted, son Wukong snatched the 4-star ball back, stating earnestly, yes. This is the only legacy bestowed upon me by my grandfather. Even though you are a girl, you must not take it without permission. Then, with the 4-star ball glowing in his hands, son Wukong exclaimed with excitement, look, my grandfather is shining. It seems he wishes to convey something to me. This is the first time it has happened. Bulma suddenly understood, retrieving 2 almost identical Dragon Balls from her backpack. One was the 2-star ball from her home, and the other was the 5-star ball they had found along their journey. Seeing the 2 radiant Dragon Balls in Bulma's hands, son Wukong, astonished, inquired if she had 2 grandfathers. Ponzu, having anticipated this moment, burst into laughter at the doorway. Ponzu, what are you laughing at? If I have 2 grandfathers, does that not mean you have 2 as well? That's absurd. Son Wukong, this is not your grandfather, it is a Dragon Ball. Bulma then proceeded to elucidate to son Wukong about the ancient texts she had seen, explaining that she and her brother were traversing the world in search of Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Son Wukong, would you be willing to part with your 4-star ball? However, the previously innocent son Wukong suddenly replied fiercely, no. This is my grandfather's legacy. No one is permitted to take it away. Then may I borrow it? Absolutely not. Following this, son Wukong playfully teased Bulma. Upon witnessing this, Bulma seemed to grasp the situation and was preparing to act when she warned, Bulma brief, if you dare to misbehave or act foolishly, I shall bind you and prevent you from ever emerging again. How infuriating, Ponzu. You do not assist me and yet obstruct my quest for the 4-star ball. Ponzu retorted with disdain. No, I would never snatch someone else's belongings, unless they are a villain. Moreover, I do not hinder you from acquiring the Dragon Balls through legitimate means. Son Wukong asked, bewildered, what are you all talking about? And Ponzu, are you truly strong? Bulma, encouragingly, chimed in, son Wukong, aren't you quite formidable? My brother is the strongest in the world. Do you dare to challenge him? The victor can claim the 4-star ball. Is that true? Is your brother truly that powerful? All right, I'm in. Ponzu observed son Wukong, who was thrilled at the mere mention of a battle. Truly, he embodied the spirit of a warrior from the Saiyan race. The second individual capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was indeed passionate about combat. Alas, he was still too weak at present. You foolish boy, my sister has deceived you. If I win, I take the 4-star ball, and if you win, you gain nothing. What? Oh, that is unfair. Bulma gritted her teeth, silently cursing, damn Ponzu, not helping me at all. Ultimately, through her persistent persuasion, Bulma managed to entice son Wukong, making a pact to borrow his 4-star ball when the time came. Let us go seek the next Dragon Ball. Bulma yearned for an impromptu adventure, and son Wukong eagerly followed suit. I must say, finding the Dragon Balls isn't something that can be accomplished in an instant. Can we not eat first before we set off? Ponzu innocently pointed to the large fish that son Wukong had dragged back. We must eat on time and fill our bellies. We wouldn't want to starve before we even find anything. Son Wukong suddenly realized, right? I'm so hungry. Wait for me. Afterward, he dashed about, cleaned the fish, impaled it on a branch, and lit a fire. The trio feasted heartily, feeling satisfied before setting out on their journey. Curiously, son Wukong inquired, Bulma, how do we proceed? We have no idea where the other Dragon Balls are. Bulma, hands on her hips and brimming with pride, declared, this is where you must thank my brilliant mind, though I am also quite beautiful. Come on, Bulma. Hurry up and find the car. We must be off. What? Ponzu, aren't you also keen on honing your martial skills? You can run there. After saying this, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the activation button, determined the direction of the next Dragon Ball, and then produced a capsule containing a car, tossing it forward. With a loud bang, a vehicle materialized. Ponzu pondered, surely, the forces of the universe wouldn't intervene in such trivial matters? Bulma should have summoned a motorcycle instead. What could I accomplish with that? Ponzu approached, let us go. Son Wukong drew out his golden staff, cautiously circled the vehicle before leaping aboard. Bulma excitedly shouted, let's south hit the road. The vehicle surged forward at great speed. Wow, Bulma, you are much faster than I am. The trio sped ahead, startling a monkey perched on a branch, happily munching on an apple. After approximately 3 hours of travel, Ponzu suddenly opened his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Bulma before closing them again. Shortly after, Bulma shuddered and halted the vehicle. Please wait for me here. I have something to attend to. Do not follow me. I shall return shortly. Son Wukong inquired in confusion. What is it? Why can't we accompany you? Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. When a lady speaks in such a manner, it is imperative to heed her wishes. With that, she hastily darted behind a large boulder. Ponzu leaped from the vehicle, intent on pursuing Bulma. Sun Wukong, puzzled, remarked, Ponzu, did Bulma not say we shouldn't follow? She is my sister, Ponzu replied nonchalantly, continuing his pursuit of Bulma without haste. Ah, help! Bulma's cry for aid reached Sun Wukong's ears, prompting him to leap from the vehicle and follow Ponzu. Indeed, upon rounding the obstructing boulder, they beheld a colossal dinosaur clutching Bulma. Upon spotting Ponzu and Sun Wukong, it shifted Bulma to its tail, covering her mouth. Who are you two rascals? Sun Wukong responded with confusion. I am Sun Wukong. Are you a friend? Ponzu, unwilling to prolong the trivial matter, swiftly delivered a flying kick, vanquishing the dinosaur. Bulma tumbled to the ground, and a stream of liquid flowed from beneath her, nourishing the surrounding earth. Chapter 9, A Heavy Heart. Bulma, filled with embarrassment, lamented, I still wet myself. How mortifying. Unfazed, Ponzu tossed a capsule, which erupted into a tent. Bulma, go inside and change. We must continue our journey. This road is rather tedious. Bulma finally found an outlet for her frustration. Ponzu, this is all your fault. You could have driven the vehicle, making things considerably easier. We might have completed our collection by now. Are you going to change or not? If not, I shall leave. Wait. I will change. You all turn around. Ponzu swiftly scooped up Sun Wukong and headed for the vehicle. Curse Ponzu, you truly are insufferable. Bulma muttered resentfully before entering the tent to don a fresh outfit. Along the way, Wukong inquired of Bulma, Bulma, once we find the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, will that suffice? That seems simple enough. Bulma, focused on driving, replied casually, you seem utterly naive. It's clear you've never ventured beyond your village. The Dragon Balls are scattered across the globe, many places are inaccessible to us, and it will be Ponzu who must retrieve them. Besides, the world is vast. Isn't that right, Ponzu? Indeed, my childish sister. Such laborious tasks fall solely upon me. Ponzu, Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Are you truly that formidable? Then let us engage in battle. Ponzu tilted his head. I have no interest in such a mundane skirmish. Mundane? How could battle be mundane? Bulma interjected, poking Ponzu in the side. Forget it, Sun Wukong. My brother is quite cowardly and cannot be compelled into action. His greatest aspiration is to attain immortality. Immortality? What is that? How could a person possibly live forever? Before long, a rumble of hunger emanated from the vehicle. Sun Wukong clutched his stomach, a pitiful expression on his face. I am quite famished. Indeed, it was already evening. We ought to find a suitable place to pitch our tent and rest for the night. Let us call it a day here. Throughout the night, due to Pon's presence, Sun Wukong was deprived of the opportunity to bathe, nor did Bulma discern that his tale was genuine. Pons held an unwavering belief that Bulma had not fully comprehended his assertion that Sun Wukong's tale was indeed real. Oh, my foolish sister. At the dinner table, Sun Wukong gazed innocently at Bulma and Pons. Is this our dinner? Without hesitation, he seized a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. This so-called bread is rather unpalatable. He then lifted the coffee before him and took a sip. This soup is exceedingly bitter. Goodness, if everyone were as picky as you, they would never grow tall. At this moment, Bulma suddenly recalled something. Sun Wukong, how old are you? I have yet to ask. 14. Bulma, how infuriating. You are merely 2 years younger than I. I foolishly regarded you as a child. Pons, what is wrong with Bulma? Pons, observing Sun Wukong's bewilderment, chose not to explain and elegantly resumed his meal. Reading a comic is one thing. Interacting in person is quite another. Such naivety can be detrimental. Sun Wukong, frowning and clutching his stomach, looked at the food before him and then at Bulma. He turned to Pons and said, Pons, I shall go find some food to satisfy my hunger. Would you care to join me? No, I can fill myself. Seeing that Pons was unwilling to budge, Sun Wukong ventured out alone. Pons, why don't you give Sun Wukong some energy pills? He is so hungry he wants to grow tall. My foolish sister. Are you ordering your elder brother? The energy pills are made from my own earnings. Why should I share them? Then grant me a few for safekeeping. No, I will give you one every 10 days, and you shall consume it in my presence. Stingy. If you refuse, then so be it. Pons regarded the fuming Bulma and inwardly mused, how peculiar. They have only met for a day, yet Bulma is so invested in Sun Wukong. Such pure maternal instinct is unfathomable. It must be a quirk of fate. Pons let out a sigh. Pons, why do you sigh? It is nothing. You should focus on your Sun Wukong. You wretched Pons, what nonsense are you spouting? Pons disregarded Bulma and strode directly into his tent. Now, Pons was increasingly anxious. If this were merely the world's corrective forces, it would be manageable. However, if the Omni King were observing, he feared he had already caught their attention. What would become of him? At present, he felt no immediate threat. Perhaps the Omni King was not focusing on him. If that were the case, the prospect of his immortality might still be realized. With a heavy heart, Pons began to meditate, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching, hoping to immerse himself in the essence of Chinese culture and continue his inner cultivation. Since Ponzi arrived in this world, he has diligently devoted himself to cultivation, aspiring to attain the immortality promised by the Huaxia cultural system. In his previous life, Ponzi was a contented librarian, able to remain within the confines of the library amidst a materialistic society, which is a rare accomplishment that attests to his steadfast pursuit of goals. Even if his aspirations were to shift, he would remain resolute. However, upon being approached by Bulma, who revealed information about the Dragon Balls, he realized that he could not solely focus on cultivation. After all, in this world, trouble finds you if you do not seek it. Moreover, having been reborn into the family of a secondary character, avoiding conflict was an impossibility. Ponzi understood that perpetually worrying was not a viable solution. He needed to devise a strategy to mitigate potential threats. Thus, he began researching gravity training suits to enhance his training and preemptively avoid premature demise. He explored energy capsules for survival, and if possible, he aspired to create healing potions akin to the senzu beans. He even studied the design of vehicles, both as a tribute to his past life and as a means of self-preservation. The technological advancements of this world rivaled those of Earth, surpassing even the Marvel Universe. It could be argued that aside from the legendary realms of Huaxia, no world was stronger than that of Dragon Ball. Considering the formidable foes such as Android 16, 17, and 18, Ponzi realized that he had no intention of seeking a romantic partner in this world, especially fearing encounters with pivotal characters. This was the reason he had refrained from teaching Dr. Briefs, his sister Tais, and Bulma the martial arts over the years. To survive, one must tread cautiously, relying on his familiarity with the storyline to navigate through the chaos. Approximately 3 hours later, Son Goku excitedly entered the tent. Ponzi, I caught a centipede and a wolf. Would you like to join me for a meal? No, thank you, Goku. I'm already full, Ponzi replied, keeping his eyes closed and uninterested. Goku, undeterred, enthusiastically ventured outside to roast the wolf meat and centipede. Soon after, he dashed back into Ponzi's tent, flopping onto the mattress and playfully rolling around. This blanket is so soft and feels wonderful. Before long, Goku fell into a deep slumber, likely dreaming of delicious food as he drooled in his sleep. Chapter 10. The Joy of Helping Others. The night passed without incident. With Ponzi's presence, Goku missed the opportunity to share a roof with Bulma. The trio traversed the terrain for an entire morning. Along the way, when Bulma learned that Goku had lived with his grandfather and had never met his parents, her heart overflowed with sympathy. She declared that once they gathered all the Dragon Balls, she would invite Goku to live at her home. Ponzi, what do you think? Handle your own affairs. I have no obligation to intervene, and please do not disturb me, he replied. What? You're supposed to be my brother. Is this how you act as an older sibling? You show no care for your sister. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Ponz gazed at the incessantly chattering Bulma, closing his eyes in a semblance of slumber. Soon, they were destined to encounter the old turtle, followed by the legendary Master Roshi. Should he engage in discussions of martial arts with Master Roshi or with Sun Wukong? Meanwhile, Bulma busied herself in search of the Dragon Balls. Listening to Bulma's relentless prattle, a faint smile crept upon Ponz's lips. After all, she was his sister. Without Dr. Brief, he might not have survived, and even if he had, his circumstances would not be as favorable as they were now. It seemed wise to protect his somewhat foolish sister, especially since Sun Wukong had been rather protective of Chi-Chi, leaving Bulma frequently vulnerable to teasing. As noon approached and the trio took a moment to rest, they were indeed visited by a large sea turtle. Ponz couldn't help but internally lament, "We departed just yesterday after a meal, delayed by a few hours, endured a night of slumber, and trekked for half the morning. Yet we still encounter the old turtle we were supposed to meet this morning. Are we simply too slow, or is the turtle too swift? This is utterly ridiculous. Hello there, I seem to have lost my way. Could I trouble you for a cup of salt water?" The old turtle inquired. Sun Wukong, spotting the turtle's steed, was drooling with anticipation. "Oh, is this a turtle? It looks quite delectable." Ponz, stroking his chin where no beard graced his face, chimed in. "I've heard that turtle soup is quite nourishing. How about we indulge in some turtle soup for lunch?" The old turtle gasped in horror. No. I am not palatable. I am old, and my flesh is not good." Bulma, observing the panicked old turtle, scolded Ponz and Sun Wukong. "What are you two doing? Stop scaring him." Ponz glanced between Bulma and the old turtle, retorting, "Come on, Bulma, it's a sea turtle, not a person." Without hesitation, he encouraged Wukong, "Sun Wukong, turtle soup would greatly benefit your martial training." "What? Is that true? Then let us have turtle for lunch." Wukong exclaimed eagerly. "No way. Such an old sea turtle is precious. We should return it to the ocean," Bulma insisted. The old turtle, caught off guard by their banter, found himself at a loss for words. Seeing that only Bulma showed mercy, he hurriedly made his way to her side. Ponz shrugged nonchalantly, fully aware that they could not consume the turtle. He understood the old turtle had significant roles in the early stages, and although he felt invincible on Earth, he couldn't afford to disrupt the narrative, lest he lose his advantage of foresight. "Fear not, Mr. Turtle, they were merely jesting. You need not worry. We have provisions of our own." Bulma then offered the old turtle a bucket of salt water, tossing in a bit of seaweed for good measure. How astonishing it was that a turtle, which had never before lost its way, had coincidentally strayed just as Sun Wukong emerged from the mountains. Ironically, Bulma, having just filled her belly, was reluctant to escort the turtle back, while Sun Wukong expressed immense joy at the prospect of returning it. Bulma sought Pon's assistance. But who was Ponz? He was not one to indulge his foolish sister. I have no qualms. It has been ages since I last visited the seaside. I can manage. And besides, a distance of 120 kilometers is not too far. If we hurry, it should only take an hour. Indeed, Ponz. Could you take him back with the flying Nimbus? Then let the Nimbus return to us on its own. I beg you, my foolish sister. I wish to take a stroll by the seaside to clear my mind, not to burden my tools. Wukong, carry old Master Turtle. Let us return him to the ocean, for he might take ages to crawl there by himself. On the way, Ponz was torn, contemplating whether to strike up a conversation with Master Roshi and forge a connection. He understood that Master Roshi likely had no specific techniques to impart to him. Yet as an essential supporting character in this tale, he was the lifelong mentor to Wukong and his companions. Master Roshi offered more than mere martial skills. He bestowed upon Wukong and the others the very fortune of this world. Although the concept of fortune is seldom discussed in Dragon Ball, it is perhaps due to a foreign misunderstanding of Chinese culture. As one who embodies the essence of Chinese literary tradition, even if only through texts, I should rely on this cultural foundation to elevate myself. Moreover, only the knowledge of Chinese culture could enable me to cultivate myself to the point of immortality. Foreign wisdom falls short, requiring either reliance on others or faith. In the realm of Dragon Ball, martial arts alone can bolster one's strength, capable of shattering stars, yet cannot sustain existence in the cosmos. What a pity. If I were to attend school in China, the teacher would undoubtedly remark on this child's severe specialization. Along the way, the old turtle addressed Wukong. I apologize, you must think I am quite heavy. I have gained considerable weight recently. No problem at all. It's a trivial matter. Ponz, with a twinkle in his eye, inquired, Mr. Turtle, weren't you missing for a year? How could you possibly have gained weight while searching for your way back to the sea? Ponz teased the flustered turtle. Could it be that Mr. Turtle's prolonged absence led to such a surprise, resulting in your increased weight? Yes, indeed, the turtle affirmed. Ponz fell silent, leisurely following Wukong. During their journey, Wukong swiftly dealt with a bandit bear that obstructed their path. Throughout the journey, Bulma, influenced by her brother, no longer overreacted to every frightening circumstance. Wukong, do you truly enjoy fighting? Indeed. Ponz, as the world's greatest, do you not relish battle? What is so appealing about it? I train in martial arts not merely to engage in constant combat. Why not? Is not the purpose of martial arts to confront stronger opponents? Ponz, let us have a sparring match. You are too weak. What? Ponz gazed at Wukong, moving from astonishment to disbelief. When you fought the bear, your speed was lacking. Your knees too straight, your waist too soft, and your arm movements excessive. These are grave mistakes. Furthermore, when dealing with adversaries, one must not be merciful or indecisive. Cut through the chaos swiftly and decisively, for villains often perish through excessive chatter. Oh, I understand now, but I still wish to challenge you once. Ponz replied calmly. Rest assured, there will be opportunities as long as you continue to grow stronger. Soon enough, the trio of one monkey and one turtle arrived at the seaside. Wukong, brimming with excitement, cast aside the old turtle and dashed towards the ocean. The children from the mountains, upon their first encounter with the ocean, often react in sheer wonder. How magnificent! Is this truly the sea? Exclaimed the old sea turtle, filled with excitement. This is the sea indeed. I can smell the fragrance of the ocean. Bulma, somewhat dissatisfied, murmured, what fragrance? It's clearly the saltiness of the sea. Chapter 11, the first encounter with Master Roshi. Before them lay the azure sea and the cerulean sky, with a few seagulls blissfully soaring above. The sunlight danced upon the water, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Sun Wukong remarked, Old Turtle, your home is vast. Thank you, young brother. You have saved my life. Please take care, the old sea turtle replied. After Sun Wukong spoke, the old turtle swam ahead a short distance and then turned back. Could you wait here for a moment? I wish to present you with a gift. Sun Wukong, puzzled, echoed a gift? Bulma chimed in excitedly. Could it possibly be the Dragon Palace treasure? I've heard tales of a dragon palace beneath the sea. Ponz, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, what nonsense. Do you really think Japan has a dragon palace? The old sea turtle quickly responded, I shall return shortly. Do not wander off. Bulma, anxious, exclaimed, wait. We don't have time to wait for you. Ponz observed with amusement. This old turtle moves so slowly on land. Yet in the water, he is off like a shot. Indeed, he has already departed, and we've squandered so much time, Ponz noted. The waves continually lapped at the shoreline, occasionally bringing crabs scuttling across and shells tumbling in. Sun Wukong had already dashed into the sea to wash his feet, with Bulma following closely behind, lamenting, had I known we were coming to the beach today, I would have brought my swimsuit. unaware of the consequences. Sun Wukong scooped a mouthful of seawater and gulped it down. How salty! What is this water? He exclaimed. Ha ha. Sun Wukong, that is seawater. You are truly adorably naive. Bulma laughed, doubled over in mirth. After some playful antics, Sun Wukong began to play with the sand while Bulma picked up a stick to draw scenes in the sand. Before long, the old sea turtle appeared, accompanied by a bald, bespectacled old man wearing a shell and leaning on a cane. Thank you for your patience. The old turtle began. Good afternoon, everyone. I've heard you saved a sea turtle. Who are you, old man? Sun Wukong inquired. The turtle hermit leaped from the turtle's back. I am the turtle hermit, residing on a small island 250 kilometers southeast of the city. Ponzu observed the scene in silence, aware that what followed would lead to a crucial artifact for Sun Wukong, the flying nimbus. Once the turtle hermit confirmed that Sun Wukong was the one who saved the old sea turtle, he approached Sun Wukong. Thank you for your kindness, young brother. Allow me to bestow upon you a remarkable gift. Ponzu interjected, is it the flying nimbus? How do you know of the nimbus, young brother? The turtle hermit asked. I searched for you for many years, traversing the seas, yet I could not find you. What brings you to seek me, young brother? I must inform you that I have not taken a disciple in quite some time. Perhaps you should receive Sun Wukong's gift first before returning. Since you are already aware, allow me to present you with another gift. Master Roshi, forgive me, turned to face the vast ocean and raised his staff, exclaiming, Phoenix of Immortality. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Phoenix of Immortality? Sun Wukong chimed in. Is it a bird that will never die? Isn't that just a fire phoenix? What a nonsensical idea. Will such a bird even come? After 3 or 4 minutes of silence, Sun Wukong, disappointment evident, remarked, nothing has appeared. An old turtle crawled to Master Roshi's feet and whispered, Master Roshi, that phoenix fellow died last year from food poisoning. Ponzu, overhearing this, looked utterly bewildered. I feel like 100,000 divine beasts are galloping past. Oh dear, I forgot. In that case, I can only offer you the Kintoan. Master Roshi maintained his previous stance. Kintoan. Soon, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. The cloud is coming. This is the Kintoan, a gift for you. Wukong circled the Kintoan a few times and curiously asked, how do you eat this? Master Roshi retorted angrily, this cloud is not for eating. Once you ride the Kintoan, you can soar freely in the sky. Isn't that splendid? However, only those of pure heart can ride it. In essence, only well-behaved children can use it. Master Roshi demonstrated and immediately fell off the Kintoan. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He gazed at the Kintoan, perplexed, and muttered, how strange. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong promptly jumped onto it and stood steadily. Except for Ponzu, the other two, including the turtle, looked on in amazement at Sun Wukong. Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration. I've mounted it. He then began to leap about on the Kintoan, even soaring through the skies. How delightful. Bulma, would you like to give it a try? Sure. However, as soon as Bulma spoke, she turned to Master Roshi and said, Master Roshi, why don't you give me one too? My foolish sister. I simply wish to protect you from unwanted advances, yet you insist on approaching. Regrettably, there is but one Kintoan. And Master Roshi racked his brain for what else he could offer. Suddenly, Bulma noticed the Dragon Ball tied to Master Roshi's chest. Master Roshi, would you give me the 3-star Dragon Ball you have there? As she finished speaking, she swiftly snatched the Dragon Ball from his chest. Ponzu, is this the 3-star Dragon Ball? Yes. Ponzu, could you be more attentive? You haven't even looked. I noticed the lecherous old man as soon as he arrived. Bulma exclaimed, wonderful. We've found 4 Dragon Balls, yay? How fortunate. Hey, you all, I haven't agreed to give them to you yet. Then how will you give them to us? As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Ponzu rushed in front of Bulma and Master Roshi. Old pervert. If you dare to suggest looking at my sister's underwear or bra, I will flatten you, even if you are the renowned martial arts teacher Master Roshi. Ah. Ponzu stared at Master Roshi, whose eyes were spinning wildly. You would do well to consider that I am unperturbed by your demon-sealing wave or Kamehameha. The skills you learned from the cat sage and the super holy water you imbibed will not serve you, and you remain incapable of the dance of void. Reflect carefully on this. Cold sweat drips from Master Roshi's forehead. How does he know so much? Once again, Master Roshi contemplates surrender, yet his pride restrains him. Ponzu observes the indecisive Master Roshi, aware that all it would take is one final push. Moreover, Goku is the grandson of Son Gohan. What? Goku is the grandson of Son Gohan? Indeed, you may inquire of him yourself shortly. In light of this revelation, I shall bestow upon you my assistance. Ponzu, Bulma, and Son Goku continue their journey. Master Roshi and his aged turtle companion retreat to the sea, preparing to return to their secluded island. Gone are his usual jovial antics. Instead, he wears a solemn expression. What an intimidating young man. I fear I could not withstand even a single strike from him. Even Master Mateto might struggle against his might. Who exactly is he? Has the world outside transformed into such a terrifying place? He seems privy to so many secrets. Meanwhile, Ponzu feels a swell of pride. Surely that will instill fear in him. Next time, accompanying Goku should pose no issue. It is imperative that I learn the martial arts of this world for my own survival, and perhaps the energy here could enhance my own traditional martial arts from China. The trio returns to their tent, securely stowing their belongings in a universal capsule before resuming their journey. How exhilarating. This is merely the beginning, Ponzu thinks to himself, only to immediately interrupt his own thoughts. No, my goal is immortality. I have no desire for conflict. Upon returning to his island, Master Roshi encounters the comically inept trio reminiscent of early antagonists like Grey Wolf or Musashi Koger, the Pilaf gang. Chapter 12, Forced Departure. After a battle of wits with King Pilaf, they successfully cast the trio into the sea. It seems that orb is quite valuable. It should not have been given to them. Ponzu sits in the vehicle, observing the exuberant Bulma and Son Goku soaring through the sky on the flying Nimbus. Ponzu, we have already gathered 4 Dragon Balls. We need only locate the remaining 3 to summon the Eternal Dragon. Indeed. Bulma retorts, dissatisfied. What else with that attitude? Ponzu, could you at least feign a bit of enthusiasm? Ponzu closes his eyes and mockingly pretends to spit at Bulma. Once all 7 Dragon Balls are collected, I shall have my wish for a perfect boyfriend. Yes, yes. What else with that response? An awkward silence envelopes the vehicle, punctuated only by Goku's exuberant shouts from above. 3 days later, the trio draws ever closer to the Western Valley, the stronghold of Oolong and Pigsy. After conversing with the local villagers, despite Goku and Bulma's initial belief that Oolong was a formidable foe, they express a desire to assist the villagers in vanquishing the monster. Earlier, Bulma had inquired about the Dragon Balls and learned that a 6-star Dragon Ball resided with Grandma Ponzu. In exchange for this knowledge, Bulma agreed to help the villagers eliminate the monstrous Oolong. Ponzu watches the seriousness of his companions and, with a sigh, expresses his reluctance to waste time. As the transformation of Oolong into a monstrous entity occurred, it swiftly dispatched the creature. The onlookers were astounded to realize that the fearsome Oolong had merely been a small pig. Enraged, they expressed their desire to submerge Oolong in a pig cage or roast him as a suckling pig. However, they were promptly halted by Ponzu. Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of the women abducted by Oolong from the village? We must rely on him to rescue them. Ponzu, Wukong, and the villagers journeyed to Oolong's estate, where they were met with astonishment at the grandeur of the abode. To their surprise, they discovered that the young girls who had been taken were living quite contentedly there, leaving everyone in shock. Bulma, having successfully acquired the 5th Dragon Ball, proposed they set off for their next destination. Soon, I wonder if I will be able to wish for eternal life. In the vehicle, Bulma turned her gaze towards Ponzu. Ponzu, you are quite formidable, are you not? Ponzu looked at her in astonishment and replied, Of course, did you not declare me the strongest in the world? She continued, So, do you look down upon me? You possess gravity training, you have developed energy capsules, and you own powerful vehicles. You should be strong, at least stronger than Wukong. Yet you refuse to assist me. I recall you having 10 of those vehicles. Ponzu regarded the expressionless Bulma with intrigue. And so? Bulma retorted, Thus, I dragged you along. And you must be unwilling, correct? You have no desire to accompany me, nor to assist me, hence you refuse to lend me your vehicles. Your deductive reasoning is quite commendable. Your imagination is also splendid, Ponzu replied. Bulma, I no longer require your company. You are of no value to me. You have tormented me throughout my life. Bulma challenged, Clarify this. Who is truly tormenting whom? Ponzu, if you are reluctant, then go your own way and train in your martial arts. I shall seek the Dragon Balls alone. Bulma, that was not my intention. Ponzu exclaimed. Leave. Bulma snapped. The journey is fraught with dangers, especially for a girl like me. She halted the vehicle, glaring at Ponzu. So, Ponzu, you still believe I am worthless? I no longer need you. I have Wukong. He will protect me. At that moment, Ponzu felt a pang of pain in his heart. Yes, Wukong, Yamcha, Vegeta. What was I thinking? She is my sister. Ponzu watched as Bulma turned away, arms crossed. Bulma, I have never desired what you accuse me of. I follow you only to protect you, to shield you from harm. You are my sister. Go away, leave me be. I do not require your protection. You have never aided me, Bulma retorted. Ponzu, a 65-year-old single man in his past life, was now consumed by a passion for martial arts. How could he possibly understand a woman's thoughts? Observing Bulma's resolute demeanor, Ponzu sighed, Bulma, then take care of yourself. After uttering those words, Ponzu soared into the sky before Bulma and Wukong, who had just returned to inquire why they had not continued. Go, and do not return, Bulma shouted. Wukong, it shall be just the 2 of us from now on. Let us depart. Bulma, in a fit of anger, prepared to leave in her vehicle. Bulma, Ponzu had taken off into the sky. Look, he left without anything. It dawned on Bulma that her brother had flown away right before her eyes. It's nothing. Perhaps it's his newly developed technology, Goku pondered. Technology? What is that? Can it be eaten? Let's go, Goku. Bulma and Goku set off together towards the southwest. Ponzu flew through the air, utilizing his inner strength, but soon realized that his energy was depleting too quickly. Oh no, I should have left some energy pills for Bulma. She should have a vehicle as well. Ponzu hesitated, contemplating whether to return to Bulma, but he feared she would ignore him. However, it seemed he was destined to encounter Yamcha in the desert soon. Forget it. Everyone has their own fate, and no one can assist. With this thought, Pans found solace. He descended into a forest. In the world of Dragon Ball, one cannot achieve immortality without attaining divinity. When the time is right, I will investigate. They must be captured in Pilaf's castle. Never mind, I will check when they reach Bread Mountain. It will be a perfect opportunity to witness Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave. Pans wandered leisurely through the woods. According to my own studies of Chinese culture, martial arts can be categorized into various tiers: inferior, third-rate, second-rate, early, mid, and late stages of acquired abilities, as well as the 3 realms of innate mastery and the 3 levels of Qi mastery. The latter stages appear to be akin to the practices of Taoism, such as the Golden Elixir and Nascent Soul, but that is still quite distant. Having read numerous books and novels in his past life, Pans felt capable of organizing his own martial arts system. The second-rate tier seemed to represent the pinnacle of the Republic era, while the late acquired stage corresponded to the peak following the Ming Dynasty. The late innate stage could only be cultivated before the Song Dynasty. Upon entering the world of Dragon Ball, Pans noted that due to the vast dimensions and abundant energy, along with the chaotic mixture of powers, cultivation progressed rapidly. This meant that individuals born in this world already possessed second-rate strength, and with a bit of training could easily reach the early acquired stage. To achieve greater strength, specialized training methods and techniques would be necessary. Master Roshi should possess peak innate combat strength, yet due to the differing world rules, he could unleash energy that reaches the moon. However, that seemed inaccurate. If that were the case, more powerful beings like King Piccolo and the gods should also be able to destroy the moon. Yet, in the later stages, this was not the case. Moreover, Goku and his companions exhibited battle powers in the hundreds of millions, which, based on Master Roshi's strength, should allow them to obliterate the moon or even the earth with ease. Forget it. In this world riddled with loopholes in its rules, what more can I hope for? Suddenly, Pan's ears perked up as he overheard a conversation. Chapter 13. Acquiring 2 foolish disciples. Senior brother, do you think the teacher will find out we came out like this? What are you thinking? Of course, he will. But we need to train, otherwise we cannot defeat the master. Senior brother, will we be punished? Even if I am punished, I shall accept it. My 4 demon fists are nearing completion, and I am also working on the key cannon. By the way, Dumpling, how is your whole wave cultivation progressing? My senior brother is sometimes effective, sometimes not. We must intensify our training to secure victory in the upcoming martial arts tournament for the world's #1. Very well, senior brother. Upon overhearing their conversation, Pons realized he had encountered the early-stage minor antagonists, Tien Shinhan and Dumpling, who would later be guided by Master Roshi to reform. The master they referred to must be Master Crane, the inventor of the flight technique. I could seek him out, otherwise it would be such a waste to use my keys solely for energy blasts. Indeed, Pons martial arts are divided into 2 categories. One involves physical training and key cultivation native to the Dragon Ball world, the specifics of which remain uncertain. The other is a martial arts path refined and organized based on Chinese culture, currently at the late stage of the Qigong realm. Although he is not entirely sure of the strength of his martial arts, he is confident that he could easily overpower everyone on Earth, except for the gods, whose prowess remains unknown to him. How intriguing. What would transpire if I were to take these 2 as my disciples? Pons thought and acted. For he was not one to meddle in matters outside his concern, especially those that could alter the course of events. However, after being provoked by Bulma, despite his outward calm, he was internally restless, which led to his reckless outburst. You 2 little rascals, why do you persist in making such a ruckus, disturbing my tranquility? Who goes there? Who is lurking about? Come forth. Pons chuckled at the wary Tien Shinhan and Dumpling. I am right here, 300 meters in front of you. Atop that large tree, Tien Shinhan and Dumpling rushed towards Pons. Who are you? What have you heard? Tien Shinhan inquired before launching an attack at Pons. Pons nimbly dodged. Zzz. Such a volatile temperament. You disturb my training, and yet strike first. Have you not learned manners? Cease your prattle, and take this. 4 demon fists. Suddenly, a pair of hands sprouted from Tien Shinhan's back, rapidly assaulting Pons. Oh dear, such a fiery spirit. Tien Shinhan then paused, raising a finger and shouting, whole wave. Unfortunately, the attack only harmed the surrounding flora and yielded no success. Please, do not harm the flowers and plants, Dumpling exclaimed, witnessing Tien Shinhan's every strike effortlessly avoided by Pons. Senior brother, allow me to assist you. With that, Dumpling unleashed his ki, ascending into the air and charging towards Pons. However, he soon found himself exhausted. Dumpling, use that technique. What? Oh, Pons, looking at the adorably naive Dumpling, felt a wave of joy, as if all his pent-up frustration had been released. Come forth. Let me see if your superpower can restrain my movements. Not good. Dumpling, stop. Dumpling, wide-eyed and innocent, watched as Tien Shinhan shouted in alarm. Already channeling his superpower towards Pons, Regrettably, it proved utterly ineffective against Ponzu, who was far too formidable, even clad in a gravity suit with 15 times the normal weight. We shall fight you with all we've got. Ponzu observed the two anxious individuals and subdued them. I must say, you two impolite rascals. It was your incessant bickering that disturbed my peace, and you were the first to attack me, leaving me to feel as though I were the villain of this tale. Indeed, brother, he has not harmed us at all. Yes, if you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. Ponzu regarded the resolute Tianjin fan and the timid Jiaozi, who hid behind him. With a curious tone, he inquired, what if I were to say that I see a unique potential in you? I possess a celestial martial art that I am willing to sell. Would you be interested? Tianjin fan's eyes lit up. What? Is there truly such a martial art? I will buy it. How much? You could not afford it, and even if you did, you would not be able to master it. Jiaozi timidly interjected from behind Tianjin fan. Senior, please do not jest with us. Ponzu, his mind swirling with thoughts, adopted a serious demeanor as he addressed the duo. I wish to take you as my disciples. Are you willing to accept me as your master? We already have a master, they replied. Ponzu scrutinized Tianjin fan, who spoke up, and Jiaozi, who nodded in agreement. I observe that your natures are not inherently bad. Yet the hostility you bear is quite heavy. It seems your current master is not of good character. He will only squander your talents. Do not speak ill of my master. Ponzu was taken aback by Jiaozi's fierce glare. He had not anticipated such loyalty from the little fellow towards Master Crane. What have I said that is amiss? Look at your brother. Why does he remain silent? Jiaozi tugged at Tianjin fan's sleeve, glancing nervously at his brother's darkening expression. Brother Tianjin fan ignored Jiaozi's plea and instead turned to Ponzu. Why do you wish to take us on as disciples? What can you teach us? You are so weak. With some time training under my guidance, you could easily improve 10-fold or even 20-fold. What do you seek in return? Ponzu regarded Tianjin fan, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What could you possibly demand? Very well. If you can enhance our abilities, we shall accept you as our master. Jiaozi nervously tugged at Tianjin fan's sleeve again. Brother. Ponzu snapped his fingers. A wise decision. You will take pride in this choice. Now, do you wish to cultivate martial arts or the martial way? What is the difference between martial arts and the martial way? The martial way progresses swiftly and possesses great lethality, whereas martial arts advance slowly but offer excellent health benefits. Then I choose the martial way, Tianjin fan declared, turning to Jiaozi. Brother, I do not wish for violence. Then you shall study martial arts. Tianjin fan decisively made the choice for Jiaozi and looked expectantly at Ponzu. Master. Jiaozi timidly echoed, Master. Ponzu, having acted on a whim, now found himself overwhelmed. As he had no experience as a teacher, reluctantly, he decided to steer the conversation. Tianjin, please share your thoughts on what the martial way entails. Master. The martial way is about constant self-improvement and defeating one's foes. Ponzu remained silent, instead directing his question to Jiaozi. And you, Jiaozi? Jiaozi looked at Tianjin fan, hesitating. Master. I speak freely. Master, I believe that martial arts is the cultivation of skills to remain with those whom one cherishes. You all. Ponzu shook his head, choosing silence. Suddenly, he produced a universal capsule and tossed it aside. With a resounding thud, a box was revealed. Ponzu opened the box and retrieved 3 energy pills. These are the heart-eating pills. Do you dare to consume them? Tianjin fan and Jiaozi exchanged glances, remaining silent. Afraid? Jiaozi, however, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, snatching one from Ponzu's hand and swallowing it whole. Jiaozi, what are you doing? Spit it out. Hurry and hand over the antidote. Tianjin fan. It's fine. Ponzu observed Jiaozi, who was preparing to take another, and diverted his gaze to Tianjin fan. Tianjin fan clenched his teeth and seized an energy pill, tilting his head back to consume it. Chapter 14. Teaching Tianjin fan and Jiaozi, I know you are unconvinced of my abilities, but that is of no consequence. You merely need to follow my commands and train diligently. Once you satisfy me, I shall naturally provide you with the antidote. Likewise, these heart-eating pills are refined from various rare materials, allowing you to go 10 days without food. Ponzu watched the astonished expressions of the two, a mysterious smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let me share my understanding of martial arts with you. Ponzu suddenly grew serious and articulated his beliefs about martial arts. Martial arts can be divided into 2 characters, Wu and Dao. The warrior, who traverses the battlefield, unmatched by any, may gain great renown, yet remains a mortal with limited strength. The philosopher, whose heart is righteous and whose demeanor is upright, harbors the aspirations of the world, finding peace in a small corner of existence, with an enduring spirit and boundless strength. Moreover, the study of martial arts, incessantly learning the ways of combat, is a lesser path. Learning from nature and using the ancients as a mirror, one can transcend the 5 declines of life, achieving immortality. Jiaozi exclaimed in awe, incredible. Tianjin fan, equally excited, inquired, Master, what realm have you attained? Ponzu regarded their eager expressions, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Do you truly wish to know? Yes. Regarding martial arts, I categorize the energy contained within the human body. Levels above 1 and below 100 constitute the first tier. Levels above 101 and below 10,000 represent the second tier. Levels exceeding 10,001 and below 1 million signify the third tier. Levels beyond 1 million and below 100 million define the fourth tier. Levels above 100 million and below 10 billion comprise the fifth tier, and so forth. As for martial prowess, I delineated into 3 realms for mortals, 3 for postnatal beings, 3 for innate beings, 3 for masters, and 3 for the realm of Qi. Master, does the Qi realm signify a fifth-tier martial artist? Ponzu regarded the curious Jiaozi. How shall I put it? Jiaozi, the purpose of martial arts is not solely for combat. It is also for fostering health. Consider this. It is possible for a second-tier or even a first-tier martial artist to overpower one of Qi realm. Yet even if you cultivate to the fifth tier of martial arts, you will still have but a century to live. Is it not different when it comes to martial prowess? Achieving innate martial arts grants a lifespan of 150 years. Reaching the master level extends it to 200 years. While attaining the Qi realm allows for 300 years. You must determine the merits and demerits for yourselves. Tianjin Fan gazed at Ponzu with longing. Master, is it not possible for us to cultivate simultaneously? To attempt too much at once is to achieve nothing effectively. If you split your focus, you will fall short in both martial arts and the way of the warrior. What purpose does that serve? Tianjin Fan suddenly realized. Indeed. The disciplines of martial arts and the warrior's path are almost diametrically opposed. Martial arts largely comprises stillness, while the warrior's path predominantly involves movement. They are entirely different. How could one possibly learn them both concurrently? Remember, do not cling to such impractical notions. Do not overreach. Yes, master. Ponzu observed the reluctant acceptance in Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Your potential is remarkable. Though you are not pure humans, your bodies are akin to theirs. I shall impart one discipline of martial arts and one of the warrior's path to each of you. Thank you, master. It is worth noting that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had studied under Master Rashi for several years, learning little beyond the techniques required for taking lives, while the rest of their knowledge was self-acquired through diligence. Presently, Jiaozi's combat power stands at 12, while Tianjin Fan's is at 17. In the coming fortnight, I will train you intensively. Jiaozi's training regimen will be but a tenth of Tianjin Fan's, focusing primarily on the fundamentals of martial arts. Yes, master. Ponzu regarded the two with respect, understanding that the naive Jiaozi might be willing to accept him as a teacher. Yet Tianjin Fan would undoubtedly harbor discontent, at least for the time being. Master, what is your level of attainment? The way of the warrior is not something I comprehend fully. It progresses naturally. However, my martial arts have reached the late stage of the Qi realm, granting me a lifespan of 300 years. Impressive. It appears you are indeed a formidable entity. I must tread carefully until I have honed my skills. Then, we shall see. Ponzu observed Tianjin Fan, who remained silent and bowed his head, choosing not to comment further. While I am uncertain of my exact combat prowess in the way of the warrior, I am certain it exceeds 10,000. As for you, it will take at least 67 years to reach my level. When Nappa arrives, you will possess merely 1,800 combat power in the original narrative. If you wish to catch up to me, you shall have to strive relentlessly. For the next fortnight, Ponzu resided within the forest, instructing his 2 disciples. Uncertain of how to cultivate the way of the warrior, he recalled that they continuously honed their physical forms, thereby naturally increasing their internal energy. He knew there must be a methodical approach. Otherwise, the oppressed masses would have long rebelled against their circumstances, as such struggles exist in every realm. Thus, Ponzu crafted 4 wooden stakes of Tianjin Fan's height and 4 of Jiaozi's height. He instructed them to bind these to their bodies and commence physical training. He also required them to transcribe their respective cultivation methods. Tianjin Fan, the rebellious one, promptly submitted his work to Ponzu, while Jiaozi hesitated. Tianjin Fan's rationale was straightforward. He could not surpass his master, who was undoubtedly stronger. He surmised that Ponzu would not value his techniques, crafting something tailored to his own needs instead. Since he could not resist, he decided to embrace the experience. Indeed, they possessed unique methods that allowed them to absorb energy while honing their physical forms. I assert that relying solely on physical training to enhance one's vitality is a notion that raises questions. If such a feat were so effortlessly achievable, the understanding of vitality in this world would be significantly elevated. Upon reviewing the original text, it is evident that only a select few possess the ability to cultivate vitality, all of whom are endowed with martial legacies. Ponzu reflected, fortunate am I not to be foolishly engaged in mere physical exercise. After meticulously examining the techniques of Tianjin Fan, he discerned similarities with the external martial arts of Huaxiao, albeit lacking their meticulous precision, while the latter did not encompass the methods presented by Tianjin Fan. Thus, Ponzu synthesized a new technique in his mind, amalgamating the principles of Jin's Hongzhou, Tiebu Shan, Tai Shazhang, and the indestructible prowess of King Kong, naming it the infinite absorption method. Concurrently, he formulated a new aerial maneuver, blending the 8 steps to chase the cicada, Lingbo Weibu, Xinjiang Bai Bian, Liushu Xinfa, and Cao Shangfei, dubbing it the Cosmic Star Pursuit. As for offensive techniques, Ponzu chose to refrain from further engagement. He diligently instructed Jiaozi in the medical arts derived from the compendium of Materia Medica and the Inner Canon, while also carefully mentoring Tianjin Fan. Their paths diverged. Tianjin Fan primarily focused on fortifying his physique to absorb and store vitality. Through Ponzu's modifications, he could similarly enhance cellular strength and slightly prolong his lifespan. In contrast, Jiaozi was earnestly immersed in the teachings of Huaxia, while Ponzu fervently imparted useful knowledge, finding the medical subjects relatively simple. Yet, texts such as the I Ching, the Tao Te Ching, the Zhuangzi, the Chongshu Canon, the Four Books of the Emperor, and the true classic of the unfathomable would truly challenge Jiaozi's intellect. The rich heritage of Huaxia culture, combined with Ponzu's vast repository of ancient literature, would have bewildered him had he not spent over 50 years in a library in his previous life, grappling with these texts. Chapter 15, Stealing the Turtle School's Key Blast. Half a month later, Jiaozi had yet to grasp the teachings Ponzu intended to impart. Do not be anxious, Jiaozi, Ponzu reassured him. I shall create a specific technique for healing injuries, allowing you to assist your senior brother from behind while he charges ahead. Yes, master. Moreover, your current martial prowess stands around 30 points, and you are likely to break through to the second tier within 5 months. Thank you, master, Jiaozi replied. Continuing to diligently note the acupoint knowledge Ponzu shared, Ponzu observed Jiaozi, who was furiously counting with his fingers. A miscalculation. A student defeated by 91. Now striving to learn the ancient culture of Huaxia. This seems somewhat burdensome for the teacher. He then glanced at Tianjin Fan, who was training diligently in the distance. That foolish lad is indeed making progress. During these past 2 weeks, Ponzu relentlessly pushed Tianjin Fan, aiding him in recovery. And now his prowess had astonishingly surged to 68 points. It is noteworthy that after the next martial arts tournament, when Raditz arrives, Tianjin Fan's combat power was merely 250. And presently, Bulma and the others had yet to summon the Dragon Balls for the first time, with 67 years remaining for his training. Ponzu found himself engulfed in perplexity. Could it be that my internal energy can expedite their absorption of vital essence? Perhaps not. My estimation of their combat prowess is merely conjectural, especially without specialized instruments like those possessed by Vegeta and his fellow Saiyans to gauge battle strength. After dinner, Ponzu observed his fellow disciples indulging in their meal. You shall cultivate here, do not stray far. I have some matters to attend to and shall return in approximately 10 days. I leave you 3 hard-eating pills, which should suffice until my return. In a year and a half, at the martial arts tournament, I shall assess whether you are ready for your debut battles. Thank you. Master, do return swiftly. Indeed, this is delicious. Ponzu gazed at the indistinct dumplings. You, lad, must think my cooking is delightful, hence your eagerness for my return. I shall be away for half a month. Do not slack off. I will be monitoring you, understood? Yes. Ponzu unleashed his vehicle, soaring into the sky, swiftly discerning his direction and departing. Brother, what is it? Our master is truly kind to us. Indeed. Brother, will you return to Master Rashi? Dumpling, where you go, I shall follow. However, I have grown fond of our current master. He treats us well, prepares delicious meals, and teaches us authentic martial arts. Yes, what good is returning? We cannot always resort to violence. In the past, we had no choice, but now that we can bask in the sunlight, why not embrace the light? Shall we not return, then? Brother, let us wait until he returns, and then decide. It became evident that Ponzu's diligent tutelage over the past half-month had not been in vain. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were both moved by his efforts. If no significant issues arose, they would likely support Ponzu. However, who can predict the future? Ponzu discerned his path and arrived at Bread Mountain, where he encountered Bulma, Goku, Ox King, Oolong, Pu'er, and Master Rashi. Of course, Yajirobe and Pu'er were still hiding, yet they could not evade Ponzu's perception. Master Rashi noticed the absence of that formidable child. Strange, where is that impressive lad you spoke of? What? Which remarkable child? The tall one who blocked my path. Goku suddenly realized, you mean Ponzu? He was driven away by Bulma. What? You managed to drive away such a talented boy? Ponzu is Bulma's brother. Is that so? Never mind. Let us first extinguish the flames on Bread Mountain. In the distance, Ponzu sensed Master Rashi preparing to quell the fire and thought to himself, that old coot. Today I should be able to master the Kamehameha. This technique was, in fact, a superpower Ponzu had learned from Dumpling. However, while Dumpling's ability was a superpower, Ponzu was a true application of martial arts. In terms of combat power, the internal energy cultivated through martial arts may not rival the ki prevalent in this world. Yet the efficacy and function of internal energy surpass that of ki. The harmonious combination of Dumpling's martial arts skills and his superpowers is truly remarkable. Though his intelligence might pose a slight hindrance, otherwise, there seems to be no significant issue. Perhaps Dumpling could even become the first human healer in the Dragon Ball universe. Ponzu himself has forgotten that the original plot featured Bulma agreeing to show her figure to Master Rashi, who would then extinguish the fire. However, due to Ponzu, Master Roshi has directly consented. Unbeknownst to him, Ponzu is gradually altering the storyline, and it remains uncertain what lies ahead. Returning to the main narrative, Master Roshi removed his turtle shell, discarded his cane, and stripped off his upper garments, revealing a muscular physique. To everyone's astonishment, he found himself unable to climb the wall. What a lecherous old man. Once atop the wall, Master Roshi focused his energy, causing his muscles to swell fourfold. His extended right hand emitted a brilliant glow, which soon radiated throughout his entire body. With a wide stance, his lower body firmly planted, and his upper body as robust as a bear, he gradually retracted his palms inward before turning sideways. A powerful beam of light shot forth from Master Roshi's palm, swiftly obliterating the entire bread mountain and its flames. Belonging to the Ox King, Ponzu observed this spectacle and mused, so that's how it is. The old fellow still possesses considerable strength. Goku, witnessing the event, exclaimed in admiration, Master Roshi, that technique of yours is incredible. Will you teach me? Master Roshi, with a serious demeanor, extended 5 fingers, stating, to learn the Kamehameha, one must undergo at least 50 years of training. Left with no other option, Goku moved aside to practice, imitating Master Roshi's recent actions. Before long, Goku too generated a feeble beam of light from his palm, which succeeded in demolishing a car. I did it, he exclaimed, quickly adding, yet it is still inferior to Master Roshi's Kamehameha. The astonished Ox King remarked, no wonder he is the grandson of Gohan. What? He is Gohan's grandson? Indeed. Master Roshi approached Goku to converse, and upon learning of Gohan's demise, promptly invited Goku to train at his home, saying, Goku, with some time dedicated to training, you may surpass me. After I find the Dragon Balls with Bulma, can I come to train with you, Master Roshi? It is settled then. Master Roshi departed shortly thereafter. Ponzu felt the crowd gradually disperse. So, this is how the Kamehameha works. I had suspected it could not merely be a simple gathering of energy. Even Goku's imitation lacked precision. Ponzu realized that Master Roshi's energy was concentrated tenfold in that instant, and astonishingly, he did not experience fatigue after its release, having expended merely around 20% of his strength, contrary to Master Roshi's claim of overexertion. The secret lay in gathering all one's energy into a single point, which, after a series of specific rotations to condense it, could be released as a Kamehameha. It was simply more concentrated and easier to control. This was the most rudimentary form of technique. Master Roshi is a genius, albeit excessively lecherous and lazy. Otherwise, when Goku emerged, Master Roshi would surely possess a combat power of at least 230,000. Chapter 16, Acquiring all the Dragon Balls. On the other side, Bulma had also acquired the 6th Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball. How splendid. Only one Dragon Ball remains, and I shall summon the Eternal Dragon to wish for a perfect partner. Ponzu, however, was in a quandary about whether to continue stealthily protecting Bulma from behind. After much contemplation, Ponzu ultimately decided against it. Given their pace and distance, it would take at least 20 days for them to reach Pilaf's castle. And having already been out for 4 days, it would be best to return to the forest for a while. Ponzu was unsure why she had been so indecisive during her time away. After all, she was my sister. I ventured out alone, and it was Dr. Brief and his wife who had taken me in, a kindness that I must repay. As Ponzu murmured to herself in explanation, she utilized the cosmic star pursuit technique to depart. I am back. Master, Master, Ponzu exclaimed, gazing at the eager faces of Tien and Kaiot, her lips curling into a faint smile. How has your training progressed? Tien replied excitedly. Master, I feel that following your method, I have now surpassed a battle power of 100, achieving the 2nd tier. Is that so? Master, I believe I have also surpassed a battle power of 50. Then both of you, come at me, let me assess your abilities. Thus, Ponzu engaged in combat with the two in the forest. Tien and Kaiotsu unleashed a variety of energy beams and physical strikes. Tien, you must learn to feel with your heart, not merely with your eyes. Your speed is too slow, your power too weak, and your energy too scattered. Do not exhaust yourself. Yes. Kaiotsu, what about your technique? You are behaving like a brute. Where is your skill? Your energy should be stronger than Tien's after passing through your meridians and acupoints. Utilize it. What should I do? Yes. Quickly, faster, and with greater strength. Tien and Kaiotsu's faces flushed as they exerted themselves to strike Ponzu. What kind of training are you doing? Why are you still so slow? Hurry up. Faster. Suddenly, Tien let out a loud shout. Hey! Ponzu distinctly felt Tien's power surge, doubling in strength. It appeared he had broken through to the 2nd tier. All right, stop. Tien has already advanced to the 2nd tier. Tien's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Yes. Master. What about me? How much have I improved? Ponzu regarded Kaiotsu's eager and hopeful expression, her face betraying no emotion. No changes whatsoever. Oh, continue your training. If both of your battle powers exceed 300, I shall reward you with a gift. Thank you, Master. 10 days later, Ponzu observed Kaiotsu, who had memorized all the human acupoints, and sighed deeply. I never imagined there could be such foolish and obtuse individuals in the world. All right. Now that Kaiatsu has memorized the acupoints, I will teach you the internal cultivation technique, 9 yin and 9 yang. Ponzu noticed Tien, curious and attempting to eavesdrop, and chided him. Tien, if you wish to listen, just come over. There is no need to sneak around. I am not unwilling to teach you. I merely hope you understand the distinction between priority and triviality, and remember not to be greedy or reckless. Tien sheepishly approached, rubbing his bald head. Thank you, master. Have you memorized all the acupoints? Yes, master. But the master has not taught you. How could you possibly remember? Foolish dumpling. It's merely a matter of remembering the acupoints and their functions. It's that simple, and you've been at it for a month. All right, you two disciples, remember well. The techniques are not like martial arts. Even the slightest mistake cannot be tolerated. Yes, master. The 9 yin and 9 yang represent the pinnacle of martial arts. This technique holds only fundamental principles, lacking profound content, yet precisely because it is fundamental, its power is boundless, allowing for continuous advancement. So impressive. Listen closely. Heavenly movement is vigorous. A gentleman should strive ceaselessly. Earthly nature is yielding. A gentleman should possess profound virtue. Correspondence resonates with the same voice, and those of the same period seek one another. Thus, the I Ching possesses the Tai Chi, which gives birth to the two opposites. The two opposites produce the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols generate the 8 trigrams. And the 8 trigrams determine fortune and misfortune, leading to great endeavors. This is the essence of the 9 yin and 9 yang. Ponzu observed the two, enraptured, and tentatively inquired, do you understand? They both shook their heads in unison. We don't understand. Yet you appear utterly captivated? Indeed, you are like uncarved wood. Remember the original text, and I shall return to teach you slowly. Never practice in secret. A misstep could lead to calamity. Yes, master. Master, are you leaving again? Ponzu, noticing Dumpling's reluctance, stroked his chin. Dumpling, while you memorize the original text, ensure you also reinforce the acupoints. Yes, master. Kanjin fan, your primary focus should remain on the cultivation of martial arts. Yes, master. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Ponzu soared into the sky. Ponzu soon encountered Bulma on her way to Pilaf's castle. He witnessed firsthand as Bulma's group had their Dragon Balls snatched by Pilaf's subordinate, Asu, piloting a mech. Sun Wukong pursued on his Nimbus. Fool, shouldn't you have taken Bulma with you? Splitting our strength is truly foolish. Sun Wukong quickly returned to inform Bulma that the enemy had been vanquished. What about the Dragon Balls? Not found. Bulma suddenly crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. We're doomed. The ones who took the Dragon Balls must have the last one. It's over. It's over. With the 6 Dragon Balls just stolen, all 7 are now complete. Ponzu, watching the distraught Bulma, crouched down, covering his face. Oh, my foolish sister. That Dragon Ball has always been with Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, puzzled by Bulma's sorrow, pointed to the pouch at his waist, and said, I still have one here. Bulma suddenly placed her hands on her hips, regaining her composure. That fool. They must have overlooked one. She embraced Wukong. Wukong, thank you for safeguarding the last Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong, feeling quite uneasy, shouted, Don't do that. Don't do that. Bulma retorted, All right, now let me use the Dragon Radar to locate the ones who took the Dragon Balls and retrieve them. She then prepared to pull out a capsule to release a new vehicle. I stored the capsule in the backpack containing the Dragon Balls. Not long after, the astute Yamcha and Puar drove their vehicle forward, feigning surprise to convey a sense of serendipitous encounter. Behind them, Ponzu let out a resigned sigh. It must be time for the Pilaf castle. This farce ought to come to an end. Goku, how formidable would you be in your gorilla transformation? I wonder if I could vanquish you with my 20-fold gravity suit. Indeed, soon after, Goku and Bulma's party fell into Pilaf's trap, imprisoned within an unyielding dungeon. Pilaf had finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and was en route to the castle to summon the Dragon God with Shenron. Then they encountered Goku, who had escaped due to an open door. The awkward atmosphere lingered in the air and reached Ponzu. With a sorrowful expression, Bulma cautiously inquired, Your wish has been fulfilled, hasn't it? Pilaf, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, shook his head slowly. Observing this, Ponzu sighed in futility. How foolish could one be to answer an enemy's question? Chapter 17, The Acquisition of Instant Transmission. Goku glared at Pilaf and his companions, pointing a finger at them. Return my grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Pilaf finally realized he should flee. With a shriek, he took off. Yamcha shouted, Don't let them escape. Before he could finish, Goku had already pursued them. Alas, despite their clever maneuvers, they ultimately fell short against the familiarity of the enemy's stronghold and were captured once more. Pilaf turned on the television, boasting incessantly before Bulma and her companions. Unfortunately, Pilaf was oblivious to the fact that the confines meant to imprison Goku could hardly withstand the Kamehameha. Goku swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave, creating a small opening through which he could see Pilaf and the others outside. How splendid. It seemed they were finally about to summon the dragon. Seeing this, Ponzu donned the rabbit-eared mask he had prepared in advance and shrank his form before hurrying over. Fool, how do you summon this Dragon Ball? Ponzu sighed as he approached. What were you even trying to achieve by seizing the Dragon Balls? However, because you lack knowledge of the summoning incantation, I now have my chance. Consequently, Pilaf foolishly shouted. Come forth. Shenron, appear and grant my wish. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, Ponzu reached them, swiftly incapacitating Pilaf and his companions, as well as the recently emerged Oolong and Puar. He stood nonchalantly on the ground. Who is that? Bulma urgently asked. What? A rabbit demon just knocked out Pilaf and his crew along with Puar and Oolong. Let me see. With that, Bulma pushed Yamcha aside and leaned closer to the small opening to observe. How familiar. At this moment, Goku was still unable to sense energy. Ponzu gazed at the dragon, which resembled a cloud-shrouded moon, its golden light shimmering. How utterly grotesque. Indeed, foreign aesthetics are lacking. The dragon that emerged bore some resemblance to the Chinese dragon, possessing 2 claws and 2 whiskers, yet its horns were not as rounded as those of the Chinese dragon. The colossal dragon, approximately 200 meters in length and cloaked in a deep azure hue, emanated a blood-red glow from its eyes. Its immense form slowly descended, casting a shadow of intimidation. So feeble, who do you intend to frighten? The dragon boomed, fixing its gaze upon Ponzu. Are you the one who summoned me? Speak your wish. No matter what it is, I possess the power to grant it. Ponzu, disdainful, curled his lips, unperturbed by the confinement of Sun Wukong and his companions in the hidden chamber. Then grant me immortality. Let the universe perish while I remain unscathed. After a pause of 3 minutes, silence lingered. Ponzu, growing impatient, called out, Hey, dragon, will you fulfill my wish? Why do you remain silent? As he spoke, he soared to meet the dragon's gaze. Change your wish. This one is unattainable. Ponzu was not overly disheartened, recognizing that this dragon was merely a creation of Earth's deities, lacking true might. Were it not for the borrowed powers of the dragon god Salama, this creature would scarcely withstand even a breath from him. Watching from a distance, Yamcha and Bulma felt a mix of joy and disappointment upon hearing the dragon's inability to fulfill the wish of the rabbit demon. In their minds, the dragon should be all-powerful. In that case, grant me the ability and principles of instantaneous movement possessed by the yard rats. And if possible, bestow upon me the abilities of both the yard rats and Jebbit. The dragon responded immediately. I can only fulfill your first wish. So be it, grant it to me. Ponzu demanded. The dragon's eyes glowed even redder as it proclaimed, Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered in every direction. Inside the chamber, Sun Wukong anxiously unleashed the Kamehameha wave, while Yamcha fretted, What should we do? What did that demon say? Why did he whisper his wish? What did he wish for? Ponzu hovered silently in the air, meticulously contemplating the techniques and principles of instantaneous movement in his mind. First, he focused his attention, gathering energy throughout his body. Through the mutual resonance of chi, he pinpointed the target's energy, transferring his own to it, and extending his mental force. By exploiting the unique connections between chi, he could directly reach the target side. It dawned on him that chi possessed spatial properties and protective functions. Thus, once one comprehended the characteristics of chi and learned to discern and locate it, mastering special techniques of chi manipulation would suffice. Was this not akin to the quantum entanglement spoken of in his previous life? To this point, all the rules of the Dragon Balls had not transcended the theoretical framework of his past existence. Bulma and Yamcha, watching helplessly, were eager to rush out and confront the rabbit demon. At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful Kamehameha, shattering the walls of the chamber. They escaped together. Demon, what have you done? Ponzu shouted at Bulma. Oh, my foolish sister, had a villain been present, you would have lost your life by now. After mumbling this, Ponzu ignored Bulma and instead raised 2 fingers to his forehead, sensing the energy of Tianjin, Fan, and the others. So weak. In an instant, Ponzu vanished from sight. Ah, he has disappeared. Wukong, Yamcha, hurry and pursue him. Bulma has long since abandoned the pursuit of a perfect partner, fixated solely on capturing the rabbit monster. Sun Wukong, having just expended the entirety of his energy through the Kamehameha wave, now sits with his hands clutching his stomach, feeling famished, while his gaze drifts aimlessly to the sky in search of sustenance. Yamcha, with a sense of resignation, states, It's futile. He can fly, and we cannot catch up. Even if we did, the outcome remains uncertain. In these troubled times, the only recourse is to seek the Dragon Balls once more, imploring them to vanquish the rabbit monster. Bulma, in despair, squats against the wall, lamenting, It's useless. We must wait a while longer before seeking the Dragon Balls again. Yamcha, taken aback, inquires, Why? Why must we wait? After a wish is granted by the 7 Dragon Balls, a period of time is required for them to regain their spherical form, meaning that during this interval, the Dragon Balls are akin to ordinary pebbles, utterly undetectable by the radar. How long? A year. Upon hearing this, Yamcha sinks despondently to the ground. A year? I must endure yet another year devoid of the company of women. As the clock strikes midnight on the 16th Under the full moon, Sun Wukong, driven by hunger, forgets his grandfather's warning to avoid gazing at the moon. His mind is solely preoccupied with finding food, and he inadvertently catches sight of the newly risen full moon. Thus, the others can hear the ominous thumping of his heart as they watch Sun Wukong's body swell. Tearing his garments, his mouth sprouting long fangs, his body enveloped in dark fur, his ears elongating, and his eyes turning crimson, towering over 6 meters in height. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar immediately scatter in alarm, while the Pilaf gang is roused from their slumber by the commotion. Confused, Pilaf exclaims, "Who dares disturb my sleep?" And Master Pilaf, "Look! Ah! Run for your lives!" The Pilaf trio also hastily retreats. Transformed into a colossal ape upon witnessing the full moon, Sun Wukong, no longer hungry and dizzy, wreaks havoc indiscriminately. Despite Bulma and the others calling out from a distance, Sun Wukong remains indifferent, rampaging through Pilaf's castle. Chapter 18. Each pursues their own training. In an unguarded moment, Bulma accidentally sustains an injury to her ankle from falling debris. After much struggle, Yamcha finally gathers the courage to grasp Bulma and, along with Oolong and Puar, flee to a safer distance. Awakening, King Pilaf beholds his beloved castle in ruins at the hands of the gigantic ape. Enraged, he retrieves a capsule from his pocket, releasing a fighter jet and commanding Asu to pilot it against the ape, insisting that it must be destroyed. They remain oblivious to the fact that their bullets are merely tranquilizers, ineffective against the giant, and instead provoke its wrath. The giant ape, unable to contend with the nimble aircraft, is struck by Pilaf's missiles, collapsing instantly. Witnessing this, Yamcha cries out, "Wukong!" Meanwhile, the Pilaf gang finds themselves soaring above the transformed Sun Wukong, frantically circling overhead. "Wukong! Wukong!" After Pilaf landed in the designated spot, he vented his frustration by kicking the gorilla's finger. Noticing the lack of response, he leapt onto its tail, furiously stomping it. "Cursed be this! I am unwilling to accept defeat. Damn it!" Unbeknownst to him, the gorilla had begun to awaken. Pilaf hastily took to the skies in his aircraft, only to have the now-conscious gorilla hurl a massive rock, shattering the plane. The gorilla continued its rampage, feeling unsatisfied, and with a wide grin, unleashed a powerful energy beam. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others watched in terror as Sun Wukong transformed into a gorilla, trembling in the shadows of a distant corner. Pans had returned to the forest where he trained Tien Shin'an. Due to his shrunken size and the rabbit-eared mask he wore, his sudden appearance startled Kaiatu, who immediately inquired, "Who are you?" "It's me," Pans declared, removing his mask and reverting to his original stature. "Master." Pans noted the astonishment on Tien and Kaiatsu's faces. "This is merely the application of martial arts. There is nothing to be surprised about. Kaiatsu will learn it too." "Is that so?" "I've acquired an entertaining technique during my recent travels. Once your strength reaches my level, I will teach you." "Really?" Pans replied, glancing at Tien. "You must at least reach the 4th level with a battle power exceeding 1 million. "Oh," he continued, "I can accompany you for half a year. Cherish this time, and strive to enhance your abilities." After imparting his wisdom to Tien, Pans assessed Kaiatsu's understanding of the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques and the meridian points, feeling satisfied before heading off to rest. He had already devised a training regimen for Tien and his comrades. Upon awakening, Sun Wukong discovered he was unclothed. Under Bulma's persuasion and coercion, Oolong lent him some clothes. Just as Sun Wukong stood and uttered a few words, he promptly fell over. Oolong immediately inquired, "Wukong, what's wrong?" "I seem to have difficulty standing," Wukong replied. Yamcha, pondering with his hand on his chin, speculated, "Perhaps it's due to the loss of your tail, resulting in a loss of balance." It was then that Wukong realized his tail had been severed. He quickly lay down, frantically patting behind him. "Ah, it's gone, it's gone," he shouted. "Where has my tail gone?" In a panic, he rolled about, searching frantically for his lost appendage, exclaiming, "What should I do? What should I do?" Less than 2 minutes later, Wukong ceased his frantic search, cradling his head in his hands and innocently stating, "Oh well, if it's gone, it's gone." The 4 onlookers were taken aback by Wukong's nonchalance. Oolong, rising, grumbled, "You really are quite unfazed. The loss of your tail doesn't bother you at all." Wukong ignored him, instead looking around. "But have any of you seen my Ruibang?" Yamcha tilted his head, rolling his eyes as he pointed with his left hand. "Your Ruibang is likely among the rubble of that castle." Without delay, Wukong dashed off to retrieve his staff. "That's the most important staff my grandfather gifted me, and I must find it." After stumbling 3 steps, he fell, only to rise again and continue running, before tumbling down once more, yet resolutely getting back on his feet. Witnessing this, Oolong promptly inquired of Bulma, "What shall we do next?" "The Dragon Balls can only be found after a year. Perhaps we should disband for the time being." Bulma, with a face full of frustration, replied, "There's no choice. It must be so." Yamcha, having awakened Pool after her fall, urged, "Come on, get up, Pool. We must return home." Bulma mused, "It will be another year before I can find my perfect partner. Yet here I am, Already 16. Yamcha thought. It seems I must endure another year without a woman in my life. At this rate, when shall I ever marry? Just as the two exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. In the forest, Ponzu suddenly felt restless. What is it? An empathic connection? Is there something I'm unaware of that is occurring? Or have I disrupted the narrative, leading to some grave consequence? He contemplated that Bulma and the others would likely disperse soon, with Bulma and Yamcha returning to the city together. Meanwhile, Son Goku swiftly retrieved his staff and hurried back. Oolong, what's the matter? He asked. Goku, look at that pair of fools. Oolong exclaimed, spotting Bulma and Yamcha, who immediately separated, their cheeks aglow. Goku, we're heading back to the city. Would you like to join us? With your charming looks, I'm sure there will be many girls who would adore you. Bulma suggested. I'm off to Master Roshi's place. I wish to train further and grow stronger, just like Ponzu, Goku stated. Bulma suddenly paused. Ponzu? Yamcha inquired curiously, who is Ponzu? Goku chuckled. Ponzu is Bulma's brother, an incredibly formidable individual, even more so than Master Roshi. Goku, you wish to grow even stronger? Indeed. I aspire to be as powerful as the one capable of demolishing this castle. Suddenly, Goku recalled, wait a moment, who is it that can destroy this castle? Is it Ponzu? Yamcha broke into a cold sweat. Why yes. That's right, it is Ponzu. Then why hasn't he stayed with you all? Goku queried. Ponzu was with us initially, but Bulma sent him away. Ponzu can even fly, yet Bulma claims he uses technology to do so. However, I've never seen him riding one of those iron birds. Aren't you all flying on iron birds? It seemed puzzling. Bulma, feeling awkward, interjected. Let us not discuss that matter any longer. Time is of the essence. We should depart swiftly. It's a pity we cannot travel together. What about you, Oolong? Oolong, clenching his fists, gazed earnestly at Bulma. Are there many beautiful girls in the city? Certainly, she affirmed. Then I shall join you all. Goku concluded, a year from now. Let us return to seek the Dragon Balls. Bulma and Yamcha, feeling bashful, covered their mouths, with Bulma murmuring, hee hee. There's no need to search for the Dragon Balls anymore, right? Chapter 19, Assisting Bulma. Yamcha promptly responded, yes, indeed. Oolong stood nearby, incessantly spitting. Ugh, disgusting, utterly revolting. No matter what, I must retrieve my grandfather's Dragon Ball. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to commence my search. At that moment, Bulma generously presented Goku with the Dragon Ball radar. Goku, I bestow upon you the Dragon Ball radar. You shall seek it out yourself. With your Nimbus Cloud, it shall be a swift endeavor. All right. Goku promptly summoned his Nimbus Cloud and soared into the sky. After an incident aboard Yamcha's outdated aircraft, Bulma and her companions escaped the forest but found themselves lost in the desert. Once Ponzu had sufficiently rested, he immediately summoned Tien and Kaiotsu, who were training outside. Ponzu surveyed the two standing before him, perfectly aligned and disciplined, and nodded in approval. You have both done well and shown great diligence. It seems I made no mistake in taking you as my disciples. Thank you, Master, for your kind words. Suddenly, Ponzu's expression shifted. Oh no, Bulma is in danger. I cannot recall the entirety of the plot. Please wait, I shall return shortly. With that, Ponzu focused his energy to sense Bulma's aura. Fortunately, having grown up together, he could detect her faint energy signature. Otherwise, he might have struggled to locate her. In an instant, he teleported to Bulma's side. What do I do? What do I do? We're doomed. Bulma. Bulma opened her eyes. Ponzu, what are you doing here? Bulma, you truly are a source of trouble. Always stirring up chaos. Yamcha, trembling with anxiety, dared not utter a word, overwhelmed by Ponzu's formidable presence. Ponzu disregarded Yamcha, Oolong, and the others, as well as Krillin, who had just fled the scene. Bulma, this is my vehicle. I shall lend it to you. Upon your return, ensure it is placed in my room without alteration. Just as Ponzu was about to depart, he paused to caution her. Bulma, you are forbidden from allowing these miscreants into my training room or my quarters. And you are not to touch my belongings. Otherwise what? Bulma retorted, hands on her hips, glaring defiantly at Ponzu. Ponzu extended a hand, unleashing a beam of energy that obliterated the entire desert landscape. I cannot harm you, but your unruly companions would pose no challenge for me. Yamcha nearly lost control in fright. You have no say in this. And Ponzu, do not refer to my boyfriend as a miscreant. Ponzu paid no heed to her outburst. Remember, Bulma, you are not to touch my possessions nor enter my room. The consequences are yours to bear. Consider this a fair warning. With that, Ponzu flew away and, out of Bulma's sight, utilized instant transmission. As Bulma watched Ponzu depart, her irritation flared, prompting her to retrieve the vehicle. She beckoned everyone to board. Bulma, why did your brother give you a car instead of an aircraft? Bulma remained silent, showing no inclination to drive. Gess, Miss Bulma, how may I assist you? Take me home. Certainly, Miss Bulma. Please secure yourself. The distance to your residence is 862 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of 1 hour. Bulma's anger intensified upon hearing this. Cursed Ponzu, despite the formidable prowess of the Gess vehicle, he refuses to lend it to me, forcing me to endure such hardships. Upon my return, I shall undoubtedly devise a mode of transport even more impressive than the Gess vehicle. Humph, Bulma, Yamcha, the Gess vehicle, invented by my brother, is truly remarkable. Your brother invented it? What is so surprising? Our entire family consists of scientists. The Dragon Ball radar is my invention, and the universal capsule was created by my father. What? Does that mean your father is? Yes, my father is none other than Dr. Brief. What? Just as the words left her lips, the Gess vehicle ascended and began to accelerate. The onlookers beheld a vast expanse of desert, with a white glass strip abruptly materializing in the midst of it. Even at such a height, its boundaries remained elusive. Bulma, just how extraordinary is your brother? I'm not sure. Master Roshi, that lecherous old man, claims he is even more formidable. Yamcha felt a pang of despair. Master Roshi is renowned as the most celebrated martial artist in the world. How powerful must one be to surpass him? Bulma, is your brother very fierce? Bulma regarded the worried Yamcha. Yamcha, you need not fret. My brother has always been this way since childhood. He would not harm you. However, you must never enter his training room or his quarters. That is a forbidden zone. Not even my mother is permitted entry. Understood. Meanwhile, Ponzu returned to find the two still perplexed. Your abilities have significantly improved. Tien, your combat power should now be 128, and Kaiatsu S is 80. Regular training will no longer suffice for you. For the next 6 months, I shall provide you with specialized training. Thereafter, your progress will depend on your own efforts. Master, are you abandoning us? Ponzu looked helplessly at the pitiful Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, I too require training, but this environment is unsuitable for my cultivation. The conditions I need are beyond your current reach. Tien immediately inquired. Master, you still haven't revealed just how strong you truly are? Do you genuinely wish to know? Yes. I generally operate while wearing a gravity suit. Under normal circumstances, I endure 15 times the standard gravitational pull of Earth. In training, I previously utilized 20 times. But it seems I must now increase it to 21 times. I will depart in 6 months, and I will leave behind 2 gravity suits. At that time, you will need to train while wearing them. Yes, Master. From now on, you shall abandon all techniques and focus solely on mastering the fundamentals alongside me. With that, Ponzu prepared to impart the true essence of his teachings. He removed their wooden staffs and affixed gravity rings to their wrists and ankles. These gravity rings were crafted during my childhood, capable of adjusting to a maximum of only twice the normal gravity. Give them a try. To their dismay, once they donned the rings, they found themselves unable to move. Ponzu, unfazed, continued speaking to himself. Whether in martial arts or combat skills, the essence of human movement lies in the fundamental actions of shoulder strength, waist power, leg technique, hand form, hand technique, foot form, footwork, leaps, balance, and rolling. These basic movements, enhanced through combinations, culminate in mastery. Once you have perfected these fundamentals, the execution of other techniques becomes a mere matter of grasping at straws. Subsequently, Ponzu commenced a rigorous and relentless training regimen for Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, starting with double gravity and escalating to 8 times the gravitational force. Together with Ponzu, they engaged in activities such as lifting stones, chopping wood, practicing stances beneath waterfalls, training in the ocean, and running around the forest. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. All right, this phase of training concludes here. You have reached your limits and may now rest for a while. Master, we can continue. Tianjin Fan exclaimed. Ponzu swiftly delivered a reprimanding strike to Tianjin Fan. What do you mean you can continue? The human body has its limits. Relying solely on willpower will hinder your potential, leading to stagnation in your progress. The path of martial arts is about relentless advancement, yet also about knowing when to ease off. Remember, do not be overly ambitious. Yes, Master. Ponzu removed their gravity rings and assessed their power levels. You possess approximately 600 and 280 combat power respectively, but currently, Tianjin Fan should not be able to surpass Dumpling. How can that be, Master? Senior brother is far stronger than I am. Fool, martial arts do not merely hinge on surface-level combat strength. Ponzu scolded Dumpling while demonstrating the point. Indeed, Ponzu's aura fluctuated between seeming feeble and surging like a tempest before their eyes. The implications of martial prowess are vast, and it is for you, Dumpling, to explore and develop. Victory in battle does not rest solely on the strength of one's energy. At your current 2nd tier, the disparity is negligible. Only at the 3rd tier will the differences become pronounced. Understood. You have half a day to adapt. After that, you shall engage in sparring with your senior brother. Yes, Master. The two ascended into the air using the cosmic star chase technique. Ever since they had met Ponzu, the last 8 months had been spent in intense training, with no other responsibilities weighing upon them. Hunger was a non-issue, as Ponzu's energy pills were more than sufficient. Thirst was quenched by the ample medicinal juices Ponzu provided. Fatigue was alleviated by Ponzu's inner strength. Sleep came easily, although Ponzu himself occasionally struggled with drowsiness. Any attempts to slack off were met with swift reprimands from Ponzu. Now that Ponzu permitted them a genuine half-day of rest, their delight was palpable. Senior brother, This is wonderful. I feel so happy. Indeed, meeting Master has been a true blessing. Hom. Pons gazed enviously at the two soaring through the sky. No. I must pursue immortality. I have but 200 years left to live. I must strive harder, especially with so many formidable foes ahead. With this thought, Pons adjusted his usual gravity to 16 times. Master, we are back. Back already? After a sufficient respite, Master, we can commence our duel. Ponzu, observing the fervent spirits of the two combatants, effortlessly lifted them into the air. Thus, the battle commenced aloft. The two were momentarily taken aback, but quickly employed the cosmic pursuit technique. We are prepared. Let the contest begin. Liu watched the competition between Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. The two initially engaged with their martial prowess. Tianjin Fan, straightforward and direct, aimed to overcome Jiaozi through sheer speed and strength. However, Jiaozi was not limited to the cosmic pursuit technique alone. Over the past 6 months, his skills had significantly advanced. The abundant vitality of this world allowed for swift progression below the realm of Qi, requiring little natural insight to ascend. Jiaozi had now reached the late stage of the innate realm. His techniques included the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, Mutual Combat, the Finger of God, the 72 Paths of the Empty Bright Fist, and more, effortlessly countering Tianjin Fan's assaults. Ponzu, lacking both scriptures and extensive knowledge, whimsically named his techniques after those from Jin Yong's works, reveling in the imposing aura they inspired. He recalled the myriad techniques from Dragon Ball, each with its own distinct name, and felt a surge of invincibility. Jiaozi, do you only know how to evade? Dare you confront me head-on? Haha, Master. You cannot touch me. Ponzu observed the brotherly duo engaging in psychological warfare, nodding in satisfaction. They had not squandered the techniques and skills I imparted to them. Jiaozi, behold the solar fist. Watch me execute the wave step with the Hunyuan thunderclap. The cunning Jiaozi countered, for demon fists. The Taiji classic moves with effortless strength. Light beam eye, 6 meridians, divine sword. Phantom fist, celestial shift. Ponzu couldn't help but chuckle at their antics, reminiscent of a flock of birds soaring overhead. Solar fist, cosmic shift. 4 demon fists. Dragon capture technique. Light beam eye, one yang finger. Brother, your techniques have run out. You possess fewer than I do. Cursed be it. Jiaozi, be wary. Kamehameha, cloud pushing palm. Drilling wave. Wind godleg. 4 body fist. Mutual combat technique. Soon enough, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi descended to the ground, with Tianjin Fan exhausted. Half kneeling, panting heavily, I concede. You dart about like a rat, impossible to catch. This has worn me out. I admit defeat. Jiaozi, grinning, flew over. Brother, I haven't even used my ki yet. Indeed, martial skills surpass ki. Ponzu also swooped in, delivering a punch to Jiaozi's head. Ouch, what s with the arrogance? It is your brother's lack of skill. Otherwise, with pure strength, you wouldn't be able to escape. Indeed, Master. After chastising Jiaozi, Ponzu struck Tianjin Fan, who was panting heavily, down to the ground. You too, since your fists cannot prevail, simply use your ki to seal all of Jiaozi's escape routes. Then, even in defeat, it would not be so dire. Look at Jiaozi, he isn't scathed. To put it bluntly, you might as well be dead. He hasn't even a scratch. I apologize, Master, for disappointing you. Disappointed? Ponzu wore an expression of exasperation. What is disappointment? On the battlefield, you would be dead. Truly foolish as a pig. I'm sorry, Master. Dumpling also pleaded, Master, please do not blame my senior brother. He held back out of concern for my safety. This is training. It must be authentic. With me by your side, would you still fear for your safety? Master, it is my fault. Do not blame my junior brother. Very well, considering the profound bond between you brothers, I shall refrain from punishing you. Thank you, Master. Ponzu observed the exhausted Tianjin Fan, then approached him from behind to impart a measure of inner strength. Remember, you brothers, cultivating martial arts requires a firm belief in your heart. For instance, aspire to become the strongest, protect your loved ones, and assist those in need. Without a personal creed in martial arts, your journey will be fraught with difficulties. Yes, Master. Furthermore, a true warrior must not engage in malevolence, nor flaunt their power before ordinary people. Remember that within the strong, there exist others who are stronger. There are always those beyond oneself, and realms beyond realms. You too, in the current world, aside from me, are likely the 2 strongest individuals, but the future remains uncertain. Yes, indeed. Is there anyone who might surpass us, who have learned under your guidance? Ponzu looked at Tianjin Fan. I am not the strongest yet, let alone you. The person I refer to, you will encounter in the future, and perhaps even fight alongside. Never give up. This is my counsel to you. Master, we shall remember it. Very well, your training results are evident. After speaking, Ponzu produced 2 universal capsules and handed one to each of his disciples. Inside, you will find a gravity suit that can adjust from 1 to 20 times the gravitational force, along with energy pills. Energy pills? What are those? They are the heart-eating pills. What I have given you are energy pills, completely non-toxic. These pills are costly to produce. Unless necessary, do not take them lightly. It is best to rely on your own abilities for hunting. Dumpling's eyes brimmed with tears. Understood, master, please do not leave. Life is but a cycle. People gather and disperse. We shall meet again if fate allows. Remember, the master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is up to the individual. I can offer you little assistance from here on. Master. Chapter 21, Goku and Krillin's Training. You need not be so sorrowful. We will meet again. I have yet to teach you another technique. I will appear at the appropriate time. Remember, you cannot leave the mountain for the next 4 years. Until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, focus solely on your training. Do you understand? Understood, master. After giving his instructions, Ponzu soared into the sky. He wished to teleport, but had neither been to nor seen the location, and thus could not sense the energy. Indeed, Ponzu aimed to find Karen Tower, which would lead him to the deity and into the time chamber for training. However, he did not know where Karen Tower was. So he resolved to seek out Master Roshi for guidance. Ponzu sensed the aura of the turtle hermit and, in an instant, arrived at his new residence. After Goku and the others followed the turtle hermit to this new locale, he assessed Krillin's speed at 11.4 seconds for 100 meters, while Goku achieved a remarkable 8.4 seconds. The turtle hermit showcased his prowess by completing the same distance in a mere 5.4 seconds. Subsequently, the ever-spirited turtle hermit, under the guise of a test, instructed Krillin and Goku to retrieve stones marked by him, threatening them that failure to return within 30 minutes would result in their dinner being denied. Following a fierce contest between them, neither Goku nor Krillin managed to enjoy their evening meal. What ensued was an arduous training regimen for Goku and Krillin. The turtle hermit roused Krillin at the ungodly hour of 4:30 in the morning. It's only 4:30. Enough of your chatter. Hurry up and get ready. I'll go wake Goku, he exclaimed. However, when attempting to gently awaken Goku, he inadvertently disturbed the slumbering Lanchi. After an intense skirmish, Goku rendered Lanchi unconscious. Observing the turtle hermit's claw-like hand reaching for her, Goku exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, why wake me up so early if we're not to train? Indeed, we are to train. Goku, quickly change your clothes. The begrudging Krillin and the exuberant Goku stood in the clearing, ready for the official commencement of the turtle school training. Learning martial arts is not merely for the sake of victory in combat. It is to cultivate both body and mind towards health. With this healthy state, one may lead a meaningful life. That is the essence of martial arts. Do you understand? Krillin nodded solemnly, while Goku blinked in bewilderment. However, if you encounter martial artists bullying ordinary people, you must teach them a stern lesson. They are your adversaries. Do you comprehend? Understood, Goku replied, still perplexed. But I still don't quite grasp it. In any case, simply focus on training diligently in martial arts, the turtle hermit instructed. Upon hearing this, Goku's excitement surged. Oh, I get it now. Thereafter, the turtle hermit led Goku and Krillin on a gentle jog around the island until they reached a dairy factory. After a brief discussion with the manager, he turned to Krillin and Goku and said, each of you take a box and start delivering milk according to the map. Thus, Krillin and Goku began to carry the milk, following the turtle hermit's orders, hopping along as they went. They ran, jumped, and chanted after him, occasionally taking detours. Thus, the first morning of training for Goku and Krillin gradually came to an end. After delivering the milk, they climbed a set of stairs with empty bottles in hand. Halfway up the mountain, the turtle hermit found a spot to rest, observing as Goku climbed slowly. Even Goku can't handle it, he mused. Grandpa, why can't we use the flying Nimbus to deliver the milk? Goku gasped, out of breath. Would using the Nimbus still be considered training? You have a point, Goku admitted. The turtle hermit sighed nostalgically. Ah, those were the days. The Ox King and Gohan once delivered milk in this manner as well. On the summit, the conversation between Master Roshi and the monk inadvertently conveyed to Sun Wukong and Krillin the impending World Martial Arts Tournament set to unfold in 8 months' time, igniting boundless enthusiasm in both. What a cunning old Master Roshi is, indeed deserving of his reputation as the world's foremost martial artist, effortlessly navigating the intricacies of human nature. Thus, inspired by Roshi's words, Krillin and Wukong resolved to intensify their training. After delivering milk on the mountain, they were led by Roshi across treacherous wooden bridges suspended over cliffs, traversing deserts, wading through waterfalls, and fleeing from dinosaurs. Upon returning to the Kame house, Roshi instructed the exhausted Wukong and Krillin, for the next 8 months, you shall rise each morning to deliver milk along the same route as today. This will become your daily morning exercise. With no meals provided, they commenced their morning regimen. Their training involved assisting farmers with plowing, initially believing they would use hoes, only to be thwarted by Roshi, who insisted they till the soil with their bare hands. Reluctantly, they discarded their tools and began to toil diligently. Meanwhile, Roshi leisurely supervised their efforts. After completing their labor, the two indulged in a hearty meal within the house. The midday hours were devoted to educational pursuits for Wukong and Krillin. While the early morning was Wukong's time to shine, the late morning belonged to Krillin. In the afternoon, Roshi took them to a construction site, where they earned wages while sweating through rigorous training. After their labor, Rashi directed them to swim for further exercise. Both were reluctant to continue with such demanding training and requested Rashi to teach them martial arts instead. After being reprimanded, they reluctantly complied. Rashi pointed to a massive stone, declaring that whoever could lift it like he did would earn the privilege of learning martial arts. Consequently, Wukong managed to shift a stone comparable to Rashi's. But the master demanded a stone 3 times larger before he would begin teaching. With no choice, the two resumed their swimming in the lake, initially finding it manageable until they discovered sharks lurking beneath the surface. Subsequently, they faced the ordeal of being tied with ropes while poking a hornet's nest, only to evade the ensuing attacks. That evening, Rashi informed Wukong and Krillin that the following day they would bear turtle shells while engaging in the same training regimen. Rashi's training proved to be exceedingly rigorous. When Pans arrived, he witnessed Rashi lounging leisurely beneath a tree, while Wukong and Krillin, encumbered by turtle shells, desperately swam in the lake, attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of a great white shark. The severity of Rashi's training was indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, living up to his legendary reputation. Suddenly, Rashi sat up in alarm, gesticulating wildly. Who goes there? Master Rashi, spare the charade. I am not concealing my presence. How could you not recognize me? Ah, it is you, the brother of that fiery, beautiful girl, Pans remarked, casting a calm glance at Rashi. Master Rashi, I advise you to refrain from harboring inappropriate intentions towards my sister. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to erase a martial arts master from existence. Oh, this young man exudes confidence. You may certainly attempt it. Although you boast of having consumed the elixir of immortality, deep down, you know that such a thing cannot grant you eternal life. It merely postpones your aging. There are still those capable of ending your life. Would you care to test your fate? No, I shall not. How does this brat know so many secrets, even about my consumption of the holy water? Chapter 22. Pons ascends the tower. Master Rashi, your relentless exploitation of their potential truly hinders their future paths in martial arts. Young man, what do you comprehend? A martial artist must continually surpass the limits of the human body and transcend oneself to achieve greatness. Very well, Master Rashi, excluding Sun Wukong, I too have 2 disciples. We shall see who prevails in the next martial arts tournament. Oh, you have begun to take on disciples at such a young age? You truly dare to teach. Indeed. Is it not the case that you, Master Rashi, despite your frailty, also take on disciples? You. Show respect for your elders. Young man, do you not understand? Master Rashi is several centuries old, while I am merely in my teens. Should you not care for me? How dare you utter such words? Pons gazed at the sulking Master Rashi, who had lowered his head and ceased speaking. Master Rashi, I have traveled quite a distance. Will you not invite me to your home for a meal and proper hospitality? What nonsense. Should you not care for your elders? Upon saying this, Master Rashi called out to Sun Wukong and the others to continue their efforts, meandering ahead. Truly a stubborn old man. Yet it is precisely because of you that the annihilation of Earth was averted. All of humanity should be grateful to you. Oh, the lecherous old man. You harbor such a beautiful girl within your abode. What nonsense. Lan Chi is our companion. Are you certain of that? Master Rashi, in a fit of indignation, retorted. You insolent brat, could you not show some respect and care for your elders? After dinner, Pons insisted that Master Rashi accompany him for a stroll. Master Rashi, burdened by his turtle shell, lagged behind Pons. In truth, I have come to inquire about the location of Korin Tower. What? You do not know the whereabouts of Korin Tower, yet you are aware of my consumption of the elixir of immortality? That is inconsequential. What matters is that I find myself in a quandary in my martial arts journey, requiring more adversaries to help me transcend my limits. I see. Is the harsh environment not suitable? Pons halted and turned to gaze incredulously at Master Rashi. In fact, you train while encumbered by a 40-kilogram turtle shell. I am even more relentless. Oh, Pons nonchalantly patted his attire. This outfit is my invention, a gravity suit capable of adjusting gravitational force between 0.001 to 120 times standard gravity. In fact, I have been moving under 16 times the normal gravity. What? How is that possible? There is nothing impossible. I find myself ensnared in a martial arts dilemma. Advancing further cannot be achieved solely through arduous practice, but rather requires a breakthrough in martial arts realms. The cat sage atop the Corinta is likely the martial arts deity from 8 centuries past. He should be able to elucidate some of my uncertainties. What? You assert that the cat sage is the martial arts deity? However, considering your vast knowledge, how could you be oblivious to the location of Corinta? Locating it is merely a nuisance. It is not beyond reach. After all, my family is the wealthiest in the world, and such matters are not insurmountable, merely time-consuming. Which is why I sought your assistance. Very well, then, allow me to inform you. Corinta lies at the northernmost point of the earth, within the realm of the indigenous peoples, where guardians have long stood watch. It is approximately 8,000 kilometers northwest from my current position. Pons repeated, northwest. a distance of 8,000 kilometers? Thank you. Thus, Master Rashi, I shall see you again at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament in 4 years. I hope your disciples can grow strong enough to contend with mine. My disciple is even more formidable than you at present, skillfully wielding various energy blasts. After Ponzu finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Master Rashi shouted from the ground, "Can you teach me that flying technique? You lack the requisite energy. You cannot learn it." Ponzu replied before taking flight. How vexing. I must elevate my prowess on Earth. Otherwise, I cannot utilize instant transmission. Ponzu was already aware of another method to enhance instant transmission, yet he currently lacked the strength to execute it. Not due to insufficient power, but rather a lack of experience. No martial artist has ever achieved greatness merely by perusing books at home. Despite Ponzu having perused nearly all of the rich cultural texts of Huaxia, he remains unable to break through to the realm of Qi mastery. In a different world, this might not be the case. But the abundant spiritual energy of this earth allows him to elevate his strength to the pinnacle of Qi mastery without stepping outside his door, relying solely on his studies. Yet, this very circumstance has left Ponzu wanting in foundational depth. This is also why he willingly teaches Tianjin fan and dumplings. Were Ponzu's martial arts to flourish vigorously, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to dedicate time to instruct them. What Ponzu must do now is to experience diverse martial arts, temper his strength, and engage with skilled practitioners to enhance his foundational understanding. 5 hours later, following Master Rashi's guidance, Ponzu found Corinta. I heard that one can only see it by climbing from the bottom. Instead of climbing diligently, Ponzu employed the cosmic star pursuit technique, continuously ascending alongside Corinta. Before long, Ponzu soared above the clouds. However, upon entering the cloud layer, Corinta became obscured from view. No matter how diligently Ponzu searched, he could not locate it. Atop the tower, a cat with a cane observed with a solemn expression as Ponzu searched for the tower within the jar's confines. How formidable! Is this a human from Earth? Aside from Science and galactic patrolmen, no other beings from different planets have recently visited Earth. Why is this individual so incredibly powerful, with an unfathomable strength? I hope he is not malevolent. Otherwise, I would be utterly defenseless. At that moment, the cat sage felt fortunate that Corinta was safeguarded by divine powers, preventing anyone from ascending without adhering to the rules. Ponzu searched high and low amidst the clouds for any trace of Corinta, yet found naught. His attempts at sensing any aura proved futile, likely due to the influence of divine power. It appeared that I was still too weak. My battle strength was estimated to be just over 1 million. Coupled with my martial prowess, I could only withstand foes with a strength of up to 3 million. At present, I had no means to breach the divine barrier. Ponzu subsequently descended to the ground. Who are you? What brings you to the sacred land? He inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the Indian named Bra. Noticing the absence of his son, UPA, he surmised that he was yet to arrive. Bra, he called out. But without waiting for a response, Ponzu swiftly approached and dispatched him with a precise strike. Gazing at the towering Corinta before him, Ponzu shrugged. Well, I suppose I shall climb it. In another's territory, one must adhere to their rules. Adjusting the gravity of his suit to 20 times the normal weight, he commenced his ascent of Corinta. Half an hour later, Ponzu was panting heavily. The cat sage at the summit observed him, exclaiming, "This lad is formidable. He must be climbing under 20 times gravity. I can only imagine the strength of his physique. This tower is indeed daunting to climb. No wonder only Master Rashi, that eccentric old man, has managed it alone. If it weren't for the Saiyans, few would possess the motivation to tackle this tower." As Ponzu gazed down at the ground, now reduced to a mere speck, and looked up at the seemingly endless height of the tower, he mused. That old coin of a cat sage must be watching me struggle with amusement. Chapter 23. The cat sage's training at the pinnacle of the tower. The cat sage observed Ponzu's arduous climb. To his surprise, Ponzu suddenly looked up at the summit, causing the cat sage to misinterpret the gesture. Could it be that this impudent boy has discovered my presence? Frightened, the cat sage recoiled and concealed himself. Exhausted, Ponzu struggled under the immense weight of 20 times gravity. He hung onto the tower and retrieved an energy pill from his pocket, consuming it. The energy expenditure was tremendous, but fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare the pills in advance. After several days and nights, Ponzu finally reached the cloud layer, his pace significantly slower than Sun Wukong's initial ascent. How much higher must I go? Is there no end in sight? Surely, it shouldn't take this long to pursue a romantic interest. Feeling disheartened, Ponzu contemplated his options. Either unleash his rage to break through the divine power, forsake his desire for immortality, or continue his diligent climb. This requires magic to navigate. If not for my martial arts, I would have rendered you all powerless had I pursued the path of sorcery. As he climbed, Ponzu muttered curses under his breath, enduring this unprecedented frustration since his arrival on Earth. Another 10 hours passed, and night fell once more. Ponzu, weary, ceased to glance upward, focusing solely on the section of the tower before him. Suddenly, he collided with the top of the tower. What the? Startled, he instinctively cradled his head. only to lose his footing and begin to fall. Thankfully, he managed to catch himself by stepping on the tower with his left foot while gripping it with his right. I've made it to the top. Come on, just a little further. Ponzu continuously motivated himself and once again ascended to the pinnacle of the tower. With a determined leap, he seized a crevice and climbed upwards, only to collapse onto the ground, utterly exhausted. It had been ages since he felt this fatigued. At last, he had arrived. Ponzu surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a purple, mattress-like rectangular object, while behind him were 4 identical openings through which he had crawled. To his left, 3 jars were positioned, and to his rear left stood a door flanked by 2 windows. The sounds of the wind and jingling bells filled the air. Ponzu understood that the 3 jars were meant to reveal the past on the left, the present in the center, and the future on the right. Curiously, he approached and lifted the lids one by one, only to find the jars empty. How peculiar. What purpose did the cat sage have in placing 3 empty jars here? Ponzu was unaware that these jars concealed his own causal threads. Indeed, the rules of this world were riddled with loopholes. As soon as Ponzu voiced his thoughts, a voice echoed from above. Those jars can show you your present world, past world, and future world. Ponzu feigned alarm, asking, "Who are you? Where are you speaking from? Is this not the Kalinta of the cat sage? I am the Kalan sage, and I am upstairs. Come up," came the reply. "But why can I not see my present, past, and future?" Ponzu queried, climbing up through the door to his left. After ascending the ladder, he reached the top of the tower, gazing at the vast expanse and the sound of wind chimes. "Where are you? I have arrived. Give me the holy water." "Little one, you are quite impressive. You truly made it up here." Ponzu beheld a portly, white cat with a cane, its eyes narrowed. "You are the cat sage? The legendary god of martial arts? Do you have any objections?" "I am indeed the cat sage. Strictly speaking, I should be referred to as the immortal cat. Now, hand over the holy water. That is called the ultra-holy water, young one." "Cat sage, stop pretending. You must know me. You wouldn't want me to break all my shackles and engage in battle with you, would you?" The cat sage, sweating profusely, waved his hands, exclaiming, No. If you wish to train, it is best to maintain your current pressure for it to be effective. Then you must first let me drink the ultra-holy water," Ponzu insisted. "If you truly desire the ultra-holy water, then maintain your pressure and seize it from my hands. Let the challenge begin," Ponzu declared, rushing toward the cat sage, only to be nimbly evaded. "You young man lack martial ethics. Is it right to deceive and ambush an old comrade of 899 years? It is not. I advise you to reflect on your actions and refrain from such errors in the future. A little cleverness is not enough. The martial world values harmony and ethics. Do not engage in infighting." Ponzu stared in astonishment at the cat sage, exclaiming, "So the cat sage also hails from Earth?" "Of course, I am undoubtedly from Earth. But you, why can you not see your past and future? Are you not from Earth?" "I am indeed a true Earthling. You may verify my birth records at the Dream Maternal and Child Health Hospital." Very well. May I inquire, what is your motivation for seeking strength? Is it not preferable to live in harmony with the world?" Ponzu gazed at the cat sage. The distinction between wielding a sword and being unarmed is profound. "Since I began my martial training, I have never instigated conflict. However, when trouble arises, I am not afraid." The cat sage remained silent, and Ponzu, too, fell into contemplation. Only the sound of the wind howled around them. What is this? The mere presence of air is already peculiar, and there is wind as well. Ah, now I understand. I sense your anxiety, yet I am unclear about its source. You yearn for immortality. What? How infuriating. How could this old man possibly know that? Indeed, the sages and deities of this world are far more complex than one might imagine. What shall I do if I encounter a more formidable and esteemed deity in the future? Your heart is troubled. What is it that you fear? Ponzu glared at the cat sage in anger. Damn it, how do you know everything? The cat sage replied calmly. If one cannot even master the art of mind reading, they cannot be deemed a true sage. Once the cat sage ascertained that Ponzu harbored no malevolent intentions, he commenced training him. Unbeknownst to Ponzu, under 20 times the normal gravity, many of his actions and reactions became riddled with flaws. It was not merely the pressure that exposed his weaknesses. Rather, his own cultivation was inherently flawed and required guidance. Thus, Ponzu found himself unwittingly engaged in a spirited exchange with the cat sage. Before long, he was utterly exhausted. Collapsing to the ground, the cat sage, with no other recourse, produced a celestial bean and fed it to Ponzu. In a short while, Ponzu was revitalized. "What did you give me? Why do I feel so invigorated and not at all hungry?" "Celestial beans. One can sustain you for 10 days without hunger. As long as you remain alive, even severe injuries can be healed." Ponzu gazed at the cat sage with yearning. "Do not even think about it. Celestial beans are exceedingly precious." Ultimately, after 3 days, Ponzu successfully seized some sacred water from the cat sage. "How is it? Does it work?" "Do not jest. Do you think I am unaware? The true efficacy lies not in the sacred water but in your training. This is merely ordinary water." As soon as Ponzu finished speaking, he noticed the cat sage's slight smirk. "No, perhaps there is some unknown benefit." With this thought, Ponzi immediately sat cross-legged, silently reciting the Nanhua scripture. In the North Sea, there is a fish known as Kuan. The size of Kuan is immense, beyond measure. Chapter 24, half a year, descending the tower. 3 hours later, Ponzi finally grasped something distinct. Observing Ponzi's breathing, the cat sage spoke. Ponzi, would you like to try increasing the gravity by 5 times? What? Eliminate your superfluous movements and focus on my breathing and actions. These are the prerequisites for attaining transcendence in martial arts. Of course, you must suppress that unknown aura of yours, otherwise, you will never succeed in overcoming the strong with the weak. What nonsense. I possess the will of a mountain. Will alone does not guarantee victory. Your actions and the martial skills you diligently cultivate will. Ponzi, your strength is unrivaled on earth, yet you choose to temper it to match that of another. I am aware of 3 individuals who surpass you. Master Rashi, Master Mateto, and who else? The cat sage exclaimed in astonishment. How many secrets do you truly know? You even recognize Master Mateto. Cat sage, you have yet to disclose the identity of the last one, Ponzi replied. In a contest of equal strength, you would still fall short against Gohan. How infuriating. The cat sage observed Ponzi's dissatisfaction. Endlessly vying for victory is not the essence of martial arts. Ponzi, with your immense power, why do you willingly suppress your abilities to train here? What does martial arts mean to you, Ponzi? The cat sage's words resonated profoundly within Ponzi. Immortality is my martial path. The cat sage pressed on. Ponzi, take a moment to reflect on your innermost thoughts. Is this truly your perspective? Ponzi inhaled deeply. I was inexplicably transported to this world by the system. It claimed I was to inherit the culture of Huaxia, yet it itself was inexplicably extinguished. It instructed me that, upon thorough comprehension, I could attain immortality through diligent practice. However, I scoured every ancient text in vain, finding no path forward. Thus, I am compelled to navigate this world and strive to comprehend its martial arts. Ponzi's thoughts swirled chaotically, a tempest of disordered ideas colliding in his mind. Cat sage, allow me to adjust my gravity suit before we resume training, Ponzi declared, and without awaiting the cat sage's response, he placed his fingers to his forehead, briefly sensing before reappearing beside his father, Dr. Brief. The cat sage watched in astonishment as Ponzi vanished in an instant. Wow, what an impressive technique. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief was likewise startled by Ponzi's sudden appearance. Oh, father, it's me, no need to worry. Ah, Ponzi, how did you suddenly appear beside me? Is this also a martial art? Father, this is not something I can explain in a moment. I will elaborate later. Were you not out with Bulma? Why have you returned so late? Father, Bulma has a boyfriend now. How long have you had a girlfriend? Are you not planning to marry Bulma? Are you leaving again after coming back? Father, let me explain everything when I return. I am rather busy. Ponzi's voice echoed as he vanished. Back in his laboratory, he gazed at the familiar instruments and instructed his robotic assistant to commence adjustments on his gravity suit. The materials need updating, the gravity tolerance requires enhancement, and the dust proofing and fire resistance must improve. It would be ideal if it could generate oxygen as well. After 3 days of diligent work, he donned his newly upgraded gravity suit and accepted a box of capsules from his robotic assistant. With a swift motion of his fingers, he vanished once more. Cat sage, I have returned. Indeed, you truly act as though I do not exist, coming and going as you please. Ponzi chuckled as he embraced the cat sage, handing over the multifunctional capsule bestowed by his robotic assistant. Do not be like that. Cat sage, look what gift I have brought back for you. Young one, do not presume that a gift can bribe me. Oh dear. Cat sage, please open it and take a look. If you continue to say that, I might stop bringing you gifts in the future. The cat sage opened a box of capsules, revealing a treasure trove of fresh fish, approximately 100 in number. Like a spring-loaded mechanism, the cat sage sprang away from Ponz and lunged towards the box. Wow, so many fish, so many fish. Grabbing one, the cat sage began to feast. Delicious, so delicious. It has been centuries since I last tasted fish. What bliss. Ponz, observing the cat sage in a state of gluttony, chuckled to himself and said, Cat sage, since you don't want me to bring you gifts, you should return the favor. I shall cease my offerings henceforth. Ah, nonsense. You must not speak such things. The more gifts, the better. Very well. Once you have satisfied your appetite, commence my training. I will elevate my gravitational resistance to 25 times. Ugh, all right. Ignoring the indulgent cat sage, Ponz adjusted the gravity of his suit to 25 times. With a resounding thud, Ponz was pinned to the ground, struggling to utter, I cannot stand up. The cat sage continued to devour the fish, unperturbed. Ponz took a deep breath, channeling energy throughout his body, finally managing to rise. This energy dissipates too rapidly. This is unmanageable. Exercising under 25 times gravity proves arduous. Reluctantly, Ponz summoned his inner strength, observing that his usually swift energy, even under 16 times gravity, now resembled a sluggish snail. He could only manage a wry smile. Cat sage, I shall adapt to this 25 times gravity first. You may continue to enjoy your meal. Yes. So tasty. 2 months later, Ponzu was finally able to execute some vigorous movements and coherent martial arts maneuvers. Cat Sage. I am ready. Thus, the pair began to vie for the vessel containing the super sacred water atop the tower. Meanwhile, the World Martial Arts Tournament loomed just 3 months away. Ponzu, panting heavily, gazed at the triumphant Cat Sage. This is not good. In less than 5 months, Sun Wukong will arrive here and ascend the tower. It would be wise to avoid him for now. I should wait for Nappa or Raditz to arrive before making my move. Ponzu tossed a Sinza bean into his mouth. Once more, the Cat Sage, observing Ponzu's tenacity, remarked, "You truly are resilient. Let us continue. Ponzu, remember to regulate your breathing and minimize unnecessary movements. In challenging situations, maintain your composure. You must always be prepared to channel your energy, allowing your body to adapt effortlessly." Understood. 3 months later, under the strain of the 25 times gravity suit, Ponzu once again seized the super sacred water from the Cat Sage. "You are truly impressive. Haha, Cat Sage, I have succeeded again. Indeed, you are quite the remarkable young one, impeccable in every regard." Ponzu looked at the Cat Sage. "Now, please tell me how to reach the heavenly temple." "What?" Ponzu, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "I am about to embark on my training at the Hall of the Divine." "Ponzu, do you not yet comprehend? You need not go to the Hall of the Divine. Your overall strength is already formidable. What you truly require is to cultivate your martial spirit. The path you should tread lies in the worldly experiences, not in the celestial realm. Moreover, without the golden staff, no one can enter. Do you possess any items imbued with the essence of the divine? I could trace their aura to find my way. Alas, I do not. The divine is merely a legend, and I lack precise knowledge." Ponzu reluctantly abandoned his aspirations. From the outset, he recognized the formidable force of the world's corrective power. Realizing he could not resist it, rising to his feet, Ponzu clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to the Cat Sage, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Cat Sage." "Oh dear. There is no need for such formality," the Cat Sage replied. "If you ever find yourself short on fish, do let me know. I shall bring some to you." "Wow, is that true? I am immensely grateful," Ponzu exclaimed. "Well then, farewell, Cat Sage." After sensing his father's aura, Ponzu instantaneously teleported to his side, only to be caught once more. "Ponzu, are you not going to explain yourself to your father?" Embarrassed, Ponzu scratched his head. "Ah, father, I am quite fatigued. May I take a moment to rest?" "Of course, but you must first clarify your situation to me." Well, it was Bulma who asked me to leave, which prompted my departure. I later saw how formidable Sun Wukong was, and that spurred me to seek training." Dr. Brief chuckled. "Ponzu, you understand my inquiry pertains to more than that. Bulma now has a boyfriend. When do you intend to bring your own girlfriend home? And what is the secret behind your sudden disappearances and reappearances?" "Ah, has Bulma found someone? I was unaware. I'm not in a rush. I'm only 16, father." Dr. Brief maintained his cheerful demeanor, unperturbed. "Ponzu, you are already 17. Have you spent these past few months secluded in the mountains?" "Father, I must take my leave. I am utterly exhausted," Ponzu said, then swiftly departed. Dr. Brief's voice echoed from behind. "Ponzu, you have yet to explain your peculiar ability to vanish and reappear." "Father, it's merely a facet of martial arts," Ponzu replied as he returned to his room, feeling too restless to sleep. "My current strength could easily overpower 50 versions of my former self. The disparity is stark. If my battle power stands at 1 million, I should be capable of defeating foes with 10 million. Such a vast difference. This implies I still have at least 5 years to hone my abilities at home." Ponzu's assessment, however, was somewhat flawed. In reality, his martial prowess had doubled over the past 6 months. Although he had not experienced a breakthrough in his techniques, he was nonetheless significantly stronger than before, as otherwise, he would still be unable to withstand 50 of his former selves. However, without a precise measurement of strength, Ponzu himself remains uncertain about the extent of his power within the realm of Dragon Ball. Subsequently, he has determined his path of endeavor to transcend the realms of martial arts. According to Ponzu's classification, he currently resides at the 5th tier of martial prowess. Due to the differing rules and energies of the two worlds, the corresponding tiers cannot be directly equated, each possessing its own emphasis. In Dragon Ball, a power level ranging from 100 million to 10 billion corresponds to the 5th tier, allowing for casual star explosions, yet with no increase in lifespan. Conversely, the 5th tier of martial arts, known as the Chi realm, does not permit such casual detonations, but nearly triples one's lifespan. In the ensuing years, Ponzu resolved what he ought to pursue. He envisioned establishing a martial arts academy, not to impart esoteric knowledge, but rather to teach the principles necessary for ascending to the Chi realm, while simultaneously preparing for his own advancement to the next level. The following day, after addressing the inquiries of his mother and father, he instructed a robot to adopt 8 children, aged 36, from an orphanage, 4 boys and 4 girls. Upon hearing that Dr. Brief's household was to adopt these abandoned children, the orphanage was eager to relinquish the entire group. Regrettably, Ponzu could only accept 8. As Pons beheld the 8 children brought back by the robot, he inquired, "Do you have names?" Matsumoto Kazuki, Kudu Ishiban, Nakamura no. Upon hearing these names, Pons felt overwhelmed. The absurdity of the names bestowed by those who lead comfortable lives was truly baffling. "I shall rename you, signifying your rebirth. Do you consent?" The 8 children chorused. "Thank you, adoptive father." "Nonsense. What utter chaos. From now on, address me as teacher, not adoptive father, understood?" "Yes, teacher." Pons then gazed with satisfaction at the 2 rows of children standing before him. He assigned names to the boys, Tuoba Quanfing, Tuoba Baoyu, Tuoba Laming, Tuoba Dianfan, and to the girls, Helian Hanmei, Helian Chunlan, Helian Xiaozhu, Helian Xiugu. Pons felt content with the names he had chosen. Following this, he delved into his own studies while instructing the children in cultural lessons in the morning, followed by physical training in the afternoon, and continuing their cultural studies in the evening. Pons provided them with costly medicinal materials for therapeutic baths. He did not expect these children to become extraordinary individuals capable of assisting him. Rather, he merely sought a means to alleviate his boredom and perhaps, in passing, disseminate Chinese culture. 2 months after Pons' return, the children began to show promising results, each exhibiting a remarkable spirit. On this particular day, Pons did not conduct a class, but instead occupied himself in his training room. Bulma returned with a large group of friends and, upon seeing the unfamiliar children in her yard, inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home?" Tuoba Quanfeng, as the eldest, stepped forward to address her. "You must be the teacher's sister, Miss Bulma. We are the new students of our teacher." Yamcha and Krillin gazed solemnly at the group of children before them. As martial artists, they sensed that these young ones possessed formidable energy. Although they were considerably weaker than the 2 men, these 8 children exhibited strength surpassing that of many adults. Bulma, unconcerned by their serious demeanor, inquired with astonishment, "Teacher? Sister? Are you referring to my brother or my sister?" Helian Hame stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, Miss Bulma. We are students of Teacher Pons." Bulma's eyes lit up. "Pons? He has returned? Where is he?" Helian Chunlan added, "Miss Bulma, the teacher should be in the training room. He did not attend class today." Yamcha interjected, "You claim to be taught by Pons." Tuoba Baofeng snapped, "Who are you? What right do you have to address our teacher by name?" Yamcha replied quizzically, "Pons is not my teacher. If I do not call him by name, is it not a sign of respect?" The students of Pons then realized that their teacher's lack of a title rendered it perfectly normal for others to address him by name. Helian Xiaozhu apologized. "We did not react in time and misunderstood you. We are taught cultural and martial arts lessons by the teacher. How long have you been studying?" Tuoba Shandian asked, his expression unwavering. "Why should I tell you?" Just then, Mrs. Brief emerged, spotting Bulma and her companions. "Oh my, Bulma has returned. And she has brought along the handsome Yamcha. Is he your date? He could be your boyfriend." Even the notoriously flirtatious Yamcha felt his face flush at Mrs. Brief's teasing. "Mother, please stop. There are so many friends here. Apologies. Please, come in," she said. "You mischievous ones, shouldn't you be training? When Pons finds out, he will surely reprimand you." Yes, Mrs. Brief." Helian and Tuoba dashed away. After Mrs. Brief instructed the robots to attend to their guests in the living room, she exited. "Bulma, your home is truly magnificent," remarked the blue-haired Ranchi. "It's not too bad. Please, have a seat while I wait for the robots to bring me some pastries," Bulma replied. She then turned to a robot and requested, "Please inform me of the happenings during my absence." "Certainly, Miss Bulma. Where would you like me to begin?" "Start from when my brother returned." Thus, the robot recounted the significant events that transpired since Pons had returned 2 months ago. Krillin and Yamcha listened intently, learning that this group of children had only recently been brought back from the orphanage by Pons, who was now educating them in both knowledge and martial arts. Presently, the children attended cultural classes in the morning, practiced martial arts in the afternoon, and continued their studies in the evening. Krillin nudged Yamcha. Chapter 26, Crisis, Pons in a Coma. "Do you want to see how those kids train?" Yamcha hesitated. "Is that appropriate? Bulma had previously told me that I was not allowed into her brother's training room or quarters." "Oh, you won't be entering Pons' training room. You can simply observe the children's training area. What are you afraid of? Just let Bulma take us there. Surely, her brother wouldn't harm his own sister." Under Krillin's coaxing, Yamcha pretended to be nonchalant and remarked, "Those little ones are fortunate to practice in your family's yard. I truly wish to see it and partake." Bulma, with a hint of mischief, replied, "I can take you there. What's the problem? This is my home, and you may roam wherever you please." With that, she gestured for them to follow her to observe. Only Launch voiced her concern, questioning whether it might be inappropriate. Krillin interjected, "Launch, this is Bulma's house, of course. She can go wherever she likes." At this, Bulma's face flushed slightly, as she was acutely aware of the 3 places she must avoid: her father's laboratory, Pan's bedroom, and Pan's training room. The little ones were not in Pan's training room, so she reasoned that it should be fine for her to take a peek. Meanwhile, Pan's 8 students were diligently practicing in the training area, engaged in shoulder exercises, waist techniques, leg forms, hand shapes, hand methods, footwork, jumps, balance, and roles, completely oblivious to the fact that someone outside was attempting to spy on their training. Lian Xiujin, you are slacking off again. If you don't practice properly, I will tell the teacher, and you will regret it, admonished Hanmei. Please, Sister Hanmei, I promise to practice diligently. Hanmei and Quangfeng, being the eldest among them, bore the responsibility of overseeing the others. Encouraged by Yamcha, Bulma, along with the three of them and their two pets, began to approach the children's training ground. At that moment, Pans, who was sequestered in his training room, was reaching a critical juncture. The gravity in the training room had been adjusted to 30 times the standard Earth gravity, yet Pans remained seated in a lotus position, his hands resting lightly on his dantian. In ancient times, the sages crafted the I Ching, aligning with the principles of nature. Thus, the way of heaven is defined by yin and yang, the way of earth is defined by softness and hardness, and the way of humanity is defined by benevolence and righteousness, harmonizing the three talents into duality. Hence, the interplay of lesser yang to greater yin, and greater yang to lesser yin, results in a harmonious unity. Knowledge surged violently in Pan's mind, while the innate power within him began to slip from his control, rampaging through his meridians. A muffled groan escaped him, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, as an overwhelming force emanated from his body. Surprisingly, the unchecked internal energy aided in the spontaneous release of pressure, causing qi to continuously surge forth. Pan's physical condition deteriorated further, as the internal energy recklessly coursed through his meridians, with some even breaking through the minute channels into his flesh. The strength of his body was nearing its limits. How careless, he thought. I did not anticipate that during the breakthrough, the qi would not assist, but rather, due to my inability to control it finally, cause harm to my body. If I fail now, it would be the end. Death would soar to the heavens, and if I survive, it would be an eternity of suffering. With this thought, Pans took a deep breath, summoning his resolve. The way of heaven is vigorous. A gentleman strives ceaselessly. Great is the primal force, the origin of all things, thus governing the heavens. Clouds traverse, rain falls, and all things take shape. The great illumination is eternal. The 6 phases manifest in time, riding 6 dragons to ascend the heavens. The transformations of the primal force align with the essence of life, maintaining harmony and purity, yielding benefits and steadfastness. The first emergence of all things brings peace to the nations. The earth is nurturing. A gentleman bears great virtue to support all. The profundity of the earth's essence brings forth life, thus harmoniously adhering to heaven. The earth's abundance nurtures all, and virtue knows no bounds, encompassing all in its vastness. In a realm where the earth stretches boundlessly, the essence of femininity is characterized by gentleness and unwavering fidelity. The noble man traverses this domain, initially straying from the path, only to eventually align with the eternal truths. In the southwest, friendships flourish, while in the northeast, they wane, yet ultimately, there lies a promise of joy. The auspiciousness of steadfastness resonates with the limitless expanse of the land. After several hours of futile struggle to regain control, Ponzu gritted his teeth, steeling his heart. The universe, in its myriad forms, operates on the duality of yin and yang, and since you remain unbound, with your inner strength divided between these forces, let us witness who prevails in strength. He forcefully harnessed a thread of martial energy, intertwining the yin and yang within his dantian, propelling it with his spiritual power, ensnaring the yang energy while allowing the yin to flow. Before long, Ponzu's heart swelled with joy. He had succeeded. However, he soon realized that the two energies clashed like fire and water, remaining utterly distinct despite their proximity. Resigned, he abandoned other regions of his body, continuing to draw a strand of inner energy into his dantian. Employing the principles of the Taiji diagram, he utilized the martial energy as a boundary to create a slight opening for the yin and yang to circulate. Swiftly, the Taiji diagram took shape, improving the internal situation. The pressure from the martial energy and inner strength, which had been overwhelming, was gradually absorbed by the dantian, akin to puncturing a balloon on the verge of bursting. At this moment, Ponzu prepared to retract his spiritual power. 1 attempt. 2 attempts. Ponzu was taken aback. He found himself unable to withdraw his spiritual energy. What was to be done? The essence of the self was at stake. If it became ensnared, he would never awaken from this state. Panic surged within him as he desperately sought to reclaim his spiritual power. As time passed, while Ponzu focused on retrieving his energy, he remained oblivious to the Taiji diagram absorbing his strength in increasing measure. Within this diagram, the 4 energies began to show a tendency to merge into one, slowly transitioning into a state of mutual transformation. Suddenly, Ponzu let out a cry and fainted, succumbing to spiritual exhaustion as his body as protective mechanisms automatically engaged, forcing him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Bulma, preparing to enter the training grounds with her companions, was intercepted by the robotic sentry stationed at the entrance. Miss Bulma, you cannot enter Master Ponzu's training area. On what grounds? This is my home. Why can't I go in? Apologies. But Master Ponzi has decreed that you are not permitted entry. Accustomed to getting her way, especially in her own household, Bulma charged forward. Unaware that the robot's orders were not set by her father, Dr. Brief, but were instead programmed by Ponzi's combat robot, controlled by the intelligence of Gess. The robot swiftly apprehended Bulma, inflicting no harm, yet leaving her in a state of great embarrassment. How dare you hinder me? I will have my father dismantle you. Miss Bulma, I am not a household robot created by Dr. Brief. I am a combat robot designed by Master Ponzi, governed by Gess's intelligence program. Only Master Ponzi has the authority to issue commands for my destruction. Where's Ponzi? Bring him out. I shall see if he permits my entry. The students of Pawns, upon hearing the commotion outside, rushed out and leaned against the entrance, grinning as they watched the dispute between the robot and Bulma. This only served to deepen Bulma's vexation. Yamcha cautiously inquired, Bulma, do you require my assistance? Foolish Yamcha, of course. Did you not hear? He is not even created by my father. Destroy him. With Bulma's affirmation, Yamcha charged forward, only to be swiftly repelled. Damn it, this robot is incredibly strong. Krillin, let's go together. Upon Yamcha's command, the two rushed at the robot again, but were once more swiftly cast aside, utterly powerless to retaliate. This is infuriating. Even when facing Master Roshi, I have never felt so utterly defenseless. At that moment, the robot's eyes glowed red. Warning, the same individual has attempted entry twice. On the third attempt, extermination protocol will be initiated. Damn it. Chapter 27, Breaking Through the Sixth Stage. The standoff grew tense as Yamcha and Krillin hesitated to advance, fearing that if the robot truly possessed the ability to annihilate them, their efforts would be in vain. Just as the atmosphere thickened, Dr. Brief arrived. What is going on? Guys, release my daughter. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, the robot scanned and immediately released Bulma, kneeling before the doctor. Apologies, doctor. Guys did not intend any disrespect towards Miss Bulma. But Master Pons has instructed that the training grounds and rooms are off limits to strangers, and Miss Bulma falls outside the parameters of the program. Bulma seethed inwardly. Cursed Pons. Curse guys. All they do is bully me. I despise you both. I understand. Guys, this is not your fault. My daughter was indeed impudent, and I apologize. The doctor replied solemnly. Please, restrain them. If it happens again, guys will initiate extermination. Currently, on Earth, aside from Master Pons and his two disciples, no one can stop guys. Not even the deities of the Heavenly Temple. The doctor's eyes lit up. Are there truly deities? Indeed, doctor, there are. The deity of Earth is a new one, merely over 3,000 years old, residing in the Heavenly Temple. You know of it? Has Pons ever visited? Apologies. I am unaware of such specifics, but for approximately 6 months, Master Pons' signal has disappeared, making it impossible for guys to locate him on Earth. Could you provide me with a general area? Certainly. At that moment, Tuoba Quangfing interjected. Guys, you should practice with us to assess the results. Doctor. Brief will naturally reach out to Master Pons for information, correct? Dr. Brief? The last question was directed at Dr. Brief. Bulma, furious, exclaimed, You little brat. Who do you think you are? This is my home. How dare you act with such impunity? Tuoba paid her no heed and turned back to his training ground. Lastly, Hellion Shoujuan remarked coolly, We are taken in by our teacher. Wherever he is, we shall be. You have no authority to interfere with us. We respect you solely because you are Master Pons' sister. Otherwise, who are you? Hellion Hame spoke with a somber tone. Shouju, what nonsense are you uttering? Deliver 20 slaps to yourself. Without uttering a single word in protest, Shouju complied, administering 20 strikes to her own face. Her cheeks visibly swelled. Yet she maintained her composure as she returned, leaving the onlookers outside the training hall in a state of astonishment. How ruthless. What a werewolf. What a terrifying group. Who exactly is Pangs? I never anticipated that the Bulma family harbored such a formidable individual. Dr. Brief, feeling helpless, decided to escort Bulma along with Krillin and Yamcha back. I apologize, my second son has always been rather reclusive, but he is quite easy to get along with. You will see for yourselves when he emerges. Dr. Brief, attempting to maintain seriousness, quickly leaned closer to Bulma and whispered, Bulma, is that pretty little girl over there your brother-esque girlfriend? You two share a wonderful bond. Bulma's mouth fell agape, spitting out her words as she shouted, Dad, please refrain from spouting such nonsense. Besides, what is so great about that cold block of ice, Pangs? I wouldn't dream of introducing him to a girlfriend. Krillin and Yamcha, both masters of martial arts, were certainly not oblivious to Dr. Brief's comments. Their minds swirling in confusion. Oh, I see. What a pity. In that case, do treat your friends well. I just remembered that I have some unfinished experiments in my lab. I shall take my leave. With that, Dr. Brief boarded his vehicle and departed, not forgetting to bid farewell. Have fun. Bulma will take good care of you. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Inside the training room, Pangs gradually regained consciousness. Strangely, his first thought was not to assess his physical condition, but rather to muse. Indeed, the protagonist is not so easily vanquished, even after a depletion of mental energy. I remain alive. After his moment of reflection, he finally took stock of his body. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him and, upon introspection, discovered a vibrant golden orb spinning energetically in his dantian. Is this the golden elixir? Indeed, the next realm following the chi condensation stage is the golden elixir. Could the subsequent level be the nascent soul? As he pondered, he realized that his current body possessed neither vital energy nor internal force, but rather this golden elixir, which governed both. Pangs experimented and found that vital energy, internal force, and mental energy could all be interconverted through the golden elixir. No, this is not a mere golden elixir. It can transform into vital energy and mental force. Spirit elixir? Vital force elixir? Chi spirit elixir? Chi essence elixir? Chi strength elixir? Pang scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed about what to name this new realm. Perhaps it is best left for later. For now, I am at least at the 6th tier. With a clap of his hands, Pangs exited the training room. Just as he stepped outside, a sense of wrongness washed over him, and he prepared to close the door. Wait, had I not set the gravity to 30 times? Pons swiftly returned to the training room, gazing at the 30-fold gravity on the device, and curiously ventured outside. Noticing no discernible change in gravity, he promptly re-entered the room. Could it be malfunctioning? But how could that be? Pons, perplexed, approached the gravity adjustment button and attempted to gradually lower it from 30 times to 1. Indeed, it was defective. Undeterred, Pons continued to increase the setting, and soon the gravity reached 80 times, where he began to feel the pressure. He adjusted it further, until it peaked at 100 times, only to realize that he had not surpassed the challenges posed by training under 30-fold gravity. I am aware of my significant progress, yet I did not anticipate such a remarkable enhancement. The crucial point is that gravity below 50 times imposes no burden on me. My body naturally adapts to the gravitational force. It is only beyond 50 times that I begin to require conscious adaptation. Such immense improvement, but why am I able to adjust so swiftly? Is it unnecessary for me to train to master my strength? Pons pondered. Due to the lack of testing, Pons remained uncertain of the extent of his enhancement. However, the ease with which he maneuvered under gravity below 100 times indicated that his advancement was astonishing. When did Sun Wukong attain such a training intensity? It seems to have been during his time on Namek, doesn't he? Unable to fathom it further, Pons dismissed the thought, deactivated the gravity, and prepared to observe the training of the younger ones. Only 8 hours had passed, yet my transformation is remarkably profound. Indeed, my martial prowess has grown stronger. The improvements seem to compound rather than relying on the martial arts method of squeezing one's physical potential to break through. According to the classification of energy, one would expect 6th-tier combat power to range between 10 billion to 1 trillion. Pons understood that he did not possess such formidable combat strength. However, he felt confident that he could face Frisia, whose sealed state only boasted 530,000. In his sealed state, Pons could demonstrate a combat power of 1, capable of delivering a striking force of 100 million, whereas Frisia would need to unseal himself. In this light, I am assured of safety for at least the next 15 years, until Trunks appears, at which point danger may arise. However, by then, I should have broken through to the 7th tier. Chapter 28. Farewell, Bulma. As Pons contemplated, he calculated his lifespan. Having lived nearly 600 years, he deemed it a considerable longevity. Pons quietly reflected on the vitality of his cells, feeling elated. There are 2 distinct energies within the household. Upon arriving at the training ground, he was pleased to hear the lively shouts and the sounds of fists and feet connecting, nodding in satisfaction. To achieve results, one must inevitably invest effort. Pons interjected the training. Young men, splendid work. Did you attend cultural classes this morning? Yes, teacher. We studied the Zhou by Xuan Jing. Excellent. You are very obedient. Remember, physical prowess alone does not signify true strength. One must be robust in all aspects to truly be deemed powerful. A barrel can hold water not based on the length of its longest plank, but rather on the length of its shortest plank. Your abilities are the same. Yes, teacher. Continue your training. The group settled into a firm stance. Hey. Pons observed the diligent little spirits diligently executing their tasks, nodding with satisfaction as he stepped outside. Master, exclaimed Guys, have you fought? Indeed, master. Pons gazed at the robot standing beside him in silence. Master, at precisely 12:12 p.m., Miss Bulma attempted to enter the training grounds with her friends, but was thwarted by Guys. Very well, Pons replied before departing. As he felt the need to take a bath, reclining in his vast bathtub, Pons pondered whether the energy capsules would suffice for his consumption. He was uncertain if the sins of beans would be effective in the real world. Regardless of his prowess, he could guarantee that he would not feel hunger for 10 days, and any grievous injuries could be healed. Pons was contemplating his future as he delved deeper into the narrative. He realized it was futile to hope for an untainted existence free from the influence of the Dragon Ball saga while striving for immortality. Previously, Pons had intended to wait for the formidable Frisia's arrival on Earth before making his entrance, but he found himself increasingly enmeshed in the plot, revealing his strength to many. Indeed, One must never underestimate anyone, particularly those with high intelligence and formidable combat abilities. This was also the reason he contemplated teaching a few children. In Dragon Ball, many antagonists had numerous subordinates, while the protagonists remained a select few. It was hardly entertaining to watch a group confrontation unfold. Currently, if all went as expected, the Na'vi, Goku was likely engaged in a solo battle against the Red Ribbon Army, likely having only defeated Tao Pai Pai, or perhaps ventured a bit further. Otherwise, Yamcha and Krillin would not be present unless Ponzu disrupted the storyline. It is essential to note that the Red Ribbon Army's subsequent actions would involve confronting Master Roshi, and Bulma and her companions were not home at that time. They must have evaded the Red Ribbon Army's pursuit, arriving at the fortune tellers during this interval. Ponzu could not suppress his impulse. After recruiting Tien and Kaiotsu, he discovered that teaching others was quite enjoyable, which led to his intention of gathering the current 8 little spirits. He also planned to develop androids, believing that their combat capabilities would render most challenges trivial. However, producing Android 17 and Android 21 posed considerable difficulties. Furthermore, ever since Frisia's reign on Namek, there had been no official data to validate combat power, leading to rampant speculation devoid of substance. To speak frankly, many instances felt like narrative contrivances. It seemed that most Dragon Ball villains were mere plot devices, often appearing solely to overpower Goku. Ponzu dared not test fate to see if he would meet his demise or face resurrection. Meanwhile, Yamcha was comforting a sulking Bulma. Bulma, please don't be upset. It's not a significant matter. Your brother might be in meditation. Had he known you were going, he might have permitted your entry. What nonsense. You have no idea. If my brother were here, he would have been even less inclined to let me go. Moreover, my parents have access, yet I am denied. What does this signify? Is his training method so formidable that he fears I might learn it? Unintentionally spoken, her words resonated with Krillin, who inquired with confusion. Bulma, is your brother strong? Bulma pondered seriously. I am uncertain, but my brother has been training in martial arts since childhood. Yet he refuses to teach me and does not allow me into his training room. Nevertheless, he must be powerful. After all, he was stronger than Goku a year ago. Yamcha interjected. He must be quite strong, even more so than the Ox King and Master Roshi. Krillin's eyes lit up. Such strength, and he keeps it a secret from Bulma. His martial arts must be extraordinarily mysterious. If only I could learn them as well. Moreover, my brother Ponzu possesses not only profound martial prowess, but also exceptional scientific ingenuity. I developed the Dragon Ball radar, and I dare say that apart from myself, only my father and Ponzu could have created it. Bulma contemplated for a moment and continued. Furthermore, Ponzu has many impressive inventions, yet he does not allow us to use them, such as the gazebo car and the gravity suit. Krillin, indifferent to technology, asked disinterestedly, what is that? Yamcha replied seriously, the gazebo car is the most advanced aircraft I have ever seen. But why is it called a car? Bulma explained, the gazebo car is not an ordinary vehicle. It can traverse water, land, and air, and it travels at remarkable speed, covering 1,000 kilometers in mere minutes. I suspect it could even navigate through space. Krillin exclaimed in shock, what? The gravity suit is even more impressive. It is a wearable garment that adjusts gravity, improved from my invention of the gravity room. When we searched for the Dragon Balls, Ponzu mentioned that he was cloaked in 15 times the standard gravity of Earth. You can imagine how powerful he must be. Impossible. Bulma, is this true? Why have you never told me before? Bulma, rolling her eyes, remained silent, knowing that if Ponzu discovered she had revealed his secret, he might very well eliminate you all. Launch remarked, Bulma, your brother is quite formidable. Oolong, I agree. Poor, indeed. Is there really someone so powerful? Suddenly, Bulma asked, where are you going? A robot, preparing to leave, replied, Miss Bulma, Master Ponzu has asked me to gather some medicinal herbs for him. Bulma exclaimed with delight, Ponzu is out? Where is he? Miss Bulma, Master Ponzu is taking a bath in his room. Bulma hurriedly ran out. Having grown up with Ponzu, Bulma had only seen him once in the desert after she had sent him away from Oolong's place. Nearly a year had passed without seeing him. Although she often pretended to be tough, she truly missed Ponzu. Ponzu, 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 are you ready yet? Ponzu, in his bedroom, rolled his eyes in exasperation and reluctantly got up to dress and come out. He saw Bulma standing eagerly at the door. Look, my foolish sister has come to seek me. What do you want, temperamental Bulma? Chapter 29. This is my home. You should leave. Ponzu, are you still angry with me? I shouldn't have said those hurtful words to send you away. Bulma, you are overthinking. I am not bored nor angry. At that time, I might as well practice more, Ponzu remarked, glancing at the group behind Bulma. Look, foolish sister, you still prefer to associate with a bunch of worthless, impoverished souls, truly lacking in taste. Bulma retorted angrily, Ponzu, how can you be so rude? I won't allow you to speak about my friends that way. Upset? Oh dear. If you're angry, just leave, Ponzu replied. Is Goku also part of your ragtag friends? You enjoy his company, don't you? Goku is different. That guy is neither from Earth nor comparable to your worthless crowd, Ponzu asserted. At that moment, Launchi's nose twitched, and she suddenly sneezed. causing Krillin to swiftly hide behind a rock formation. The blue-haired Lanchi transformed into her blonde counterpart, producing a gun seemingly from nowhere, aimed at Pawns. Hey kid, who are you? Where's this place? Hand over anything valuable. How amusing, so naively charming. Do you think brandishing that toy can intimidate me? Pawns dismissed her threat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lanchi promptly fired her weapon. Bulma, observing Pawns' unyielding demeanor, shouted urgently, Pawns? After Lanchi emptied her magazine, she looked at Pawns, who stood unscathed. Just as she prepared to flee, she found herself unable to move. What is happening? Why can't I move? Krillin, watching from the sidelines, was in awe. Incredible. If I could train with him, I would undoubtedly surpass Goku. The blonde Lanchi sneezed again, reverting to her blue-haired form, and Pawns immediately released her. What happened? She inquired, glancing at her gun, the spent shells at her feet, and the bullets near Pawns. She quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Pawns ignored her, turning his attention back to Bulma. My foolish sister, this time I shall spare your friend, but in the future, do not allow them into my private training area, or I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Pawns, you cannot keep calling me your foolish sister. After such a long absence, don't you feel even a hint of longing? You show no excitement whatsoever. How infuriating. Enough, Bulma. You have ample time to squander, but please do not waste mine. With that, Pawns prepared to turn and return indoors. Unable to contain himself, Krillin interjected. Hey, Pawns, do you remember me? You came to Master Roshi's place for dinner 7 months ago, and I was there too. I'm Krillin. Pawns dismissed him, striding straight into the house and slamming the door behind him. Bulma yelled from outside, Pawns, how can you act this way? This is exceedingly rude and uncultured. Alas, Pawns had already closed the door, ignoring Bulma's cries. Krillin hung his head, his expression darkening. What an impolite fellow. Inside, Pawns wore a similarly grim expression. What is going on? Why do they persist in wanting to enter my training grounds? Is this truly Bulma's desire, or is Yamcha encouraging this nonsense? Pawns pressed his fingers to his forehead. Hey, Master Roshi, it's Pawns. What brings you here? Cat Sage, could you teach me your mind-reading technique? Cat Sage suddenly fell to the ground, flailing his limbs. Ponzu, why do you wish to learn mind-reading? Is your martial prowess not already unrivaled? Do you intend to eliminate anyone who dares to insult you once you master this skill? Ponzu shot a disapproving glance at Cat Sage. Cat Sage, could you please be serious for once? The Cat Sage replied, I am indeed a serious sage, but the humans may not be as earnest. Enough of the jesting, Ponzu. Pray tell, what is your purpose in wishing to learn mind-reading? Nothing much. I just suddenly recalled how amusing your skill is and thought I'd like to give it a try. Cat Sage pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. However, mind-reading proves ineffective against the strong. Once they learn to utilize their energy for defense or can multitask, the technique loses its potency. That's all right. I'll see if I can improve it later. If not, it's merely a diversion, Ponzu replied. Cat Sage then imparted the secrets of mind-reading to Ponzu. First, gather your energy around the nerves in your brain. By activating your neural pathways, stimulate your mental power to reach a specific frequency. Then use this mental force to sense the brain's nerves of others and extract the information you seek. It turned out that mind reading does not rely on energy, but rather on mental power. Furthermore, it requires this power to reach a specific frequency. Ponzu diligently experimented based on Cat Sage's instructions, and soon, Cat Sage was taken aback. Ponzu, what are you doing? Why are you reading my mind? Ponzu chuckled, So Cat Sage desires to consume an abundance of fish. Ponzu, I warn you to refrain from reading my thoughts. Come now, don't be so sensitive. You were reading my mind initially. You rascal, you are far too powerful. I cannot read your mind at all. Just wait, Cat Sage. I shall return with a bounty of fish. With that, Ponzu vanished in an instant. Leaning on his cane, Cat Sage gazed at the distant clouds. What a terrifying talent. To learn mind reading so swiftly, a technique passed down by the divine. Before long, Ponzu returned, exchanging a generous haul of fresh fish and dried fish with Cat Sage for a handful of magical beans. Afterward, he retreated to his own abode. Now, aside from the Temple of the Gods, there seemed to be no other place on earth to enhance my strength, or perhaps the places foretold by the fortune teller. Yet, Ponzu resolved against visiting those locales, at least for the time being. He had decided to wait for Vegeta's arrival, then follow him into the cosmos after his inevitable defeat. As for spaceships, he had not considered them. They were far too slow. However, the Dragon Ball spaceship was another matter, so sluggish, relying solely on flight. How much speed would be necessary to traverse such distances? Light speed surely wouldn't suffice, and even tenfold light speed might not be adequate. That evening, Ponzu reluctantly allowed his mother to drag him into the living room for dinner. Goodness! Mrs. Brief exclaimed joyfully. It has been ages since our home was this lively. Ever since Bulma grew up, it has not been this bustling. Do eat your fill. Unbeknownst to you, our household is always well stocked, and young Pons has been diligently training in martial arts since childhood, consuming a great deal of sustenance. Please, eat your fill. Our kitchen is perpetually preparing meals, and an endless supply will soon be delivered. Clint and Yamcha's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you. We shall not hold back. With that, the two began to indulge in the feast. In contrast, Brive, who had been consuming food at a leisurely pace, took his time with his meal. I have energy capsules and senza beans. I hardly require sustenance, he remarked. Bulma, in her characteristic sardonic tone, quipped, I do not even know why I returned. There are numerous areas in my own home that I am barred from entering. Dr. Brive rebuked her sharply. Bulma, what nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, father. This is my home. Why is it that there are many places I cannot access while she pointed at Ponzu, can come and go as he pleases? Bulma, your brother is in the midst of his martial training, and any interruption could pose a risk to you. How can you cast blame upon him? Bulma, in her frustration, retorted, what do you mean by could pose a risk? Clearly, mother and father, you both enter freely, and I am your biological daughter. He is merely adopted. Why does he have such privileges over me? As her ire mounted, she pointed directly at Ponzu. You tell me, why do you deny me access? This is my home. Disregarding Ponzu's darkening expression, Bulma unleashed her pent-up frustrations. Ponzu, this is my house, not yours. You were taken in by my father. Otherwise, you would have perished. What right do you have to bar my entry? Get out, leave my home. Chapter 30, The Forest Settlement. Ponzu gazed at Bulma, remaining silent, and spat out the food from his mouth. Mrs. Brive hastily admonished Bulma while comforting Ponzu. Ponzu, do not heed Bulma's words. She is under considerable pressure. To my adoptive parents, your life-saving grace is forever etched in my heart. I shall repay you in due time, Ponzu declared, kneeling and bowing 3 times. Regardless of the astonished onlookers, before soaring out of the dining hall, Mrs. Brive immediately pursued him, calling Ponzu. Dr. Brive sighed as he looked at Bulma, choosing not to speak. At that moment, Bulma realized the foolishness of her actions. In her anger, she had carelessly harmed someone so dear to her. Father, let us go and check. Dr. Brive, with an air of apology towards Yamcha and the others, said, I apologize for the disturbances at home. Please continue enjoying your meal. We shall return shortly after resolving this. Yamcha quickly responded, we are truly sorry. Perhaps we should accompany you, as we might lend a hand. No need. You may remain here and wait, he replied. Upon exiting, Ponzu headed directly to the location where the young ones were studying. They typically did not dine with the Brive family, often practicing martial arts or studying in their rooms after their meals. Tooba and Helion. I shall be departing from the Brive residence and will not reside here any longer. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? Teacher, we all will follow you. Yes, teacher, I will follow you. Wherever the teacher goes, we shall accompany him. Ponzu gazed at his unwavering companions, who supported his decisions without question. Once you follow me, such comfortable days will no longer be, he reflected. The ease of living, where food is served and clothing is provided, may soon vanish. We follow the teacher not for the promise of a lavish lifestyle, but because the one we follow is you. Very well, prepare your belongings, board my guy's vehicle, and be ready to depart. Leave behind everything except what you are wearing. Understood. As Ponzu observed the group spring into action, he couldn't help but inquire. Do you not wish to ask where I intend to go? Why, wherever the teacher goes, we will follow without question, Tooba Quanfing declared. Indeed, they echoed. At that moment, Mrs. Brief, understanding her children, raced towards them in her vehicle. Ponzu, forgive your sister, she spoke in anger. Ponzu looked at Mrs. Brief, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. For 16 of his 17 years, he had been raised by her. Unlike Bulma, Ponzu had been self-aware from birth, with vivid memories of even the smallest details. Mrs. Brief had nurtured both him and Bulma with minimal help from a nanny, and since he had no biological parents, she had cared for him even more. Whenever Bulma had complained, it had mostly gone unresolved. Mother, Bulma is correct, this is not my home. She is not wrong to ask me to leave, especially since my actions caused her distress. Taking a deep breath, Ponzu smiled and continued, moreover, Mother, I can return often to see you. I will never forget that the Brief family saved my life and raised me. Without you, I would merely be an orphaned infant. Ponzu glanced at Tooba and Helion, who were ready with the guy's vehicles, and said, Mother, I must take my leave now, but I will return to repay your kindness. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by the 2 vehicles. On the ground, Dr. Brief and Bulma had just arrived, watching Ponzu depart. Ponzu, you must come back to visit this old man. Understood, father. Regardless, I have only one father, and that is Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief was not as attentive as his wife, so he inquired with the intelligent butler and began to pursue Ponzu, but he had already left. He heard Ponzu's words lingering in his ears as he looked at Bulma, who stood beside him. Bulma, from now on, no one will restrict you. You may go anywhere in the house, including my laboratory, and no one will bully you. Bulma stared blankly. Father, do you blame me? Dr. Brief did not respond. But Mrs. Brief replied earnestly. Bulma, we are truly a family. Your father cannot possibly blame you. However, it is disheartening to hear you utter such sorrowful words after being thwarted in your attempt to bring outsiders to pry into your brother's secrets. Come now. We must attend to our guests in the dining hall. Regardless of the circumstances, Bulma, you must muster your spirits and return to host your guests. Dr. Brief, with a more pronounced stoop than before, softly uttered a statement that plunged Bulma into despair. Bulma, you must understand that your brother is no longer here to dote on you and protect you. In that instant, Bulma felt the world spin around her, as memories of the past flooded her mind. At the age of 3, she was reprimanded for flying a plane alone, and it was her brother who came to her defense. At 4, after she deleted her sister's novel, Pans helped her find a way to restore the data overnight. At 7, when she was bullied at school, those tormentors had withdrawn by the following day. At 10, her brother revealed the truth about the Dragon Balls being a fabrication. Yet he later invented the gaseous car and energy pills. At 16, when she threatened her brother, he reluctantly complied, only for their father to assure her that her brother would protect her, allowing her to emerge from her confines. That same year, after she had angrily told him to leave for not intervening, it was her brother who ultimately came to her rescue in a moment of despair in the desert. Today, she had cast aside 17 years of sibling bond and spoken those heartless words, while her brother, who once argued about her foolishness, remained silent. How utterly despondent he must be. Bulma suddenly felt an emptiness in her home, a stark contrast to when Pans was present. Father, mother, I was wrong. I will go apologize to my brother. You must bring him back. I will no longer visit his training room or the training grounds. It will be all right, Bulma. Let us first attend to your friends, her parents replied. As parents, Dr. and Mrs. Brief understood Pan's nature well. He would undoubtedly not return unless compelled, but regrettably, they had no knowledge of where he had gone. Meanwhile, Pans had taken 8 small children out of Dr. Brief's house and, after some contemplation, transported them to the forest where Tien and his students trained. Wow, our teacher is incredible. Where are we? Exclaimed the group of Na'vi children, marveling at their surroundings. Who is there? Who is sneaking around? Come out, came Tien's familiar call. This boy, lacking any cultural refinement. Pans released his aura. From a distance, Kaiatsu joyfully shouted, Brother, it's Master. Master has returned. Soon, 2 shadowy figures appeared. Pans regarded them and declared, I shall make my home here from now on. And you shall oversee these 8 little ones as we train together. Tien and Kaiatsu replied with excitement. Yes, indeed. The other 8 echoed in unison, Very well, Master. Chapter 31, Pan's Contemplation. Pans observed the joyous expressions on Tien and Kaiatsu's faces, feeling their exuberance resonate within him. Indeed, one may find themselves bereft of a home, while a multitude of others possess their own true abodes. Life will persist in the same manner, studying in the morning and evening, with training in the afternoon. Dumpling gasped. Master, must we continue our studies? Ponzu, observing Dumpling's distress, chuckled. Dumpling, you have barely begun. You have yet to grasp even a fraction of martial arts. You still need to delve into arithmetic and much more, including medicine and Taoist scriptures. A lifetime of learning would scarcely suffice. Hearing this, Dumpling, disheartened, replied, Master, since we can never finish learning, shall we not learn at all? Wouldn't it be far better to live joyfully? Ponzu, taken aback by Dumpling's reasoning, found himself momentarily speechless. Perhaps there was a semblance of logic in what he said. If one cannot complete their education, should they simply abandon it? Shaking his head, he gazed at the hopeful Dumpling. Not a chance. You ought to study diligently, my disciple. Ponzu, ignoring the pitiful Dumpling, cleared an area by removing a circle of trees and erected 10 tents. He and Tianjin Fan, along with others, could manage without tents, preferring the open air, while the remaining supplies were stored within a versatile capsule. Occasional trips to the city for provisions sufficed, but the 8 small children, the eldest merely 6 years old, required shelter. After clearing the site, Ponzu flattened a distant hill, using his energy to create a solid foundation, which he transported to the open space, allowing the children to construct their own tents. Ponzu was uncertain about the future. His disciples would surely be invincible before Vegeta's arrival, even when Vegeta did come. They would have grown sufficiently strong to withstand or even defeat him. This conundrum troubled Ponzu. Should he send Tianjin Fan and the others out? What if they were to eliminate Vegeta or prevent Sun Wukong from gaining the necessary training? What then would become of Sun Wukong when faced with formidable enemies in the future? Ponzu pondered another dilemma. What if he intervened in Sun Wukong's marriage to Chi-Chi, instead facilitating a union with Suno? Surely the outcome would be more favorable. At the very least, Suno would not prohibit their son from practicing martial arts as Chi-Chi did. Until this moment, Ponzu had never contemplated fighting on the front lines. Truthfully, he lacked the confidence to resist the impending foes, particularly the godly destroyer Beerus or the angel Whis. Ponzu harbored a singular thought: to endure, to remain immortal and indestructible, allowing him the freedom to revel in life. Currently, Ponzu felt considerable distress. His uninvited presence had inadvertently enhanced some individuals' combat prowess early on. Even if he imposed restrictions, in the face of life and death, they would inevitably break free to vanquish their enemies. However, in the long run, Earth's inhabitants lack the capacity to elevate their strength as swiftly as the Saiyans to confront increasingly powerful and densely appearing adversaries. Ponzu contemplated waiting for Vegeta to emerge, planning to take Tianjin Fan and the others to train on an alien planet, but that would require considerable time, especially since the saga of Demon King Piccolo had yet to unfold. This embodies the torment of a disrupted narrative. In a small world, the burdens of one's own power can be borne. However, in this vast and chaotic realm, it proves to be exceedingly challenging. One misstep could lead to one's own demise. The coexistence of a mere point of combat prowess with a staggering 100 billion points is untenable, especially when the latter seeks to annihilate planets where the former exists. It is evident that such a scenario is implausible. While occasional destruction might be tolerable, the relentless focus of these formidable forces on Earth is alarming. Consider the androids, such as numbers 16, 17, 18, and 19. Had even one or two of them chosen to dominate any other planet, they would undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet, they insist on wreaking havoc on Earth, all while fixating on the noble protagonists. The universe is boundless. Yet characters like Sun Wukong and his companions do not harbor ambitions of eradicating evil. They merely reside on Earth, while all the villains gravitate toward it. Is this not reminiscent of the nature of Conan, where death follows in the wake of his presence? Ponzu feels equally trapped. Were he to venture elsewhere, he might find solace in leisurely cultivating his martial arts and seeking the secret to immortality. Yet, being adopted by Dr. Brief and his family, surrounded by familiar faces and the knowledge of Dragon Ball, instills a sense of dread in anyone aware of the Dragon Balls. Ponzu himself, having been reborn as an ordinary Earthling, is neither a Saiyan nor a member of the Ice Demon clan. Even existing as a mere bystander is unfeasible, compelling him to resist. Master, senior brother, and second senior brother have summoned you for dinner, they inform him. I shall not partake. You may dine without me. I have matters to ponder, he replies. Very well, master, they respond, and Ponzu resumes his thoughts. The current timeline appears to be around the events involving Tao Pai Pai. He realizes he neglected to inquire of the cat sage whether Sun Wukong had ascended to the heavens. If he had, it would have been over a month ago, as Ponzu has not sensed Wukong's energy. If not, then the pursuit by Tao Pai Pai has yet to commence. He contemplates whether to accompany the fortune teller for insights into the underworld. However, remembering that Bulma and the others will also be present, he abandons the notion of following directly. Very well, I shall continue my endeavors to systematize Chinese culture. As for other matters, I shall leave them to fate. I have no desire to become a savior. My sole aspiration is to attain immortality. Meanwhile, Bulma, despondent, returns to the dining hall with her parents. Yamcha, filled with concern, gazes at the doorway, and, upon seeing Bulma, rushes forward. Bulma, are you all right? Bulma collapses into Yamcha's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah, Yamcha, I no longer have a brother. He has abandoned me. But Bulma, you still have me. I am here for you. Yamcha reassures her. Moreover, it's possible your brother left in a moment of confusion. With time, he may return. For this is where he grew up. That will not happen. He will not come back, Bulma insists. Dr. Brief interjects. I apologize for the distress caused by our family matters. Let us set aside our troubles and enjoy our meal. Bulma, do not be disheartened. Ponzu will always remain your brother, and there will be future opportunities for reunion. Klin remarked, Indeed, Bulma, if you are saddened. Shall we return to Master Roshi's abode to lift our spirits? Oolong added, Precisely. You have so many friends by your side. Your brother is quite foolish. To leave home over a few words is truly akin to a child who has yet to mature. What nonsense are you spouting? Oolong retorted loudly. Have I erred in my words? The meal concluded amidst a rather oppressive atmosphere. After finishing her food, Bulma quietly made her way to Pon's bedroom. You have departed, and you shall no longer prevent me from entering your room. But I do not wish to enter your room. Please return. Bulma also ventured to Pon's training chamber. Gazing upon the space she had long been curious about, but had never entered before. This time, however, she entered with ease. She observed the distinctly sunken floor at the center of the room. Pons, do you usually train in this very spot? Why is it that you can teach others, but do not allow me a glimpse? Why do you constantly berate me as foolish when I am, in truth, a genius? Chapter 32. Senior brother, Master has lost his mind. In the years that followed, Pons instructed Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi to lead the 8 junior disciples in training. The content of their training remained the same, albeit with varying intensities. Tuoba reduced his training load by 1/10, while Helion and the others decreased theirs by 1/9. Pons often found himself lost in thought at the sidelines. The workload for Tianjin Fan was considerable, leaving many of the younger students struggling, with Jiaozi tending to them. After adjusting the gravity of his weighted clothing to 100 times, Pons found himself with little to occupy his mind and lay idly beneath a tree. If Goku had already vanquished Tao Pai Pai, then the only tasks remaining were to deal with the Red Ribbon Army and seek out the last Dragon Ball. Perhaps to consult the fortune-telling lady. Pons composed himself and focused intently on sensing Goku's position. He was on a quest to summon Shinran and resurrect Upa's father. Should I seize this opportunity for myself? Ponzu pondered carefully, contemplating what abilities he might wish to request from Shinran. This decision would determine whether he would be a virtuous being or a villain. Ponzu muttered to himself in bewilderment. How strange. Why has Goku only just arrived at Karen Tower? And why has he brought Upa along with him? How peculiar. Goku, Upa, Yamcha, Klin, and Oolong. But where is Bulma? It appears that Yamcha and Bulma have parted ways. With a sudden spurt of disdain, Ponzu spat. To his astonishment, he sensed Goku audaciously shedding his clothing in the street, perhaps due to an itch, and even scratching himself with his hand. Such peculiar behavior. One cannot blame anyone for such folly. Ponzu observed the 10 disciples training earnestly in the forest. It seems I must also impart upon them basic knowledge and the ability to discern right from wrong. The 10 individuals, engrossed in their training, suddenly felt a chill wash over them, accompanied by an ominous sensation. Senior brother, do you not find Master S' return to be rather strange? He often sits alone atop a tree, muttering to himself. Jiaozi, do not speak carelessly. Master is surely deep in contemplation. Indeed, senior brother. The aura of Ponzu continued to follow Sun Wukong as they approached the grand entrance of the fortune-telling grandmother's palace. Ponzu observed Wukong and his companions as they ventured into the palace, where they encountered the fortune-teller seated atop a spherical throne, adorned with a felt hat. Sun Wukong, in his characteristic brashness, inquired, "Are you the signpost grandmother?" "No, I am the fortune-telling grandmother," she replied. Wukong marveled, "What a peculiar name. It is not my birth name. It is my stage name." Ponzu covered his face, thinking to himself that if this were captured on film, it would herald the apocalypse for Earth's saviors. Sun Wukong beseeched the fortune-telling grandmother to assist him in locating the Dragon Balls. She consented to help, but demanded a fee of 10 million. When Yamcha expressed their lack of funds, the fortune-telling grandmother immediately acknowledged their predicament, inviting them to follow her inside. Upon reaching their destination, she instructed them to enter the palace one by one and battle her trained warriors. If any of them could vanquish 5 of her fighters, she would provide her services free of charge. Ponzu sensed no energy from Yamcha or Krillin and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to abandon his pursuit and simply watch the spectacle. The ensuing battles were rather mundane, yet the fight against the demon offered some intrigue. Even if Gohan's subsequent duel was unremarkable, Ponzu leaped down and called out, "Tianjin Han, come here." "Master," he replied. Ponzu requested Tianjin Han to lead their junior disciples in reading after completing their daily training, followed by enduring a relentless onslaught from the 9 of them until exhaustion set in. "Master, are you out of your mind? That is impossible." Ponzu glared at the insolent dumpling, kicking him with such force that he flew away. "Senior brother, help. The master has lost it." With fiery eyes, Ponzu fixed his gaze upon Tianjin Han and spoke. "Tianjin Han, can you shoulder the responsibility of training our juniors?" "Yes, I can, master." Ponzu placed a hand on Tianjin Han's shoulder, instructing, "Follow me." "Oh, yes, master." Tianjin Han thought he was being taken somewhere significant, only to find himself enveloped in a blinding light, unable to see anything. "Close your eyes and attune to my energy, truly feel it." Tianjin Han stood motionless, eyes shut, absorbing the immense vitality emanating from Ponzu. "Master, just how powerful are you?" he pondered, feeling as though his master dwarfed him in strength by thousands of times. Quelling any rebellious thoughts within him as Ponzu guided him to sense Sun Wukong. Tianjin Han, perplexed, emitted a mental wave. "Observe closely. This lad will one day be the savior of this planet. Once he matures, I shall be vastly overshadowed by him. How can this be? Even my master cannot surpass that frail little imp?" Yet, trusting Ponzu implicitly, Tianjin Han studied intently as he witnessed Sun Wukong bound like a dumpling by a mummy. He contemplated earnestly, "If I possessed only that modicum of strength, how could I ever resist?" Between the tongues of 2 demons, Sun Wukong valiantly resisted the bindings of the mummy. Suddenly, he beheld the bubbling poison and, abandoning his struggle, leaped forward a few steps. With a somersault, he plunged down onto the tongue, managing to bite the bandages just as he landed atop the poisonous water, avoiding any contact with the deadly liquid. With great determination, he clamped his feet around the bandages, allowing the noxious mist rising from the poison to scorch the bindings enveloping him. He shook his body vigorously, and after a short while, he sprang back up, glaring fiercely at the mummy as he freed himself from the wrappings, chuckling with glee. "Master, this fellow possesses remarkable combat instincts," remarked Tianjin Han. "You, being a descendant of the 3-eyed tribe, may believe your talents unmatched. Yet that lad's lineage is among the most formidable in our universe. Indeed, one could argue he belongs to the most powerful lower race. Master, do keep your eyes peeled." In the arena, Sun Wukong delivered a punch that knocked the mummy down, then innocently inquired of the fortune teller if he had won. "Master, if our energies were equal, I might not stand a chance against him, correct?" Tianjin Han mused. "If your strength does not significantly exceed his, victory will elude you. For he is indeed a most formidable warrior," his master replied. "Master, Pan sensed Tian Xinhan's mental fluctuations and admonished him, "Calm down. Have you forgotten the reasons behind our martial training? If you remain fixated on others, you will never surpass yourself." "Yes, master, I've disappointed you," Tian Xinhan acknowledged. "We must endure various trials to grow. Do not let momentary victories or defeats trouble you." "Indeed, master." Just then, Kaiatsu returned, exclaiming, "Brother, master has lost his wits and kicked me so far away. Woe is me." It turned out that Pans, listening to Kaiatsu's incessant chatter, had sealed his movements and voice with his energy, leaving him suspended in midair, emitting only muffled sounds of despair. Through the energy of his master, Tian Xinhan attuned himself to the situation and realized that the lad named Sun Wukong had recently undergone significant personal growth. A sense of astonishment filled him. This boy had become so formidable on his own. Had he undergone his master's training, he could indeed surpass me. Chapter 33. The Duel of Grandfather and Grandson. Master Rashi, upon hearing that the fortune teller had dispatched a demon, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Has she sent out the demon so soon?" The others in the arena hurriedly questioned Master Rashi, for none knew his sister, the fortune teller, better than he did. Traditionally, it had always been the demon guarding the fifth gate. Who would have thought she would deploy him at the fourth? Yamcha eagerly inquired, "Is the demon particularly strong?" Master Rashi pondered thoughtfully. However, based on the order of appearance, the fifth guardian should be the stronger. Meanwhile, Pans urged Tian Xinhan to observe keenly. "Master, the demon isn't particularly strong. Utilize your advantages wisely. His ultimate technique is quite intriguing. If you can develop your own style, it will greatly benefit you in the future." Pans considered to himself. Desire and sin, those elements that penetrate the very essence of the soul, if woven into martial prowess, would undoubtedly amplify the potency of one's techniques. A prominent example is the unparalleled soul-destroying blade wielded by Yanghua. Alas, he existed in a world where spiritual energy and resources were scarce. Had circumstances been different, he might have truly been the chosen one. Consider also Zhang Sanfeng, Huang Chang, and the monk who conceived the nine yang divine art. Were they to inhabit this realm, I surmise that attaining immortality would not pose a significant challenge for them. Reflecting upon this, my gaze returned to Sun Wukong. In the arena, after a series of trivial exchanges and the fortune teller's discontent with the demon man, he retorted vehemently, asserting that their premature conclusions were misguided and that the true battle was only just commencing. He vowed to unleash his genuine power. Tian Xinhan, contemplate the demon man's techniques and energy flow. They are indeed intriguing, I remarked. "Yes, master," Tian Xinhan responded. Upon completing my statement, I extended my energy outward, exercising meticulous control over it. Meanwhile, the observing Master Rashi squinted, his eyes narrowing as he mused. Is it merely my imagination, or does the atmosphere feel unsettling? It seems as though it is being manipulated. In the arena, the demon man sneered ominously, declaring that no matter how benevolent one may feign to be, there will always exist malevolent thoughts within. He then brought his fingertips together, forming a hollow triangle, signifying that even the tiniest seed of evil, once magnified, would inevitably surpass the body's capacity to contain it, resulting in an explosion. Subsequently, the demon man separated his hands, inserting 2 fingers into his own temples and directing a beam of demonic energy towards Sun Wukong. Even the fortune teller attempted to intervene, urging him to reconsider his merciless approach. Regrettably, the demon man disregarded her plea and initiated his attack. A vividly pink beam spiraled towards Sun Wukong, striking him while he appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing left and right in confusion. Curiously, he inquired about the nature of the light. In the presence of the demon man, he even began performing calisthenics. Tian Xinhan, should you master this technique and amplify it, I dare say that 99 of this universe would be unable to withstand it. Master, this technique seems rather trivial. I replied with gravity. This is merely ineffective against Sun Wukong, who embodies a warrior of the utmost purity. Observing the unfolding battle, my mind raced with contemplation. It appeared to be an attack on the psychological plane. Indeed, this technique could prove quite useful. If I were to learn it and attain a state of tranquil clarity, perhaps I could easily comprehend the martial path and cultivate to the realm of immortality. Thus far, my martial prowess has been cultivated primarily through the study of Huaxia culture, achieving superficial comprehension that has conferred upon me certain insights and states of mind. It has had little relevance to others. My only breakthrough in mental state occurred at the 6th stage of boundary breaking. Tian Xinhan, having observed this, I will explain further. What follows is far more captivating. You may not grasp it now, but should you experience this moment, it would be beneficial for you. Indeed, master. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong finally engaged in combat with his grandfather, Sun Gohan. The two swiftly exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks, entering a rapid and intense confrontation. Sun Wukong had scarcely thrown a punch when he found himself ensnared by Sun Gohan, rendering him immobile. After a heated exchange that left both combatants flushed, they finally separated. Without missing a beat, Sun Wukong launched an immediate counterattack, and the two engaged in a spirited bout, exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. Ultimately, Sun Gohan demonstrated superior skill, delivering a powerful strike to Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong executed a nimble leap, landing a hit on Sun Gohan as they passed each other. Both now on one knee, panting heavily. After a brief respite to catch their breath, both warriors surged forward simultaneously, engaging in aerial fist strikes before descending to the ground to continue their battle with kicks. The intensity did not wane as they swiftly rejoined the fray. Seizing an opening, Sun Wukong attempted a kick, only to be caught by Sun Gohan, who then spun him around before launching him skyward. Sun Gohan followed up with a kick from above, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. In a moment of hubris, Sun Gohan reveled in his success. But Sun Wukong sprang forth from the debris, propelling himself into the air to deliver a kick that sent Sun Gohan flying. Unscathed, Sun Gohan rebounded off the wall and aimed a kick at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong stood resolute, grounding himself firmly and absorbing the blow without flinching. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Tianjinhan remarked, "Master, that Sun Wukong is indeed stronger than I in equal combat." Realizing the wisdom of his master's advice, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you, master. You cheeky lad. You must train diligently. You should surpass him before venturing into the universe," came the response. "What, master?" Ponzu's expression darkened. "It's nothing. Just keep watching." Sun Wukong assumed a different stance, yet Sun Gohan mirrored a familiar movement. Confused, Sun Wukong stepped forward to observe Sun Gohan, while even Master Roshi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, that is the initial stance of the Kamehameha." Sun Wukong stood frozen, struck by the realization that the mysterious figure before him had indeed harnessed the power of the Kamehameha. "Is it true?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, but before he could react, Sun Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha, which collided with Sun Wukong, yet veered off toward the lake. Only Sun Wukong's afterimage remained in the arena, having deftly evaded the attack with the shadow fist technique taught by Master Cat. Master Roshi observed the rabbit-masked fighter executing the Kamehameha, recognizing him, yet still unable to believe it. In midair, Sun Wukong declared his intent to attack. Both he and Sun Gohan simultaneously unleashed their Kamehameha, startling Sun Gohan, who momentarily forgot to respond and was struck, sent flying. Upon landing, Sun Wukong swiftly advanced to deliver an additional blow. Gazing down at the fallen Sun Gohan, he offered an apology. "I'm sorry, but I have compelling reasons to win." He then raised his hand, preparing to deliver a final strike to the rabbit-masked opponent, only to be caught off guard as the mask-wearer smirked and seized upon Sun Wukong's vulnerable weakness, his tail. Then Sun Wukong, appearing precariously unsteady, abruptly collapsed to the ground. Once captured, he lamented, "Alas, I was careless." Sun Gohan urged Sun Wukong to concede defeat, and then seized his tail, repeatedly slamming him against the earth. Upon witnessing this, Ponzu silently scoffed, "What a ridiculous situation. The odds of death against a mere blow are non-existent, yet he is being smashed into the ground." The onlookers are in a frenzy, utterly oblivious. Those dim-witted companions seem to lack any sense of concern and are instead creating a raucous atmosphere, especially that foolish Bulma. I ought to award her the title of Best Atmosphere Creator. Chapter 34. The dragon is about to appear. While the atmosphere creators were in an uproar, Master Roshi unexpectedly remarked, "There is nothing we can do but watch." Yamcha, incredulous, questioned why. Master Roshi replied solemnly, "Because this is a fated battle in which no one may intervene. This man is Sun Wukong's deceased grandfather, Sun Gohan." Roshi, expressing his distrust toward Bulma and her group, pointed out that despite Sun Gohan's demise, a halo of light could be seen above the head of the man in the rabbit mask. In the arena, Sun Gohan and the fortune-telling old woman were taunting Sun Wukong, attempting to provoke him into surrendering. Ponzu found amusement in this spectacle, thinking, "Not many of these Saiyans are sane. They are quite stubborn." As expected, Sun Gohan showed no mercy, relentlessly lifting Sun Wukong by his tail and slamming him down once more. Suddenly, Sun Gohan made an observation, turning to Sun Wukong and stating that he had many good friends who were concerned for him. "Master, do those companions truly hold any significance?" Ponzu unhesitatingly replied, "None whatsoever." "Oh, yet, I observed that Sun Wukong seemed to be reigniting his fighting spirit." Tien, remember the fighting spirit with which you trained. Keep your eyes firmly on your goal and do not be distracted by the scenery along the way. Remember your objective and strive for it. Yes, the other friends of Sun Wukong in the arena decided to toss white towels to support him, but were halted by Master Roshi. Bulma shouted at Master Roshi, "I know you are correct, but how can one endure such a situation?" Master Roshi, with a serious expression, replied, "Do you think that if we were to unilaterally concede for Sun Wukong, the stone monkey would be pleased?" Ponzu observed Bulma, who had been incessantly shouting throughout the event. "If it were me, you wouldn't be so anxious, would you? You are exceedingly considerate toward your new friends, while I, a mere wandering soul, count for naught." You can abandon your parents at home, leaving them alone, while you frolic about with your merry band of friends, worrying about others' nearly suffocating from the mounting tension. Gazed at the fluctuating scene and urgently called out, "Master?" Simultaneously, both Master Roshi and Son Gohan sensed something amiss. The energy fluctuations around them were immense. Who could possibly stir the essence of the world on such a grand scale? As two voices echoed in unison, "Who?" They exchanged glances and nodded. After a brief pause, Son Gohan continued his relentless assault on Sun Wukong. Tien, feeling no pressure, gazed at Pawns and inquired once more, "Master, do you see that girl in the arena making such a commotion?" "Indeed, Master. That weakling is causing quite a ruckus. Her loudness is quite bothersome. She clearly is a bimbo with nothing but size." "Ah, you speak the truth." Tien felt a moment of joy at Pawns' agreement, only to be swiftly deflated by Pawns' next revelation. "That is my sister, the biological daughter of my adoptive father." With a creak of disbelief, Tien lamented. "Is there such a thing as excessive breathlessness?" "Master, it matters not. I too find her lacking in intellect." They continued to watch as Sun Wukong relentlessly battered Son Gohan, unaware that his tail could not withstand the onslaught, and snapped. "Oh no, the tail is broken," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clasping his hands over his backside, jumping around the arena while shouting in agony. Master Roshi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, "Wonderful. Thus, Wukong's weakness has vanished." Sun Wukong, filled with fury, advanced step by step, preparing to strike, while Son Gohan stood with his hands behind his back, ready to surrender as Wukong approached. In disbelief, Sun Wukong confirmed repeatedly that the rabbit-masked adversary had indeed conceded. Pawns retracted his sensing of Sun Wukong's energy. "Tien, go train. I shall explain the terrifying aspects of the Demon Man techniques shortly." "Yes, Master." Pawns continued to observe the scene, awaiting the touching reunion between grandfather and grandson. A moment that would unveil the mysteries of his newfound power. With a hint of mockery, Pawns mused, "Alas, I have lived 2 lifetimes, reaching the age of 80. Yet remain oblivious to my biological parents and grandfather, having been raised by others." Pawns watched as the divination grandmother descended from the sphere beneath him, twirling her hands in circles, revealing the Dragon Balls in a vehicle moving towards him, complete with imagery. Feeling utterly perplexed, he exclaimed, "What the hell is this? I see nothing. How am I to learn from this? This so-called mystical power is exceedingly enigmatic. It's simply ludicrous." Pawns stroked his chin, weighing his options carefully. Well, since the plot has already diverged so significantly, what harm could one more alteration do? Perhaps UPA might even join them in their training. In his resolve, Pawns overlooked the burden of the UPA clan, tasked with safeguarding the sacred land of Korin. Determined, he glanced at the dumpling he had immobilized and released him. The dumpling cautiously retreated, murmuring, "Master has lost his wits. This is dangerous." Pawns, exasperated, observed the dumpling inching backward away from him, choosing to ignore him. Unbeknownst to Pawns, as the dumpling distanced himself adequately, he suddenly turned to flee. "Brother, save me. Master has gone mad. Come quickly. I'm terrified." From a distance, Tien shivered at the dumpling's cries and promptly dove into the water, pretending he had not heard. Oh, that unfortunate child, bringing trouble upon himself. Initially unwilling to engage, Pawns found himself compelled to re-imprison the hapless child, who had only persisted in his folly. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. In the presence of Jiaozi, he produced a rabbit-headed mask and shrank his form. Jiaozi watched in astonishment as his master underwent a remarkable transformation. Bursting into tears, Pawns paid no heed to the commotion and instead executed an instantaneous teleportation, arriving directly at the venue. Bulma regarded the somewhat familiar figure before her with confusion. Krillin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Ah, Grandpa Gohan, didn't you return to the afterlife? How have you come back?" Goku had already embarked on a quest for the final Dragon Ball. The fortune teller and Master Roshi exchanged solemn glances, fixated on the suddenly materialized Pawns. "Who are you? How did you appear?" Pawns deepened his voice using his energy, declaring, "I am immensely grateful for your tireless efforts in gathering the Dragon Balls. Now, hand them over to me." Bulma stepped forward, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at Pawns. "Not a chance. The Dragon Balls are ours, gathered for the purpose of saving lives. You shall not snatch them from us." Pawns surveyed the group before him. The Dragon Balls do not belong to anyone. They are merely a conduit crafted by the Namekians, utilizing the power of their dragon god to manipulate the rules of the world. You sought them to fulfill your desires, and I seek them for my own. Are you not also seizing what others have painstakingly collected? What audacity you possess to accuse me of theft." Bulma was left speechless, while a trembling Yamcha stuttered, pointing at Pawns. "Bulma, that's the one who stole the wish from us back at Pilaf's castle." Bulma gasped, "It's you." "Indeed. It seems some still remember me," Pawns replied. "How dare you return? We are all formidable martial artists here." Pawns disregarded her challenge, continuing, "Your frequent use of the Dragon Balls will diminish the power of the deities, unleashing the Dark Lord. In the past, It was the reckless use of the Dragon Balls that forced Master Mateto to employ the evil containment wave. Now it is on the verge of resurrection. Upon finishing, Pons gazed upward towards a corner of the sky. In an unknown location, a shadowy figure withdrew its gaze, murmuring, "What a terrifying individual." Had the Dragon Balls not been summoned so frequently, perhaps I would not have been awakened. The dragon is about to emerge again. A great calamity looms over the world. I wonder if this mysterious figure can vanquish that fiend. Chapter 35, The Second Wish. Bulma shouted in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could the dragon possibly release the Dark Lord? Who is Master Mateto? I've never even heard of him." The others echoed her sentiments, remaining wary of Pons, oblivious to the grave expressions on Master Roshi and the fortune-tellers' faces. Bulma, brimming with confidence, declared, "The mysterious figure allowed you to escape last time due to carelessness. Otherwise, how could you have possibly gotten away? But now the world's greatest, Master Roshi, is here, and you can do nothing." As Master Roshi listened to Bulma's braggadocio, cold sweat trickled down his brow. Suddenly, he recalled the overwhelming aura emanating from the mysterious figure. Reminiscent of the 2 previous encounters he had felt, he was hiding somewhere, yet I failed to notice him, even in my sister's territory, where she too remained oblivious. Moreover, I had a lingering feeling that I had encountered this individual elsewhere. The turtle hermit, upon reflecting on this, regarded the fortune-teller with a knowing look. "Master Roshi, might you regale us with the tale of the Dragon Balls?" he asked with a smirk. Reluctantly, the turtle hermit obliged. "Indeed, I have long wished to share the origins of the Dragon Balls with you all. However, this is merely a legend, and I cannot vouch for the specifics. The legend goes that the 7 Dragon Balls were once a singular, magnificent sphere." Krillin, puzzled, inquired, "Then why are there 7 now?" In response, the turtle hermit, spraying spittle in his indignation, retorted, "Do you wish to hear the story or not? You decide." "Yes, yes. Please continue, master," came the eager reply. "Once upon a time, in an era when all were honest and virtuous, the deities bestowed the Dragon Balls upon humanity as a blessing. In turn, mankind erected sacred palaces to house these orbs, regularly venerating them and praying for peace and prosperity. Yet, amidst humanity, some began to harbor nefarious thoughts. Those who succumbed to greed began to exploit the Dragon Balls for their selfish desires. This incited the wrath of the gods, who, in their fury, shattered the Dragon Balls into 7 pieces, scattering them across the world. Mankind's excessive use of the Dragon Balls led to their fragmentation. However, the insatiable greed of humanity did not lead to introspection. Rather, they commenced a relentless quest to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Indeed, some did succeed in collecting all 7 and gained immense power. Yet, their avarice ultimately summoned the great demon king, Piccolo. Upon his arrival, he unleashed a reign of terror, until my master, Master Mateto, sealed him away, foretelling that should humanity again abuse the Dragon Balls, they would provide the Demon King with the energy to rise once more, wreaking havoc upon the world. "Ah," exclaimed Bulma innocently. "Then let us use them just this once and refrain from using them again." After the turtle hermit concluded his explanation, Pons had no intention of listening further. He immediately used his ki to confine them. "What? I can't move." "Me neither. This is infuriating. Help. What are you doing?" "You know invoking the Demon King will lead to calamity." Pons merely smirked, choosing silence. He was well aware that villains often perish through excessive dialogue, and he was currently playing the role of antagonist in this saga of the Dragon Balls. When Goku successfully retrieved the one-star ball, Pons swiftly subdued him and seized the final Dragon Ball before vanishing in an instant. Goku's eyes widened in fury as he prepared to summon the flying Nimbus. "Wait, Goku! That rabbit demon!" Bulma interjected. "There's no time for that. Let me reclaim the Dragon Ball first." Krillin shouted, "No, you won't defeat him even if you catch up." He is trembling with power. "Goku, the Dragon Ball is now on the opposite hemisphere, a full 6,000 kilometers away from us. Even the Nimbus cannot reach it in time." "What?" Bulma presented the Dragon Ball radar to them. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku snatched the device from Bulma's hands and leapt onto his Nimbus cloud. Meanwhile, as Pons arrived at his destination, he commenced the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. He recalled the age-old wisdom. Villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue, and procrastination invariably leads to defeat. Goku pursued Pons while the others remained behind, awaiting the outcome. The fortune-teller remarked, "I cannot discern the one wearing the rabbit mask, but I see that a 3-eyed individual and a diminutive one are his disciples. However, ultimately is that so?" Krillin inquired, puzzled. "What did you say, old lady?" "Nothing of consequence. That lad, Goku, will ultimately save the world." Master Roshi echoed, "Goku will save the world in the end?" The fortune-teller pondered. "It is bound to come true. This premonition has lingered in my mind." The others were taken aback. While they felt a tinge of regret over the use of the Dragon Balls, it was to no avail. UPA stood there, seemingly lost. "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish. Did you summon me? Speak your desire. I can fulfill any wish. I wish for the most brilliant mind in the universe." After a prolonged pause of 30 seconds, The dragon hesitated and replied, choose another. This wish I cannot grant. Ponzu internally scoffed, indeed, a useless dragon. Then grant me all the knowledge of earth. From ancient times to the present and beyond. Another lengthy 30 seconds ensued. Choose another. This wish I cannot grant. Ponzu could scarcely contain his frustration. What good are you if you cannot fulfill anything? I demand. What use is this transformation if I remain restless? With diminished enthusiasm, Ponzu declared. Make me the smartest person on earth. That wish is simple. I have already granted it. Farewell. Indeed, Ponzu felt a surge of clarity in his mind. After sensing his newfound abilities, he instantaneously teleported near Tianjin. Elsewhere, Goku, seated upon his nimbus, noticed the sudden loss of signal and shook his head in confusion. What now? Is it broken again? He promptly reversed the nimbus's direction. Bulma, Bulma, the Dragon Ball radar is malfunctioning again. Fix it so I can continue my pursuit. After tinkering with the device for a moment, Bulma responded, there's no remedy. The radar isn't broken. The Dragon Balls have been used and turned into ordinary stones, rendering them undetectable. Goku gazed at Bulma with a look of discontent, filled with guilt as he turned to UPA. I'm sorry, UPA. It's all my fault. Tears streamed from UPA's eyes like golden droplets, prompting the others to offer consolation. Master Roshi proposed to train alongside UPA, but the latter declined. I am the guardian of Korin. I cannot be away for long. Since my father cannot return, I must go back to safeguard Korin Tower. Faced with UPA's unwavering resolve, the group had no choice but to allow Goku to use his Nimbus once more to escort him back. Upon his return, Sun Wukong learned that Yamcha had also taken Kame Sennin as his master. Sun Wukong, filled with joy, exclaimed that they could all train together from now on. However, Kame Sennin interjected, except for you, Wukong. Why? Your skills are already formidable. If you wish to grow even stronger, remaining under my tutelage would merely squander your time. You should venture to diverse locales, absorbing their evolutions. The world is vast, and countless exhilarating experiences await you. You possess infinite potential. Strive to become even stronger and return to astonish us. After delivering this philosophical discourse, Kame Sennin felt a sense of pride within himself. Sun Wukong immediately responded. Though I do not fully comprehend, it sounds intriguing. I shall give it a try. He then informed them that due to the increasing number of participants, the martial arts tournament would now be held every 3 years, with the next event being the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon returning, Ponzu observed Tien Shinhan hiding in the water. Come out, Tien Shinhan, he called, simultaneously lifting the confinement on Kairatsu. You too, accompany me. Once the two disciples stood obediently beneath a towering tree, Ponzu asked, Tien Shinhan, what insights have you gained? Kairatsu looked at his senior brother, then at their master, puzzled. These two must be hiding something from me. Master Ponzu continued, one must possess unwavering goals in training and not be distracted by the scenery along the way. The standard of training should be to transcend one's own limits. Ponzu nodded in satisfaction at the resolute expression on Tien Shinhan's face. Is there more? Master. Combat differs from training. It requires astute utilization of all advantageous weapons, terrain, environment, and personal conditions to swiftly defeat opponents. One must never be careless or verbose, as it offers the enemy an opportunity. Very well, Ponzu acknowledged. Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, remember this, the right side must always face the opponent. Historically, those who face left have lost, except for that pig, Dana. Yes, master, they replied. Kairatsu, curious, asked, why is that? And who is Dana? Foolish Kairatsu. Do as I instruct. Have you mastered multiplication and division within 100? Kairatsu gasped, oh. Yes, I am nearing mastery. I can calculate swiftly. What is 9,835? Ponzu inquired. Before he could finish, Kairatsu eagerly replied, Master, it's 65. What? Ponzu exclaimed. Kairatsu, brimming with pride, asked, Master, am I not calculating quickly? Ponzu gazed skyward in disbelief, lamenting. The most brilliant mind teaching the dullest one. Who will prevail? Oh, past online friends, I seek your guidance urgently. Tien Shinhan, go have Tooba Dinshan teach Kairatsu, he commanded. Yes. Kairatsu protested loudly, Master, I don't want that kid to teach me. Ponzu chuckled coldly. Then prove yourself in an examination against him. Tooba Dinshan, the youngest at just over 3 years old, was the cleverest of them all. Ponzu paid no heed to the lamentations and pleas of Dumpling, continuing instead to address Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice, what have you gleaned from the devil's ultimate technique? Tianjin Rice blinked his 3 eyes, somewhat abashed, and replied, Master, I regret to say I did not perceive the true magnitude of its power. Ponzu sighed. Master, I apologize for bringing you shame. Ponzu remained silent, understanding that this was not Tianjin Rice's fault. After all, the richness of Huaxia culture is profound. Human emotions can be categorized into 27 distinct feelings: admiration, worship, appreciation, entertainment, anxiety, awe, embarrassment, ennui, calmness, confusion, longing, aversion, empathy, pain, fascination, jealousy, excitement, fear, hatred, amusement, joy, nostalgia, romance, sadness, satisfaction, lust, compassion, and contentment. However, they can ultimately be distilled into the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions refer to the manifestations or psychological activities of joy, anger, sorrow, thought, grief, fear, and surprise. The 6 desires pertain to the physiological needs or wishes of the human senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. Whether one considers the 27 aforementioned emotions or the more succinct 7 emotions and 6 desires, they all emanate from the essence of the human spirit or soul. Yet none of these elements have been discovered within the physical body. Ponzu regarded Tianjin Rice, who appeared to be in deep contemplation, with satisfaction. This disciple indeed possessed considerable insight. In this lifetime, under the tutelage of his master, he may not achieve immortality, but at the very least, he would see his endeavors through to completion. Then, inadvertently catching sight of Dumpling, who was dozing off nearby, Ponzu's irritation flared. He cleared his throat forcefully. Dumpling immediately expressed concern for Ponzu. "Master, is your throat unwell? Do you need water?" Ponzu replied, "Then why aren't you off to fetch me some?" "Oh, I'll do it right away," Dumpling exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet. Fetching water was surely more entertaining than attending class. Ponzu turned back to the interrupted Tianjin Rice and continued, "These 7 emotions are all manifestations of the soul or spirit. When these emotions become excessively agitated, they may disrupt the balance of yin and yang, causing an imbalance of qi and blood, which can lead to various ailments. Interestingly, however, desires do not fall under this category. That is, what we commonly refer to as sexual activity does not impact the physical maladies associated with these 7 emotions." Tianjin Rice. Consider this. If you are someone who is prone to frequent anger, what if a light were invented that could directly provoke your rage, inflating it indefinitely? What would happen? Tianjin Rice, perplexed, responded, "Would I become a giant? A colossal green giant, perhaps?" Ponzu retorted, "Fool, surely the body would be unable to withstand it and would ultimately explode." "Ah, indeed. Master, you are right." Ponzu continued, "If one could use this principle to create a controllable technique of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, what then?" Ponzu gazed at Tianjin Rice with eager anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory response. Tianjin Rice did not disappoint. "Master, then the afflicted individual would lose one emotion." Ponzu collapsed to the ground in disbelief. By the gods, to lose an emotion. "Master, do not assist me. Let me recover slowly, lest I be driven to my demise by the antics of you and your fellow disciples." Ponzu halted Tianjin Fan's movements. "Tianjin Fan, you must comprehend that excessive or prolonged imbalance can lead to a plethora of ailments, while slight or temporary imbalance may allow one to transcend their limits. However, extreme or long-term imbalance can lead to catastrophic consequences." Tianjin Fan's eyes glimmered with understanding. "Master, do you mean that if we can research this skill, we could become invincible?" "No, it does not guarantee invincibility. Those of immense strength can control such emotional imbalances, and pure-hearted individuals remain untouched by these feelings. One can master their body to an extreme degree, while another, free from subjective biases, remains unaffected. Yet, all others will inevitably be influenced." "But, Master, such a martial art cannot possibly exist." Ponzu refrained from responding. "Continue your training. I share these insights merely to plant a seed in your mind. Do not dwell on this matter now. Your vital energy is still weak. Your primary focus should be on enhancing your qi, not on deciphering this technique, which cannot be mastered overnight." "Understood." Ponzu, observing Tianjin Fan's growing enthusiasm, added, "If your qi reaches 5,000, I will teach you the art of instant teleportation. From then on, you can reach anyone in an instant." Tianjin Fan was instantly animated. "Yes, Master. I will soon cultivate my qi to 5,000. Indeed. Keep striving." With that, Ponzu lapsed into silence, compelled to present this enticing prospect. Otherwise, he might have wasted considerable time delving into the intricate 7 emotions and 6 desires fist. The title of the most creative martial arts inventor in Dragon Ball was not earned lightly, and when it came to techniques, Tianjin Fan had indeed created many. Chapter 37. The path of cultivation. Tianjin Fan led his junior disciples in the depths of the forest, reciting in unison, "Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, move to the left, Sun, Can, Zhen, Kuan, turn to the right." The innate 8 trigrams, from 1 to 8, the 64 hexagrams profound secrets are concealed. Above water, below thunder, obscured dangers. Mountains high and waters swift cannot deceive. Water in the sky requires rain. The emperor's words stir litigation. Underground currents resemble marching armies. Water and earth contend as well. Winds rise above, small livestock return. The world's marshes feel like walking on ice. Earth descends, heaven ascends, interconnecting peace. Heaven and earth in opposition signify negation. The world as fire ignites shared aspirations. Fire above radiates great brilliance. Grounded mountains suppress peaks. Above thunder, below earth, vitality is born. At the marshes, below thunder. Sisters follow brothers. At the mountain's foot, winds dispel toxins. Beneath the earth, water observes the banks. Winds sweep the land, revealing the people's sentiments. Fire below, playing with thunder, invites calamity. At the mountain's base, fire adorns with brilliance. Mountains surpassing earth are easily eroded. Beneath the earth, thunder stirs the yin and yang. Celestial thunder. Tread carefully to avoid disaster. At the mountain's base, the sun nurtures great livestock. Thunder resides below, nourishing the home. Floods and winds cannot bring great misfortune. Above the marshes and beneath the mountains, harmony prevails. Thunder and wind, in perpetual contest, endure. The heavenly mountain maiden retreats like an immortal. Thunder in the sky exudes formidable power. Fire ignites wealth on earth. Earth obscures fire's brilliance. Winds and flames, sisters united as one family. Fire and marsh do not tolerate glaring stares. Water burdens mountains, leading to hardship. Thunder strikes water, resolving crises. At the mountain's base, traversing marshes depletes soil and water. Winds bolster the thunder's roar, amplifying its might. Heavenly marshes are as precious as jade. Under heaven's wind, the woman approaches. The marsh enters the water, entrapped yet formless. The water descends, and the wind becomes a well. The intermingling of marsh and fire heralds a transformative drama. Beneath the fire, the wind stirs the cauldron into a vigorous blaze. The strong winds elevate the mountains as thunder strikes the marsh, signaling the return of the younger sister. With thunder above and fire below, a year of bountiful harvests unfolds. Fire illuminates the mountain paths for the army's journey. The wind sweeps across the water's surface, dispersing the mist. Conserving resources in the depths and heights of the marsh is essential. The wind caresses the marsh, embodying trust and fidelity. Thunder reverberates upon the peaks, indicating slight missteps. Fire above and water below boil the already accomplished. Fire above and water below signify unfulfilled heat. Thus, all names of the hexagrams have been revealed, and the symbolic names must be meticulously remembered. This is a recitation of the 64 symbolic names from the Fuxi 8 trigrams, serving as an introductory verse to the I Ching. Ponzu gradually immersed himself in his own cultivation, his progress steady and measured, far less dramatic than the striking techniques of Tianjin Fan. Over the course of 3 years, Ponzu aspired to elevate his realm to the late 6th stage, estimating his combat prowess would reach 50 million, and his lifespan could extend to 800 years. Originally, achieving this within 3 years seemed beyond hope. However, after wishing for the most formidable intellect through the Dragon Balls, he now possessed unwavering confidence. Wukong bid farewell to Master Roshi and Bulma, embarking on foot as per Roshi's request. Yamcha and Krillin, spurred on by Roshi, hastily followed him back to the turtle hermit's abode. Had Ponzu been aware, he would surely lament the world that so relentlessly tested the body without diminishing their latent potential. He would not impose such rigor on his disciples. Instead, they would partake in daily medicinal baths, engage in half a day of cultivation, and dedicate the remaining time to acquiring cultural knowledge. It is said, do not fear a rogue with martial skills, but rather a rogue with education. Mastering the sciences of mathematics and chemistry ensures one can traverse the world unafraid. These are eternal truths. During his cultivation journey, Sun Wukong rescued a girl named Xiao. On the verge of being devoured by a tiger, he learned that her village was suffering under the tyranny of the villains Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, who were plundering their meager food supplies amidst a drought. These scoundrels raided the village monthly, seizing their fruits and vegetables, occasionally demanding specific individuals. If one was named and failed to respond immediately, they would be sucked into a gourd, their bones and flesh transformed into wine. Upon entering the village to assist the infants, Sun Wukong stepped forward, swiftly dispatching Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. After punishing them to labor for the village, he continued on his path. Along the way, Wukong carried a large stone, climbing mountains in the rain, traversing upside down on 2 fingers, persistently heading south. In Tokyo, he engaged in a duel with Chun Dequan, who, injured, lay in bed explaining the secret technique of the Chun family's Xingjiquan, the illusory star fist. Although the radiance of the stars was not visible, their existence was undeniable. When his son attempted to intervene, he reminded him that understanding martial arts requires more than intellect. One must reach a certain level of mastery to fully comprehend its essence. Ultimately, after considerable challenge and assessment, Sun Wukong stepped in for Chun Dequan in a competition before the king. However, Chen Xiaoqian, wishing to take his father's place, secretly administered a laxative in Wukong's meal. During the competition where Sun Wukong took Chen Deqian's place, he suddenly suffered from an upset stomach. After being thwarted, he was relentlessly attacked by Tianlong, resulting in an unfortunate mishap. Infuriated, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Are you truly attacking? Do you realize the predicament you've caused me?" Following this, he swiftly knocked Tianlong down with a single punch and vanished in haste to find a restroom. Thus began Sun Wukong's series of amusing adventures. Meanwhile, Yu, Krillin, and Yamcha, under the guidance of Master Rashi, commenced a more rigorous training regimen, balancing the pursuit of wealth and cultivation. I too wish to enjoy while earning. Sun Wukong set out to explore the demon realm. At the outset, he successfully blocked the enormous axe wielded by Gola, the strongest in the demon realm, only to be interrupted by Mira. Upon learning that Sun Wukong intended to seek Azura in the demon realm, Mira volunteered to escort him. In a state of meditation, Pong sensed something amiss. Has Sun Wukong ventured into the demon realm? I shall join the fun. With a swift teleportation, Pongs appeared beside Sun Wukong. Wow. Gola immediately launched an attack on Pongs, who effortlessly halted it with a single finger, remaining completely unfazed. Long time no see, Sun Wukong. Pongs exclaimed. Wow. You are Bulma's brother, Pongs? Indeed, you still possess that innocent charm, Sun Wukong. What brings you here, Pongs? Sun Wukong inquired. Pong smiled at Sun Wukong and turned to Mira, saying, Lovely Mira, I too wish to see the demon realm. May I accompany Sun Wukong? Mira, momentarily taken aback, replied with a flat expression, Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I am, Miss Mira, but I feel I haven't lived enough yet. Besides, those who wish to harm me have yet to meet me. Then you may come along, Mira stated, turning to lead the way. Sun Wukong, glancing at Pongs, curiously asked, Pongs, I'm off to rescue Princess Misa. What about you? Training. Sun Wukong grinned broadly. I really want to fight you once. There will surely be an opportunity for us to spar later. Is that so? Splendid. Myra's indifferent voice interjected. Are you two coming or not? Ah, coming. Pong shrugged and calmly followed. The duo trailed Mira to the wedding venue of Azura and Misa. Sun Wukong took the stage first, only to be met with ridicule from the audience, which little Lolo explained as Myra's discontent with their frequent visits to the demon realm. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Wukong managed to defeat all the demon beings in the arena. However, while he was blissfully boasting, Azura kicked him off the stage. Sun Wukong quickly sprang back to his feet, fuming. How dare you not inform me? Azura, calmly levitating, replied, That was your notification. Soon, Azura dealt with him decisively. Yet, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, taking advantage of Azura being ambushed by Myra's darts and his fear of light, sending him flying. With Myra's guidance, Sun Wukong successfully escaped with Misa, who reminded him, Wukong, don't forget to draw your sword once you're outside. Chapter 38, The Weakened Demon Realm. Sun Wukong turned around, carrying Miss Misa, one of his harem members, and curiously observed Mira and Gora. Why are you assisting me? Mira laughed heartily. I am not aiding you. I have my own reasons. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a throng of demons surged from behind. Mira hurriedly exclaimed, Enough. There is no time. Farewell. Draw your swords immediately. Sun Wukong and the others promptly departed. Mira gazed after Sun Wukong. One day, we shall meet again. I hope that day comes soon. They had all forgotten about Ponzu, who was quietly hovering above them, cloaking his presence. Below, a group of demons prepared to charge out, but were halted by Gora and Mira, stating that they lacked the necessary permits to leave. Scoundrels! We act on Lord Azura's orders. Gora retorted fiercely, clenching his fist against his chest. No one's commands matter. Without a permit, you shall not exit. This rule applies to both the celestial and demon realms. Azura, from behind, slowly remarked, It seems you indeed have a scheme. Lord Azura, do not fear, go forth. Ponzu realized it was time for him to reveal himself. He was pleasantly surprised by the excitement in the demon realm. Little imp. Oh, Azura? The most formidable being in the demon realm? Suddenly, Ponzu vanished, delivering a punch that Azura had no time to react to, sending him flying. Observing the approaching demons, Ponzu adjusted his impeccably clean attire. Outside, Sun Wukong drew his sword, only to promptly remember he had forgotten Ponzu was still inside. He turned to the king and villagers outside, saying, I have a companion inside. I must rescue him. With that, he dashed into the gates of the demon realm. Mira, witnessing the closing door, addressed Azura. From this moment forth, the only one permitted entry here is I, the keeper of the key. Azura rose, clenching his fists in anger. That little brat has played me for a fool. Who are you? Ponzu inquired, observing the furious Azura. Me? I am your ancestor. Very well, you have thoroughly enraged me. Is that so? If you weren't angry, I wouldn't be interested, Ponzu replied coolly. First, let us eliminate the vermin before we engage in play. With that, a circle of light manifested in Ponzu's right hand, rapidly expanding until it reached a radius of 10 kilometers, leaving not a single demon standing except for Azura, Gora, and Mira. Sun Wukong, having just leaped in, spread his arms wide and exclaimed, Wow. Incredible. Indeed, Ponzu, you are truly remarkable. Ponzu stared in astonishment at the newly arrived Sun Wukong. Wukong? Did you not leave? Why have you returned? Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, assuming a battle stance. Ponzu, you haven't come out yet. I intended to rescue you, but I did not expect you to be this powerful. After we defeat Azura, let us make haste to exit. A flicker of emotion and guilt washed over Ponzu. I never imagined you would consider me a friend. All right, let us swiftly vanquish Azura and return. Mira gazed at the returning Sun Wukong and Ponzu, saying, "Are you both foolish? Why do you not flee? Only the Grim Reaper possesses the key to unlock the gates of the demon realm. Yet, you cannot encounter the Grim Reaper. You will be trapped within the demon realm." Ponzu glanced at Mira, then at Azura. "Azura, are you certain you wish to continue this battle with me? You, who are so utterly oblivious, shall soon realize how foolish it is to provoke Azura." Ponzu smirked. "You are not yet a match for Wukong. Allow me to handle this." No sooner had Ponzu spoken than he stood before Azura. "To be frank, you do not deserve the name Azura. You are far too feeble, weaker than an ant. Even my current strength is insufficient to stand before Azura, and yet you, this worthless wretch, dare to bear such a grand title." Azura, incensed by these words, was swiftly struck against the wall by Ponzu's fist. "You scoundrel!" Azura shouted, charging at Ponzu with great speed. "This world is indeed riddled with flaws. How can such a powerful task be so easily undermined by mere physical blows? How tiresome!" Just as this thought crossed his mind, Azura's right hand began to emanate waves of energy, launching a serpentine attack towards Ponzu. Ponzu crossed his thumbs inward and declared, "Formation, manifest." A golden light burst forth from Ponzu's body, coalescing before him into the image of a Fushi Bagua array, which swiftly obstructed Azura's assault. Sun Wukong watched in awe, exclaiming, "How impressive!" Mira and Gora shared similar disbelief as they regarded Ponzu. Gora turned to Mira, saying, "Mira, did you see that? That fellow actually blocked Lord Azura's wave punch attack." Mira, concerned as she surveyed the battlefield, retorted, "I am not blind. There is no need for your explanation." Azura, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "What? You wretched scoundrel." Ponzu quickly formed another seal, this time crossing all 10 fingers with the thumbs outward. Formation, manifest. The golden Bagua array before him suddenly expanded and then vanished, leaving behind a ring of golden lines that ensnared the unsuspecting Azura, binding him tightly. Ponzu, observing Azura's futile struggles, disdainfully shrugged. So weak, he did not consider the extent of his own power. In his view, the efforts of those from Huaxia, who trained for decades or even centuries, only yielded such meager combat prowess. He assumed he could not be particularly formidable. He overlooked the fact that this world differed from his previous one. Here, energy was an extraordinary force, and he himself possessed at least millions in combat power. Do not underestimate this. Remember that Master Rashi, with just over 100, could shatter a full moon. Consider what a combat power of 1,000 would entail. Even Tien would effortlessly obliterate the Azura before him. With such meager strength, it is better that you refrain from claiming the title of Azura. Just then, Mira interjected urgently. "My lord." "Yes, spare Lord Azura, if you would be so kind. He has committed no heinous acts and treats his subordinates with kindness." Ponzu, however, paid no heed and instead turned his gaze to Sun Wukong. "What say you, Wukong? Should we grant this fellow, with his mountainous brow, a reprieve?" Mela immediately pivoted to beseech Sun Wukong to spare Azura. "Ponzu, let it be. He is not irredeemably wicked. Let us hasten to find an escape." Ponzu uttered, "Consider yourself fortunate," before addressing Sun Wukong. "Wukong, allow me to escort you forth." He enveloped Sun Wukong in his aura, and, in an instant, they materialized outside the gateway between the demon realm and the human world. "Wow, we're out. Ponzu, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed the astonished onlookers, the king and those who had not yet departed, as they beheld the young hero's appearance. Upon emerging, Ponzu set Sun Wukong down and took his leave. "I expected formidable beings within, yet it appears to be of little consequence. Merely a minor deity overseeing the earth." Considering Azura in relation to the Earth's generally paltry combat prowess rated at a mere 5 points, he might be deemed a superior adept, yet to Ponzu, he remained woefully weak. His venture into the demon realm was not for the sake of combat. Rather, it was to broaden his horizons and discover elements that might elevate his own understanding. Unfortunately, upon entering, he sensed that the so-called demon realm was rather limited, encompassing perhaps a mere 10 million kilometers in radius. Observing Mela and Gora, it seemed the demon realm might also connect to the celestial realm. Yet this earth is rife with demon realms, hells, immortals, and deities. Chapter 39, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Why dwell on such matters? I am not here to engage in battle. That would be absurd. My pursuit of martial arts is aimed at achieving immortality, to evade a swift demise with these musings. Ponzu resumed his reading. Much of his knowledge derives from the cultural wisdom of his previous life, which he readily appropriates. Yet he seeks to forge his own path in martial arts, such as his unique six-tiered realm, one that, to his knowledge, has never been genuinely attained in the annals of Huaxia history, save for the legendary figure of Ponzu, who purportedly lived for 800 years. Dumpling fluttered over, saying, "Master, I still struggle with the 9-character secret. I cannot release its mystic arts. The incantation all who engage in battle stand ready is known as the 9-character true words, also referred to as the 6-armor secret blessing. Entering the sacred mountains, one must utilize the cyclical energy of time to dispel the sun and employ 5 colored cords. each 5 inches long, suspended from a great stone. That which you seek shall be granted. Moreover, it is said that entering the mountains necessitates knowledge of the 6 armor's secret blessing. The incantation states, all who engage in battle stand ready. The 9 characters must always be recited as sacred blessings, capable of dispelling all adversities. The path is not convoluted. This is its essence. To invoke the power of the 9 characters, one must chant these words while simultaneously drawing 9 straight lines, 5 horizontal and 4 vertical, in the air. Then execute the corresponding 9 secrets, aided by hand gestures to fulfill the requisite combat needs. To succeed, one must ensure that the eyes, mouth, heart, intent, spirit, and energy are all aligned. Dumpling, do not be hasty. First, straighten your tongue. Each word must be pronounced swiftly yet clearly. And you must complete the drawing of the 5 horizontal and 4 vertical lines simultaneously while reciting. Take your time to master the subsequent content. Ponzu gazed at the departing dumplings, continuing his meditative practice. On this day, as he calculated the passage of time, Ponzu summoned 10 disciples of Tianjin Fan. The youngest among you is already 6 years old, and your foundations have been laid. It is time for you to venture forth into the world, he stated. Master, master, teacher, they exclaimed. Ponzu, with a touch of exasperation, replied, I remain here, generally not straying far. Even when I do leave, it is only for a brief period. You may return whenever you feel exhausted from your adventures. The essence of martial arts lies in exploring the world and appreciating its beauty. Upon hearing Ponzu's words, the group felt a surge of excitement. Tianjin Fan, he continued, 5 years ago, I made a pact with Master Rashi that my disciples would inevitably triumph over his. Will you uphold this promise? Tianjin Fan responded earnestly, Yes, Master, I shall defeat Master Rashi's disciples. His disciples include the very individuals you have encountered before, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha. Understood, teacher, he affirmed. They are formidable warriors, rare gems of Earth's future. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, utilize the divine techniques I have imparted to you to manipulate the drawing of lots, ensuring they do not face you too early, thereby preserving their confidence by securing a place among the top 32. I comprehend, Master. Ponzu produced 10 identical uniforms, each an improved version of the gravity suit. Tianjin Fan and dumplings, yours will be set to 20 times gravity. Tuoba Quangfeng and H. Lian Hanmei will have 10 times. Tuoba Baoyu and H. Lian Chunlan will endure 8 times. Tuoba Laming and H. Lian Xiaozhu will face 4 times. And Tuoba Dianshan and H. Lian Shoujuan will experience 2 times gravity. Tianjin Fan and dumplings may adjust their gravity based on necessity. But the rest of you must adhere to your assigned levels. Excessive gravity may hinder your growth. Understood, they chorused. Moreover, you must not relieve yourselves of the gravity suits until you find yourselves in dire circumstances. You are to wear them continually. Yes, master. Yes, teacher. Now go forth. You have 6 months. Tianjin Fan and dumplings, each take 4 of your junior disciples and embark on your journey. The World Martial Arts Tournament will be held on Papaya Island. Tianjin Fan, I expect you to match Sun Wukong in strength. Are you capable of achieving this? Tianjin Fan replied calmly, I can. Ponzu stood atop a tree, watching as they gradually receded into the distance. Each of them was unstoppable. Every individual was at least a second-tier warrior. How could they not be invincible? The combat prowess of Sun Wukong and his companions peaked at about 70. With Sun Wukong himself estimated to be between 73 and 75, Krillin around 50, and Yamcha approximately 48. For Tianjin Fan, the challenge lay not in surpassing Sun Wukong's power, but in maintaining parity with it. Sun Wukong had grown exceedingly strong, boasting at least 30,000 in combat power, surpassing even Vegeta. On his journey to the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong rescued a fox named Jinji. With Jinji's assistance, they successfully reached the airport, only to discover that both were utterly destitute. Jinji had initially intended to steal 2 tickets from a wealthy individual, but fate intervened when he encountered the police. Fearing discovery, he had no choice but to surrender himself to the authorities. The 2 individuals returned to the city, contemplating how to acquire 30,000 yuan. Ponzu, sensing the atmosphere, let out a sigh. Well, if it doesn't work out, I suppose I can always lend a hand. He continued, have you forgotten about your Nimbus cloud, you fool? Just because I told you not to use it for training doesn't mean you can't utilize it at all. Just as Ponzu was about to withdraw his energy sensing, he noticed the fortune teller. Ah, this should be entertaining, he thought, observing Jinji facing the consequences of past actions and being apprehended as a robber. After interactions with the police and the fortune teller, the obstinate old woman stubbornly assisted Sun Wukong by indicating the escape route of the real robber. Sun Wukong, in turn, aided the authorities in capturing the genuine criminal and rescuing Jinji. Subsequently, under the fortune teller's guidance, Sun Wukong prepared to swim across the sea. Ponzu covered his face, sighing. Do you even know your direction after swimming for so long? He decided to wait a while before checking again. Ponzu sensed the arrival of Tian Shinhan and his 10 companions and nodded in satisfaction. Well, there's nothing much to do at home. I might as well see how they're faring. Rising, he brushed off non-existent dust from his trousers and swiftly appeared beside Tian Xinhan. Master? Jiaozi exclaimed, looking at Tian Xinhan. Brother, what are you talking about? Where's the master? Tian Xinhan, puzzled, turned his head and glanced around, even opening the window to look outside. Nothing. Perhaps I misinterpreted my feelings. Ponzu, hiding nearby, felt a wave of joy. Excellent. Not a trace of complacency. They are truly diligent. Observing Tian Xinhan and his 10 companions who had just registered, Ponzu leisurely floated in the sky, watching as Master Rashi proudly paraded his new, unfamiliar disciples before the old turtle hermit. He boasted that his disciples would emerge victorious in the upcoming martial arts tournament, attributing the previous successes of Master Rashi's students to the decline of the tournament. With that, he strutted away. Just as Puar was preparing to transform into Sun Wukong to assist with registration, Sun Wukong happened to run by. This fool is really making his way over, Puar thought. They then shared a meal together, one that Master Rashi could hardly afford, and played cards for a while before retiring for the night. Tomorrow is the martial arts tournament. Isn't it? How boring. Sun Wukong grumbled. When are you going to grow up? Chapter 40. The world's greatest martial arts tournament, 1. At the competition venue. Due to Tian Xinhan's intervention, Ponzu's 10 disciples, Sun Wukong, and others disguised as Jackie Chan, Krillin, Yamcha, along with 2 disciples of Master Crane, successfully advanced to the top 32. From that point onward, Tian Xinhan ceased to meddle with the drawing of lots, as the process was strictly numerical. Regrettably, Tuoba Laming and Helian Chunlan found themselves unfortunate to face Tian Xinhan and Jiaozi, thus failing to reach the top 16. Yamcha encountered the irascible Tuoba Baoyu, ending the fight within a minute. Tuoba Jinshan faced Master Rashi, but regrettably lost to the Jackie Chan impersonation under double gravity. Helian Hanmei promptly knocked the disciple of Master Crane out of the ring. Thus, the top 16 have been determined, comprising 7 disciples of Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, along with Wukong and Krillin, and the second disciple of Master Rashi. Master Rashi gazed with a mix of pride and resentment at the formidable Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, who had defected from his tutelage over 5 years ago. In the venue, the host reiterated the rules of the tournament. Welcome to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The competitions are about to commence on 4 separate arenas, with 2 matches on each platform. Contestants, please check your assigned numbers against the matchups and gather at your designated arenas. In this tournament, participants will engage in one-on-one battles, with a loss defined by either falling off the stage, losing consciousness, or conceding verbally. The use of weapons is strictly prohibited, and there is no time limit. Combat may continue until a victor is determined. The 16 competitors began their preparations. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. Tianjin Fan faced Helian Xiaozhu. Dumpling was pitted against Helian Hanmei. Jackie Chan squared off against Helian Xiaozhu. Tuoba Kwangfeng confronted Master Rashi's second disciple. Tuoba Baoyu battled the Tiger Man. Sun Wukong went against a Yaren. Krillin faced the former sumo champion, and the werewolf contended with Mr. Exploding Head Pudding. Before long, the 8 finalists emerged. Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Jackie Chan, Tuoba Kwangfeng, Tuoba Baoyu, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the werewolf. Master Rashi harshly reprimanded his disciples. You worthless fools. You couldn't even defeat the 3 under Master Rashi, nor could you best 2 traitors. His disciples attempted to defend themselves. Master, they are simply too strong. How can they be strong? If you cannot even contend with such weaklings, what use are you? You might as well perish. In a shocking display, Master Rashi executed his 2 disciples before the assembled crowd. Truly worthless. Our school does not nurture failures. Onlookers murmured in horror. How cruel. How terrifying. How despicable. How heartless. Master Rashi scoffed, turning away and striding towards a corner. Ponzu observed this and mused, oh, is this fool truly preparing to kill Tianjin Fan himself? I wonder if he will be startled by Tianjin Fan's prowess and flee when the time comes. As time passed, the tournament swiftly progressed to the semifinals. An eagerly anticipated spectacle for the audience. The host exuberantly declared, welcome to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. After intense battles, we have determined the top 8 contestants. The matchups are as follows. Jackie Chan versus the werewolf, Tianjin Fan versus Tuoba Baoyu, Dumpling versus Krillin, and Sun Wukong versus Tuoba Kwangfeng. The first match featured Jackie Chan against the werewolf, who was a rare being afflicted with a troublesome condition that transformed him into a human upon the sight of the moon. In the arena, Jackie Chan and the werewolf exchanged a few words before commencing their battle. Suddenly, Krillin turned his head and beheld Tien, Dumpling, Tuoba storm, and Tuoba wind soaring effortlessly through the air, observing the battle. Goku, look at them. They actually, Sun Wukong, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, so they can do that too. Who else can? It's Ponzu, Bulma's remarkably gifted brother. You mean Ponzu can do it as well? Indeed. I've even ventured into the demon realm with him. Krillin pondered silently, recalling Bulma mentioning that her brother could only fly using his own inventions. Yamcha said the same. He resolved to inquire further later. Meanwhile, Tuoba Storm, observing from the sidelines, asked Tien, Master, those two youngsters are discussing our teacher. Are they the disciples of Master Rashi? Tien admonished, Storm, focus on the match. The styles displayed here will benefit you. Yes, Master. Wait, Goku, did you say you've been to the demon realm? What is this demon realm? Sun Wukong replied innocently. It's the demon realm, behind a door. Pawns can even bring me directly outside. After contemplating for a moment, Krillin concluded that the oblivious Sun Wukong would yield no fruitful answers and abandoned the thought. Goku, they are wearing identical attire. It seems they are training under the same master. Wukong nodded gravely, indeed. They are formidable. I genuinely look forward to battling them. Tien subtly nodded. Are you looking forward to it? I too am anticipating, especially to see what skills you possess that even Master venerates, claiming you can fight alongside me. Little did our confident Tien realize that it was not Sun Wukong who fought beside him, but rather he alongside Sun Wukong, a revelation that would not dawn on him for at least a decade. In the arena, Jackie Chan and the Wolfman had already engaged in combat. The Wolfman, filled with fury, unleashed a flurry of claw attacks, all of which Jackie deftly evaded. With an agile flip, he landed behind the Wolfman, bemusedly stating, How strange, I truly cannot recall what transpired 3 years ago. The Wolfman, enraged, retorted, Are you feigning ignorance? Jackie nonchalantly dismissed several matters, further inciting the Wolfman's ire. Since you cannot remember, allow me to enlighten you. 3 years ago, you shattered the full moon here. And since then, it has never returned. The Wolfman lamented, I have not seen a full moon again, nor transformed back into a human. Do you understand? His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. He opened his mouth wide in anguish. It is all because of you. I shall never become human again, and it is your fault. Silence enveloped the arena. The massive Wolfman buried his face in his hands, weeping, then howled to the heavens. No girl pays me any mind anymore. Do you know how much it hurts? I will avenge the moon you destroyed. Upon understanding the backstory, Jackie could only express regret and easily defeated him. The most terrifying adversary in this world is not one who regards you as a formidable foe, but rather one who overlooks you and can effortlessly crush you. Jackie Chan effortlessly defeated the werewolf, smoothly advancing into the top 4. Overcome by guilt, he employed a binding technique to immobilize the creature, positioning Baldy Klin behind him while ensuring the werewolf's gaze remained fixed upon the back of Klin's head. With arms outstretched, Jackie summoned the subtle movements of his internal energy, continuously mesmerizing the werewolf. He instilled in the beast the belief that the back of Klin's head was the moon, and a full moon at that. After a few desperate cries, the werewolf transformed back into a human. The arena fell into a hushed silence as the werewolf realized his human form, joyously celebrating his return and expressing profound gratitude towards Jackie before departing in elation. Next up was the match between Tianjin Fan and Tuoba Baoyu. Chapter 41, The Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, 2. The referee, displaying remarkable dedication, ascended the competition stage. With the festive atmosphere of the tournament still vibrant, he promptly announced the commencement of the second match, featuring Tianjin Fan against Tuoba Baoyu. Ponzu observed Jackie Chan as he prepared for his next bout, remarking on the old master Rashi's prowess. Despite his lecherous tendencies, his skills were formidable. Kamehameha, after-image fist, multi-after-image fist, drunken fist, hypnosis, universal shockwave, binding technique, demon sealing wave, aura sensing, and mind reading. If not for his lascivious nature, his combat abilities might have reached extraordinary heights. Tianjin Fan regarded Tuoba Baoyu, launching himself into the fray with the universe pursuit technique. Aware of the overwhelming strength of his senior brother, Tuoba Baoyu grit his teeth and followed suit. Outside the arena, the observing crane hermit glared at Tianjin Fan with clenched teeth, seething with rage. Curse that Tianjin Fan for stealing my martial arts and betraying me. I will ensure his demise. Tianjin Fan, sensing the hostility, glanced toward the crane hermit. Tuoba Baoyu bowed and declared, Brother, let the match commence. The referee, microphone in hand, exclaimed in astonishment. It turns out that Tianjin Fan and Tuoba Baoyu are fellow disciples. Without hesitation, Tuoba Baoyu launched a rapid series of attacks, showcasing an array of techniques previously unseen by the audience. In the backstage area, Jackie, Klin, and Goku watched in astonishment, their jaws agape. They are incredible, old man. Goku exclaimed. Indeed, Jackie replied. I eagerly anticipate battling against them. On the battlefield, Baoyu soon found himself at a disadvantage and was forced to create distance. Be careful, brother, he warned. You can attack with confidence. Tuoba Baoyu began to weave intricate hand seals, chanting fervently, the essence of heaven and earth, the roots of myriad energies. Cultivating through countless tribulations, I shall prove my divine powers. Within the cosmos, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my being, invisible to sight and unheard by sound, encompassing all creation and nurturing life. Reciting this countless times, I am illuminated. From the starry skies to the spirits of the four corners, all gods pay homage, wielding thunder. Demons quail in fear, and phantoms vanish. Within me lies thunder. The name of the thunder god concealed. Wisdom penetrates all, as the 5 energies surge forth. The golden light manifests swiftly, shielding my form. Light of heaven, light of earth, light of sun and moon and stars, the great light illuminating all corners. I serve as the master of Qi, urgently obeying the decree. It was indeed the golden light incantation, a supreme Taoist spell, masterfully adapted by Ponzu from his previous life. As the incantation concluded and the spell mark was completed, the energy surrounding Storm surged upward, radiating brilliantly from his entire being. Storm, your speed is far too sluggish. At this rate, your adversary would have already claimed your life. Upon returning to the mountain, you must train twice as hard. Yes, brother. After Tianjin Fan's admonishment, he swiftly resorted to utilizing his 4 demon forms, launching an assault towards Storm. Meanwhile, the concealed pawns in the heavens nodded in satisfaction, sensing a hint of his elder brother's finesse. Little did he realize, Tianjin Fan below was muttering to himself, "Damn it. All my junior brothers and sisters can wield our master's unique techniques, yet I remain unable to learn." With that, he swiftly struck Storm with 2 rapid blows. It is pertinent to note that they were all clad in gravity suits, adjusting their weight during combat, and Tianjin Fan, apart from his skills and on-the-spot ingenuity, did not possess a significant advantage. Sun Wukong observed in awe. Wow, how impressive. Meanwhile, Master Crane was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Damn it, why has his power increased so dramatically? I feel I cannot compete with him." The intense battle raged on. "Brother, be cautious." Storm suddenly extended his fingers, producing 30-centimeter long light swords, invoking the 9-in white bone claw. "Damn it." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while the referee stammered. The use of weapons is not permitted during the match. Storm turned to the referee, shouting in fury, "Fool, do you see a weapon in my possession?" Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan executed a sudden flash, closing the distance to deliver an elbow strike. "Ugh, fool, to be distracted in battle. What have you been practicing?" he admonished. "You shall face punishment upon your return." Storm, suppressing his abdominal pain, rose to his feet. "Yes, brother." Tianjin Fan prepared himself to continue the fight as Storm advanced. Outside the arena, Krillin was drenched in cold sweat. These individuals are so abnormal. Fortunately, I am facing a little one. Perhaps he lacks substantial strength. He glanced at Chaozu, who, sensing something, returned the gaze, causing Krillin to shiver and immediately stand straight against the wall to watch the match. Breathless, Storm proclaimed, "Brother, this is my final move." He crossed his hands at his waist, gathering energy, then extended his arms to either side, concentrating the energy in his right hand. With a forward thrust, he pulled his arms apart, producing a visible beam of white light. Then, with his left hand raised before his chest and right elbow resting on his left hand's fingertips, he shamefully declared, "Right hand light." Were there any earthlings present, they would undoubtedly chastise Pawns for being a shameless thief, stealing Digga's technique. Yet, Pawns would argue that one cannot call it theft when it is merely borrowing knowledge. Tianjin Fan observed Storm intently. He would not allow himself to be careless in any battle, thanks to the lessons learned from his master and 9 junior siblings. Despite Chaozu clearly being stronger, Tianjin Fan formed a triangular shape with his hands, fingers curved, as a spherical flash bomb began to materialize in his palms. Gradually, he widened the distance between his fingers. Devourer's Sphere. Storm, realizing the gravity of the situation, gasped in alarm. But it was too late. Tianjin Fan had seized the opportunity to counter this move. Storm, panting heavily, conceded defeat. The referee stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Tianjin Fan inquired of the referee, "Will you not begin to declare the victor?" Outside the ring, Goku, Krillin, and Chun-Li wore solemn expressions. Such tenacity. Only after being admonished by Tianjin Fan did the referee regain his composure and awkwardly ascend the platform. The contestant Tua Babuyu conceded, resulting in Tianjin Fan's victory in the second match. The third match commenced, featuring Krillin against the contestant Jiaozi. Krillin gazed gravely at Jiaozi, who had also just emerged from the fray. "Hey, are you from the same sect?" Jiaozi, noticing Krillin's impoliteness, chose not to respond, instead sticking out his tongue repeatedly. "Shorty, little runt, baldy moonhead." Krillin, provoked by Jiaozi's taunts, felt a surge of anger. Without waiting for the referee's signal to finish, he lunged forward to attack. The referee hurriedly vacated the ring to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "Hey, both contestants, please heed the instructions." Unfortunately, the 2 fighters paid no mind. Krillin launched a flurry of attacks at Jiaozi, but despite his vigorous efforts, his performance was dismal. His record stood at 0-15. No, it was not just poor. His attacks were entirely evaded by Jiaozi's nimble movements. "You little weakling. Your moves are slow, your strength is feeble, and your footwork is chaotic. How infuriating. You're the one who is small." Jiaozi retorted, sticking out his tongue. Krillin, sweating profusely, eyed his opponent. Had he known better, he would have observed Jiaozi's fighting style beforehand. Suddenly, Jiaozi launched a rapid assault, leaving Krillin bewildered. Each of Jiaozi's maneuvers was executed with precision. Yet Krillin found himself utterly unable to counter. During a brief interlude in the clash, Krillin seized the moment to unleash a combination of punches and kicks. But aside from his initial hit, all subsequent attacks were deftly avoided. Ultimately, he was compelled to resort to the technique known as Huan Yu Chui Xing. Soaring into the air, Bulma exclaimed from the sidelines, "Look, that person is hovering in the air like a helicopter." The audience gasped in astonishment. Nearby, Jackie Chan, observing intently, remarked with a serious expression, Chapter 42, The World Martial Arts Tournament, 3. That's the unique skill of the Crane School, the sky dance technique, he stated. On the other side, Tuababu coldly interjected, "Old man, don't pretend to be knowledgeable. That is neither Crane School nor Bird School, but rather our sect's exclusive technique." Sun Wukong, irate, retorted at Tuababu, "Silence. You shall not call him an old man. He is to be addressed as grandfather." Tianjin Fan scoffed, flying to Jackie Chan and landing gracefully on his feet. He bowed deeply. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for my junior's behavior. It was my negligence that allowed him to disrespect you, and I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf." "Senior brother," Tianjin Fan shouted, "be quiet. Hurry and apologize to the esteemed elder. Where have you learned about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust?" The fierce wind and rain immediately approached to express their apologies. Jackie Chan quickly replied that it was no trouble, even jesting that he was indeed an old man. "Your aura is incredibly vast and robust," he continued. The others stood respectfully to the side. Even the usually hot-headed Baiyu dared not express any dissent. Ponzu observed all of this with a sense of satisfaction. Jackie Chan's gaze sharpened. "Such strength. I am no match for you." In the midst of a seemingly stalemated match, Tian Shinhan remarked, "Old man, what we are employing is not the exclusive technique of the Crane School, but rather the Cosmic Star Pursuit technique imparted by my master." "Cosmic Star Pursuit technique?" echoed the astonished bystanders. "Indeed, it is a flying technique invented by my master, suitable for use in outer space." The turtle hermit stumbled back in shock. "Outer space?" Sun Wukong inquired with confusion, "What is outer space?" "I am quite ashamed, for my abilities are insufficient to venture into space, hence my ignorance of it." Meanwhile, Dumpling and Krillin faced off in the arena. The referee gazed up at Dumpling, who was gracefully soaring through the air. Incredible. The competitor Dumpling can fly freely in the sky. Dumpling stood aloft, extending his right index finger. "Do your best to evade. I am about to launch my attack." With that, a radiant glow emanated from his fingertip. Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, "Ding wave." "Krillin, be cautious. The Ding wave is formidable." Tian Shinan interjected, "No, that is not the Ding wave. It is the One Yang finger, a technique 10,000 times more powerful." Soon, Krillin found himself utterly exhausted and was directly kicked out of the ring by Dumpling. The referee climbed onto the stage, still in awe. "Astounding. The competitor Dumpling can indeed soar through the heavens. How impressive. Hey, referee, can you declare the victory now?" "Ah, yes. This match is won by Dumpling, who advances to the semifinals. Congratulations." Next, the final match of the semifinals commenced, featuring Sun Wukong against Tuoba Quangfing. Jackie Chan observed the battlefield, noting the mysterious character who had already won 2 matches. Tian Shinhan addressed Tuoba Quangfing, who had taken the stage. "Let us adjust to 11. Focus entirely on the task at hand." "Yes, senior brother," Tuoba Quangfing replied as he adjusted a button on his attire. Jackie was taken aback. "What? This young man's aura has suddenly weakened. What is happening?" Tuoba Quangfing took his position on the field. In the background, the turtle hermit hesitantly asked, "Young man, what is that?" "Do not mind it, turtle hermit. It is merely an insignificant technique. I have come to fulfill an appointment." "Ah, what nonsense are you spouting?" The turtle hermit retorted. "I have come at my master's behest to meet you, yet I did not expect your disciple to be so weak. I am Jackie Chan. You have mistaken me for someone else. Perhaps, but it matters not. Do you know, turtle hermit?" "What?" Tian Shinhan observed the 2 opponents, both intensely focused. "Our master is not here. If he were to witness this scene, he would surely be delighted." "How infuriating. Your disciple is feeble. Were it not for the master's request, your disciple could not even defeat our youngest disciple, Tuoba Dinshan." The turtle hermit, embodying Jackie Chan, stood firmly with clenched fists at his waist. How infuriating. Ponzu gazed at Tianjin Fan, unable to suppress his boastful inclinations, and felt no excessive reproach within himself. This was primarily because he had discreetly confided in Master Rashi, and secondarily, indulging one's desires to a moderate extent can alleviate the pressures experienced during training. Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, leaving Tuoba Quangfing seemingly astonished and motionless in place. How infuriating. The 11-fold gravity was indeed too taxing, rendering the little imp's actions perceptible yet unreactive. In light of this, suddenly, Helian Quangfing struck an enigmatic pose, channeling energy throughout his body. The 4-body fist. To everyone's astonishment, 4 identical Tuoba Quangfings appeared simultaneously. "Oh, Has that lad Tianjin Fan even entrusted them with the four-body fist? The rapidly sprinting Sun Wukong halted, taken aback. Hey, is this the afterimage technique of Master Rashi? Not at all. It is the four-body fist taught to me by my senior brother. Each one is genuine, so be cautious. At that moment, all four figures crouched simultaneously, yet refrained from attacking, instead executing a series of bizarre movements. The afterimage fist. 12 Quangfangs manifested in the arena, swiftly encircling Sun Wukong. Alas, had they been operating under tenfold gravity, perhaps they could have bested Sun Wukong. However, under the abrupt elevation to 11-fold, Tuoba Quangfang could not keep pace with Sun Wukong's speed, even with their overwhelming number. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Quangfang soaring into the sky, following suit with his own leap. Yet, Tuoba Quangfang employed the cosmic star pursuit technique to shift horizontally, leaving Sun Wukong to tumble awkwardly back onto the ordinary arena. The referee raised one hand to shield his eyes from the sun, peering upward while holding a microphone. Incredible. The Tuoba contestant can also take to the air, seemingly as if they all possess the ability to soar. Tuoba Quangfang looked down at the landing Sun Wukong, seething. How vexing. 11-fold gravity is utterly insufficient to defeat him. No, even if I matched his strength, I would still fall short. He is formidable, akin to my senior brother. As Tuoba Quangfang descended, Sun Wukong bared his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. If he remains airborne, I stand no chance against him. If only I could fly as well. Quangfang's right hand suddenly erupted with light, yet he refrained from attacking Sun Wukong, instead carving 5 horizontal and 4 vertical lines of light that lingered in the air. Chanting softly, enter the sacred mountains, expel the sun with the heavenly cycle, with 5 colored ribbons of 5 inches each, suspended upon a great stone. What I seek shall surely be attained. Furthermore, it is said, to enter the mountains, one must understand the secret blessings of the 6 generals. The incantation states, those who engage in battle shall array themselves before me. The 9 characters must always be solemnly chanted, repelling all obstacles. The path to the truth is untroublesome. This is the essence of it. Simultaneously, his hands performed intricate gestures, after forming a series of complex hand seals. Quangfang crossed his fingers inward, his knuckles facing outward. Formation dense, command. As the fierce wind emanated a visible golden light from its entirety, the brilliance swiftly converged before it, revealing a Fushi Bagua formation. Unlike pawns, the wind did not magnify. Instead, it enveloped itself within the entire array, primarily to conserve energy, for it lacked Pawn's formidable aura. Sun Wukong paused in his preparatory stance for an attack. This feels familiar. I have seen it before. The wind, observing the adorably dazed Sun Wukong, retorted, do not jest. How could you possibly have encountered the 9-character secret art of my sect? Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to recollect something. Ah, is there someone named Ponzu among you? He can do it too. He even transformed that golden circle into a binding ring to ensnare the Azura of the demon realm. Outside the arena, Bulma, upon hearing Sun Wukong mention pawns, immediately became agitated. Chapter 43, Contest for the Top 2, Part 1. Bulma attempted to scale the wall to inquire further. Oolong, in a panic, swiftly grasped her arm. Bulma, do not act impulsively. The match is still ongoing. Wait for Wukong to come down before you ask. Eventually, Bulma was persuaded. Calming herself, with her hands on her hips, she ceased speaking and focused her gaze on the competition unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, backstage, Master Rashi, transformed into a dragon, was astounded to learn that Sun Wukong had indeed ventured into the demon realm and encountered an Azura. Oh my, he actually went to the demon realm and saw an Azura. However, Ten and Kairatsu paid him no heed, and after an awkward moment, they feigned indifference, redirecting their attention to the match. How rude, they are ignoring an elder. The wind, exasperated, thought, how dare you address our sect leader's name so casually, you insolent brat. Once again, the wind formed a series of hand seals, chanting incantations, heavenly thunder, clash of dragons and tigers, sun and moon illuminate, reveal my clarity, distant friends. Heed my call, summon the heavenly soldiers and generals, earthly troops and commanders, divine warriors and sentinels, official troops and leaders, 5 thunder generals, manifest as commanded, swiftly as the law dictates. Suddenly, the wind, shielded by the Taiji Bagua, donned armor, wielded a spear, and donned boots that allowed it to ascend. Bulma, witnessing this, exclaimed, Referee, he is in violation. He is using weapons. Lien Hanmei, who had already entered the arena, coldly regarded Bulma without uttering a word. It was precisely because of that audacious woman that her master and fellow disciples found themselves at odds. Nonetheless, they had significantly enhanced their strength as a result. It seems you have forgotten entirely. With so many of us, you did not recognize a single one. What do you wish to ask the master? Are you hoping for compensation? Indeed, when they were merely 8 children, and with 3 years of relentless training and physical honing, they had transformed dramatically. Bulma genuinely failed to recognize them. Pawns, hovering in the air, gazed down with a complex expression. The referee in the arena hesitated, pondering. You say he is wielding a weapon. While he indeed possesses one, you claim he is not using it, yet he has not employed it. Sun Wukong remained steadfast in his combat readiness. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. In the arena, another fierce clash ensued as the wind, protected by the Taiji Bagua and divine armor, disregarded defense and focused solely on attacking Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wukong's lack of weaponry, he fought with trepidation, while the fierce winds, hindered by gravity, struggled to keep pace with him. Moreover, the relentless onslaught of two formidable techniques continuously sapped the strength of the winds. Soon, the gale was compelled to step onto the arena, even abandoning its formation. Tianjin Fan shook his head in disapproval. Brother, the Gale disciple has lost his composure. Succumbing to fear before the battle has even begun. He should not have relied on the formation initially. Had he utilized the word formation or the all formation, victory would have been assured. Indeed, even with a portion of his power unexpectedly suppressed, he still surpassed Sun Wukong by a considerable margin. Alas, he has faltered, compounded by Sun Wukong's innocent and fearless demeanor. Indeed, thus, Master has stated that we shall fight alongside him. No, Tianjin Fan replied gravely. Master said he is stronger than us. It is merely the influence of an unreliable and inexperienced teacher that has rendered him so weak. Indeed, if he is this formidable on his own, how much stronger would he become training with us? Upon hearing this, Jackie Chan roared at them, You two rascals. What nonsense are you spouting? You can speak of surpassing him only if you prove yourselves capable. Dumpling flew before Jackie, observing his anger with curiosity. Dumpling, do not engage. Reluctantly, Dumpling returned. Brother, why is that old man Jackie so enraged about Master Rashi, that useless fool? In the air, Pons let out a chuckle. I cannot laugh. I must endure. I have undergone specialized training. Unless it becomes unbearable. You lack the strength now, let me take over. The Gale, glaring at the smug Sun Wukong, was filled with indignation and reached inside his clothing. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan disregarded his quarrel with Master Rashi. Gale, no? Have you forgotten Master's instructions? Do you remember the purpose of your appearance? What are you intending to do? Reluctantly, Gale lowered his hand, clenching his fists at his side. In times of great significance, maintain your composure. In times of great significance, maintain your composure. Finally regaining his tranquility, the Gale calmly regarded Sun Wukong. Come forth, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the Gale's sudden calmness, immediately launched an attack. On the sidelines, the referee stammered, so astonishing. The duel between the two competitors is unfolding at such a rapid pace that it is barely discernible. Yet, amidst the howling winds and rolling stones, we can perceive the intensity of this confrontation. No sooner had the referee spoken than the Gale was struck down to the ground. His speed is too great. My energy is insufficient to employ the all formation to bind him. However, I might be able to delay his movements. With this thought, the Gale swiftly reactivated the cosmic star chase technique. Sun Wukong found himself rooted to the spot. He repeated his earlier actions, albeit with a different incantation and hand signs this time. The Gale intertwined his fingers, joints protruding outward, and bellowed, all formation, command. A golden thread materialized from the Gale's body, shooting straight towards Sun Wukong. Though innocent, Sun Wukong's innate combat prowess was unparalleled, with agile leaps and bounds. Yet the techniques devised by Ponzu were not so easily evaded, and soon enough, Jin Guang ensnared him. Sun Wukong assumed he would be bound like a Shura, and as he prepared to exert his strength to break free, he discovered he could still move normally. Why was this ineffective against him? The fierce winds huffed and puffed as they descended. Indeed, my combat experience pales in comparison to my senior brothers. They must have seen through it long ago. No wonder my senior brother suddenly instructed me to compete under 11 times the gravitational force. It all makes sense now. The fierce wind glanced at the contestant area and then observed Sun Wukong, who was still perplexed by his unrestrained state. Without hesitation, he advanced and launched a swift attack. This time, Sun Wukong's response was slightly slower. Cursed be it, that light circle did not limit my actions, but rather slowed my speed. I must break free. The two engaged in aerial combat, their figures weaving past one another. The fierce wind puffed heavily. Damn, my energy is nearly spent, and I still have to withstand the weight of 11 times gravity. What a fortunate lad. Just as Sun Wukong assumed a stance to continue the battle, he suddenly clutched his stomach. I am famished. The onlookers backstage, upon seeing this, were immediately taken aback. Oh no, Wukong is hungry, exclaimed Jackie Chan's senior brother. Our disciple is out of breath. He is about to concede. Well, it has been a sufficient bout thus far. That lad is commendable, yet he requires further training. Sun Wukong continued to whine while clutching his belly. Meanwhile, the fierce wind stood up. Referee, I concede. The entire arena fell into astonishment. How could this be? The odds seemed heavily in favor of the fierce wind. What an astonishing warrior. Had you trained under our master, you might surpass even Tianjin Fan. Referee, I concede. It is time for you to announce the results. Upon finishing his statement, The fierce wind exited the backstage area. The referee, bewildered, ascended the stage, staring at the still oblivious Sun Wukong. Now, advancing to the next round is our contestant, Sun Wukong. Thus, the top 4 contenders were established: Tianjin Fan, Jackie Chan, Jiaozi, and Sun Wukong. The upcoming semifinals will feature Tianjin Fan against Jackie Chan and Jiaozi against Sun Wukong. Riding on the wave of excitement, we now commence the semifinals with the first match, Tianjin Fan versus Jackie Chan. Please stay tuned. Jackie Chan, with a grave expression, approached the edge of the ring. What astonishing youth. Are they all products of Ponzu's training? I can no longer deny my age. I am bound to lose this time. Chapter 44. Tianjin Fan versus Jackie Chan. Tianjin Fan flew out with an air of indifference. The referee had yet to leave, still shouting and hollering. Contestant Tianjin Fan. Are you all from the same sect? Can you all fly? Tianjin Fan looked at the referee and offered a slight bow. Indeed. Those wearing the same attire are my fellow disciples. We all hail from the Qi sect, taught by the same master. Our ability to fly is merely a manifestation of our mastery over Qi. May I inquire if your sect is still accepting disciples? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Please, commence the match. Oh, only then did the referee snap back to reality. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament's semifinals officially commence. As soon as the referee finished speaking, he swiftly descended from the platform. Now, we witness a fierce clash between the competitors, Tianjin Fan and Jackie Chan. Their speed is astonishing. The host struggles to keep up, so I shall refrain from commentary. Let the audience engage their own perceptions. However, one must anticipate who shall claim the title of the world as champion. Referee, please refrain from distractions and focus on the match. Jackie, your movements, breath control, and footwork are formidable, yet regrettably, you are not my target. Preventing a truly exhilarating battle. Young man, do not underestimate the wisdom of the elderly. Tianjin Fan, perceiving Jackie Chan as a formidable adversary, merely shrugged and refrained from speech, launching directly into the attack. Soon, Jackie realized something was amiss. This young fellow is unlike the others. If Tianjin Fan were aware, he would surely berate Jackie. Of course, I have not trained in martial arts. I have yet to master many of my teacher's extraordinary techniques. At this point, Jackie is still stronger than Sun Wukong, albeit his strength is limited. It was only after adjusting his gravitational multiplier to 21 times that Tianjin Fan ceased his assault. I am eager to see what astonishing abilities you possess. Young man, temper your impetuosity and learn the virtues of self-cultivation. In the backstage, Sun Wukong observed the standoff between the two. Outside, Krillin, appearing relaxed, reassured Bulma, saying, "Rest assured, Grandpa Jackie will undoubtedly triumph over Tianjin Fan with ease. That fellow stands no chance against him. Is that so? Yet they both seem rather serious to me. Have no worries, for I am Krillin. Having trained under Master Roshi for 5 years, I can discern strength levels." Sun Wukong, with a grave expression, gazed at the arena. That individual named Tianjin Fan possesses strength beyond the ordinary. Should Jackie be defeated, I would not be surprised. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Weakened. In the arena, even as Tianjin Fan's momentum waned, Jackie chose not to strike first, opting for a defensive stance. Very well, I shall attack. Tianjin Fan unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, which Jackie skillfully evaded, then transitioned to an offensive, with Jackie's hooks and kicks similarly dodged by Tianjin Fan. In a moment of inattention, Jackie seized Tianjin Fan's left foot while crouched, hurling him skyward. Yet, Tianjin Fan gracefully descended back onto the stage, utilizing the universal pursuit technique. Alright, Jackie, the warm-up is over. In the arena, everyone struggled to locate Tianjin Fan, while Jackie leapt, evading an attack aimed at his lower body. The two then leapt towards each other simultaneously, exchanging over 70 strikes in midair before landing. Outside, the atmosphere intensified. Wow, how impressive, how daunting, how dashing. After a brief standoff, Jackie declared, "Now it's my turn to attack." He charged forward with a powerful shout to elevate his momentum. In the midst of his advance, he unleashed his Mirage Fist. The audience watched in awe as 3, then 6, then 12 images of Jackie Chan circled around Tianjin Fan, swiftly forming a blur of shadows. Facing Tian Xinhan, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued, all of which were consumed by Tian Xinhan. Alas, Tian Xinhan, possessing 3 eyes, swiftly discerned Jackie Chan's true form. With a soaring kick, he struck Jackie, sending him crashing into the wall. As Jackie rose, he gazed intently at Tian Xinhan, realizing, so it is true. You indeed possess remarkable skill. It seems that without revealing my true abilities, I stand no chance. With that, he shed his garments and cast them into the sky. Tian Xinhan launched a rapid assault, but Jackie adeptly caught him and retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Tian soaring into the heavens. Soon, both combatants bore the marks of their fierce exchange. Above, Ponzu observed Tian Xinhan adapting to the temporary adjustment of 21 times gravity, engaging Jackie in a back-and-forth struggle. It appeared that Tian Xinhan had not slackened in his training over the past 6 months. His exposure to formidable opponents had proven beneficial. Press on, Tien Shinhan. I hope you can alter your destiny under my guidance. Meanwhile, the observing Master Rashi was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, how could he have grown so strong? What is happening? Gradually, he retreated, muttering, I must reach my brother, Tofu, and eliminate them. Ponzu, watching the fleeing Master Rashi, merely scoffed, taking no action. The old man could handle Tien Shinhan on his own. The spectators held their breath as the battle intensified, realizing he was at an impasse. Tien Shinhan executed a high jump aimed at Jackie, only to have Jackie grasp him with both hands, resulting in a stalemate. Tien Shinhan, with far more combat experience than anyone else, swiftly employed his other foot, sending Jackie flying. Jackie barely managed to regain his footing, but Tien Shinhan was already upon him. With the edge of the arena merely 60 centimeters behind Jackie. I have won, declared Tien Shinhan as he seized Jackie by the armpits, attempting to push him off the edge. In response, Jackie twisted and ensnared Tien Shinhan's arm, and the two struggled at the brink of the stage. Behold my ultimate technique, the axle lock. Yet, Tien Shinhan grit his teeth and gradually pushed Jackie toward the precipice. Just as Jackie dangled precariously, the situation grew tense once more. With no other recourse, Tien Shinhan resorted to a mutually destructive tactic, ramming his head into Jackie's. In a moment of desperation, Jackie bent down, lifted Tien Shinhan, and executed a maneuver akin to a carp's leap, propelling them both toward the center of the arena. Seeing no alternative, Tien Shinhan unleashed the solar flare, resulting in a dazzling explosion of blinding light that illuminated the entire venue. Quickly recovering, Tien Shinhan aimed to knock Jackie unconscious with a barrage of strikes. As Jackie rose, he retorted, solar flare. You dare to kick me? Are you a professional in electric welding? With your skills, why not pursue a career in solar energy instead of engaging in combat? Youngsters these days lack martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks and deceit. Is this how it should be? No, it is not. I advise you, young man, to reflect on your actions and avoid repeating such errors in the future. The martial world values harmony and upholds martial virtues. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril, devoid of chivalry. Without strength, one may find themselves at the mercy of fate. Even Tianjin Fan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Master Rashi. Could it be that I have been driven to madness? The sky bore witness to the perplexed expression of Ponzu. Surely, Master Rashi did not traverse from another world, possessing such an abundance of knowledge. Just as Master Rashi, portraying Jackie Chan, was about to speak, he was swiftly interrupted by Tianjin Fan's aggressive advance. Ponzu observed for a moment before closing his eyes and reclining in the sky. Indeed, after Tianjin Fan executed the Kamehameha, astonishing Master Rashi, Jackie Chan murmured a few words and, with his hands behind his back, leapt off the stage in immediate surrender. Truly, the old lecher lives up to his title as a master, possessing an exceptional ability to discern character. The audience was left in utter astonishment, bewildered by Jackie Chan's decision to concede. Tianjin Fan gazed at Jackie Chan, pondering if this was indeed the esteemed Master Rashi, despite his apparent weakness. A spark of realization illuminated Tianjin Fan's eyes. This sensation is rather delightful. The referee ascended the stage, declaring that the first contestant to secure a place in the top two, thereby vying for the championship, was none other than Tianjin Fan, who had bested the previous champion. Chapter 45, Jiaozi vs. Goku. The second round of the top two competition was upon us, featuring Jiaozi against Goku. What mesmerizing and dazzling battles shall they unfold? Let us await the spectacle. Introducing contestant Jiaozi. With a swift leap, Jiaozi soared into the air, and the audience, now accustomed to such displays, no longer expressed surprise. Introducing contestant Sun Wukong. The moment Wukong appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wukong! Wukong! Jiaozi remained airborne, while Sun Wukong prepared for battle. The referee, with a rather dubious demeanor, scurried off the stage. The match commenced. Sun Wukong quickly launched a left hook followed by a right, but alas, Jiaozi was gliding above, skillfully evading his strikes. You cannot hope to defeat me if you cannot fly, Jiaozi taunted, observing Wukong's frustration. With a flourish, Jiaozi formed a hand seal and recited an incantation. All warriors shall advance in formation. Instantly, 5 horizontal and 4 vertical beams of light materialized before him. Move forth. Heed my command. A beam struck Sun Wukong, and to the astonishment of the crowd, he began to ascend slowly into the air. Wow, such mastery of the energy arts. They possess so many wondrous skills. The onlookers were enraptured, yearning to seek out these practitioners as their mentors. Sun Wukong, filled with astonishment, flailed his limbs. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible. I can fly too. Jiaozi beamed with an enigmatic smile. He then soared across the sky, directly charging at Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Ponzu scoffed in disdain. Foolish. As anticipated, upon colliding with Sun Wukong, Jiaozi found himself ensnared in Wukong's embrace, only to receive several swift elbow strikes before being propelled away. Interesting. You are quite formidable. Your techniques are truly diverse. Jiaozi replied with a mysterious grin. In the sky, Dumpling stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his right hand extended before his chest, palm facing downward. His left hand traced a circular motion from the chest to the left, down, then up, while simultaneously striking downward with the palm facing down. As his left palm descended, his right hand moved downward, and as his left palm sliced downward, his right hand was raised, forming a palm that directed right, down, and up, all while his left hand continued its downward strike, completing the circular motion back to his chest, palm still facing downward. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, unable to leverage any support in midair, was struck directly, causing his body to explode, with smoke billowing from his head. "Ah, how infuriating," he exclaimed. As Dumpling intoned, "On the day of the second lunar month, known as the time of Inda, a celestial heart can conceal itself. Thus, the sun and moon shall lose their light, rendering humans and spirits unseen." The invisibility technique rendered Dumpling's presence undetectable. Abruptly, Sun Wukong was kicked back toward the arena, only to be lifted into the air again. "Wow," he exclaimed, as a sudden realization struck him. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave, propelling himself toward the arena, crashing heavily into the center. After a brief moment, he managed to rise. Outside the ring, Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in terror. "What? To escape from my disciple's technique so swiftly is truly terrifying." Indeed, while Tianjin Fan could also break free, it required extensive training, as he had been unable to escape Dumpling's torment for a long time. To think that Sun Wukong could devise a countermeasure after just a few strikes. Tianjin Fan was drenched in cold sweat. What astounding combat intuition. Remarkable. He truly is a monster. "Brother, he has directly countered my technique. Foolish Dumpling, are you still fighting? Take it seriously." Just as Sun Wukong was reveling in his victory, he noticed Dumpling's voice. "I found you." He executed a flying kick towards the invisible Dumpling. Forced to reveal himself, Dumpling hovered in the air, gazing down at Sun Wukong. "Since it has come to this," Dumpling declared, pulling out a handful of beans. "With the power of the divine, I command the essence of the spirit. By this spell, transform these beans into soldiers." The head of the Chi sect commands urgently. The spectators watched as the descending beans transformed into towering giants, each standing 10 feet tall, surrounding the arena and commencing their assault on Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong conjured numerous shadows, attacking the spirit soldiers summoned by Dumpling. The crowd protested, claiming Dumpling was using weaponry, but ultimately, he withdrew his divine powers, leaving Sun Wukong panting, hands resting on his knees. Dumpling, observing the tumultuous crowd, formed a hand seal. "Heavenly officials, summon the sixth Ding. With thunder and lightning, I command. May the Ding Cho prolong my life. Ding Hai restrain my soul. Ding Yu control my spirit. Ding Wei avert my calamities. Ding Si safeguard me from danger. Ding Mao shield me from misfortune. Jia Zi protect my body. Jia Cheng preserve my form. Jia Shen fortify my life. Jia Wu guard my soul. Jia Chen stabilize my spirit. Jia Yi nurture my truth. Six Ding, six Jia, heed my command." The head of the Chi sect commands urgently. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from behind Dumpling, revealing 12 fearsome, yet calming giants, each manifesting and attaching themselves to Dumpling. They surged forth from him, directly attacking Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong was still too inexperienced to withstand the barrage of Dumpling's diverse techniques. "This is simply incredible." The young child was utterly defenseless. After a brief exchange of blows, Jiaozi realized that there was no way to contend with Sun Wukong and withdrew his powers. "Sun Wukong, concede. You cannot defeat me." Sun Wukong, adopting a fighting stance, defiantly retorted, "Never." Meanwhile, Master Rashi stood by, utterly astounded. Who exactly is this Ponzi? His disciples are all extraordinary beings. Sensing Master Rashi's thoughts, Ponzi floated on a cloud and shrugged. "I didn't foresee this. Who knew that once I began teaching, it would spiral out of control? They grow stronger, and I cannot appear weaker than my own students. I must constantly invent new techniques. The energy of this world is simply overwhelming." Jiaozi observed Sun Wukong's indomitable spirit and declared, "Very well. I shall not use my powers to bully you. Let us engage in a battle of pure fists." Sun Wukong's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Jiaozi raised one hand, gathering energy, which then erupted into 36 beams of light that swiftly traversed his own 36 major acupoints. Jiaozi formed a seal with his hands and chanted an incantation, "Boundless as heaven and earth, I borrow the laws of the cosmos. Return to the source. All things become ethereal. With a single thought, I summon my radiance. As the master of Qi, I command with urgency." The onlookers were astonished as Jiaozi, a mere child of 80 centimeters, expanded into a colossal figure over 6 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. In a thunderous voice, Jiaozi proclaimed, "Sun Wukong, let us battle." The crowd outside was once again taken aback. What kind of celestial sect is this, displaying such prowess? They were just shy of burrowing into the ground. Sun Wukong, undeterred by the astonished crowd, exclaimed, "Impressive. All right, I'm coming." In the arena, dust swirled as gasps filled the air. Soon, the entire stage was in ruins. Krillin remarked, so powerful. Are they all monsters? Yamcha added, how could this possibly be a fair fight? Master Roshi, drenched in cold sweat, remained silent. Since realizing they might be Ponzu's disciples, Bulma had been quiet, observing the unfamiliar Tianjin fan and Jiaozi. The more she looked at the others, the more they reminded her of those little rascals who had left her home. Are they truly Ponzu's disciples? Ponzu, are you blaming me? What? The commotion in the arena snapped Bulma from her reverie. Sun Wukong, visibly upset, questioned Jiaozi. What did you say? You concede? You must be joking. You heard me correctly. Sun Wukong, I concede. Your opponent is not me. With that, Jiaozi prepared to step down. How dare you concede? You are so strong. Jiaozi suddenly halted, as if recalling something. But in your current state, you cannot possibly compete with my senior brother Tianjin fan. He would be displeased. After saying this, he produced an energy pill from his pocket and tossed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, this is an energy pill invented by my master. Consume one, and you won't feel hunger for 10 days. After you recover, engage in a thrilling battle with my senior brother. On the sidelines, Bulma heard about the energy pill. Ponzu, they are disciples of Ponzu. I only learned about the energy pills from Ponzu, which he developed at the tender age of 13. They must certainly be his disciples. And they undoubtedly know Ponzu's whereabouts. Floating in the sky, Ponzu seems oblivious to the commotion, leisurely basking in the sunlight. Chapter 46, News of Ponzu. Oolong advises Bulma. Bulma, calm down. Even if you find Ponzu now, what good will it do? We should first figure out where he is. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Oolong's mind. That's it. Bulma, if we can't gather information this time, we could try seeking out the fortune teller. Bulma, filled with excitement, exclaims, yes. Thank you, Oolong. No need for thanks. Back at the tournament arena, Son Goku, puzzled, takes the dumplings thrown to him, which are said to sustain one for 10 days without hunger. Without a second thought, he tosses them into his mouth. Krillin remarks, that Goku, hearing it can last 10 days without food, just gobbles it up without hesitation. He really is something. Indeed, Goku's naivety is a flaw. After swallowing, Son Goku immediately feels full, not the slightest bit hungry, bouncing around the uneven arena. Wow, I'm so full. This is incredible. Thank you. You're so kind. After expressing his gratitude, Goku stands there, beaming with happiness. Brother, he truly is formidable, with an indomitable spirit. Indeed, Master is indeed the master. Brother, let's give our all. We will not lose this match. Of course, I shall not be defeated by anyone. A subtle smile graces Ponzu's lips. You may not lose to anyone, but alas, Son Goku is no mere human. Outside the ring, the crowd continues to cheer for Son Goku. The referee states, this is astonishing. The arena has been utterly destroyed. The finalists are Tianjin Fan and Son Goku. Please bear with us for a moment while the organizers repair the arena. And we will commence the final battle for the championship of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Dumpling, feeling helpless, steps forward. Fine, I'll assist you. The referee's eyes widen in surprise. Dumpling, repairing the arena is our forte. Ignoring the referee, Dumpling turns to Son Goku. Goku, I eagerly anticipate your match with my senior. We will grant you 2 hours of rest. How does that sound? No need. I'm full and ready to fight now. Dumpling ponders for a moment, looking at his senior and Son Goku. Then how about 30 minutes? Is that acceptable? Yes. Yes. I will enhance the arena's durability tenfold, providing you with a better platform for your performance. Is that satisfactory? Yes. Dumpling, how will you accomplish that? Tianjin Fan gazes at the adorable Son Goku. Goku, my junior is even stronger than I. He possesses all of our master's skills, while I have trained solely in Chi. Oh, is that true? You will find out after this match. In the arena, Dumpling begins to cast a spell. He rummages through his clothing, transforming his outfit from sportswear into an elegant robe. The heavens are clear and the earth is serene. The soldiers respond to the command. The troops march with the seals. And I hereby convey the edict of the master of the Chi sect, urgently summoning the divine soldiers to hasten to the Dumpling. They shall bring forth gold, silver, and jewels, swiftly obey the order and set forth. The divine troops are summoned with urgency, as per the decree. Then, pulling out a stack of talisman paper from within his garments, he ignited it using his Chi and continued. From the central region, the 5 ghosts of Yao Bismong. From the north, the 5 ghosts of Lin Jingzhong. From the west, the 5 ghosts of Kai Zilyang. From the south, the 5 ghosts of Zhang Zigui. From the east, the 5 ghosts of Chun Guixian. At that moment, the sky visibly darkened. Not only was Sun Wukong taken aback backstage, but the audience outside was equally astonished. Wow! It resembles the summoning of the dragon. Suddenly, 5 beams of golden light spiraled around the talisman paper and ascended into the sky. Moments later, the winds calmed, and the sky cleared of clouds. 20 minutes later, the crowd felt a vast shadow approaching. Look over there. Wow! Incredible! It turned out to be a small mountain soaring into the air. Upon witnessing this, Dumpling silently lamented his misfortune. In the sky, the entity Ponzu, relishing the moment, chuckled to himself. Look at you trying to show off. Let us see how you handle this now. Dumpling, with a grim expression, flew towards Tianjin Fan. What's wrong? Dumpling? Senior brother, it's too large. I cannot manage it. Ah, what shall we do then? I can only see if I can borrow the chi from my junior brothers and sisters to assist me. Tianjin Fan, watching the approaching mountain grow nearer, barked. Then hurry and go. Thus, Dumpling could only rally his junior brothers and sisters to handle the situation. The crowd witnessed 9 figures soaring into the sky, forming a formation resembling the 8 trigrams. Brothers and sisters, lend me your strength. Good. The other 8 simultaneously formed different hand seals and recited various incantations. Midway through, Dumpling suddenly stood atop the mountain. As he chanted his incantation, a gleaming golden longsword materialized in his hand. Heaven and earth, the mystical sect, the root of myriad energies, broadening the vast calamity, validating my divine powers. In the universe, only chi is revered. My body radiates golden light, unseen to the eye, unheard to the ear, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Reciting this once brings forth radiance. The universe bows to me. The 5 emperors preside over the ceremony. All deities pay homage, commanding thunder and frighten the demons. Spirits and monsters lose form. Within lies thunder. The god of thunder conceals his name. Wisdom penetrates. The 5 energies surge forth. Golden light manifests rapidly, safeguarding the true immortal. I serve the master of the chi sect, urgent as per the decree. With a resounding crack, the longsword in Dumpling's hand burst into flames, transforming into a fiery rope that spiraled from his hand down the mountain. When it reached the original arena, it landed with a thunderous thud, perfectly sealing the previously damaged arena. It was forcibly pressed into the earth below. With a flourish, Dumpling ignored the aftermath and led his junior brothers and sisters back to the hotel, having shown off and left his juniors to bear the burden. Dumpling executed this maneuver with remarkable finesse. Haha. Ponzu observed the solid arena, deep in thought. If my disciples' cultivation is insufficient, even when they catch up later, the time spent reciting incantations and forming seals will still be considerable. I must condense the content accordingly. I need to make improvements. Ponzu introspected, realizing that his originally perfected golden core had diminished by 3 circles. The Taoist arts are indeed wondrous. However, since you are the source of essence, energy, spirit, and martial prowess, I shall refer to you as Yuan Dan. Indeed, Ponzu is still in the golden core stage. No, now it is referred to as the Yuan Dan stage. A formidable 6th-tier warrior. Dumpling has reached the 3rd tier and is on the verge of ascending to the 4th tier as a master. Tianjin Fan is also poised to transition from martial practice to the path of Tao. Bulma gazed at the 4 men and 4 women soaring through space. Yes, it must be them, the students accompanying Ponzu. He once mentioned having 2 disciples. Without hesitation, Bulma pressed through the crowd, setting her sights on Helion and Tuoba. You there? Wait. Senior brother, who is that fiery young woman? Before Tuoba Quangfing could respond, Helion Hanmei coldly interjected, do not mind her. Upon our return, we shall form a formation and recuperate, awaiting senior brother's return from the competition. Yes, Sister Hanmei. Helion Hanmei fixed her icy gaze upon the speaking Tuoba Quangfing. Quangfing, feeling awkward, stammered, I'll heed Sister S words. Soon, Bulma knocked vigorously on their door, but no one answered. With no other option, she began to knock on each door in succession. Dumpling opened the door, puzzled by the sight of the scantily clad girl before him. Using your superpower. Are you looking for Master Ponzu? Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly nodded. You truly are Ponzu's disciples. I am his sister, Bulma. Have you heard of me? I'm sorry, but Master has never mentioned you. Bulma's spirits sank momentarily, but she quickly lifted her gaze, filled with hope. Then, do you know where your master is? Has he come to the World Martial Arts Tournament? We set out 6 months ago under Master S orders for training and to participate in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and we have not seen him since. Where do you reside? Please tell me. I wish to find him. Bulma implored Dumpling, who remained silent. I truly am his sister, Bulma, the 3rd daughter of the world's richest man, Dr. Brief. Your Master Ponzu is his 2nd son. He has been away from home for nearly 4 years, having taken you and your fellow disciples with him. I can sense your anticipation, regret, sorrow, and anxiety. However, I cannot disclose our whereabouts. Only the senior brother has the authority to decide whether to share that information. You may inquire with him personally after he finishes his match with Sun Wukong. Bulma nodded in disappointment, having learned a fragment of Ponzu's whereabouts, only to be met with this outcome. Chapter 47. The Championship Contest, Tianjin Fan vs. Sun Wukong, Part 1. Why did you not think to seek me out during your last visit to the fortune teller? And now, you remember. The referee, having recovered, observed the lowered arena, giving it a couple of firm knocks. Upon ascending the stage, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament's championship contest commenced, featuring competitors Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. The moment they entered the arena, an intense battle ensued. Tianjin Fan glanced at his gravity suit, set to 22 times normal gravity. In no time, Sun Wukong was severely injured by Tianjin Fan's onslaught, teetering on the brink of collapse. No, his breath has not weakened. Tian's eyes curled into a slight, sinister smile. Outside the ring, Puar tugged at Yamcha's sleeve. Yamcha, sir. Yamcha gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the two combatants in the arena. Master Roshi and Krillin gasped. What? What does he intend to do? Tien hurled Goku high into the air. Kamehameha? Pans exclaimed, such a dull sadism. Soon, the referee, upon witnessing the spectacle, cried out, "Ah?" He is treating Goku like a volleyball. The crowd gazed at the referee in disbelief. Foolish referee, be silent. Indeed, useless referee. Be quiet. Oh, my apologies. After dealing with Bulma, Kaiatsu observed his fellow disciples unharmed. He soared into the arena, having missed Tien's initial assault on Goku. Referee, may I take over? Referee, step down, let Kaiatsu officiate. Yes, we want Kaiatsu to commentate. The referee, left with no choice, allowed Kaiatsu to take the reins. At this moment, Tien had leapt high into the air. Tien executed a powerful spike, striking Goku, who was helpless in midair. Goku was struck down, clearly showing signs of pain. The crowd murmured, "Your commentary seems rather unprofessional. Judging by Goku's expression, he is far more than just slightly pained." The others gasped, lamenting for Goku. It was evident that Tien remained on high alert after landing, embodying the qualities of a true martial artist, never easing his vigilance. Just when everyone believed Goku was gravely injured, he suddenly executed a spectacular flip, rising to his feet. Dusting off the grime from his mouth, Goku declared to Tien, "You are quite a formidable opponent. You startled me." Tien, observing Goku's nonchalance, replied, "Yet I must say, after delivering such a powerful blow, your body remains unscathed. It's as if you are forged from iron." Goku, brimming with excitement, responded, "If the opponent is you, I can unleash my full strength without fear of harming you." Tien, equally exhilarated, felt a long-lost surge of adrenaline. Battling against his fellow students required utmost caution to avoid being ensnared, but facing a martial artist like Goku, where every punch landed with intent, was far more thrilling. "Goku, I sense you are using your full power." Goku nodded yes. "That is the extent of my strength in this match." Kaiatsu began to commentate immediately. Goku surged forward with blinding speed, landing 3 left hooks for right hooks, and 32 powerful kicks, all striking Tien, who did not defend against a single blow, falling victim to Goku's relentless assault. It was clear that Tien underestimated Goku. Watch as Goku executed a flying kick that sent Tien soaring through the air, still airborne, while Goku landed and charged through beneath Tien, surpassing him. With a speed surpassing that of Tien Shinhan, he arrived before him. Tien Shinhan, lying back and kicking, sent him soaring into the sky. Sun Wukong executed a swift leap, striking a pose reminiscent of the Kamehameha. At this moment, Tien Shinhan was still recovering from the attack, facing the heavens with his back to Sun Wukong. Could he evade this impending strike? The situation on the battlefield was indeed ever-changing. Sun Wukong suddenly ceased his assault. What was he intending? He halted and declared, "I shall not continue." Tien Shinhan, employing the universal pursuit technique, soared into the air, gazing down at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled. "That attack must have stung, huh?" Tien Shinhan slowly descended, his breath ragged, responding, "A mere trifle." Sun Wukong regarded Tien Shinhan with astonishment. "I am truly delighted. Just as my master foretold, there exists someone like you who ignites my fervor. You are indeed the first." After a brief respite in the sky, Tien Shinhan landed, resolute, proclaiming, "Victory in this match shall undoubtedly be mine." Sun Wukong struck a stance, ready to engage. "You are dreaming." Observing the two combatants unperturbed, the match grew increasingly thrilling. They charged at one another. Sun Wukong launched the first strike with an uppercut, followed by a left jab, a kick, a swift turn, and another kick. Then a spinning kick. Tien Shinhan adeptly defended against each maneuver. Impressive. Sun Wukong lashed out with his tail, delivering a stinging blow to Tien Shinhan's face. The tides had turned. Now it was Tien Shinhan's turn to attack. The intensity of their exchange escalated, the speed so rapid that words could scarcely keep pace. Witness it for yourself. Truly exhilarating. The spectators murmured, "Then what need have we for your commentary?" In the background, Master Roshi observed the match closely, turning to Krillin. "Krillin, have you noticed?" "Noticed what?" Krillin replied. Master Roshi, with a grave expression, watched the two fighters intently. After such a fierce clash, their breathing remains perfectly steady. Kaiatsu added, "Incredible. The intensity of their warm-up match has me fired up. I can't imagine how fierce the official match will be." The audience interjected. "Your warm-up match was so fast we could barely discern the actions." Yet Kaiatsu remained unperturbed, enthusiastically narrating, "What extraordinary techniques will they unveil next? This match is so captivating it leaves one breathless." In a mere moment, there were 84 punches and 72 kicks from Tien Shinhan. Sun Wukong responded with 68 punches and 99 kicks. Such a display of offense and defense must surely be the pinnacle of human capability. Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught showed no signs of abating. In just 1 minute, he unleashed 488 punches. Good heavens! Tien Shinhan managed to block them all. Their prowess was astounding. The audience remarked, no matter how strong, you cannot withstand your own magical damage. Tien Shinhan launched a counterattack, astonishingly swift. Sun Wukong executed the multi-phantom fist, each illusion appearing convincingly real as they surrounded Tien Shinhan. Could he discern the genuine Sun Wukong? He found him. Tien Shinhan delivered a side kick toward the airborne Sun Wukong, but it was a false target. Sun Wukong, now behind Tien Shinhan, leaped forward with a right hook, only to encounter another illusion. Tien Shinhan had evaded, reappearing behind Sun Wukong to strike with a double-handed chop. In the backstage, Krillin urgently shouted to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, beware behind you." Oh my, this Sun Wukong is also a fake. Tien Shinhan has employed a scheme within a scheme. How astonishing. If this is the case, they have been unable to land a hit, akin to the legendary Russian nesting dolls. What? I don't even know what Russian nesting dolls are. I merely spoke without thought. In any case, nesting dolls are prohibited. Layered pancakes are acceptable, but a 1,000-layer pancake might not be palatable. This remarkable martial artist has executed a move I term. I have predicted your prediction of my prediction. Audience, Chapter 48, Championship Clash, Tien Shinhan vs. Sun Wukong, Part 2. Referee, you should return. We cannot comprehend what this is about. Good heavens. Once again, Sun Wukong demonstrates superior skill, delivering another kick that sends Tien Shinhan flying. In the arena, Tien Shinhan lies on the ground, while Sun Wukong's afterimages fade one by one. Sun Wukong gazes at Tien Shinhan, who is sprawled before him. You may feign being caught off guard, but so can I. Dumpling observes the jubilant crowd celebrating their victory. The fervent battle has merely begun. How intense will the ensuing conflict between the two become? Audience, are you foolish with your commentary? Tien Shinhan is already down. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan performs a remarkable leap, springing back to his feet. Sun Wukong stares in astonishment at Tien Shinhan's resurgence. What? So you are still awake? Master Roshi exclaims in awe. Krillin nods emphatically, emitting a sound from his nose. Indeed, as my master said, one must never underestimate an opponent, for even a slight advantage can swiftly be overturned. Tien Shinhan gazes at Sun Wukong, his expression filled with exhilaration, showing no regret for the attack he received. He assumes the stance for the solar flare. Good heavens! Tien Shinhan is about to unleash the solar flare again. Can Sun Wukong evade it? To my astonishment, Sun Wukong snatched Master Roshi's sunglasses and donned them, staring directly at Tien Shinhan, thwarting his assault, and then landed a kick to Tien Shinhan's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Just as Sun Wukong basked in his triumph, Tien Shinhan executed a sudden flash, striking him from behind, leaving Sun Wukong appearing quite pained. Backstage, Krillin curiously observed Master Roshi, who was without his sunglasses. Upon noticing this, Master Roshi turned to Krillin, exclaiming, This is the first time I've seen Master Mateto without his sunglasses." "Is that so?" Krillin replied. "But for some reason, Master Mateto, your eyes seem so familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before." Master Roshi immediately became flustered, turning his head away. "That's because my eyes are universally recognizable. Yet, I truly feel like I've encountered them before." Master Roshi, flustered and angry, retorted, "In such a tense moment, why utter trivialities? Focus on the match." "Ah, yes, excellent." The two exchanged blows, one punch after another, one kick after another. They seemed to aspire to soar into the sky alongside the sun. Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan leapt into the air. Sun Wukong prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan, disregarding the principles of martial arts, executed a flying kick that struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face. How utterly unprincipled of Tien. In combat, one should strike the body, not the face. One should insult, but not reveal secrets. Alas, Sun Wukong was sent tumbling, teetering on the edge of the arena. The excited Ponzu, witnessing the unfolding drama, became increasingly incoherent, even covering his face in embarrassment despite the absence of spectators. Oh, how clever of Sun Wukong to rebound using the Kamehameha, propelling himself skyward. He then launched a formidable spinning attack towards Tien Shinhan. The two engaged in a fierce exchange once more, showcasing their extraordinary prowess. What a display! Incredible! My goodness, strike! Yes, kick with fervor, push forward, unleash your might. Target his abdomen, defend yourself, go for the eyes, execute a low strike, and the cheeky monkey grabs the peach. The audience watched, captivated by the overly enthusiastic commentary of Ponzu. Bulma shouted, "Hey, are you a commentator or a cheerleader?" Ponzu momentarily faltered, "My apologies. I lost myself in the moment. Allow me to continue." Tien Shinhan unveiled a new, unseen technique, the fiery light band fist. I must tell you, this fiery light band fist is formidable. Not even a common individual can hope to withstand it, let alone comprehend it. However, I believe Sun Wukong will undoubtedly perceive it and manage to counter it. But what if? Oh no. Sun Wukong failed to defend himself. Look, Tian's arms sliced through the air like two buzzsaws, and once again, the treacherous Tian struck him in the face. Poor Sun Wukong was utterly defenseless. He fell to the ground. Lo and behold, Sun Wukong sprang back to life, delivering a kick to Tian's face. Remarkably, Tian rose unscathed. Once more, the two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, exchanging blows in a delightful frenzy, their hearts racing with exhilaration. My apologies for getting carried away. It was indeed a thrilling spectacle. By all that is holy, I must ensure Ponzu trains harder upon our return. Who could have imagined he was such a chatterbox? No, I should have noted when he called me foolish last time. How careless of me. I should have trained him long ago. Ponzu continued his animated commentary. Wow. The two once again exchanged punches and kicks, each strike bringing sweet satisfaction. You land a blow, I return one, and then we rest together. Good heavens, Tian Xinhan crouched low, arms wide, as if preparing to unleash a tremendous force. The audience gasped, while Ponzu remained unfazed. Surely he cannot be preparing to use that technique. The four-demon fist, which he has never employed in public. Many may not grasp the nature of the four-demon fist, so allow me to elaborate. It is a technique wielded by Tian Xinhan. One might presume it summons four demons, but I assure you, that is not the case. The four-demon fist simply is the four-demon fist. In a nearby room, Tuwa Ba Quangfeng, having recovered, listened to Ponzu's fervent commentary, his lips twitching, his body trembling. Second brother, while his appearance may suggest suffering, employing the four-demon fist is indeed a painful endeavor, yet its power is undeniable. Do not underestimate the addition of merely two extra arms. The audience murmured, who is underestimating the four-demon fist? And thus, Tian Xinhan began to unleash his full potential, slowly revealing his signature techniques. But what of Sun Wukong? Will he evolve like a monkey, or perhaps become a super gorilla? The audience awaits with bated breath. Pawns, unable to bear the spectacle from above, use telepathy to communicate. Dumpling, if you don't cease your chatter, you may find yourself forever silenced. Dumpling glanced around anxiously. Master? Upon hearing Dumpling call for his master, Bulma immediately began to search around, even rushing inside the surrounding walls. Dumpling, where is your master? Pawns, come forth. I was wrong. You've been away for 4 years. Pawns, where are you? I know you're here, so please show yourself. Stop calling. You cannot summon him, for you know not where your master is. He may very well be right here, or perhaps on the other side of the earth. Nonsense. Just a moment ago, you clearly called for your master. Indeed, he spoke to me through telepathy. You madwoman. Ah, Pawns, come out. Where are you? Yamcha and Oolong rushed into the enclosure, pulling Bulma back out. Meanwhile, the two fighters in the arena remained undisturbed. Dumpling turned to the referee. It's your turn now. With that, he flew to the sidelines, watching intently. What is this? It's so entertaining, yet my master 1T let me join in. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible. How can he do that? He has transformed his hands into four. In the arena, Tian Xinhan moved swiftly towards Sun Wukong. Just as he reached him, Tian jumped high into the air, launching himself down towards Sun Wukong. Ah, Bulma, horrified, immediately covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Once the sound faded, she peeked back at the arena. Chapter 49, Champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong successfully grasped Tian Xinhan's two hands as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Unfortunately, Tian's other two hands were not mere decorations. They rose high, delivering a powerful strike to the back of Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong fell to the ground, rubbing the back of his neck, then swiftly rebounded away from Tian. Ouch, that hurts. It's excruciating. Tian, sensing his advantage, charged at Sun Wukong, who was forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately being knocked to the ground. In a frantic scramble to rise, he barely avoided falling again, only to see Tian rushing toward him. Sun Wukong pushed against the ground, executing a handstand, then with great force, performed a somersault in midair, maneuvering behind Tian. Like a nimble monkey, he executed another aerial flip and delivered a flying kick to Tian, who promptly turned around, grounding himself with a stable stance, ready to receive the attack. Mistakenly, it was not merely a block. Tian used his four hands to capture both of Sun Wukong's arms and legs, rendering him in a cruciform position. Sun Wukong, I have you now, your fate is sealed. With that, he lifted Sun Wukong high and began to repeatedly slam him against his own abdomen, a maneuver colloquially known as pounding your lungs. Just as he turned to prepare to thrust him out of the ring, the battle continued. With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong declared, Haha, even if my hands and feet are immobilized, I still possess my tail. No sooner had he spoken than he lashed his tail across Tianjin Fan's face, a blow that looked painful. You scoundrel, you shouldn't strike a man's face. How many times have you hit me? Sun Wukong retorted indignantly, and you are no better. You struck my face as well. With that, he continued to whip his tail repeatedly against Tianjin Fan's visage. Left with no choice, Tianjin Fan hurled Sun Wukong away, and the two resumed their standoff. Upon touching down, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "If you have 4 hands, then I shall have 8. He mimicked Tianjin Fan's stance, and after a brief moment of pretense, he stood upright. Wow! Suddenly, 4 additional arms sprouted from each side of Sun Wukong, startling everyone present. What followed was a merciless onslaught upon Tianjin Fan by the 8-armed Sun Wukong. Ah, this is utterly tedious. I shall go have some tea instead. Pondering this, he swiftly vanished to a nearby tea shop. 1 cappuccino, please. Make it the fatter kind. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan continued their fierce battle, each focusing their energy at the point of their clash. Exhausted, they both collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Bulma, filled with concern, shouted, "Wukong." Observing their fallen states, the referee immediately began the count. As he reached 9, both fighters struggled to their feet, swaying precariously. They had been engaged in combat for 2 hours now. I must conclude this match swiftly. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. The pressure from this weighted suit is overwhelming, Tianjin Fan thought to himself. He promptly crouched down, placing his 4 arms on the ground, gradually dispersing his energy throughout the arena. Wukong, I must commend you. I never expected to be pushed to such limits by you. You are indeed formidable, and I eagerly anticipate a true battle with you in the future. Krillin exclaimed, "What?" Master Roshi echoed, "What?" Bulma exclaimed, "What on earth?" Tianjin Fan, in his battered state, could still speak of a true battle. Yamcha questioned, "What?" Blonde Launch chimed in, "Fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Is this not a true battle?" Just as Ponzu received his cappuccino from the waiter, he smirked slightly. "You don't want to play anymore? It seems you've exerted far more effort than I had anticipated over these past 6 months." With Ponzu's keen perception, he recognized that even under 22 times the gravity, Tianjin Fan could defeat Sun Wukong. He simply sought to observe Sun Wukong's adaptability in combat, which is why he had been engaging with him. "Sun Wukong, you must train diligently. The future holds even more excitement. However, your control over energy is far too crude. It resembles a barbarian wielding a machine gun, merely bludgeoning with it." "Huh," Tianjin Fan replied, then soared into the sky using the universe pursuit technique. "I had no intention of employing this technique. But you are indeed strong. Without it, it would take an eternity to defeat you. What sort of bizarre technique do you intend to use? Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Regardless of the strength of your abilities, if you face my technique head-on, you shall meet your demise. It would be a grave misfortune to inadvertently take your life." In the arena, all eyes were solemnly fixed upon Tenshinhan. Master Roshi, as if struck by a sudden realization, called out urgently, "Stop! You must not employ that technique. Do you wish to perish?" Krillin, perplexed, inquired, "Master Roshi, what are you talking about?" With a grave expression, Master Roshi gazed at the stage and exclaimed, "The Kamehameha. The Kamehameha is a formidable technique of boundless destructive power, exponentially stronger than the Kamehameha itself. Due to its overwhelming force, it demands an immense amount of energy from its user, sometimes resulting in death. Even if one survives, their lifespan may be significantly reduced." Tenshinhan, observing Master Roshi's concern, reassured him, "There is no need for alarm. Not only is my total energy sufficient, but it has also been refined by my master. Thus it will not harm my body. The energy consumption is even less than that of the Kamehameha, yet its destructive capability surpasses it. Goku, heed my warning." Master Roshi shouted from backstage, his anxiety palpable. "Stop. Why must you be so reckless? Goku, it is imperative that you evade." Tenshinhan cautioned. Goku, with a serious expression, replied, "Enough with the jesting. I will not retreat. Foolish Goku, you must follow that young man's advice and dodge." The audience outside the arena looked on in bewilderment at the exchange between the two. "Regardless of the magnitude of your technique, I shall surely defeat you," Tenshinhan declared, bringing his hands together, interlocking all but his index fingers, which he extended forward. Slowly, golden energy emanated from his hands. Then he separated them, conjuring 2 spirit bombs, aligning his thumbs at the tips of his fingers, creating an opening directed at Goku. Goku, firmly planted on the stage, assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Kamehameha, both engaged in a clash of energies. Ponzu took a sip of his cappuccino, observing, "The one on the right seems stable." As the 2 energies collided, Tenshinhan's prowess proved superior. When Goku attempted to evade, the entire arena erupted with energy, forcing him out of bounds. "I am victorious." Goku stood outside the ring, dazed and somewhat despondent, muttering, "I lost." Kaiatsu reminded him, "Referee, it is time to announce the result." Ultimately, Tenshinhan is declared the victor. It was a moving spectacle, as both contenders presented us with an extraordinary match, a truly remarkable display. The fierce competition of the World Martial Arts Tournament has reached its conclusion. Tenshinhan, our champion, and Goku, our runner-up, deserve endless accolades that could scarcely express our admiration. Chapter 50, The Master of Ki. Tenshinhan has ultimately earned the title of the world's greatest. This battle did not extend for as long as depicted in the original work. It concluded by early afternoon, well before dinner time. Kaiatsu observed Tenshinhan, who entered panting. "Brother, You exhibited at least 18 flaws during the fight. Dumplings, his prowess is formidable. His battle instincts are utterly terrifying. A mere moment of inattention could lead to revealing a flaw. My master once remarked, that is merely an indication of your insufficient strength. Upon your return, commence the joint practice of martial arts to rectify the final deficiencies of your martial path. Tianjin Fan gazed at Dumplings in disbelief, gripping him tightly. Is it true? Did the master truly say that? Can I learn alongside you? Dumplings regarded his excited senior brother. What are you so worked up about? It is merely the study of martial arts. It does not entail the study of martial techniques. The master has stated that your martial technique must be cultivated by you alone. Those of us who have followed the master in practice may currently surpass you. But as one progresses, the challenges will intensify for us. You are facing difficulty now, yet it will become easier for you as you advance. Tianjin Fan was well aware that both the master and Dumplings spoke the truth. However, the notion of enhancing one's strength is something no aspiring martial artist can tolerate. Were it not for the master's supervision and encouragement, the habits formed over the past 5 years would have made it unbearable for him to accept that his junior disciples might surpass him. In that case, let us return to the master and continue our training. Dumplings nodded. The master has mentioned that he watched the entirety of the martial arts tournament and was quite pleased with our performance. He intends to send us, his disciples, to a place for further training. He seeks to refine his martial art and establish a unique system for himself, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of his martial discipline, facilitating our future practice. At that moment, Sun Wukong entered and, upon hearing their conversation, immediately inquired whether he could train with them as well, expressing his desire to grow stronger. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to respond, he interjected, "You won't be able to withstand it." According to the master, the gravity on that planet is 20 times that of Earth, which means that while training there, your entire being, including your organs, would endure 20-fold gravity. Sun Wukong, with a baffled expression, replied, "How impressive. Grandfather, what is a planet? What is gravity? What are the 5 organs?" Tianjin Fan stared at the curious Sun Wukong in astonishment and retorted, "Are you joking? You don't know?" Sun Wukong nodded innocently. I don't know. What is it? Can it be eaten?" Dumplings observed Sun Wukong for a moment and then said, "Brother, never mind. He truly is unaware. His heart is pure and untainted, possessing a truly innocent mind." Sun Wukong continued to inquire with Master Rashi, "Grandfather, what is a pure and innocent heart?" Master Rashi, equally perplexed, could not explain the other terms apart from planets and gravity, having heard them for the first time himself. He could only stammer, those are some specialized terms from our school." Indeed, Master Rashi is quite knowledgeable. "Those are my master's explanations of martial arts," he added, his face turning crimson as he stuttered. I knew it." Soon, Bulma, Yamchu, Oolong, the old turtle, Puar, and the golden-haired launch entered the scene. Upon entering, Bulma, resembling a drowning person, attempted to grasp Tianjin Fan and inquire about Pon's whereabouts. Tianjin Fan deftly soared into the air. "Pons, are you disciples of Pons? What are you thinking?" Bulma, hearing Tianjin Fan's lack of denial, asked hopefully, "Are you disciples of Pons?" "I am his sister, Bulma. He has been away from home for quite some time, and we miss him dearly." Tien lowered his gaze towards Bulma and replied, "I have heard of you." Bulma looked up at Tien with surprise. "Really? Could you tell me where Pons is?" "Hellion Hanmei, my junior sister, informed me that you attempted to infiltrate their training grounds to steal the martial arts of the younger disciples." "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would steal techniques? You are not that formidable, barely managing to defeat Goku and his companions. Besides, that is my home. Why should I not be allowed to enter? Only to be hindered by outsiders?" Tien was about to speak when suddenly, he twitched his ears. "Tien, take your juniors and leave. The world is on the brink of upheaval. The spectacle is about to commence. It is not yet your time to appear. Take them and depart immediately. You may return when the time is right." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately sensed that Pons must be nearby. Pons, where are you? Come out. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Pons remained unresponsive. Noting that his master had said nothing, Tien solemnly addressed the group, "Everyone, I have been entrusted by my master to guide my juniors through their trials. The objective has been achieved, and now we must return to continue our cultivation. We shall remain steadfast, and our paths may cross again. Wait, please take me with you." Bulma implored, but Tien and Kairatsu ignored her, without their master's command. "They could not escort a stranger. Just take her along," shouted the golden-haired launch. "She is also his sister. Why the hesitation?" Tien and Kairatsu had already taken to the skies, leaving behind a dejected Bulma, comforted by the others and a bewildered Goku. "What is wrong with Bulma? Do you not know Pons?" Goku asked. "Do you know where Pons is?" Goku looked at Krillin and shook his head earnestly. "I do not know where Pons is, but I am aware that he possesses a technique that allows him to appear and disappear at will. I encountered him while battling in the demon realm against the Azuras. He is incredibly strong." Goku's tone grew increasingly serious, his fighting spirit ignited. Hearing this, Master Rashi suddenly recalled the mysterious figure he had encountered at his sister's fortune-telling. Could that be Ponzu? Bulma suddenly lifted her head, her determination unwavering. I have made up my mind. I will seek out the fortune teller and ask her to help me locate Ponzu. Oolong inquired. So, shall we part ways for now? Bulma brightened. Let us all have a meal together before we depart. In that case, how about we explore the market this afternoon? Just after finishing his cappuccino, Ponzu tossed the empty cup into the trash. Want to play? It seems that is inevitable. Go ahead and have your fun. We shall discuss things when Vegeta emerges. I shall find another way to entertain myself. Having confirmed the world's power of correction, Ponzu no longer felt anxious. After all, even if Trunks were to appear in the end, Bulma would be the last to perish. Ponzu observed the approaching group and withdrew his invisibility. Dumpling was the first to discover, exclaiming, Master, Master, Teacher, Teacher, I have witnessed the entire competition, and it was truly remarkable. The future is indeed promising. I am grateful for your guidance. Looking at the neatly arranged crowd, Ponzu declared, I shall continue to train all of you for an additional 2.5 years. After that, you will be ready to venture forth on your own. Master, Teacher, fear not. For since you have modified the spell to elevate me to the position of the leader of the Chi sect, I shall confidently assume that role. During these 2 years, I will revise the cultivation techniques of the Chi sect, categorizing them into 3 branches: martial arts, techniques, and spells. Once I have organized a clear framework, you shall naturally soar to great heights. Chapter 51, The Inescapable Fate of Klin. There is no need for childish demeanor. I eagerly await your mastery so that we may expand and elevate the Chi sect. Yes, teacher. Ponzu's mind shifted as he gazed towards the northwest, 2,000 kilometers away. Link arms with one another. I shall escort you back. It turned out that the little minions were traveling at a speed of approximately 300 kilometers per hour. Yes, master. Ponzu observed the group, their shoulders linked and breaths synchronized, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Let us go. In an instant, they found themselves back in the forest. The astonished expressions of the crowd evident. This technique is called instant teleportation, and currently, only your eldest senior brother can master it. His total chi is sufficient, while you all, including Dumpling, must advance further to achieve the same. Yes, master. Tianjin Fan, I shall first teach you the technique of instant teleportation. Once you have mastered it, I will send you to another planet. Understood, master. After ensuring his disciples were settled for rest, Ponzu began to elucidate the principles of instant teleportation to Tianjin Fan. In simple terms, first, concentrate your attention and gather your chi throughout your body. Then, through the mutual resonance of chi, locate your target's chi and transmit yours to them, extending your mental energy in the process. Through the unique connection between the chi, you will arrive directly beside them. As your focus may initially be ineffective, you will require a bit of assistance. With that, Ponzu waved his hand, summoning a branch from midair. Do you remember your junior brother's chi? I do, master. Follow the incantation I taught you. Concentrate your energy. Mobilize your mental strength to envelop your entire chi. Then sense Dumpling's chi and attempt to draw it towards you. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath. The universe is boundless. The heavens and earth are vast. As the leader of the Chi sect, distance is but an illusion, swift. Yet, nothing happened. Tianjin Fan remained motionless, feeling awkward as he remarked. Come on, I'll practice slowly on my own. I'm off to bed. Ponzu, appearing drowsy, ambled away as if he were genuinely fatigued. The chi of this world is indeed marvelous. The tension is overwhelming. In terms of my previous life, chi could be internal force, spiritual energy, celestial energy, or divine power. It is truly absurd. According to the Huaxia system, with my current level of power, engaging in spatial techniques should be inconceivable, yet here, manipulating chi renders it effortless. After a delightful afternoon of leisure, Bulma and her companions sought a restaurant to dine. Upon reaching the entrance, Sun Wukong appeared rather bewildered. Ah, exclaimed the old turtle, lifting his head. Wukong, what troubles you? I've left the Dragon Balls and my golden staff at the amusement park. I must retrieve them, Sun Wukong declared, turning on his heel to depart. Krillin, noticing this, promptly insisted, there's no need for you to make another trip. I will fetch them for you. It's all right. I'll go myself. Haha, no worries. I'll be back shortly. Thank you. Krillin, I appreciate your help. As Krillin dashed off, he called back to ensure his meal was saved. Rest assured, Sun Wukong replied, waving cheerfully, as he watched Krillin's figure recede into the distance. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. Krillin? The retreating Krillin halted, turning back to gaze at Sun Wukong. What is it? Sun Wukong stared blankly, sensing an ominous premonition that eluded his innocent understanding. Krillin's smile, illuminated by the setting sun, radiated brightly. Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others regarded the two with puzzled expressions, a mixture of confusion and melancholy enveloping the atmosphere. Sun Wukong then scratched the back of his head, his face brightening with a grin. I suddenly forgot what I was going to say. Laughter erupted among the group as they looked upon him. Well then, I shall return swiftly. The others hurried inside the restaurant, lamenting their hunger, while Sun Wukong, usually the voracious eater, felt no urgency, having consumed dumplings earlier that morning. Enriched with energy, instead of following them indoors, he lingered at the entrance, watching Krillin's figure vanish into the sunset, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Meanwhile, the others had been seated for quite some time. Bulma, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Why is Krillin taking so long? What could he possibly be doing? The amusement park isn't far from here. I'm starving." Oolong, supporting himself on the table, drooled, I can't hold out any longer. You all should start eating." As everyone began to enjoy their meal, the old turtle noticed son Wukong still hadn't touched his food. "Wukong, why aren't you eating?" "I want to wait for Krillin to return so we can eat together," he replied solemnly. Bulma, her mouth full, mumbled, "You needn't worry about him. He ate Pan's energy pills, so he won't be hungry for 10 days. Oolong chimed in, "Don't concern yourself with him. Krillin might be grazing by the roadside." "Exactly, Wukong, you should eat." Son Wukong remained silent, lowering his gaze to the floor beneath the table, his expression grave and contemplative. His eyes, once filled with life, now appeared vacant. Suddenly, a furrow formed in his brow. In an instant, he felt as though something had shattered, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Krillin's cries echoed within his heart, filled with anguish. Without uttering a word, son Wukong leapt from his chair and bolted outside. Wukong? Wukong? What's wrong?" As Wukong rushed anxiously, he called out, and upon reaching the amusement park, he found Krillin on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Wukong stood frozen in shock. Nearby, a barely alive individual managed to stammer. A monster appeared, flying past, snatching the scroll of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, taking away his belongings, and escaping with a strange orb. "Krillin?" Wukong gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless form of his friend in his arms. "Krillin, how could this be?" His voice trembled, infused with both sorrow and an overwhelming rage. He pondered who could possess such a ruthless heart to inflict harm upon Krillin. One by one, the friends who had followed Wukong arrived, silenced by the chaotic scene. Bulma, the last to arrive, was bewildered. "What happened, Wukong?" She stared, dazed, at Krillin's motionless body. Master Roshi, unable to comprehend, murmured, "Could it be?" Wukong's voice was heavy with grief as he declared, "Krillin has been murdered." Yamcha interjected, "That's impossible." The barely alive witness reiterated what he had told Wukong earlier. This man tried desperately to stop him, but his opponent was far too powerful. Bulma covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wukong, filled with fury, rose to his feet. How despicable. He picked up his fallen staff, securing it to his back, and turned to Bulma. "Do you have the dragon radar with you?" Bulma quickly responded, retrieving the dragon radar from her pocket. Master Roshi interjected. "Wait, hold on, Wukong." Without a word, Wukong snatched the dragon radar and dashed out. Chapter 52, The Demon King Piccolo, Part 1. Master Roshi, witnessing Wukong's disregard, shouted in frustration, "I told you to wait." As Wukong remained undeterred, Master Roshi bellowed, "This is a command from your master." Yet, Wukong continued onward, crashing through the amusement park's posters. Wukong. He clenched his teeth, sprinting swiftly while reminiscing about the moments shared with Krillin, the initial treachery, their relentless pursuits, mutual training, culminating in the heartbreaking sight of Krillin lifeless in his arms. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Wukong activated the dragon radar, observing the two Dragon Balls growing ever more distant from one another. "This way," he urged, continuing his pursuit. Master Roshi watched the now empty entrance, lamenting, "That fool Wukong." The enemy took down Krillin in an instant, and with his own strength depleted from the tournament against Tien, what chance does he have? Suddenly, Oolong discovered a piece of paper on the ground. Examining it, he remarked, "Could this be connected to the one who killed Krillin?" Bulma took it, noting, "This circle has a character for magic inside it. What does this mean?" Oolong chimed in. The character inscribed with the ominous symbol appeared rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's face drained of color, and his staff slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, instantly turning to snatch the paper from Bulma's hands. Gazing at the black symbol encircled in red, his dread intensified. His trembling hands gripped the white sheet tightly. Could it be? But how could this possibly be? Bulma and her companions observed Master Roshi's alarm with concern. "What is wrong with that character? Do you know?" Sweat poured down Master Roshi's face like a waterfall, and he struggled to retrieve a handkerchief to wipe it away. After several shaky attempts, he finally succeeded. This is the emblem of King Piccolo." "King Piccolo?" Launch said dismissively, "Whose name is so bizarre?" Master Roshi spoke gravely about the matter. "Although the name King Piccolo may sound absurd, he is an exceedingly terrifying being. Even we were tormented by his attacks. In my youth, I fought with Master Shun against them desperately. The combat prowess of Piccolo was beyond our capacity to withstand. Even the mightiest of our time, Master Mateto, could not lay a finger on him." "Curious," Bulma inquired, "Master Mateto? Who is he?" "He was my master," Master Roshi replied, still drenched in sweat, gazing anxiously into the distance. Unbeknownst to Goku, he relentlessly pursued the creature, relying on the dragon radar's guidance. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I shall never forgive you. Master Roshi continued recounting the horrors of the past. The bloodthirsty King Piccolo relentlessly slaughtered innocent souls, leaving them helplessly awaiting their demise. In desperation, I fled to the mountains. Holding on to the words my master spoke before his departure, I dedicated myself to training every day, awaiting his return. Years later, as promised, Master Mateto returned. He tirelessly practiced a secret technique rumored to be the ultimate skill. Ultimately, he unleashed that fearsome move, successfully sealing King Piccolo within a rice cooker. But at the cost of his own life force. Yamcha hastily asked, and then what? I personally submerged that rice cooker in the depths of the sea. King Piccolo cannot possibly revive, Master Roshi stated with grave seriousness. It is absolutely impossible. He emphasized this point, uncertain whether it was directed at himself or the others. Meanwhile, an enraged Goku had just burst from the forest, nearly tumbling off a cliff. It was then that he realized, oh right, how could I have forgotten that? He summoned the flying Nimbus, hopped on, and followed the signal. On the ship of the Pilaf gang, King Piccolo sat contemplatively, tapping his fingers against the seat, gazing at the rice cooker before him. After a series of careful inquiries from the Pilaf trio about whether King Piccolo intended to use the Dragon Balls to conquer the world, the great demon King Piccolo expressed his desire for eternal life, yearning for a body that would never age. The absurdity of this revelation left the comical trio of Pilaf momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting a sudden epiphany. Indeed, how had they not considered this? The turtle hermit, amidst the amusement park, suddenly grasped the situation. A realization struck him. This explains everything. The others jumped in surprise. I understand now. The reason the great demon king stole the list of participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament is because he fears the Mafuba technique. He is terrified that one day he might encounter a master who knows the Mafuba and could seal him within a rice cooker. Yamcha, ever the latecomer to the conversation, interjected exactly. If he possesses the list of martial artists, he will know whom to target. Bulma voiced her skepticism. So, you mean he intends to eliminate everyone on that list? It seems quite plausible. Meanwhile, Goku was rapidly closing in on the demon tambourine, who had stolen the Dragon Ball and killed Krillin. Goku's gaze was fixed on the green-skinned creature with wings, clutching the list in one hand and his Dragon Ball in the other. Don't run away. Stop. Tambourine turned to regard the furious Goku as he shouted. What do you want? Who are you? With rage coursing through him, Goku adopted a fighting stance, fists clenched tightly at his sides, gritting his teeth as he glared at the disdainful winged demon. You took my 4-star ball. It was you. What are you talking about? Tambourine questioned. Return my Dragon Ball and Krillin's life. Krillin? Goku noticed the puzzled look on Tambourine's face and shouted in anger, stop feigning ignorance. You killed him and stole my Dragon Ball. Intrigued, Tambourine stared at the small fighter. Are you referring to that brat who dared to defy me? A look of realization crossed his face. Oh, so that little brat is dead? How delightful. What did you say? You killed Krillin. If that's the case, you shall pay with your life. Is that so? So, you pursued me for this reason? If you want to fight, then let it begin. However, Goku did not anticipate being swiftly knocked from his cloud, struggling to call upon Nimbus for his rescue. Tambourine mocked him coldly. After a fierce exchange, Goku found himself on the losing end, as Tambourine shattered his Nimbus and kicked him downwards. Goku stubbornly extended Nimbus, attempting to strike Tambourine. Yet the demon easily evaded him and ultimately ended Goku's life. You wasted a considerable amount of my time, Tambourine scoffed before taking flight. Pan sensed Goku's fading energy and sprang to his feet. He had forgotten much of the storyline, having not witnessed many events, leaving him unaware of Goku's impending demise in this encounter. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others anxiously awaited his return deep into the night. Goku, please come back. Chapter 53, The Great Demon King, Part 2. The turtle hermit gazed at the moon, lowering his head with a heavy heart. After waiting so long, if he hasn't returned, it likely means that Goku. Bulma hesitantly inquired of Master Roshi, what's wrong? I just hope Goku will return alive. Bulma exclaimed with indignation, what are you saying? Goku is so strong. How could you think otherwise? Exactly. Goku would never die so easily, the others chimed in, countering Master Roshi's concerns. I wish that were the case. Regardless, let us all go inside the house for now. Pans was still puzzled. How can Goku be dead? If he is, who will retrieve the Dragon Balls to resurrect him? What is happening? Isn't he supposed to be the champion of the next World Martial Arts Tournament? He even fought against Piccolo. Pans hesitated, contemplating whether to investigate further. Just then, Oolong remarked that if the Demon King Piccolo was systematically eliminating participants based on the tournament roster, it was of no concern to him, only to be reprimanded loudly by Bulma. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? If he were to conquer the world, he would no longer be able to live so leisurely. Master Roshi shared his worries, saying, indeed, for the Demon King Piccolo, ruling the world is a trivial matter. For him, the only enjoyment lies in slowly extinguishing a life. Upon returning to Emperor Pilaf's airship, Tambourine presented the Dragon Ball to the Demon King Piccolo. Examining the Dragon Ball in his hand, Piccolo mused, Is this the Dragon Ball? Tambourine quickly affirmed, casting a glance at the Pilaf trio. Yes. The Dragon Ball is indeed located where they claimed. Pilaf trembled as he spoke. Right. Just as I said. I was not mistaken. Piccolo brought the Dragon Ball closer. Appearing contemplative, almost questioning the Pilaf trio. Gathering all 7 of these spheres will grant me eternal youth and life. Pilaf eagerly flattered. Indeed, of course. Then my body will regain its overwhelming power, and my masculine charm will increase tremendously, Your Majesty. The Pilaf trio shivered at the cold snort from Piccolo. Your charm has always been formidable, my king, they stammered. Tambourine handed Piccolo a stack of papers. Here is the list of participants from the World Martial Arts Tournament over the last decade. Coincidentally, the Dragon Balls were also present at that venue. A satisfied smile crept across Piccolo's lips. Excellent. Affix the list to the wall. Tambourine began to pin up the papers, while the Pilaf trio eagerly assisted. Upon reaching Krillin's photograph, Tambourine inquired, is this fellow considered formidable among them? Do you know him? No, he retorted before crumpling Krillin's picture. This one is no longer necessary to display. I have already eliminated him. At that moment, Launch gasped, Emperor Pilaf, look at this person. It was none other than Son Goku's photograph. This guy was the runner-up in 2 tournaments. Upon seeing it, Tambourine bluntly stated, no need to post that one either. I have already killed him. Pilaf stared at Tambourine in disbelief. This. There can be no error. That fellow is exceedingly weak. Easily dispatched by me in just a few moves. Pilaf, terrified, huddled in a ball. That little rascal is the runner-up? Oh, great Lord Demon King. There are no formidable martial artists left in the world. Upon hearing this, Din chuckled with delight. This is splendid news. However, to be on the safe side, it would be prudent to eliminate them one by one. I certainly do not wish to find myself imprisoned in a rice cooker again. All who dare to oppose me must be eradicated. He then resolved to gather the 7 Dragon Balls, after which he would prepare to conquer the world. Go forth, Dambalin. Swiftly eliminate all martial artists. None shall be spared. Yes, my lord. Dambalin commenced his operations. King Choppa and Puff. Dent, having just downed a generous glass of melon soda, declared his intent to enlist another warrior to gather the Dragon Balls. Pilaf and his companions expressed their sincere desire to avoid witnessing his performance of that particular technique. Din mused to himself. Since we require a warrior to collect the Dragon Balls, let it be one that embodies the form of a dragon. With that, he once again demonstrated before Pilaf and his companions. Gripping the armrest with great force, his veins bulged, and a malevolent white light emanated from his eyes as his body convulsed. He muttered in the Namekian tongue, sending chills down Pilaf and his companions' spines as they broke into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Din then howled in a frenzied manner, as if something foreign had lodged itself in his throat. Before long, his throat bulged, gradually shifting upward. Pilaf covered his face in terror, while Kaiatsu and Tien shared expressions of disgust and nausea. Din opened his mouth wide, unexpectedly expelling an egg coated in a repulsive, viscous green liquid. After catching his breath, he proclaimed, come forth. Your name is Simbalu. The egg he had just regurgitated trembled before cracking open to reveal a diminutive dragon demon, measuring merely 20 centimeters. Initially struggling to stand and open its eyes, it swiftly grew to over a meter in height. As soon as Simbalu appeared, Din demanded Pilaf disclose the location of the next Dragon Ball, and Simbalu promptly set off to collect it. Ponzu, observing the lifeless form of Goku, hesitated on whether to investigate further, only to sense Goku's energy gradually intensifying. In no time, Goku's aura doubled in strength. It turned out he was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. What a shock! Just when Ponzu felt relieved, he couldn't help but comment. The sudden surge in energy was astounding. The Saiyan's abilities were indeed exaggerated. In due time, with 1 billion, any severely injured individual would be incomparable. Why bother training when one could simply find a system to be reborn as a Saiyan? Ponzu chuckled as he watched the famished Goku attempt to consume a carnivorous plant, preparing to devour a kangaroo only to be struck instead. It appeared that in his recovery, he had exhausted all his energy, even depleting the energy from the senzu beans. Meanwhile, inside Master Roshi's house, Bulma and the children were engaged in a strategy discussion. If only we could contact Ponzu, perhaps we could resolve this matter. Master Roshi pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps it is possible. I have always believed that Tianjin Fan was holding back during the martial arts tournament. Bulma suddenly inquired, why? Logically speaking, Kaiatsu should be stronger than Tianjin Fan. Moreover, when Kairatsu conceded, he bestowed an energy capsule upon Son Goku, specifically intending for him to regain his strength and reach his utmost fighting potential. Therefore, we shall split into 2 groups. After we create the radar, Yamcha, you and your team will seek the Dragon Balls, while we will find the fortune teller and then locate Ponzu. Alright. Ponzu, however, remained in deep contemplation. He was genuinely conflicted. His appearance alongside his disciples would hinder Son Goku's growth, yet refraining from appearing would lead them to search for him tirelessly. As for himself, he did not mind, for these disciples were still not of significant caliber. Ponzu's lips twitched as he observed Son Goku recklessly pursuing food. Goku, you must persevere. The future of Earth still relies on you. Unfazed, Son Goku devoured the colossal fish before him. Chapter 54. Goku's counterattack. Meanwhile, after Master Roshi and Bulma, along with Yamcha and others, relocated the Kame house to what they believed was a secure location, Master Roshi piloted a plane alone in search of the Dragon Balls, hoping to summon the Eternal Dragon to eliminate King Piccolo. Left behind in the Kame house were Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar, anxiously awaiting. Yamcha engaged in recovery training, while Bulma crafted a container for Krillin's remains. King Piccolo abruptly awakened upon the demise of Tambourine, attempting to summon him through dark sorcery, yearning for a response. The comical trio of Pilaf looked on in shock at the agitated King Piccolo, attempting to flatter him by proclaiming Tambourine to be a splendid child, assuring him that the Earth's martial artists could never defeat him, thus urging King Piccolo to remain calm. This only served to infuriate King Piccolo, who bellowed at them in rage. Tambourine was my child, born of great anguish. How could you possibly understand my sorrow? My dear Tambourine perished seeking that Dragon Ball. It must have been the one who possessed that Dragon Ball who killed him. It is undoubtedly so. Initially, the Pilaf trio attempted to console King Piccolo to alleviate his fury. Lord Piccolo, it is impossible for anyone to slay a powerful demon warrior. Perhaps you have misunderstood. Yet, King Piccolo furiously questioned them, demanding to know how his progeny, Tambourine, could have met his demise. Why? He seethed, grinding his teeth as he muttered to himself. Regardless of who it may be, as long as you do not show reverence to me, King Piccolo, I shall show you the dire consequences that await. With that, he employed dark sorcery to establish a mental link with Tambourine, who had just located Yamcha and inquired about the Kame house's whereabouts. Foolishly, Bulma revealed their previous residence, leading to a brief skirmish as Tambourine prepared to slay Yamcha. A call from the Dark King. Lord Dark King, Tambourine, my son, your brother Simbalu has been slain. Go forth and avenge him. With that, Tambourine soared into the air, casting a mocking glance at Yamcha. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall return to exact my vengeance upon you another time. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was in Antarctica, utilizing the Kamehameha to obliterate an iceberg, thereby uncovering a 2-star Dragon Ball. He then traded with a couple who had children for another Dragon Ball. On board a spacecraft, the Scarred Tiger demanded $1 million in exchange for a Dragon Ball, attempting to barter with some coupons. When they prepared to rob him outright, he deftly seized another Dragon Ball from them, enduring many hardships, and eventually retrieved yet another from the Crow Cave. In this manner, Master Roshi seemingly gathered 4 Dragon Balls with ease. Simultaneously, after consuming Simbalu, Akairobe listened intently as Son Goku recounted the tale of the Dragon Balls. Akairobe picked up his 1-star Dragon Ball, gazing at it in disbelief. I still cannot accept this. I find it hard to believe that by gathering all 7 of these orbs, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. Son Goku met Akairobe's gaze with earnestness. It is true. I embarked on this quest to resurrect Krillin. No matter what, I must find these 7 Dragon Balls. After witnessing the determination in Son Goku's eyes and the firmness of his clenched fists, Akairobe crossed his arms and shrugged nonchalantly, stating, if it were me, I would prefer to be well fed. Son Goku clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and declared through gritted teeth, however, there is another matter of utmost importance that I must attend to. I swear, I will defeat the one who killed Krillin. Seeing this, Akairobe turned on his heel to leave, but Son Goku stubbornly followed. Why are you following me? I told you, as long as you carry the Dragon Ball, those people will come after you. Although you say that, it's clear you wish to steal the Dragon Ball when I'm not looking, correct? Son Goku retorted in frustration, not at all. But you want this orb too, don't you? I have already explained the matter of the Dragon Balls to you. Once I find the other 6, could you lend it to me for a moment? Akairobe grimaced at Son Goku, growling, don't deceive me. It's true. I merely wish to avenge Krillin and bring him back to life. I want to lend you this orb. I will find a place to sell it for a high price. With that, Akairobe turned and hurried away, attempting to escape Son Goku. In a rush, Son Goku followed closely behind. Akairobe could no longer tolerate Son Goku trailing him. He spun around, glaring at Son Goku. Do not follow me. Son Goku replied earnestly. I am following the Dragon Ball, not you. Akairobe retorted, you insolent brat. It's hopeless to deal with someone so shameless. He then continued to run forward. Yet despite their contest of wills, Akairobe found himself unable to shake off Son Goku. The 2 individuals, feeling famished, caught a fish and savored their meal. Afterward, Akairobe gazed at the rushing river and devised a cunning plan, sprinting forth with Sun Wukong trailing closely behind. As they leapt over a large stone, Akairobe cunningly obstructed it, causing Sun Wukong to stumble and fall into the water. Following a fierce battle of wits and strength, Sun Wukong eventually caught up to Akairobe, who was being confronted by Dambalin. Sun Wukong, filled with fury at the sight of Dambalin, declared his intent to engage him in combat, proclaiming that he was now well-fed and vastly different from before. Prepare yourself, he asserted, crouching in a fighting stance while maintaining a steady gaze at the composed Dambolin. Dambolin, taken aback by Sun Wukong's presence, sneered, "Prepare? Is that all you can muster? Come on." In response, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of phantom punches, startling Dambolin. As Dambolin searched for Sun Wukong's elusive figure, he exposed a significant vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful elbow strike that sent Dambolin flying, followed by a flurry of direct punches that severely injured him. Ultimately, Sun Wukong concluded with a forceful double-handed blow that rendered Dambolin unconscious on the ground. Defeated, Dambolin was left with no means to retaliate, and Sun Wukong triumphantly gestured a peace sign over the fallen warrior. If Ponzu had witnessed the current speed and strength of Sun Wukong, he would have undoubtedly criticized him, exclaiming that the Saiyan bloodline had awakened. Indeed, a single grievous injury had resulted in a dramatic increase in combat prowess, potentially multiplying 2- or 3-fold, an alarming transformation. As Akairo prepared to indulge in a meal, Dambolin regained consciousness and exclaimed, "How infuriating! How could a great warrior of our demon race be defeated by a mere human?" With that, he unleashed a beam of light at Sun Wukong, who nimbly evaded it with his phantom punches. Unbeknownst to both, Sun Wukong's clear illusion was struck, leaving no trace behind. Dambolin laughed triumphantly. "Huh? Fool, I have finally annihilated you. I have always told you that our demon warriors are invincible." Chapter 54. I am Akairo. Contentedly reclining on the ground and patting his belly, Akairo mumbled to himself about being full. Rising to stretch, he shattered a large stone with ease. Ponzu redirected his focus, deciding that as long as Akairo survived, he need not concern himself with him. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the lurking malevolence observing him secretly. Having rested, I may not necessarily triumph over that foe, he pondered. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression shifted. He became acutely aware of his surroundings. "You scoundrel, where are you? Show yourself." Before him stood Akairo, with tousled hair, a katana at his waist, a dragon ball hanging from his chest, and wooden sandals on his feet, gazing up at Sun Wukong. "Who are you calling a scoundrel? That is my line." Initially on guard, Sun Wukong relaxed upon hearing those words. "You rascal! How dare you eat my fish? That is utterly despicable." Sun Wukong straightened up, curiously repeating, "Your fish?" It was already there. Akairo, incensed by Sun Wukong's shamelessness, retorted, "Fool! Do you think that fish would swim to impale itself on a stick and roast itself? You scoundrel!" At this moment, Sun Wukong still found himself unable to comprehend the situation, feeling as though he had pilfered another's sustenance. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the two, as clouds drifted by, seemingly carried away by the discomfort. Suddenly, Akairo bellowed at Sun Wukong, "Thief! What? How shameless!" Sun Wukong retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why do you accuse me of thievery? Stop feigning innocence. You clearly stole my fish." Akairo insisted. "You are mistaken. It was your fish. Why didn't you safeguard it?" "It was I who consumed it," Sun Wukong countered. "That was my breakfast, nearly cooked to perfection, and you had the audacity to steal it." Akairo exclaimed. "And you dare speak? You just hurled a rock at me." As Sun Wukong leaped down from the large stone on which he stood, he noticed the dragon ball adorning Akairo. "That is my dragon ball. I see now. You are indeed in league with those monsters, plotting my demise, aren't you?" "Silence. Do not think you can evade responsibility with your absurd claims. You have yet to answer for stealing my fish. You are the true thief." Akairo, equally enraged, crouched low and stomped his foot, sending tremors throughout the forest. The two, unable to find common ground, began to grapple ferociously. After exchanging blows with elbows and legs, they momentarily separated. Sun Wukong regarded the smirking chubby figure. "Quite impressive, this little fellow." Akairo swiftly charged at Sun Wukong, executing a flying kick. Sun Wukong, prepared for the assault, leaped backward with force, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as he landed, Akairo lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that Sun Wukong deftly parried. In a moment of distraction, Akairo collided his forehead with Sun Wukong's nose, sending him sprawling onto his back. "That hurts. Hard as stone. I'm in agony," Sun Wukong exclaimed. Akairo triumphantly chuckled. "Now do you see my prowess?" In retaliation, Sun Wukong launched a surprise attack, ramming his head into Akairo's chin, sending him flying. Akairo quickly regained his composure, and the two resumed their combat. This time, however, Sun Wukong swiftly subdued Akairo. After vanquishing him, Sun Wukong gleefully proclaimed, "Now you know my strength. What do you say? Surrender." Just as he was about to continue, Akairo rose from the ground, dusting himself off nonchalantly. Sun Wukong stared at Akairo, who appeared unscathed. "I exerted all my strength in that attack, and yet he remains unharmed." Akairo, also surprised, pondered, "Who is this kid? I have never encountered someone so formidable." The two found themselves at an impasse once more. After a brief moment, Akairo, unable to contain his curiosity, spoke first. "Who on earth are you? With such strength, you surely can't be a mere thief." "I am no thief. My name is Sun Wukong." "What a peculiar name. And what do you call yourself?" "Akairo. I am called Akairo." What a strange name. Your name is still quite peculiar. In a sudden fit of anger, a Kairobe charged at Sun Wukong. This time, Sun Wukong stood his ground, engaging him directly in a struggle. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed that the Dragon Ball on a Kairobe's chest was not the one his grandfather had left him, and he leaped back. Caught off guard, a Kairobe lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, he glared at Sun Wukong and exclaimed, "You fool! What are you doing? Your Dragon Ball is a 1-star, not the 4-star one that was stolen from me. What exactly is that thing hanging around your neck? Tell me where you got it." A Kairobe looked at the frantic Sun Wukong, utterly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I found this 3 years ago. Do you have a problem with that?" "Oh, I see." Sun Wukong suddenly scratched the back of his head, smiling as he said, "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Your Dragon Ball is not mine. It turns out you are not affiliated with the monster that killed Krillin." A Kairobe was furious about the fish incident. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't think you can just smile and get away with it. You stole my fish, which was my breakfast. Return it." "That's not." Sun Wukong unconsciously glanced at the sky. A Kairobe, drawn by his gaze, looked up as well. It was Simbalu, the warrior created by King Piccolo to search for the Dragon Balls, who had come following the clues. Upon descending, Sun Wukong glared at the monster before him with rage, while a Kairobe wore a look of disdain. "It's not like I haven't dealt with dinosaurs before." Simbalu, towering at nearly 4 meters, truly seemed to have grown merely on air. "Hey kids, answer my questions properly." Sun Wukong suddenly dropped his offensive stance and remarked in confusion, "No, that's not right. It looks similar, but it's not the same." A Kairobe, looking at Simbalu, retorted without hesitation, "Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? Listen well. If you do not speak the truth, I shall kill you." Simbalu demanded, "Have you seen any small orbs containing stars nearby?" A Kairobe glared at Simbalu, who happened to shift his gaze to him as well. "Wonderful. My luck is fantastic. Kid, hand over the small orb around your neck, or I will kill you." Sun Wukong, upon hearing Simbalu's demand for the Dragon Ball, grew furious and assumed an offensive posture. "You want the Dragon Ball too? You are in league with the monster that killed Krillin." Both were still engaged in a standoff with Simbalu, who had grown impatient and was preparing to eliminate them to seize the Dragon Ball. The chubby dragon, Simbalu, unleashed an attack that knocked the Kairobe to the ground. Sun Wukong stood by, mercilessly mocking him. In a fit of rage, a Kairobe executed a flying kick followed by a whirlwind slash, swiftly dispatching the chubby dragon, then landed gracefully with a poised hand strike. Chapter 55. King Piccolo finally makes his appearance. A Kairobe, crouching in a martial stance, placed his hand on his katana, exclaiming, "Damn it!" As he pulled the blade slightly from its sheath, Sun Wukong's mocking voice echoed, "You're the real fool. Such tricks, how could I possibly evade them?" "What?" Damblin, filled with dread, retreated step by step before taking flight. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, pursued him into the skies, where he unleashed the Kamehameha, obliterating Damblin. Suddenly, the Demon King Piccolo sensed Damblin's demise. "He is dead. Damblin is dead. What kind of monster lurks in that place?" Upon his descent, Wukong was confronted by a Kairobe's inquiry. "Hey, how am I supposed to eat if you've turned him to ash?" "I apologize. My anger made me forget," he replied, casting his gaze upon the crackling flames. "What? You've already kindled a fire?" A Kairobe nodded matter-of-factly. "It seems that fellow wouldn't have made for a palatable meal anyway. Now there's nothing left." Sun Wukong pointed to the Dragon Ball adorning a Kairobe's neck, saying, "Just wait a moment. As long as you wear that Dragon Ball, nefarious beings will continuously seek you out. When that time comes, you shall have your feast." The duo of gluttons stood patiently, anticipating the appearance of a new monster. Meanwhile, the anxious Yamcha and his companions remained steadfast, awaiting the return of Master Roshi with the Dragon Balls, as he drew nearer to Sun Wukong. The Demon King Piccolo commanded Pilaf and his comical trio to pursue a Kairobe and Wukong. Soon, the two were awestruck by the sight of an airship above. A Kairobe, hearing an unintentional exclamation from Xiaowu, fell into contemplation. "Piccolo, I believe I've heard of him." Sun Wukong, glaring at the sky, declared, "I understand now. That guy Piccolo must be the leader of the monsters searching for the Dragon Balls." "No, that's not it. I've heard tales of myths since my youth." Suddenly, a Kairobe's pupils dilated in terror as he exclaimed, I remember." While speaking, he retreated, trembling all over. After tossing the Dragon Ball directly to Sun Wukong, he turned and fled, leaving Wukong bewildered. But the leader might taste even better. "No thanks, I'm already full." Upon confirming that it was indeed Sun Wukong aboard the airship, Piccolo's fury surged, and he descended rapidly. Sun Wukong gazed up at the descending Piccolo. "You can fly too? Are you a disciple of Pan's?" "What Pan's?" "It's Trunks. I am the Demon King Piccolo. Tell me, did you slay Damblin and Sinbaru?" "Hey, I was the one asking you first. Are you the monster who killed Krillin and stole my Dragon Ball?" "Indeed. It is you. No wonder you still carry a princess with you. How despicable. I knew I was right. This time, I shall not forgive you." The Demon King Piccolo, observing the furious little figure before him, burst into laughter. "Ha! A mere child threatens to not let me off the hook? Do you truly believe the demon race is incapable of wielding a blade? Look at you, little one. Your martial prowess is quite impressive. My 2 warriors were bested by you. I shall eradicate you and reclaim the Dragon Ball you possess." Akai Ralbi stealthily approached from a distance to unleash his cannon. Angered, Sun Wukong, likened to an ant, commenced his assault, delivering a flurry of punches that sent the Demon King Piccolo crashing to the ground. Yet, Piccolo, seemingly unfazed, rose to his feet once more. With a sudden flash of crimson light from his eyes, Sun Wukong appeared to be ensnared by a spell, rendered utterly motionless. "What is happening? Why can't I move?" he pondered. Nevertheless, under immense pressure, he began to inch forward, only to be swiftly kicked by King Piccolo, sending him soaring into the sky before crashing back down to the ground. If Pans were to observe, he would undoubtedly critique their monotonous and tedious fighting style. However, at that moment, he was preoccupied with his own concerns. King Piccolo seized Sun Wukong by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "Oh, remarkable, you're still breathing?" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and replied intermittently, "Do I even need to say it?" In response, King Piccolo coldly delivered a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's face, twisting as he struck. With no other options available, Sun Wukong summoned his indomitable will and bit down on King Piccolo's thumb. Shaken violently, he was then slammed into the ground. Attempting to obliterate Sun Wukong with his signature attack, the Demon King unleashed the magic beam cannon, but Sun Wukong nimbly evaded it. However, after several attempts, he was ultimately struck and began to suffer a relentless onslaught of blows. Observing the panting Sun Wukong, King Piccolo initiated a villainous monologue that would last an entire minute, showcasing his sinister prowess. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong seized the moment to catch his breath and regain his strength. Just as he began to recover, King Piccolo launched another assault. Realizing the impending danger, Sun Wukong turned only to be hit yet again, triggering a 3-minute ordeal of relentless punishment. No matter how he enhanced his speed or strength, he could not land a blow on King Piccolo, rendering him in an extraordinarily perilous position. King Piccolo gazed down at the fallen, gasping Sun Wukong and taunted, "What's this? Are you conceding?" Hearing these words, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit ignited, and he struggled to rise, yet found himself unable to execute any further actions. King Piccolo, witnessing this, scoffed, "No matter what you do, you cannot defeat me. You can't fight, and you can't flee. It seems you are merely waiting for death." Stubbornly, Sun Wukong stood once more. Undeterred by King Piccolo's mocking words, he began to assume the stance for the Kamehameha. King Piccolo, upon seeing this, was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be the Kamehameha? "No, it's not the spirit bomb. You nearly startled me." He did not evade, instead choosing to absorb the full force of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Marvelous, a direct hit. Sun Wukong stared in disbelief at the unscathed King Piccolo, plunging into despair. At that moment, the skies conspired to enhance the atmosphere, unleashing a torrential downpour. Cursed be this strength. No matter how I fight, I cannot prevail against him. It was evident that if he could not win, he might as well submit like a dog before his master. Hearing this, Sun Wukong staggered to his feet once more. King Piccolo, witnessing this defiance, clenched his fists tightly, his arms bending as his entire body trembled. In an instant, his aura repelled the rainwater, isolating it from his presence. Soon, Sun Wukong collapsed once again, devoid of breath. As King Piccolo reached down to touch his right chest, breath ceased, life has ebbed away. After uttering these words, the self-assured Piccolo seized Sun Wukong's Dragon Balls and ascended to his airship, disregarding the distant observer, Yajirobe. Had Pons known, he would undoubtedly have remarked on the significance of delivering the final blow. The importance of such an act is universal. Yajirobe hesitated momentarily, contemplating the burial of Sun Wukong, only to perceive the rhythmic beating of his heart. He then hastily carried him to the riverbank, ensuring he drank his fill. Observing Sun Wukong's revival, he marveled at the tenacity of his life force. "Your vitality is truly formidable. What is your heart made of, to rise from the brink of death?" Sun Wukong, on hands and knees, coughed repeatedly. "This is infuriating. I am utterly powerless against him." Subsequently, Sun Wukong implored Yajirobe to escort him to Korin Tower. Chapter 56, The Harrowing Turtle School. Yajirobe consented to lead Sun Wukong to Korin Tower, provided he was rewarded with a hearty meal. Sun Wukong, seated within Yajirobe's vehicle, embarked towards Korin Tower, during which he gleaned the legend of the great demon King Piccolo from Yajirobe. Due to his severe injuries, Sun Wukong soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Master Roshi had located 5 Dragon Balls, only to find himself pursued by the demon King Piccolo. He was compelled to find a hiding place for the Dragon Balls. Isolated and uncertain of his ability to reclaim the Dragon Balls from Piccolo, Master Roshi resolved to confront him. If only Pons were present, perhaps he could have stood a chance. Should I perish, the world's hope would rest upon your shoulders. If he were aware that Pons had deliberately summoned 10 and the others away upon learning of Piccolo's emergence, he would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. The news that any of Pon's disciples could effortlessly eliminate Piccolo would likely push him to his limits. Elsewhere, those hiding in the base observed the gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma, filled with concern, watched intently. Yamcha set down his teacup with a heavy sigh. If only my combat prowess matched the situation, I could contribute. No, I must seek out the fortune teller to ascertain Pon's whereabouts. We need him to emerge and lend his strength at this juncture. His disciples are so formidable, they may even surpass the old man. Hey, I am going to find the fortune teller. Will you join me? Indeed. Thus, the group promptly retrieved the universal capsule, stowing away the turtle school's abode before procuring an aircraft to seek the fortune teller. At that moment, Master Roshi faced off against the Demon King Piccolo. So, you wish to challenge me? Truly a reckless endeavor. With a cold chuckle, he continued, it is no wonder. You must have heard the tales of my prowess to dare confront me, am I correct? Master Roshi regarded the towering Piccolo with a steely gaze. This is not our first encounter. Spare me your prattle. You claim to have witnessed my might. Indeed. Which is precisely why I am gathering the Dragon Balls to obliterate you. So, you have surrendered? Why? Because I have devised a method to vanquish you without the aid of the Eternal Dragon. The Demon King Piccolo erupted into hearty laughter, but suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Master Roshi and felt an uncanny familiarity. How could this be? This old man. Piccolo's throat tightened slightly. He soon launched several attacks at Master Roshi, yet the old man did not retaliate. Regardless of the methods employed, Master Roshi maintained a piercing gaze fixed upon the Demon King. What is the matter with this old man? Master Roshi wiped the corner of his mouth. I have no desire to engage you in combat. Regrettably, my martial prowess cannot even harm a single hair on you. However, there is one method by which I can seal you. Piccolo laughed heartily. You should refrain from boasting. I have already stated that this is not our first encounter. I am not merely spouting nonsense or exaggerating. I once fought alongside my master and fellow disciples against you. Have you forgotten? Piccolo's expression darkened. What did you say? My master is the great Master Mateto, the very one who sealed you within a rice cooker long ago. Piccolo's throat quivered, his eyes wide with shock, his body trembling and drenched in sweat, as torrents of fear distorted his features. What? Piccolo's pupils dilated rapidly, incredulously questioning Master Roshi. And what is your name? Master Roshi did not respond. Look at this object, and you shall remember. With that, he produced a universal capsule, pressed the switch, and released a rice cooker. Piccolo gazed at the rice cooker and the note affixed to it, trembling in fright as memories of that fateful day flooded back. No, this cannot be. Of course. You must recall. It was long ago when Master Mateto confined you within the rice cooker to save the world. Master Roshi assumed a combat stance. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, then extended forward. His right middle finger bent, thumb extended, while the other fingers curved slightly. His left hand began with the back of the palm before transforming into an eagle claw. With swift movements, he performed a series of intricate hand seals. Finally raising both hands before his chest, the right hand positioned above, fingers together with the thumb bent atop the middle finger, palms facing outward, while the left hand mirrored the stance, palms inward. After a brief pause, he brought his left hand behind, the right index and middle fingers standing upright before his forehead. Finally, he brought both palms together, fingers intertwining gradually. Following a dazzling display of seals, both middle fingers pointed skyward, he unleashed his energy. The entire mountainous terrain began to tremble, and the airships above swayed precariously as if losing their balance. The Demon King Piccolo shot upwards into the sky. Alas, he was gradually drawn back toward the rice cooker by Master Roshi's power combined with the sealing wave. After a prolonged struggle, he narrowly escaped being sealed. He had managed to evade capture. Gasping for breath, the escaping Piccolo exclaimed, "What a pity. I have failed." Master Roshi, having exhausted all his energy, leaned on his knee, weakly uttering, "But if you believe that you can find solace in this moment, you are merely indulging in a delusion." Pause for a moment. I am convinced that one day, an individual will emerge to vanquish you and, in turn, save the entire world. Upon uttering these words, Master Roshi could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed heavily to the ground. The slumbering Sun Wukong was suddenly roused, experiencing an ominous premonition. Sensing the demise of Master Roshi, Yuichiro looked at Sun Wukong with curiosity, inquiring, "What is it? What troubles you now? Is it pain?" Sun Wukong, too weary to articulate, felt his earlier vigor dissipate, slumping back into his seat. "It seems something dreadful is afoot, though I cannot discern it clearly. Is there an issue with your injuries?" The cunning Demon King Piccolo, having narrowly escaped, masked his fear with laughter. Hee. At last, that fool is dead. Even so, I am utterly exhausted. I never anticipated that someone would seal the demon wave. Nonetheless, you are gone now. I fear no one. And I have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Thus, Master Roshi's faction was nearly annihilated, save for the last remaining Yajirobe, who ventured alone towards Korin Tower. They suffered grievously at the hands of Demon King Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo summoned the Eternal Dragon. In an instant, darkness enveloped the world. Sun Wukong, Bulma, Yajirobe, and others worried for Master Roshi's safety. It appeared that this time, Piccolo could effortlessly realize his ambitions. Gazing at his youthful form and relishing his long-lost power, Piccolo ruthlessly killed the Eternal Dragon, thwarting any remaining hopes of summoning it to impede his plans. Chapter 57, The Judgment of Pawns. Observing that Sun Wukong had emerged relatively unscathed, having grown stronger from his injuries, Pawns decided not to dwell further on the matter. As his disciple had exalted him as the master of Qi, he resolved to propagate the culture of Huaxia in this world. Tianjin Fan primarily pursued martial arts. Yet after this ordeal, he would also begin to cultivate martial skills to attain the Qi mastery realm. Only by reaching this state could he wield various techniques from Huaxia's traditions, lest he remain reliant on mere energy attacks, which would be rather simplistic. Jiaozi had already established himself as a force to be reckoned with, undoubtedly a grandmaster in the ancient past. The remaining 8 individuals, it appeared, would require at least 3 years before they could independently confront forthcoming perils. They had placed their trust in me, and I must impart genuine knowledge to them. Currently, they have merely learned a hodgepodge of techniques, imitating legendary moves while ingeniously utilizing the energy of this world as their foundation. Their manifestations were likely inferior to the original techniques, for in a world dominated by martial cultivation, one would be swiftly defeated before completing their incantation. Watching them train vigorously under Jiaozi's gravity techniques from afar, Pawns pondered deeply. However, the cultural heritage of Huaxia is so vast that even someone like him, who has perused all its content, can only piece together fragments. Suddenly, Pawns' gaze sharpened as he observed Tianjin Fan, who was diligently training without awareness. Having only moved a mere centimeter, progress was imminent. Given Tianjin's current level of diligence, in no more than 3 days, he would be able to successfully manifest instantaneous movement. Pawns meticulously searched through the recesses of his mind for the texts he could utilize to refine his theories on Qi. The foremost of the classics, the I Ching, was undoubtedly essential to include. As heaven moves vigorously, a gentleman should strive unceasingly. As earth is receptive, a gentleman should cultivate profound virtue. There were numerous renowned Taoist texts, medical treatises, and more. With this in mind, Pawns diligently perused Taoist literature, first organizing the texts and drafting an outline. The Nanhua Jing, Tao Te Ching, and Zhou Yi from the 3 mysteries of Taoism were certainly indispensable. Following these, the complete texts of 13 other classics, including the Taishang Gainiang Pian, Gaoshang Yuhuang Benhang Jiging, Laozi Shixing Jing, Cheng Shu Jinjing, Wenshi Jinjing, Huangting Jing, Duran Jing, Tong Xian Jinjing, Dongling Jinjing, Zuowang Luan, Chongyang Li Jiao Shiwulan, Yuanshu Dongjin Juedui Jing, and Taishang Xihuang, Tianzuan Sishiju Jing were also to be incorporated. Historically, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. Hence, it was imperative to incorporate medical texts such as the Huangdi Neijing, specifically the Suwen and Ling Shu, along with the Shinong Benchao Jing. Shanghan Jiabing Luan encompassing Shanghan Luan and Jinkui Yale Yi, Nanjing, Wenbing Tiaobian, Zhongsong Jing, Mai Jing, Jinjiu Jiai Jing, and Huangdi Neijing Taisu. Additionally, the 3-character classic of medicine, Yao Xing Fu, Tangtu Gajue, and Binhamai Shue were 4 essential classics for the study of medicine. Moreover, the various martial arts secrets and techniques needed consideration. The more he pondered, the more ideas flooded his mind. Pawns gazed at his earnest disciple striving in the distance, a comforting expression upon his face. And there were also the myriad techniques of this world. Thus far, he had gathered those from Master Roshi, Master Crane, and Master Cat, with future prospects including celestial beings, and beyond Earth, the Scions and the Frost Demons, along with numerous peculiar races and their unique techniques. Once again, Pawns glanced at the small figures in the distance, his eyes filled with a mix of apology and pity for them. Unbeknownst to them, he remembered far more than they could fathom. If Pawns could delineate a martial path unique to the Qi sect, establishing a system of cultivation in martial arts and Taoist practices, it would be effortless for future generations to tread the path he had carved. Crucially, achieving his current 6th-tier prowess would extend human lifespan to 6 centuries. Barring unforeseen circumstances, a normally cultivating individual should possess a combat power of 1 million. Excluding himself as an anomaly. Success. I have succeeded. Pawns observed Tianjin Fan, who had now moved half a meter, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, he could not help but scold Tianjin Fan. What success? How do you deem it success? At a distance of half a meter. Your excessive preamble is something anyone could surpass. Master, my senior brother has mastered teleportation. What is so impressive about that? How many meters did he move? Let me see. Tian Shinhan playfully nudged Kaiatsu. I warned you against careless talk, and now I've been reprimanded. Pawns, observing the playful antics of his disciples, chose to remain silent. Tian Shinhan, focus on accelerating your training over the next 3 days, and I shall escort you and Kaiatsu. Yes, master. Pawns disregarded their antics, instead contemplating how to refine his own system. Bulma and Yamcha finally arrived at the palace of the fortune teller. hoping she could assist them in locating Ponzu and his companions. Ponzu, you say? Let me take a look. The fortune teller descended from her crystal ball, engaging in a flurry of intricate maneuvers. Are you certain you haven't inquired incorrectly? Bulma curiously gazed at the empty crystal ball. What is the matter, fortune teller? I cannot find this person anywhere on Earth. He does not exist here. Bulma shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? My brother and I grew up together. We have only been apart for a little over 2 years. Earth cannot possibly lack his presence. The fortune teller reluctantly attempted once more. Indeed, this individual does not appear. The crystal ball reveals nothing. You must stop this nonsense. Yamcha, observing the fortune teller and the quarrel between Bulma and her, pondered aloud. Could it be that the crystal ball simply cannot locate Ponzu? Nonsense. The crystal ball can find anyone unless their power is extraordinarily strong. Yamcha's eyes lit up. Fortune teller, could you divine the whereabouts of Master Roshi and King Piccolo? The fortune teller mumbled. That S2 individuals, the fee doubles. Enough with the chatter. We cannot ascertain Ponzu's location. This is merely a test. The fortune teller, sweating under Bulma's fierce gaze, reluctantly complied. Soon, the crystal revealed that Master Roshi had passed away, while King Piccolo was en route to the king's castle. Everyone was taken aback, their composure shaken. Bulma had forgotten to inquire about Ponzu. Check on Goku. Quickly, the image of a weary Goku seated in a vehicle materialized. It's Goku. He is alive. How wonderful. Indeed. Remarkable. Yamcha, in a moment of inspiration, exclaimed, Fortune teller, please divine Tien Shinhan's fate. The fortune teller grumbled. How many inquiries is this now? Just perform the reading without further ado. It won't cost you anything. Faced with Bulma's intimidating presence, the fortune teller quickly acquiesced. Tien Shinhan is also absent from the readings. Bulma grew frantic. See? She cannot find him. Clearly, he exists. Nonsense. My divination is infallible. Yamcha's perceptive gaze seemed to uncover something. Fortune teller, can you locate someone named Tuabaobaoyu? Without hesitation, the fortune teller commenced her ritual, determined to prove her accuracy. Soon, the crystal ball displayed a forest, revealing several companions gathered together. Chapter 58. Wukong seeks the super divine water. Yamcha suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Yes, it's them. Where are they? As Ponzu was deep in thought, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Ah, clever. I've traced the whereabouts of that brat, Storm. Unfortunately, my power is insufficient. Otherwise, I would sever the causal link and see how you investigate. With this thought, he felt a surge of energy. In a vast forest to the southwest, the fortune-telling elder suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her divination orb visibly shattering. Lying in Yamcha's arms, she weakly murmured, There is a powerful being. They violently destroyed my divination. Now, the backlash of magic. I fear I can be of no assistance to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the elder pretended to be lifeless, feigning death. Elder, was it Ponzu? Why would Ponzu wish to kill, yet refuse to aid us? Bulma, with tears in her eyes, choked out, We must bury the elder and then set out to find Son Wukong. Only he can hope to stop Piccolo now. All right. Bulma replied, her voice trembling. With the help of Yachirobe, Son Wukong had already reached the base of Korin Tower. Upon seeing the cautious UPA, they exchanged a few words. And Wukong immediately expressed the need to ascend the tower to seek Korin. After much persuasion, it was only with the allure of the senzu beans that Yachirobe agreed to carry Son Wukong up Korin Tower. That night, Yachirobe, filled with indignation, questioned the exhausted Wukong behind him. Don't overdo it. No matter how hard we climb, we still can't see the top. Wukong weakly replied, We're almost there. Frustrated, Yachirobe retorted. Shut up. You've been repeating that since we started. Really? I should not have been fooled into climbing just to satisfy my hunger. As he glanced down into the abyss below, he muttered, I can't possibly descend now. Keep going, Yachirobe. Shut up, you scoundrel. What a stroke of bad luck to be involved in all this. Despite his complaints, Yachirobe continued to strive upwards. After an arduous ascent, they finally beheld the pinnacle of Korin Tower. Hey look, is that the top of the tower? Yachirobe received no reply and turned around, only to be infuriated. Get up. You lazy bum. We're at the top. Hurry, just a little more. Yachirobe gazed at the summit, hunger overwhelming him as he climbed, drooling. The top of this tower looks just like a delectable feast. After burying the seemingly lifeless fortune-telling elder, Bulma and the others departed. On their way, they reconsidered their plans, deciding to first visit the spot where the Dragon Balls had vanished. Even though they were aware of Master Roshi's failure and Piccolo's triumph, they hoped to find Master Roshi's remains, waiting for the dragon's resurrection in the future. Yamcha, descend. This is the place where the Dragon Balls last disappeared. All right, let's take a look. Yamcha halted the actions of the blonde-haired launch. No, let us first assess the situation. There may still be enemies lurking nearby. Oolong, feeling apprehensive, called out, Hey, is everything all right? I've always said we shouldn't venture into such strange places. It's truly maddening. Just as Oolong finished his statement, Bulma silenced him, exclaiming, What is that? Quickly descend. That is Master Roshi. Yamcha immediately began to descend. Master Roshi. I feared that the capsule ship I brought might actually come in handy. How infuriating. Bulma, it's just the two of us left alongside Goku. Tien and the others may not emerge to thwart Piccolo Daimao. We must regroup with Goku to devise a strategy. Bulma and the others prepared to place Master Roshi's body into the capsule ship. How frustrating. We can only wait until next year to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to resurrect them. Oolong then made a clever observation. Look, over there. Bulma and the others hurried over, staring at 7 identical stones before them. No way. This can't be real. It must be a trick. Yamcha gazed at the stones, pondering, could it be that even Shenron was slain by that fiend? Bulma, we must set off immediately to find Goku. We can only succeed by joining forces with him. Yajirobe, having exhausted all his strength, finally reached the top of the tower, lying back and gasping for air. After much toil, he had made it. Thank you, Yajirobe. The cat sage, lurking nearby, remarked, to think he could carry Goku up here. He appears to be no ordinary person. There are so many formidable individuals lately. Pans, Goku, Tao Pai Pai, and this Yajirobe fellow. This world has become perilously dangerous. Lord Karen, it has been a long time. Yajirobe sat up, gazing at the feline figure. What? This fellow is a sage? Goku approached, stammering. No need for further words. I already know everything. What do you know? The cat sage looked up at Goku. You were utterly defeated by Piccolo Daimao, were you not? Strange, how do you know that? Have you forgotten that I possess telepathy? Moreover, I often find myself peeking down here out of boredom. Yajirobe, startled, dashed to the edge of the tower, peering down at the swirling clouds, unable to see the bottom. Can you see down from here? Of course not. Look over there. The cat sage pointed to a location. Yajirobe then experienced a revelation akin to Goku's initial realization. I see. Sage, you are truly remarkable. The cat sage regarded Goku. Goku, what brings you to me? Goku, feeling weary, managed to utter part of his thoughts. The cat sage turned and vigorously rummaged through a spot. Wait, let me treat your injuries first. Upon saying this, he produced a large jar of senza beans and offered one to Goku. Yajirobe, recognizing the senza beans, felt a surge of anger and took advantage of the cat sage's momentary distraction. With a swift motion, I seized the celestial beans from the hands of the cat sage. To think that I had endured so much for these beans. After uttering this, I grabbed a handful and stuffed them into my mouth, disregarding everything around me, as I continued to shove more and more beans in. What is this? These beans are utterly tasteless. After consuming 7 or 8 handfuls, I suddenly froze, the jar slipping from my grasp and crashing to the ground. As I collapsed under the weight of my own indulgence, Sun Wukong mocked Kairobe, exclaiming, "Ha! With just one of these celestial beans, you can go 10 days without eating." He then tossed a bean into his own mouth, and before long, he visibly revitalized. How about that? Is your battered body feeling better? Sun Wukong joyfully declared, indeed. This is amazing. I feel restored, haha. With that, he began performing various martial arts moves atop the tower. The cat sage, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. How could this be possible? His power had surged more than threefold in an instant, and now it had doubled again. Chapter 59, The Reappearance of Pawns. After a brief moment of exuberance, Sun Wukong disregarded the sleeping Kairobe and shared his thoughts with the cat sage. So, you want me to be your mentor in cultivation? I hope for that. I wish you would teach me once more. The cat sage, observing the eager Sun Wukong, replied regretfully, I am truly sorry. But I have nothing left to teach you. I fully understand your feelings, but your current strength has far surpassed mine. What then? Sun Wukong asked, disheartened. The gap between you and him is too vast. Even Master Wutian was slain by him. Like a bolt from the blue, Sun Wukong gasped. What? Master Wutian too? This is intolerable. I will never see my grandfather again. Memories of the turtle sage flooded his mind. Their first encounter on the beach, the sage extinguishing a fire, sending him off to find a beautiful woman, training together, resting beneath a great tree. The image of Demon King Piccolo surfaced as well. Curse that guy? Why? He turned to leave the tower. Stop. What are you planning to do? Going down there is tantamount to seeking death. I am merely doing my best. My grandfather has been killed. I must avenge him. Wait. If you go like this, you will surely perish. I no longer care about anything. I cannot find peace in my heart like this. There are 2 methods to enhance your strength and 2 ways to vanquish Demon King Piccolo. Do you not wish to hear them? Sun Wukong leapt towards the cat sage. The first involves a fellow named Ponzu. He can undoubtedly make you stronger or even slay Piccolo. Sun Wukong hesitated, recalling events within the gates of the demon realm. But I cannot find him. What about the other option? You must grow stronger yourself and then defeat him. Huh, cat sage, are you not? Since you are prepared to face certain death, you should drink the super divine water. Sun Wukong looked at the cat sage in confusion. Is it the same super divine water I drank before? No. The super sacred water is merely ordinary water. It is a deception. The true divine water, however, possesses genuine sacred power within. You must believe me. So, if one were to drink the true divine water, would they become immensely powerful? Indeed. But can you find the authentic true divine water? After the cat sage spoke, he turned his back to Sun Wukong. At the northernmost reaches of the world lies a terrifying, icy maze. To obtain the true divine water, one must traverse this labyrinth, and deeper within, in a dark cavern. It is exceedingly difficult to locate. The cat sage then elaborated on the terrors of the true divine water to Sun Wukong. What say you, Wukong? Do you still wish to pursue it? Sun Wukong clenched his fist resolutely and declared, I shall go, and I will find the true divine water. Aqualope, reluctant to accompany him, descended a level alone and discovered a solitary jar, mistaking it for a hidden delicacy of the cat sage. With a derisive smirk, he approached and lifted the lid. As he leaned in to peer inside, he inadvertently tumbled in, inexplicably arriving at the extreme northern reaches of the world. Cat sage, without my nimbus cloud, how long will it take to reach the end of the ground? The cat sage pointed to the jar from which Aqualope had fallen, stating, that jar will take you directly to the ice cavern. The cat sage observed as Sun Wukong dashed over, preparing to leap in. Wukong, be cautious of one thing while you are there. Beware of the darkness. Are you saying I should be wary of the encroaching night? Yes, in the ice cavern. When night falls, the darkness can manifest as creatures to bewilder individuals or lead them further away from the light. Understood, I shall be vigilant. Before Sun Wukong could finish his statement, he leapt down with a whoosh, leaving only an echo resonating in the cat sage's ears. Bulma and Yamcha, along with others, encountered UPA at Corin Tower. They were acquainted, thus no misunderstandings arose. Cursed be it, Master Roshi, Krillin is dead, even Shenron has perished. Blue-haired Launch sighed in lament. The old turtle gazed at the approaching Master Roshi, saying, I still feel as if that door is ajar, and Master Roshi will walk through it any moment. Ponzu transported Tien and Kaiatsu to a high-gravity alien planet, leaving them over 800 energy capsules each before returning. Ponzu took out a magic bean from his pocket, idly toying with it. Without advanced experimental instruments, even my attempts to create more powerful energy capsules will be in vain. With this thought, Ponzu instantaneously teleported to Corin Tower, startling the cat sage who was lost in his musings. Ponzu, you cat sage, it has been a while. Oh Ponzu, you have arrived. Look, I have brought you some delightful treats. Ponzu then produced 2 capsules from his pocket and offered them to the cat sage. Uncharacteristically, the cat sage did not eagerly accept them. Ponzu, your power should far surpass that of Piccolo. You must be aware of his rampage on Earth. Why do you not intervene? It is unnecessary, Master Roshi. Sun Wukong will take responsibility for defeating him. The cat sage grew anxious, exclaiming, but Piccolo and his kind will wreak tremendous havoc upon the Earth. The cat immortal, have you forgotten about Dragon Ball? However, didn't the eternal dragon meet its demise? Ponzu intervened. No more hesitations. I trust you are aware of the situation, yet you seem reluctant to disclose it to me. But it matters not. I have faith he will descend shortly. Ponzu gazed at the cat immortal, a smirk playing upon his lips as he observed the cat immortal's sudden change in demeanor. What is it that you truly desire? Cat immortal, there is no need for alarm. It is merely that Son Goku requires some training, rest assured. Very well. Your strength is formidable, and I cannot impose upon you, especially since you have not caused any trouble on Earth. Ponzu regarded the cat immortal leaning on his staff. Cat immortal, has Son Goku sought the ultra-divine water? The cat immortal gasped in shock. What? How could you know? No need for such astonishment. I have come to request a batch of Senza beans, as I need to enter seclusion to study him. It is futile. Only Corin Tower can cultivate a limited quantity of Senza beans. Ponzu remained silent, fixing his gaze on the cat immortal. If you were to distribute them to the people of Huaxia, the entire Earth would flourish. The cat immortal, silent, muttered, that is my sustenance. If I give them all to you, what shall I do? But don't you have 2 capsules filled with your favorite fish? That should suffice. The cat immortal, resigned, reluctantly produced 10 beans and offered them to Ponzu. Ponzu did not accept them. Cat immortal, are you being too stingy? Even if you were to give me 200, it would not significantly affect you. The cat immortal shouted in agitation. All right, I shall take 100 beans. And next time I will bring you 2 capsules of live fish. Would that be acceptable? The cat immortal immediately brightened. That is fine, that is fine. Ponzu examined the pouch of Senza beans, weighing them in his hand. Steady, I will take 20 for experimentation. Is that too much? Ponzu, cat immortal, what is it? Are you truly unconcerned about Goku facing this alone? Fear not. That fellow is the future savior of Earth. These minor setbacks are essential for his growth. We must not interrupt him. Only through trials of fire and blood can one be reborn. Turtle Hermit, I am off. Goodbye. Farewell. Do not forget my fish. Rest assured. I shall remember. Fresh live fish, please. Ponzu had already vanished from sight. Chapter 60, The Master of Chi, Part 1. The cat immortal watched as Ponzu disappeared, knowing he too was invested in the outcome, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he bore the title of immortal, he lacked the foresight that Ponzu possessed. Casting a glance at the jar where Son Goku was energetically training, he reclined comfortably to sleep. Upon his return, Ponzu observed the 8 disciples toiling away. Collecting the Senza beans, he called out loudly to the slackening Tuo Baidian. Shoulders and hips aligned, elbows and knees united, hands and feet coordinated, waist and strength harmonized. Spirit and intent unified. Tuabaidian, what are you doing? Yes, master. After several days of deep contemplation, Pons finally discerned the path to cultivate the Qi sect more smoothly. He was profoundly impacted by the vast expanse of Chinese Taoist culture within his mind and realized that the most expedient method to attain immense fortune was to establish a sect, thereby elevating himself to the pedestal of divinity. This realm was the world of Dragon Ball, where the energy known as Qi was employed from the inception of life until the ultimate authority, the Omni King, utilized it. Through the exploration of Chinese culture, he had ingeniously forged the concept of internal martial prowess, which allowed him to manipulate external energies, enabling him to wield formidable Taoist techniques through the essence of Qi. However, this world primarily operated on the principle of martial combat, with various extraordinary energy-based attacks and techniques being largely similar, often culminating in a climactic release. To solidify his strength, the sect he established must possess sufficient power to ensure its own survival, necessitating the development of a diverse array of potent battle skills capable of withstanding adversarial assaults from the outset. Ponzu had resolutely decided to meticulously outline the principles of martial arts and techniques, and if feasible, directly create various methods he could currently employ. Ponzu had long since resolved that since his disciples had modified the original Taoist techniques into those of the Qi sect, even bestowing upon him the title of Qi sect master, he must undertake this responsibility earnestly. Kong Feng, Hame, come here, he called. Yes, master. Gazing at the two individuals before him, who stood tall and exuded vigor, Ponzu patted them on the back. Previously, your second senior brother instructed you. But now I shall commence your training in the techniques of the Qi sect. Yes, thank you, master. The Qi sect focuses on refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, merging with the Tao through emptiness, nurturing Qi with strength, mastering power through fullness of Qi, and sustaining strength through an abundance of Qi to confront adversaries. The techniques you will practice are the Wuji absorption technique imparted by Jiaozi, which primarily emphasizes dynamic practice supplemented by a modicum of spiritual cultivation. Similarly, this technique will significantly enhance your resilience against blows. Upon reaching the latter stage of the fourth level, your physical prowess will surpass that of your senior brother. Observing the excitement in their eyes, Ponzu tempered their enthusiasm. Do not be overly jubilant. Within a decade, the foes you encounter will be 100-fold more formidable than your current senior brother. How will you confront them then? I will teach you the martial techniques of the Qi sect, he affirmed. Thank you, master. In truth, strictly speaking, both martial and technique belong to the realm of skill, with one focusing on the growth of the body and the other equipping you to confront external adversaries. All three aspects must not be neglected, and neither should your studies. Do you understand? Understood. Then, in a rather audacious manner, Ponzu directly appropriated techniques from Chinese history. He instructed them in 12 body techniques of his own creation, including the fangs of 8 trigrams, the yin-yang birth and destruction finger, the boundless steps, and the ghostly annihilation leg, each with 108 fundamental variations derived from celestial and terrestrial principles. A common individual would find it nearly impossible to master even one throughout their lifetime. Ponzu observed the two, who had awakened from their meditative state after receiving his transmitted knowledge. Your junior brothers and sisters possess insufficient cultivation to endure my teachings. You must deepen your understanding and practice diligently. Only upon achieving success may you be permitted to instruct them. Observing the two students, Huangfeng and Hanmei, Ponzu pondered briefly. I have yet another technique to impart to you. This skill does not cultivate source energy. Rather, it focuses on the physical body. It comprises 9 levels, with every 3 levels representing a significant tier known as the Starry Source Technique. Upon reaching the mid-stage of the 4th level, you will be able to accelerate your cultivation of source energy. Once you attain the 9th level, you may return to practice the 1st level, allowing for a cyclical progression that, in theory, could result in an everlasting physical form. The two students were overjoyed. Ponzu did not deter them. He had resolved to enter seclusion after this encounter, remaining so until the Saiyan's arrival. Tian and the others would need to rely on their own abilities to sense their return. After this, you will have an additional 2.5 years to cultivate here. At the end of that period, you must depart on your own. During this time, you must take good care of your junior brothers and sisters and supervise their training. Master? They inquired. I previously mentioned that you would have a maximum of 2.5 years after the martial arts tournament. When that time arrives, you will need to venture out into the world. It would be ideal if you and your fellow disciples could stay together, but even if separated, you must maintain mutual affection. The two nodded with choked voices. Understood, master. What I have shared with you cannot be taught to them until they reach your current level of strength. As for combat techniques, I will notify you when I deem you ready. Yes. Additionally, when your strength is sufficient, I will convey further techniques to you telepathically. Now go. Thank you, master. As Ponzu watched the retreating figures of the two, accompanied by the shouts of the other 6, he turned and departed, heading to an unknown destination. Yet, in that moment, he had clearly conveyed to his students that he was now the master of the energy sect. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the inadvertently fallen Ichilo Bei were frantically sprinting through the icy cavern. It was not their desire to flee, they were compelled to do so. The duo found themselves unable to defeat the snow beasts, and in a dismal state, they were forced to run. Eventually, they tumbled into the cavern mentioned by the cat sage. After a lengthy trek through the darkness, they separated, one going down and the other up. Sun Wukong was astounded to discover that Master Roshi was still alive. Overwhelmed with excitement and utterly unguarded, he followed Master Roshi. Inside the turtle hermit's abode, he encountered a large gathering of familiar faces, feasting. Some transformed monsters, resembling those Sun Wukong knew, attempted to ensnare his senses, hoping to persuade him to stay. Determined to seek out the super divine water, Sun Wukong was relentlessly attacked by the false Master Roshi. In a fit of anger, he retaliated, and during their standoff, the gluttonous Ichilo Bei unexpectedly fell from above, crashing directly on his Sun Wukong, nearly causing them both to plummet once more. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's reflexes were sharp, and he managed to catch Ichilo Bei. The false Master Roshi attempted to entice Sun Wukong into letting go of Ichilo Bei by revealing the location of the super divine water. However, Sun Wukong was a character of remarkable innocence, with an unwavering resolve that could not be swayed by any temptation. Sun Wukong, battered and bruised, faced relentless demands to relinquish his grip, attempting to undermine his steadfast resolve. Chapter 61, Time Flies, Part 1. Soon, the false turtle sage vanished. The two felt the ground tremble violently, believing they were about to plummet into an abyss, shouting in panic. When the illusion dissipated, it revealed that Sun Wukong and Akairold were merely lying on level ground, with Sun Wukong still clutching a stone in one hand. Before them appeared a pond, from which emerged a disembodied head. This head informed Sun Wukong that the super divine water was a potent poison, without extraordinary physical strength, mental fortitude, and vitality. One would perish swiftly. However, the super divine water could unleash the latent power within one's body. If one possessed no hidden energy, consuming the water would yield no transformation. Akairold, filled with concern, inquired of the head, "How many have consumed the super divine water?" The head replied that 14 had partaken, yet none survived. Despite Akairold's pleas, Sun Wukong remained resolute in his decision to drink. Observing Sun Wukong pour a portion for himself, Akairold also took a sip, immediately trembling and shouting in terror, which startled Sun Wukong. "You meddlesome fool, now you frighten me." With that, Sun Wukong resolutely drank the super divine water. After several hours of struggle, Sun Wukong exhibited a primal strength that astonished the cat sage. Utilizing the extending ability of his golden staff, Sun Wukong climbed out of the cat sage's jar with Akairold. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu found themselves on a planet with overwhelming gravity, devoid of any living beings. They were compelled to adjust their gravity suits to zero. Even so, they remained immobilized, lying helplessly. "Brother, does Master wish to kill us?" Kairatsu exclaimed. "Do not speak nonsense. We have 2.5 years. Master left us with 800 energy pills, 400 each, enough to last 4,000 days. During this time, we must complete our training and return. Master has foretold that great events are approaching. We cannot afford to miss them. Indeed, moreover, if we leave, we shall perish here." Tien Shinhan, with a twitch of his lips, regarded the naive Kairatsu in silence. The universe is boundless, the heavens immeasurable, the leader of the Chi sect, traversing vast distances in an instant. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, devoid of any motion. "Brother, let us first rise, and then proceed slowly." Thus, the two unfortunate companions commenced their training on the nameless planet. As for how Ponzu had brought them here, who could say if there was even air? Cat Sage, I sense an astonishing demonic aura emanating from the direction of King Piccolo. The cat sage incredulously asked Sun Wukong, "You can sense this too? I shall set off to eliminate him. Perhaps this time I can succeed." "Go for it. We believe in you." "Indeed. By the way, I have something for you." Sun Wukong gazed at the turtle sage with a look of astonishment. Subsequently, amidst Sun Wukong's bewilderment, the cat sage summoned a colossal mass of Kintown. Indeed, it was an immense gathering, truly spectacular. "Wow, it is truly Kintown, such a sizable mound." After expressing his gratitude, Sun Wukong leaped onto the cloud, prompting a flustered Akairold to flail his arms in desperation. Realizing he could not intervene, he resorted to covering his eyes with his hands, adopting an ostrich-like stance. He then gazed in astonishment as Sun Wukong soared through the clouds. "Akairold, come along with me." "What? Are you jesting? I refuse to accompany you. I do not wish to meet my end so prematurely." Akairold watched as Sun Wukong sped away. "How swift! What is that?" "That is Kintown, controllable by one's will." "Then, grant me a share? You are unworthy of such fortune." "What? Are you discriminating against me?" For a moment, each pursued their own path. Sun Wukong piloted the Kintown towards Kaizelyajin in search of the Demon King. while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi trained on a hypergravitational, uninhabited planet. And Ponzu was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Demon King Piccolo was engaged in a game of drawing lots, fortuitously selecting the location of Bulma's residence, West City 29. What? West City? My parents are there. Darn it. Ponzu, where are you? My parents are in danger. No, I cannot wait any longer. I must seek them out myself. Calm down, Bulma. Our presence would be futile. Let us wait for Sun Wukong to return before taking action. The unfortunate group waited beneath Karen Tower for several days without any sign of Sun Wukong, unaware that he had already ventured to Kaizelyajin to confront Demon King Piccolo. The gluttonous Akairobe, seeing Sun Wukong on the Kintown, was filled with excitement. After being denied by the cat sage, he leapt off, refusing to believe that the foolish lad could ride the Kintown while he could not. Ignoring the cat sage's warnings, he made a daring jump, performing an extreme bungee dive from a great height. Upon landing, Akairobe was met with a barrage of questions from UPA. You speak of that fool Wukong? He has already taken the Kintown to find Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately dashed towards the aircraft. We must hurry. Hey, you all. Yamcha and Oolong swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief and the doctor were gathered around the television. With a sigh of relief, Mrs. Brief declared, West City, splendid. My dear, it is not the area where Bulma resides. Indeed, that is wonderful news. I wonder how Pons and Ties are faring. It has been years without a word. Mrs. Brief smiled brightly, reassuring, My dear, Pons and Ties are both clever and resourceful. They will be just fine. True enough. But, my dear, is West City not where we live? It was only then that the two dimwits comprehended the situation. Bulma was on the aircraft, incessantly attempting to reach her home, yet receiving no response. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief was busy capturing pets and packing. Hey, madam, hurry up, we must escape. Ah, just a moment, I cannot find my little you. After locating her small black cat, Mrs. Brief addressed her pet. All right, let us embark together. Xiaoyu, are you playing hide and seek with your mother? My dear, what time is it? How can you still find the spirit to jest? Dr. Brief is laughing heartily when suddenly he recalls something. Oh no, I forgot to water the plants this morning. They must be parched and yearning for sustenance. Let us hasten our efforts, and you shall assist me as well. Very well. I shall help without any hesitation. Bulma, aboard the aircraft, is deeply concerned about the situation at home, feeling utterly helpless. Only able to hope that Goku will arrive swiftly to intervene. Darn it. Pans, where on earth have you gone? Our home is on the brink of destruction by King Piccolo. Do you not realize? You must emerge and thwart him immediately. Curse it. My parents are in grave danger. At this moment, Goku is soaring vigorously atop the flying Nimbus, determinately heading towards King Kaisuru. Yet alas, his distance renders him ineffective against the immediate threat. King Piccolo has already commenced his assault. Chapter 62. Time Flies, Part 2. Within the royal castle of Kaisuru, King Piccolo declares, the airship is prepared. Excellent. Let us proceed to the western capital. It is truly delightful to witness the suffering of humanity. With that, King Piccolo rises with a booming laugh, taking flight alongside his avian-headed subordinates. On the flying Nimbus, Goku senses the shift in King Piccolo's energy and swiftly alters his course in pursuit. Regrettably, Goku has ventured too far from Karen Tower. Piccolo soon reaches the skies above the western capital. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others on the aircraft gaze upon the scene of the Demon King. Mom, Dad, what shall we do? Oh no, is it truly too late? The Demon King remains oblivious to the anxieties of others. Even if aware, it would only heighten his exhilaration. His fingers begin to emit beams of light. In the western capital, chaos reigns with traffic jams and airborne vehicles darting about. Dr. Brief and his wife have just finished tidying their villa's flora. Bulma is still attempting to contact her home, but alas, her efforts are in vain. Mrs. Brief stands before the mirror, fretting over which beautiful dress to wear. How about this one? It is so vexing. I should be leaving soon, dear. Mrs. Brief pays no heed, still conversing with her reflection. Is this dress too tight? This one is too loose, while that color is unsuitable for today. Dr. Brief, carrying his cat, exclaims weakly, my dear. Alas, I forgot to accompany Mrs. Neighbor to the mall. How dreadful. At this moment, Bulma finally manages to connect to her home. How wonderful. Without even glancing, Mrs. Brief answers, Mrs. Lee, I sincerely apologize. But I cannot join you for shopping. My husband insists that if we do not leave immediately, we shall surely perish. Such a pity. I promise to accompany you next time, all right? Please forgive me, but I must take my leave now. Goodbye. Bulma listened in a daze to the confused voice of her mother on the other end of the phone, followed by a busy signal. Anxiously, she redialed. The passengers on the plane observed Bulma's distress and hurried to comfort her. The Demon King Piccolo, amused by the panicked crowd, let out a hearty laugh, directing his assault towards the fleeing masses. After relishing the fear of the people for a moment, he unleashed a devastating attack on West City, intending to obliterate it entirely. Bulma, watching the television, shouted, Dad. Mom. Piccolo laughed triumphantly, haha. As the smoke cleared, The entire West City lay in ruins, save for the roundhouse of Dr. Brief's family, which remained unscathed. What? How is this possible? Piccolo, Yamcha, Oolong, and Bulma stared in astonishment at the intact house. Darling, what just happened? I saw a golden light surrounding the house. Dr. Brief rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Indeed. I saw it too. My dear, could it be? Could it be that Pans has left something to protect us? Dr. Brief gazed at his wife. I was just about to say that. At that moment, a robot suddenly activated and flew out of the house, the very same one that had previously stopped Bulma. Oolong, with keen eyes, exclaimed, Bulma, look, that robot. Bulma joyfully replied. It's Pans. It's the robot left by Pans, and it has protected Dad and Mom. Are you the one who attacked Dr. Brief's family? The Demon King Piccolo glared at the robot. What kind of creature are you to dare speak to me in such a manner? The robot responded. By the command of my master, I am to harm the lives of Dr. Brief's family. Even if the attempt fails, I shall face the punishment of the GEIS, intelligent subroutine. Upon finishing its statement, the robot vanished, and Piccolo suddenly plummeted from the sky. A strange, multicolored electronic stream pierced through Piccolo, rendering him powerless to rise again. The bird-headed man aboard the flying ship widened his eyes in disbelief. How can I finish off humanity when there are robot copies as well? No one told me the robot copies would be this difficult. The robot's eyes emitted a beam of red light, scanning the bird-headed man. Threat level, 0. Upon stating this, the robot descended, discarding the bird-headed man as it continued its path downward. Left suspended in the air, the bird-headed man was torn between joy and fury. After scanning Piccolo, the robot similarly assessed him with a threat level of 0 before returning to drive Brief's home. The live broadcast transmitted everything, and Bulma and the others aboard the spaceship witnessed it all. Oolong stammered. So, this is the power of the robot created by Pans, whom Bulma scared away. How terrifying. Yamcha, drenched in cold sweat, added, incredible, truly impressive. Blonde Launch exclaimed, Bulma, your brother is indeed a real man. Tell me, where is he? I want to marry him. Bulma, still in shock, immediately spat out angrily at the blonde Launchi. Launchi, I must warn you, do not harbor any intentions towards my brother. How dare you? A rabbit does not feed on its own burrow. I do not care. You cannot set your sights on my brother. What a miser. Good men are not meant to be shared, Launchi retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, Son Goku sat in bewilderment atop his Nimbus cloud. What is happening? That aura just suddenly weakened. No, something must be amiss. He scratched his head in confusion. The Demon King Piccolo, upon seeing the robot enter, immediately felt a surge of fear and scrambled to his feet, ascending to his flying ship. Trembling, he urged, quick, we must leave this place, his voice betraying his terror. In an unknown realm, Ponzu opened his eyes, filled with visions of the passage of time, the alternation of day and night, the vastness of the stars, and the entanglements of earthly matters. The subroutine of Guys had been activated. Has 3 days passed outside? Ponzu mused, observing the pristine condition of his garments as he slowly rose to his towering height of 9 zhang. In a silent transformation, Ponzu gradually diminished in size until he returned to his original stature, nodding in satisfaction. 3 years have slipped by for me. This place is not inferior to the spirit time room of the Celestial Palace. It shall serve as a training ground for my disciples in the future. With this thought, Ponzu formed hand seals, and soon, the sky was filled with his imprints. Boundless chaos, formless Taiji, may the essence of heaven and earth converge, master of the Chi sect. Hasten. Before the naked eye, the entire space became orderly and structured, even forming a square altar beneath Ponzu's feet. Gasping, he gazed at the emerging secret realm. In the future, this will be the growth sanctuary for my 57th tier members of the Chi sect. With that, Ponzu vanished without a trace, reappearing beside his home on Earth. Goodness, that brat Piccolo truly intends to annihilate the entire West City. Just wait until his son sees me. I shall not spare him. Chapter 63. The Demise of the Demon King Piccolo. Son Goku sensed the weakening aura of the Demon King Piccolo shift direction and followed suit. Darling, is that a robot left behind by Ponzu? Indeed, that lad still cares for us. Then does that mean we no longer need to move? Exactly, we need not. Ponzu shook his head, leaving without disturbing a soul, not even a wisp of cloud. Bulma, why did the robot left by your brother not eliminate him, but instead allow him to escape? How would I know? He never tells me anything. He keeps everything hidden from me. A thought crossed Ponzu's mind. Oh, after all this time, do you still harbor resentment towards me? He then turned his gaze downward, unfazed. The Demon King Piccolo trembled as he descended from the flying ship. Soon, Son Goku arrived on his Nimbus cloud. Following a series of meaningless exchanges, Goku's fury erupted, and he decisively crushed the Demon King Piccolo. Regrettably, as much as I yearn to engage in battle with the formidable you, I cannot show mercy. Not for the sake of Krillin and Master Roshi. Upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong delivered a swift chop, sending Demon King Piccolo crashing to the ground. Cursed be this fate. Were I not grievously injured, I would never be bested by you, a mere defeated foe. Meanwhile, Bulma and her companions were hastily making their way toward the scene, yet their aircraft would require an excruciating 67 hours to arrive. By then, the situation would have long since deteriorated. With no live broadcast to relay the circumstances, anxiety gripped them all. Why do you hesitate to attack? Sun Wukong's gaze pierced through to Demon King Piccolo. Unleash your techniques. Attack with all your might, and let me witness your true power. How could you possibly discern that? Piccolo exclaimed, laughter tinged with disbelief escaping his lips. Rising unsteadily, he grimaced, aware that engaging in full combat or attempting to rapidly heal his injuries would shorten his lifespan, a prospect he had sought to avoid. Yet, it seemed that such restraint was no longer a viable option. With a deep breath, he concentrated, pain etched across his features. And soon his energy began to surge back to its former levels. However, to his dismay, the rejuvenation revealed an unmistakably aged visage, transforming him into a middle-aged figure. Feel fear, little brat. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight. This means I can unleash my full power to obliterate you. Are you implying that you have not yet fought at your full capacity? How boastful. Then dare to test that claim, came the retort. Bored. Pan stared down at the two combatants, vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Piccolo continued their fierce duel amidst the ruins of Capsule Corporation. Bulma, Yamcha, and the golden-haired launch were pushing their aircraft to its limits, racing toward the conflict. With a leap through the breach, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha. Inconceivable. Piccolo bellowed in fury, that technique will not work against me. He raised his hands to deflect the attack, only for the cunning Sun Wukong to maneuver the beam around, striking Piccolo from behind unexpectedly. Yes, it worked. How is this possible? Piccolo gasped, collapsing to one knee. Sun Wukong, however, commanded him to rise, and the two resumed their rapid exchanges of blows. In an unknown location, a figure cloaked in shadow sniffed the air. God, I sense a presence, yet that cannot be true. Perhaps I was startled by Piccolo. There is no one here to ascend directly. Indeed, I was overly suspicious. The two fighters continued to exchange punches, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, their bodies aching from the exertion, a true test of their strength. At last, a signal emerged, and Bulma and her companions heard a voice broadcasting live. At the scene, Demon King Piccolo is being assaulted by a child with a tail. Though the visuals were obscured, glimpses of the struggle could be discerned during brief pauses. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. How splendid! Goku has arrived just in time to confront the imminent demise of Piccolo. In this moment, having sustained severe injury, Piccolo amassed a tremendous amount of energy, initiating a fierce clash with Goku that left him grievously wounded once more. Gazing upon the fading Piccolo, Goku declared, "Prepare for your reckoning. Krillin, Master Roshi, and so many innocent lives depend on this. Go meet your end." The Demon King Piccolo, still weak, taunted Goku. "Do you truly believe I will falter? Your companions are forever lost to you. All I need is to locate the Dragon Balls, and I can resurrect them." Ha ha ha. After I wished for my youth, I disposed of the eternal dragon. A thunderbolt of despair struck Goku, reeling him with this revelation. Cursed fiend, you shall perish. In a fit of rage, Goku unleashed a devastating punch that pierced through Piccolo's chest, leaving a gaping hole and sending him soaring into the sky. Piccolo, incredulous, stared at the wound. "Do not think my kind will vanish." With that, he gathered his remaining energy to expel an egg, which flew swiftly into the distance. "My child, one day you shall avenge me and ensure that this malevolence does not end here." With those words, Piccolo detonated, creating a shockwave that nearly obliterated Yajirobe's vehicle and inadvertently saving Goku's life. "I came specifically to assist you in defeating the Demon King," Yajirobe stated as he approached Goku, who weakly replied, "You again." Goku managed a faint smile despite his frail state. "What's the matter with you?" Yajirobe turned in irritation but soon acknowledged, "Yet, I must admit, you are quite remarkable. My vehicle is on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing this, Yajirobe pointed to his battered car. "You need to get in quickly. You must recover first." Indeed, Goku agreed, struggling to rise but failing miserably. With no other option, Yajirobe scooped Goku up and hastily boarded the vehicle, driving away while a distant glimmer caught no one's attention. Once again, Goku brushed past Bulma and the others, or rather, missed them entirely. A familiar scene unfolded as Goku fell into a slumber in Yajirobe's car, but this time, it was not fueled by rage but the solace following the defeat of the Demon King. In their haste, Goku and Yajirobe inadvertently left behind Goku's weapon on the battlefield. What fate awaits this artifact? After a prolonged wait, someone finally ventured down to investigate, yet found no clues. Days passed before the news spread across the land. The Demon King had been vanquished by that child with a tail, and peace had returned to the nation. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Deity. Meanwhile, Goku found himself once more carried by Yajirobe up the Kirin Tower, where he encountered Master Roshi. "Goku, you need not say a word. I shall ensure your injuries are treated." "Master Roshi, I am famished," Goku replied. "You little rascal." Upon concluding his words, the cat sage bestowed a magical bean upon Sun Wukong, instantly healing him. Subsequently, the cat sage proclaimed that peace had been restored to the world, and that Sun Wukong could still gather the 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by the Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, his voice laced with sorrow and fury, replied, "It's futile. Resurrection is impossible. The dragon has already been slain by that fiend." The cat sage, taken aback, gazed at Sun Wukong and then cast a glance at the oblivious and dim-witted Yajirobe. "The dragon has been vanquished by that wretch?" he murmured, bowing his head to examine the ground at the pinnacle of the tower. "I see now. That scoundrel was capable of slaying the dragon." Fists clenched and muscles taut. Sun Wukong seethed. "How despicable. If the dragon were still alive, I would have a means to restore everyone." Yajirobe, seemingly indifferent, replied, "There's nothing to be done. Wukong, it's all fate. Some perish due to illness or accidents. They too share the same regrets. We must look forward." The cat sage nodded in agreement, adding, "Yajirobe makes a valid point. The most troublesome issue is the souls of those slain by the demon clan. They languish in the cosmos, unable to find peace." Sun Wukong's anger intensified as he implored the cat sage, "Isn't that too tragic? Is there truly no way to help them, Master Karen?" The shift in his address was telling. "It's difficult, indeed. With the dragon gone, there is little we can do." The cat sage pondered potential solutions, the first thought that crossed his mind being the miraculous pawns. Yet, he was but a mortal, devoid of divine authority, and it seemed impossible to locate him. What other options remain? Suddenly, the cat sage appeared as if enlightenment had struck him, his face alight with surprise. Of course. There may yet be a way to save them." Sun Wukong and Yajirobe exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes fixed on the cat sage, hopeful for a viable solution. Sun Wukong had merely been testing the waters with his inquiry, having held no genuine hope, yet now he was astonished to hear the cat sage suggest a remedy. Realizing his oversight, the cat sage lamented, "How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter?" With eager anticipation, Sun Wukong inquired, "Master Karen, what must we do?" The cat sage clapped his hands and said, "Since the dragon has been slain, we need only locate the creator of the Dragon Balls and request him to forge new ones, thus allowing the dragon to be revived." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong broke into a cold sweat, his fear palpable. What do you mean finding the creator of the Dragon Balls?" Yajirobe, immediately skeptical, stepped forward to challenge the cat sage. "What do you mean? Are the Dragon Balls the product of someone's creation? Can you truly stand by your words? Just because you're a cat doesn't give you the right to spout nonsense." The cat sage nodded matter-of-factly, "Indeed. It is undoubtedly the creation of someone. All we need to do is locate its maker and implore him to forge a new Dragon Ball." Goku, astonished, inquired of Master Roshi, "Such prowess? Who could it possibly be?" With a proud demeanor, Master Roshi replied, "Is that even a question? It is, of course, the heavenly god." "How foolish." Yajirobe, mockingly cradling his head in his hands, nonchalantly retorted, "Tisich, I thought you might say something profound, yet you merely mention a heavenly god. What a jest. If such a deity existed, why did they not vanquish the Demon King Piccolo? Humanity has resolved its own crises twice." Ignoring Yajirobe's cynicism, Goku earnestly gazed at Master Roshi. "So, if we merely request the heavenly god, we could resurrect Shinron and wish back Master Roshi and the others?" Yajirobe, incredulous, stared at Goku. "Hey, Goku, do you truly not comprehend the situation? How could such a being as a heavenly god genuinely exist? Think about it." Master Roshi, gazing solemnly into the distant sky, asserted, "To behold the heavenly god, one must be someone I deem worthy. They must possess unwavering perseverance, indomitable resolve, and most importantly, a tranquil heart." Goku remained in a daze, looking at Master Roshi. "Goku, you are the one I believe can meet the heavenly god." After solemnly declaring this, Master Roshi suddenly turned and bellowed at Yajirobe. "Yajirobe, you are unworthy. You lack the qualification to meet the heavenly god." Initially ready to mock, Yajirobe found himself on the receiving end of Master Roshi's retort. With arms crossed and face flushed, Yajirobe shifted from leaning on one foot to standing firmly on both. "Mind your own business." Goku, elated, asked Master Roshi, "Where shall we go to find the heavenly god?" With one hand clenched behind his back and the other resting on his cane, Master Roshi gravely stated, "The heavenly god resides in the heavenly palace, atop this tower." As he spoke, Master Roshi raised his cane vigorously toward the sky. Goku followed the direction of the cane, his gaze ascending. He then realized that the tower culminated in a dome, prompting him to rush to the edge of the tower and lean over the railing, straining to glimpse the heavenly palace above. Yajirobe scoffed, "See? He is clearly deceiving you. This is merely the tower's summit." Master Roshi, incensed, exclaimed, "You are insufferably noisy." Goku looked around, unable to see, and placed a hand on his forehead, attempting to gain a better view of the heavenly palace. Within the heavenly palace, the shadowy Bobo sniffed intently. "Heavenly God, I sense a human presence in the heavenly palace, a unique aura that has never graced this place before." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the heavens, belonging to Ponzu. "Indeed, the mysterious Bobo has detected my arrival even before the heavenly god, How unnerving. Suddenly, Bobo vanished, causing Pons to be unceremoniously revealed from his cloaked state. In a chilling tone, Bobo demanded, "Who are you to trespass upon the heavenly palace? I am but a seeker of enlightenment. It is said that the temple of the Celestials is shrouded in mystery, and I hope to come here for cultivation. The fiends of the lower realms are rampant. Why do you come to the temple instead of combating them? Mr. Popo, if I intervene, the Demon King Piccolo shall meet his demise, and the celestial being you serve will follow suit. Are you certain of this?" Pons gazed at the silent Popo. Moreover, Goku requires training. Who else will bear the burdens of future calamities? Popo's expression darkened, his previously inky visage transforming from black to purple. Chapter 65, Pons Gains. What else do you know? Mr. Popo, Sun Wukong is a Saiyan. The reputation of Saiyans throughout the cosmos is indeed well known. Sun Wukong has embraced righteousness under the guidance of two esteemed masters and my sister, yet not all Saiyans share this virtue. Who will stand against the Saiyans that may emerge in the future? Popo remained unmoved by Pons' words. Do not quibble, no Saiyan can withstand you. Pons chose not to respond to Popo this time. Although he sensed Popo's enigmatic nature, the true authority lay with the celestial being. As long as he could persuade the deity, Popo would not obstruct him. Pons respectfully bowed and addressed the deity. Greetings, Celestial. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Pons. I apologize for my audacity in disturbing you. My curiosity compels me to seek methods that may enhance my martial prowess. How shall we deal with the son of the fiend? Piccolo? Celestial, are you aware of the Saiyans in the universe? Unfamiliar. Pons glanced at the silent Popo, noting his indifference and lack of opposition, and thus spoke slowly. Celestial, the Saiyans in the cosmos are far more savage than your Namekian kin. Even Sun Wukong can be swayed. I believe that Piccolo's son can also be redeemed. Furthermore, in the not-so-distant future, you speak of the imminent World Martial Arts Tournament. However, Piccolo's son is currently wreaking havoc in the lower realm. What did you say? Are you aware of my origins? Celestial, he is currently consumed by malevolence. His benevolent heart obscured. Though he is suspected of indiscriminate slaughter, could this not be deemed as fate? Your origins? Have you yourself renounced all desires? Upon finishing, Pons looked at the still silent Popo, who obediently stood beside the celestial being, and continued. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. The sage is unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere pawns. Is there not a semblance of a bellows between heaven and earth? Is the way of heaven akin to drawing a bow? The exalted are restrained, while the lowly are elevated. The surplus is diminished, while the insufficient is replenished. The way of heaven diminishes the excess and replenishes the inadequate. Yet the way of man is otherwise, diminishing the inadequate to serve the excess. Who can possess surplus to serve the world? Only those who follow the way. Celestial, Mr. Popo as a human. I undoubtedly feel sympathy and rage for those who have been slain. However, if I were an ant, countless innocents have been harmed by humanity. How then should I proceed? I beseech you both to enlighten me. The celestial being regarded the youthful figure before him, struck into silence. You speak truthfully. Your perspective on the world and the cosmos is profound. Popo, standing aside, opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. Pons, in this moment of triumph, mused to himself, I possess no significant perspective. My shallow insights are hardly worth mentioning. Ponzu gazed at Bobo, who seemed hesitant to speak, acutely aware that he comprehended the essence of this world. This character was shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Bobo might be the most enigmatic being on Earth. If his conjectures were correct, Bobo's lifespan likely exceeded that of the planet itself. So, O celestial being, enlighten me on the course of action I should undertake. On one hand, I could eliminate Piccolo, resulting in your demise and the vanishing of the dragon. On the other, I could send Sun Wukong to engage Piccolo in an ongoing battle, allowing them both to evolve and perhaps lead Piccolo toward redemption. However, during this interval, Piccolo may take the lives of many innocent beings. O celestial being, I beseech you, what should I do? The choice lies in your hands. Ponzu observed the indecisive deity, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his expression softening into a faint smile. It is indeed a difficult decision, is it not? You possess divine power. Those lives could be saved later, and Piccolo might truly reform, thereby augmenting Earth's formidable might. Such a course would be the most rational. Yet, as a deity, your love for humanity compels you to lean towards the immediate extermination of Piccolo. Having expressed his thoughts, Ponzu disregarded the hesitant god and turned his gaze to the shadowy Bobo. Mr. Bobo, with your vast knowledge and erudition, may I inquire how I should navigate this predicament? Bobo replied, I do not know. I only perceive that you harbor ill intentions. Ponzu's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. Mr. Bobo, you jest. I made it clear from the outset that my purpose in coming here was to enhance my own abilities, not to engage in philosophical debates or to embody selflessness. Without waiting for Bobo to respond, Ponzu pressed on assertively. Moreover, I am unclear about the nature of the ill intentions you ascribe to me, whether it involves harming you, disrupting the earth, or some other nefarious act. Logically, as a divine attendant, You should not hastily judge my intentions, even if your mind-reading skills are unparalleled. What if my thoughts are not as malevolent as you assume? Bobo found himself at a loss for words, struggling to counter Ponzi's twisted reasoning. Then, what is your intent in coming here? Ponzi burst into laughter. This is my third declaration. I am in search of a place that will significantly enhance my strength. If this locale does not serve that purpose, or if you are unwilling to assist, simply inform me, and I shall depart. The deity pondered for a moment before replying. I possess a room of spirit and time, wherein a year inside equates to a day outside. If you wish to grow stronger, you may enter. I am immensely grateful. Esteemed celestial being. The deity said nothing further but instructed Bobo, Bobo, please guide him. Very well, celestial being. Ponzi followed Bobo at a leisurely pace. Mr. Bobo, may I leave behind a token for those who come after me in the room of spirit and time? What do you intend to do? No one else has ever visited this place but you. Ponzi smiled. It matters not. Should I attain enlightenment during my training in the room of spirit and time? It would be a great honor to leave my martial insights for future worthy souls, to aid them in their journey. That is permissible. I shall ensure your imprint remains in the room of spirit and time, and those who follow will encounter it. Endless gratitude, Mr. Bobo. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Karen, the cat sage, observed the two young men leaning against the railing, attempting to glimpse the celestial palace, and remarked with irritation, the heavenly temple floats in a distant realm above the Corinta. A Chirobe gazed skeptically at the cat sage, questioning, you say it floats? This jest seems rather far-fetched and casual. I see nothing at all. The cat sage, with a tone of respect, replied. Is it possible for mere mortals to perceive the temple from such a great distance? Sun Wukong, observing the cat sage, remarked, very well. I shall ascend on my cloud to take a look. The cat sage cautioned, Wukong, there is no other option. The cloud can only soar to a certain height and cannot ascend further. Sun Wukong stared at the cat sage in confusion. What should I do then? How can I reach it? A Chirobe, hands on hips, taunted. Fine. I shall descend to the ground and commandeer a rocket ship for you. The cat sage, amused by Sun Wukong's eager demeanor, chuckled. That won't work. Even if a rocket ship could approach the heavenly temple, it could never truly reach it. How could a mortal vessel ever ascend to the divine hall? Sun Wukong, perplexed, inquired. Then how am I to reach it? It is far too high for me to jump. Chapter 66. Sun Wukong Ascends to the Heavenly Temple, Part 1. The cat sage burst into laughter at Sun Wukong's naivety. Wukong, I must admit, you are incredibly fortunate. Do you not possess the Ruibang? That magical staff will take you to the Heavenly Temple. Sun Wukong, filled with excitement and realization, exclaimed, the Ruibang? The cat sage continued to elucidate. The Ruibang serves as a bridge between this world and the Heavenly Temple. In the past, Master Wutian persistently sought it from me after arriving at Corinta, and I eventually lent it to him. I believe that no one deserving of reaching the Heavenly Temple would ever appear. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. I see. It was ultimately passed down to my deceased grandfather, who then entrusted it to me. He began to search for his Ruibang behind him, muttering, I always thought the Ruibang was merely a weapon. Sun Wukong fumbled behind his back several times, but found nothing. It's gone? Where could it be? He exclaimed anxiously, comically scratching his back with both hands and turning to inspect it. Could it have fallen somewhere during your battle with Piccolo? Think carefully. I remember you had it when you set out, but it seems you didn't have it upon your return. I didn't pay much attention. A Chirobe shrugged, offering a reluctant reminder to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong recalled that he had used the Ruibang as a crutch after being injured, only to have it knocked away by the Demon King Piccolo during a ferocious battle, followed by a Chirobe's timely arrival to save him. Suddenly enlightened, Sun Wukong summoned his cloud and set off to search for the Ruibang. The cat sage watched as Sun Wukong leaped onto the cloud, animatedly urging him, Wukong, you must find the golden cudgel. All hope now rests upon that magical staff. Understood, came Sun Wukong's voice, faintly echoing from afar as he rode the cloud towards the battleground where Kessler and the Demon King Piccolo had clashed. In the midst of the crumbling ruins, the king was being interviewed by reporters beside an aircraft. Your Majesty, may I inquire who fought against the Demon King Piccolo? It has been 2 days since the final battle. Can we meet the young hero who vanquished him? The king found himself at a loss for words, gazing skyward, when he chanced upon the approaching figure of Sun Wukong. Pointing emphatically at the sky, he declared, it is he. The reporters followed the king's gaze and beheld Sun Wukong descending. They immediately swarmed around him. Curiously observing the throng, Sun Wukong asked, have you seen my Rui Jingubang? The crowd paused, then promptly replied that they had not. Undeterred, Sun Wukong dove into the crowd, scouring for his magical staff. A day prior, Yajirobe had departed with Sun Wukong, while Bulma and the others scoured the vicinity but found nothing. Ultimately, it was Oolong who first discovered the golden staff. With uncertainty regarding Sun Wukong's fate, they decided to take the Rui Jingubang back to Kame House. After searching thoroughly and inquiring with everyone nearby, who all claimed ignorance of the staff's whereabouts, Sun Wukong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and decided to visit the fortune-telling old woman. Old woman, could you divine the location of my Rui Jingubang? I am eager to battle your 5 warriors, he declared, swinging his right arm in anticipation of a fight. The fortune-teller, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, do not jest. You have already defeated Piccolo. How could my warriors hope to contend with you? Very well. I shall offer you this divination for free, as it pertains to my brother's fate. With that, she began to read the fortunes and informed Sun Wukong that his staff lay within Kame House. Leaping onto his nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong exclaimed, thank you, old woman. I shall retrieve my Rui Jingubang and summon the dragon god. With a whoosh, he soared away. Watching him depart, the fortune-teller silently marveled, incredible. That child has truly saved the world. Upon reaching Kame House, Sun Wukong did not knock, but burst through the door as if guided by some unseen connection. Wukong. Oolong immediately recognized him. Wukong. The others joyfully exclaimed. Ah, everyone is here. Bulma rushed forward, grasping Sun Wukong's hand. Wukong, you're safe? How wonderful. Piccolo has been slain. Indeed. He has been defeated. I have returned to retrieve my Rui Jingubang. Where is it? Sun Wukong replied, rummaging through the house and tossing out numerous pairs of undergarments. Their ownership unknown and of no concern to anyone present. Yamcha, observing Sun Wukong's frantic search, thoughtfully pointed to the corner. Wukong, when we searched for you, we found your staff but did not bring it back. It is over there. Huh. I distinctly remember placing it in the corner. How could it have vanished? The remaining individuals grew anxious, yet only Lan Shi, now transformed with blue hair, bit her lip and pondered for a moment before striding directly into the restroom. She emerged holding a freshly crafted broom. Is this it? Splendid. It is my wish-granting staff. Sun Wukong snatched the broom from Lan Shi's hands, clearing away the extraneous elements to restore the staff to its original form. How marvelous. After a brief moment of joy, Sun Wukong leaped onto his nimbus cloud, exclaiming, with the wish-granting staff in hand, I can seek the heavenly god to revive Master Roshi and Krillin. Their bodies must not be cremated. I entrust the rest to you all. Before he could finish his words, Sun Wukong was already soaring through the air. Bulma stared blankly in the direction of his disappearance. Bewildered. What did he say? He can resurrect Master Roshi and Krillin? And he mentioned seeking the heavenly god? We must not burn their bodies. Surely, I am not dreaming. It cannot be. Pans emerged with an impassive expression, casting a glance back at the room of spirit and time. Wukong, your fate now rests in your hands. He made his way directly to the plaza of the heavenly god's temple. Observing the empty square, Pans proclaimed, I once again express my gratitude for your assistance and warm hospitality. Should any matters arise in the future, you may shatter this token, and disciples nearby shall come to serve. I hope you will keep this information concealed. Wukong still has much to learn, and greater foes await him. With those words, Pans vanished from the heavenly god's temple. After some time traversing the path, Sun Wukong returned to the Korin Tower. Master Korin, I have returned. No sooner had he spoken than the spirited Sun Wukong leaped into the tower on his nimbus cloud. Chapter 67. Sun Wukong ascends to the heavenly god's temple. Part 2. Ah? So soon? Just as he finished his thoughts, Master Korin joyfully remarked, it seems the heavenly god is aiding you. Once Sun Wukong stabilized himself within the tower, he gazed at Master Korin and declared, I wish to find the heavenly god soon, to request the revival of the Dragon Balls, and to bring back Master Roshi and Krillin at the earliest. Very well, Wukong. Ascend to the top of the tower with the wish-granting staff. Following Master Korin's instructions, Sun Wukong adeptly climbed up the supporting pillars to the tower's summit. Master Korin, defying gravity, ascended parallel to the ground, step by step, along the pillars. Yachirobe glanced at the ground and shivered but gritted his teeth and followed suit. Just as he neared the top, he almost fell but managed to grasp a small protrusion at the tower's pinnacle, preventing his descent. Ultimately, he succeeded in reaching the top. At last, the three stood atop the tower. Master Korin pointed to the very tip of the tower, saying, Wukong, do you see that small hole at the apex? Yes, I see it. Insert the wish-granting staff there and secure it. Sun Wukong promptly followed Master Korin's instructions. With unwavering confidence, Master Korin added, then, simply hold onto the staff and extend it, and you shall reach the heavenly god's temple. Yachirobe feigned understanding, putting on an act of knowing what to do. It turns out it is just like an elevator. With hands on hips, ready to burst into laughter, I lost my balance and nearly fell. Scrambling to cling to the tower's pinnacle, cautiously rising, yet unable to stand firm. The cat sage cast a glance at Yachirobe without uttering a word, simply instructing Sun Wukong, Wukong, take this bell. Sun Wukong, with a puzzled expression, accepted the bell handed to him by the cat sage. What is this for? What purpose does it serve? Only those bearing this bell may behold the celestial deity. Sun Wukong carefully secured the bell to his waistband, patting it to ensure it wouldn't fall. Yachirobe observed Sun Wukong and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke. Wukong, if you're truly going to meet the celestial deity, your ragged attire seems rather disrespectful, does it not? Hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced down at his tattered clothing. Is it really so? The cat sage maliciously remarked. It matters not. When you ascend to meet the celestial deity, your garments will become tattered regardless, and they shall not be better than this. Both turned to the cat sage in confusion. Akairo, dissatisfied, questioned, what do you mean by that? Is that celestial being truly dangerous? The cat sage swiftly rebutted. Do not speak carelessly. Show some respect for the celestial deity, for he is an extraordinary being. Akairo steadied himself atop the tower, exclaiming, Cat sage. Your vague words leave me perplexed. Could you please be more direct? Sun Wukong shared the same confusion, hoping for an explanation from the cat sage. With an air of mystery, the cat sage replied, You shall understand upon your ascent. It matters not if you take your time. No one shall perish. Both stared at the cat sage in bewilderment. The cat sage continued, I believe with your strength, you shall surely meet the celestial deity. Go forth, Sun Wukong. Akairo, in a tone of dissatisfaction, remarked, What is this? Such incomplete statements only heighten one's anxiety. Yet, Sun Wukong remained optimistic, declaring, It matters not. I must ascend to find the celestial deity. The cat sage, observing Sun Wukong's resolute gaze, cheerfully encouraged him. Go forth, Sun Wukong. Do not lose heart. You can surely do it. Sun Wukong grasped his Rui Jingu Bang firmly. All right, I shall ascend. Akairo, with concern, cautioned Sun Wukong. Remember, Wukong, do not fall. Upon saying this, he shivered, still haunted by the memory. Extend, Rui Jingu Bang. Akairo gazed upward at the vast sky, awkwardly placing a hand on his forehead. Watching the diminishing figure of Sun Wukong, murmuring, What could possibly frighten that little fellow? The cat sage smiled knowingly at the sky, seemingly responding to Akairo's musing. As for that, only the celestial deity would know. Will Sun Wukong be safe? I can't shake this foreboding feeling. The cat sage inexplicably chuckled softly. Sun Wukong was uncertain of how long he had been flying or how high he had ascended. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly far greater than the heights he could have achieved by crawling. As he ventured into a realm of dark clouds, he found himself relentlessly assaulted by the lightning that crackled within. Despite enduring numerous strikes, he managed to cling to his Rui Jingu Bang, preventing it from plummeting. During a particularly taxing interval, utterly drained, Sun Wukong was compelled to secure his tail tightly to the Rui Bang, allowing it to carry him through the tempest while he bore the brunt of the electric discharges. He could only take advantage of this precarious moment to rest and recuperate, akin to wielding a kitchen knife to sever electrical wires amidst a storm of sparks and lightning. After an indeterminate passage of time, guided by the Rui Bang, Sun Wukong laboriously traversed the stormy clouds and emerged into a serene sky. Disheveled and battered, he gazed upward, and lo, something was approaching. To his eyes, that object drew nearer. Surely it was the heavenly palace. The grand edifice loomed like a colossal cone suspended thousands of meters above the earth, with the Rui Bang's connection at its base and a steel ladder beside it. Once the Rui Bang aligned perfectly with the connection, Sun Wukong exerted himself and deftly grasped the ladder with his tail, ascending directly into the heavenly palace. Meanwhile, within Corin Tower, the impatient Yachirobe idly toyed with a mystical being. Cat sage, he inquired, has Sun Wukong reached the heavenly palace? What does the deity look like? Why would he be so astonished? Is he truly that fearsome? Indeed, not only was he formidable, but Wukong was also acquainted with the deity. Yachirobe gazed at the cat sage, his face a canvas of curiosity. The cat sage smiled enigmatically. When he encounters the deity, he will undoubtedly be taken aback. After a strenuous ascent, Sun Wukong let out a long sigh and began to scrutinize the enigmatic heavenly palace. The ground was a vast circular expanse, adorned with three dome-shaped structures at the far end, while a grand avenue led from where he had emerged, flanked by rows of trees. The perimeter was intermittently lined with foliage. As he traversed the avenue, Sun Wukong beheld a figure seated upon a red carpet, Baba, clad entirely in jet black. Should it have been night, he would have appeared to possess an inherent cloak of invisibility. His head was wrapped in white bandages, and a brilliant gem adorned his forehead. Two circular earrings dangled from his ears, and birds flitted about him as he fed them. Approaching politely, Sun Wukong greeted him. Greetings. Are you the deity? As a side note, it is worth mentioning that during his self-detonation, Piccolo had expelled an egg that soared towards an unknown village. An elderly woman washing clothes by the river inadvertently lifted her gaze, startled into a panic as she screamed and fled. In a flurry, she raced home, summoning her strength to shatter the wooden door with a powerful strike. Inside, those gathered were attentively listening to the king proclaiming the confirmed demise of the fearsome Piccolo daimyo, who had vanished without a trace. The kingdom shall soon restore order, and the patrolling officers across the land will ensure public safety, while the escaped criminals will be apprehended by the military, leading the world back to peace. The old man gazed in astonishment at the elderly woman who burst through the door. What troubles you? He inquired. Oh, dear old man, she replied. While I was washing clothes by the river, A gigantic egg floated down from upstream, lodged against a wooden post in the river, and frightened me so much that I dropped my clothes and hurried back. Reluctantly, the old man accompanied the elderly woman to the riverbank, where they transported the egg back using a unicycle cart. Could this be a dinosaur egg? The old man pondered aloud, marveling at its size. As soon as the words left her lips, a cracking sound echoed, causing both to stare in horror at the massive egg atop the cart, instinctively clutching one another. The fissure in the egg widened, rapidly forming a sizable opening. From within emerged a chubby child, strikingly resembling the character Piccolo. The shell was filled with a repugnant green liquid and shimmering lights. The sight sent the elderly couple into a panic, and they swiftly retreated to their wooden cabin, hiding inside. Before long, the child resembling Piccolo emerged from the shell. "I am Bu," he proclaimed. "I am the son of Piccolo." With that, he extended a finger, unleashing a beam of light that obliterated the cabin and the two elderly individuals. Bu's malevolent laughter echoed as he chose a direction and walked away slowly. That night, deep within the forest, a hunter's family celebrated their daughter's birthday. A man in his 30s and his wife warmly encouraged their child. "Open it and see what your father has prepared for you," the mother gently urged. The daughter cautiously unwrapped the gift from her father. "Wow, a model airplane. Thank you, Daddy." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Do you like it?" "Yes, I love it. Thank you, Daddy." The family shared joyous laughter. "Now blow out the candles and make a wish." Outside the window, the newly born Bu was drawn to the light of the house, watching the heartwarming scene with a grimace of anger. Inside, the little girl happily blew out the candles, extinguishing only 3 at first due to insufficient breath, before finally blowing out the remaining 3. Just as she was about to make a wish, a loud crash of breaking glass and the frantic barking of a dog erupted from outside. The father immediately rose, grabbed the hunting rifle from the wall, and opened the door, demanding to know who was there. Unfortunately, the doorway revealed only emptiness. The girl and her mother followed him outside, unaware that their opening had obscured the view of a large hole in the glass, through which little Bu had entered the house, quietly observing the family from behind. Deeply saddened, Bu's heart swelled with anger and resentment. In a fit of rage, he smashed the table decorations along with the little girl's model airplane. The family turned in shock, and upon realizing they had been discovered, Bu swiftly fled through the back door. "Don't run away, you little rascal," the middle-aged man shouted after him. Bu said nothing as he dashed into the forest, striving to evade them. The middle-aged man was consumed by worry for his wife and daughter at home, prompting him to command his large dog to pursue. During the chase, the dog, named Bick, stumbled and fell. As the imposing dog leapt through the air towards him, Bick, in a moment of desperation, extended his hands and unleashed a powerful laser that obliterated the pursuing dog. Bewildered, Bick gazed at his own hands, then rose, clenching his fists tightly. "Father, Piccolo, has bestowed upon me such formidable strength." With that, he vanished. Suddenly, Ponzu emerged silently from the shadows. With a combat power of 120, he lacked the ability to harness energy and, without Piccolo's magical assistance, could only muster a maximum of 40 at present. In 3 years, he was expected to exceed 250, while Sun Wukong at that time should surpass 260. Ponzu immediately followed Bick. It was not until the early hours of the following day that 2 forest rangers received a report from the patrol center regarding an unidentified creature invading the central forest and were requested to investigate. The 2 rangers, aimlessly navigating the woods in their patrol boat, gradually approached Bick. One of them, possessing keen eyesight, suddenly spotted something and promptly altered their course towards a small path on the right. They soon came upon the lifeless body of the bear killed by Bick. The rangers halted their patrol boat, encircling the bear to examine and observe it closely. One remarked, "This does not appear to be the result of a gunshot. It seems as if it was struck down by some heavy object." "Indeed, those despicable poachers are everywhere, truly a menace," another replied. Just as he seemed to notice something, and, weapon in hand, ventured towards an area devoid of paths. "Hey, what are you doing?" called the other ranger, who followed closely, whispering, "Are there poachers?" The 2 forest rangers traced the footprints slowly, only to find that they vanished beneath a large tree. Bick emerged from behind them, his expression impassive as he regarded the 2 men. "Who are you?" one ranger exclaimed, realizing it was a child. He approached, crouching down to comfort Bick. "Little one, where did you come from? I've never seen you before. What is your name? Where are your parents?" Unbeknownst to the ranger, when he mentioned Bick's parents, the boy's face twisted momentarily. The ranger continued speaking, oblivious. "You know, it is very dangerous for a child to play alone in the forest. You should hurry back to your parents." Bick, with an expressionless demeanor, seized the ranger's firearm directly from his grasp. The ranger gasped in shock. "Child, do not play with guns. Do not do that. It's very dangerous." Bick commenced to crush the weapon before the patrol ranger's eyes, leaving him aghast, while the other ranger immediately raised his weapon to shoot, only to have Bick adeptly evade the attack. Terrified, the 2 rangers fled in haste. Bick stood silently, his hands half raised, intently surveying his surroundings, seemingly entranced by his newfound strength. Hidden in the shadows, Ponzu chuckled quietly to himself. I am also quite bored. With that thought, he focused his energy, weaving a slender thread of power. Assistance is at hand. Otherwise, should Sun Wukong truly encounter me, your martial arts tournament would lose its allure. Chapter 69. The New Battle of Wukong, Part 1. In the boundless universe, the ethereal mirror of the void reveals the formless soul and the will of divinity. Sharp as a blade, the master of the Chi sect, swift. The purpose of this incantation was not elucidated by Ponzu, nor was it clear how it affected Piccolo. A thread of power materialized into a complex sigil, quietly appearing at the Feng Chi point at the back of Piccolo's head, while the young Piccolo remained utterly oblivious. The same effect applied to the short flute as well. On the following morning, Piccolo stood alone in the middle of the vast sea, deeply engrossed in contemplation. A cargo ship's captain, just stepping out to brush his teeth, was taken aback to find Piccolo standing in the ocean. He and another deckhand, who had just emerged from the cabin, were rendered speechless by the sight. Piccolo paid them no heed, remaining still atop the water. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, a flash of lightning erupted, and a large fish was seized by Piccolo's grasp. The captain, intending to steer the ship away from the enigmatic child, was halted in his tracks. Piccolo raised his index finger, a sinister smile crossing his face, and again, lightning struck, this time more robustly, swiftly targeting the cargo vessel, which was soon engulfed by the merciless waves. With both hands, Piccolo forcefully roasted the fish, tearing off a sizable chunk of flesh to savor. Ponzu had long since departed, but even had he remained, he would have been unperturbed. This was also the moment when Sun Wukong had just greeted the mysterious figure. This enigmatic character responded earnestly to Sun Wukong. Greetings. I am not a deity. I am Bobo, a servant of the divine. Bobo then marveled. You are truly impressive. Capable of defeating the great demon king, Piccolo. Sun Wukong gazed at Bobo in astonishment. Wow, you know about that too? Bobo replied, as a matter of course, that the deity was omniscient and profoundly great. Sun Wukong glanced at the structure behind Bobo and continued, is the deity inside? Please allow me to meet him. Do you possess the token of recognition? Bobo inquired. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head in contemplation before realizing, is it this bell? I have brought it with me. He then retrieved the pristine bell from his belt, the very one bestowed upon him by Master Karen. Bobo inspected it and nodded, indeed. You are recognized by Karen and are eligible for the trial. Sun Wukong, with a naive repetition, exclaimed, trial? Precisely. You must battle me. Should you prevail, you shall meet the deity. Instantly, Sun Wukong brimmed with excitement. It's that simple? Understood. Let us commence without delay. You are the first to undertake this trial. It shall surely be entertaining. With that, Bobo casually placed his hands behind his back, standing nonchalantly. Sun Wukong wasted no time and rushed forward. Minutes later, Bobo regarded the panting Sun Wukong with disappointment, saying, you are hardly formidable. How weak you are. Are you truly the one who vanquished the great demon king, Piccolo? You are less than a single strand of his hair. Fuming, Sun Wukong retorted, how dare you call me weak? I shall defeat you. After defeating the demon king Piccolo, Sun Wukong began to exhibit arrogance and impatience, considering it fortunate to encounter Bobo. Otherwise, his hubris could lead to his downfall. It is no wonder that someone remarked that Sun Wukong required tempering. Was it truly the case? This young man still had a long way to go. Bobo, gazing earnestly at the figure before him, innocently declared, you are truly weak, remarkably weak. Sun Wukong, assuming an attack stance, retorted, is that so? I shall take this seriously. Really? I am quite pleased. At that moment, a bird that had been quietly perched on Bobo's shoulder suddenly took flight in a flurry of panic. Bobo, watching the bird ascend, remarked, your murderous intent frightened the bird away. Such behavior will not lead you to victory over me. I am formidable in my own right. Sun Wukong, dismissing the comment, shot back, quit your prattling. Do not underestimate me. He lunged forward with fervor, yet failed to even graze the hem of Bobo's attire, stumbling instead from a few casual strikes delivered by Bobo. No matter how hard he tried, Sun Wukong could not overcome Bobo's prowess. Gasping in frustration, Sun Wukong exclaimed, damn it, no matter what I do, I cannot land a hit on him. He is so fast. He refrained from uttering the foolish words of a typical villain, challenging Bobo to confront him head-on. Speed was of the essence. Without the ability to exploit his weaknesses, sheer strength was but a fleeting leaf upon the water. In the temple, the mysterious deity observed Sun Wukong's relentless suffering at the hands of Bobo through a crystal orb. Bobo, glancing at the defenseless Sun Wukong, expressed his disappointment, saying, I am truly disheartened. You are exceedingly weak. I cannot allow you to meet the deity. How could Karen permit you to come here? What has he been doing for these past few centuries? This is utterly unacceptable. Enraged, Sun Wukong rose, still incredulous that he, having consumed the super divine water, was rendered utterly defenseless. In a fit of rage, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave without hesitation. Bobo, unfazed, simply absorbed the attack, letting out a satisfied burp and releasing a few rings of energy afterward. Sun Wukong stood agape, numbly watching Bobo consume his Kamehameha, a wave of humiliation washing over him. With renewed fury, he launched a flurry of futile attacks at Bobo. Observing the frenzied Sun Wukong, Bobo remarked, "While you possess immense power, your inability to wield it effectively is a grave flaw. Even if you persist in this trial, it will yield no results." Hearing this, Sun Wukong sank to the ground in despair. Bobo, noticing Sun Wukong's apparent intent to give up, prepared to attend to other matters for the deity, stating, "I am quite busy. You should return swiftly." With that, he turned to enter the grand hall behind him. "Wait," Sun Wukong called out, his resolve unyielding. Bobo halted but did not turn around or take another step. "I will not abandon my quest to meet the deity. Therefore, I implore you for another chance. Will you grant it?" Seeing Bobo's lack of response, Sun Wukong summoned his determination and advanced once more to attack. Bobo, remaining stationary, allowed Sun Wukong to unleash his full potential, which had no effect whatsoever on him. "Are you still unwilling to accept defeat? I have already told you, it is futile. You are woefully inadequate, far inferior to that individual. Your spirit and skills are lacking, rendering you unworthy to stand before the celestial deity. Depart at once." Sun Wukong, like a predator spotting its prey, gazed at Bobo with excitement. "You believe that by defeating Piccolo, you have become the strongest in the world? Yet you forget that there are those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. Mere brute force will not suffice against me. You would be wise to concede." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, how embarrassing. Now that you understand, be quick to return." Unfazed by Bobo's disparagement, Sun Wukong exuberantly inquired, "May I utilize this place?" Utilize this place? Chapter 70, Wukong's New Battle, Part 2. "Yes, I wish to engage in rigorous training here." Bobo, indifferent, replied, "If that is your desire, go ahead." Observing Sun Wukong's enthusiastic self-training, Bobo muttered to himself, "This fellow is not significantly inferior to that other one." With that, he retreated into the celestial palace, leaving Sun Wukong alone in his fervor. In his excitement, Sun Wukong failed to detect the contradictions in Bobo's words, simultaneously asserting his superiority over one individual while admitting his own deficiencies compared to another. Outside the celestial palace, Sun Wukong ran laps in the vast courtyard, quickly becoming breathless and drenched in sweat. "How peculiar. I feel a bit dizzy." Bobo emerged to observe Sun Wukong, who was doubled over with his hands on his knees. "This altitude is quite high, and the air is thin. Humans like yourself struggle to adapt. Thus, excessive, thoughtless movements are ill-advised, regardless of the location. Remember, do not waste your efforts." Sun Wukong regarded Bobo's earnest demeanor, contemplating his words with newfound understanding. "So that is it." Bobo continued, his expression serene. "Stand as tranquil and pure as the sky, swifter than the speed of lightning." Sun Wukong unconsciously echoed Bobo's words. "Stand as tranquil and pure as the sky, swifter than the speed of lightning." After a moment of reflection, he scratched his head with one hand and chuckled. "This is quite difficult." Bobo smiled gently at Sun Wukong. "For instance, you must transform your state of mind into a void." After a moment of mutual silence, Sun Wukong blinked in bewilderment, suddenly realizing the profound stillness surrounding Bobo. It was not a silence devoid of sound, but a tranquility within the heart. He endeavored to emulate that stillness. "You are mistaken. This is not a state of emptiness. Merely a lack of thought," Bobo remarked, turning his back on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, puzzled, gazed at Bobo and, after a while, touched his own face. "You just touched your face, did you not?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, questioning in confusion. "How do you know? Do you possess 3 eyes like Tian Shinhan? Is one of them located at the back of your head?" Bobo replied innocently, "No, that is not the case." "Then how can you see my movements?" "Simply using your eyes will not suffice. That is why you cannot perceive my actions." Bobo continued, "The movements of the body, the spatial relationships of objects, the fluctuations of air, the minutiae of dust, as well as breathing and sensations, all play a vital role." Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "How impressive! No wonder I could never defeat you." With a proud expression, Bobo replied, "Indeed, I have learned an abundance of knowledge from the celestial beings, which is why I am so formidable." Although Sun Wukong could not see it, he could discern Bobo's pride through his tone. Sun Wukong, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Then are the celestial beings even more extraordinary than you?" Bobo burst into laughter, saying, "Is that even a question? The celestial beings surpass me by leaps and bounds." With a spirited demeanor, Sun Wukong declared, "Knowing such remarkable beings exist fills me with joy." Bobo chuckled, "You are truly exuberant." After a brief moment, Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, "But if they are so powerful, why not let them defeat Demon King Piccolo?" Bobo responded, "I cannot act on their behalf, for the celestial beings have their own responsibilities." Sun Wukong, with a carefree attitude, said, "Very well. I have decided to remain here for the time being." Sun Wukong joyfully gazed at Bobo. Noticing the 2 dragons entwined in a playful dance, carved upon the gates of the celestial palace, leading into an abyss of darkness devoid of any light. Standing still, he pondered Bobo's two phrases, to be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. Bobo observed Sun Wukong's rapid grasp of the concepts and remarked, "You are not only lively, but also quite clever." In light of this, Sun Wukong eagerly interrupted, "You are finally willing to teach me, aren't you?" Bobo shook his head in denial, stating, "I am not here to teach you. This is something you must learn on your own. I am merely offering hints." Sun Wukong pouted, "How stingy." Unfazed, Bobo asked, "You have brought the bell that Karen gave you, right?" "The bell? Oh, is it the one from Master Roshi? What do you intend to do with it?" After speaking, Sun Wukong, with a puzzled expression, retrieved the bell from his belt and handed it to Bobo. Bobo calmly tied the bell around his waist. "What is your purpose?" Bobo looked down at the diminutive Sun Wukong and inquired with composure, "Do you wish to spar with me once more?" Excitedly, Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance. "So you intend to help me practice? Very well. Behold my skills." With that, Sun Wukong lunged forward, only to have Bobo silently evade him. Sun Wukong attacked from behind, but Bobo deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to the back of Sun Wukong's head. "Ouch, that hurts. I still cannot beat Bobo." Bobo, looking at the still bewildered Sun Wukong, asked with disappointment, "Is that all you have?" "What do you mean?" Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head. Bobo, exasperated, remarked, "Haven't you noticed anything else?" Sun Wukong, tilting his head, said, "Now that you mention it." He then glanced at the bell around Bobo's waist, exclaiming in surprise, "Your bell didn't even ring." Indeed, despite your vigorous movements, the bell remained silent. Can you ponder why that is? Sun Wukong approached and took the bell from Bobo's waist, securing it around his own. He then performed a few simple exercises, causing the bell to jingle incessantly. Sitting on the ground, Sun Wukong pondered aloud, "How peculiar. The moment I move, the bell begins to chime. Ah, could it be magic?" Bobo, annoyed, retorted, "You should just go back." With that, he turned and walked into the temple, hands clasped behind his back. "I'm merely jesting. I apologize. I truly was joking," Sun Wukong quickly said, seeing Bobo's genuine anger. Bobo, a divine attendant, had little patience for humor. Observing Bobo's irritated back, Sun Wukong reflected, "However, I recalled some training sessions I had with Master Roshi." Bobo turned his head, his entire body following suit to face Sun Wukong. The latter gazed upward, straining to remember, his eyes wide as saucers, trying to recall more details. "That was back when I trained alongside Krillin under Master Roshi." Chapter 71. Stop. This is a deity. What Sun Wukong remembered was the time Master Roshi had instructed him and Krillin to balance on a narrow mountaintop. Both of them balancing a pot filled with water atop their heads, practicing martial arts movements on the precarious perch. Master Roshi had executed numerous unsteady poses, standing on one leg, performing the white crane's spread wings, and so forth. Yet the pot never faltered, nor did the water within ripple. In contrast, when he and Krillin first attempted their martial arts moves, they struggled to maintain their balance, barely managing to keep the water steady. Initially, he had even found Krillin to be more adept than himself. Sun Wukong exclaimed innocently, but Master Roshi had no trouble at all. Is it possible that the water back then is akin to this bell now? The water spilled because suddenly, a realization struck him. I see. It's just as you said, the excessive, unnecessary movements. Therefore, to keep the bell from ringing, I must refrain from making superfluous motions, correct? He then looked at Bobo with a tense expression, seemingly fearful of his disapproval. Bobo regarded Sun Wukong with satisfaction. It appears there is hope for you. However, mere understanding is not sufficient. Sun Wukong suddenly grasped. Indeed, I must put this knowledge into practice. But if the bell ceases to ring, perhaps I could surpass you, Bobo? Thus, you must continue to train if you wish to defeat me, though it may take years, perhaps even many years, before you can truly best me. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. What will you do, Sun Wukong? Do you intend to train relentlessly until you can conquer Bobo? With renewed enthusiasm, Sun Wukong exclaimed, I am more than willing. Though uncertain of my success, I wish to give it a try. Suddenly, an ethereal voice emanated from the temple. I hold you in high regard. Sun Wukong, instantly alert, inquired towards the source of the voice within the temple. Who goes there? Could it be a celestial deity? Bobo, maintaining his usual demeanor and tone, affirmed, indeed. The voice continued to resonate from the grand hall. I admire you greatly. I wish to meet you. Please, come inside. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, really? That's wonderful. Yay. He began to bounce around in place, expressing his elation. Bobo seemed to reveal a hint of a smile, remarking, You are indeed very fortunate. Congratulations. Sun Wukong, gleefully following Bobo, responded, Thank you, celestial deity. With a smile, Bobo led the way, pondering, is this the one that Ponzu values? How long will it take for him to reach Ponzu's level of power? What did Ponzu mean by saving the earth? Meanwhile, atop Carinta, Yachirobe and the cat sage watched as Sun Wukong vanished, uncertain whether he had encountered the celestial deity. The cat sage, casually leaning back with one hand, remarked, "He will certainly succeed. It's just a matter of time." Displeased by the cat sage's nonchalance, Yachirobe pressed, "By the way, you mentioned that Sun Wukong would be utterly astonished upon meeting the celestial deity. You haven't told me yet." The cat sage, with a twinkle in his eye, chuckled, "When he meets the celestial deity, he will surely be so frightened that his legs will weaken. That face is one he knows all too well." With that, the cat sage burst into laughter as he descended from the tower's pinnacle. Upon reaching the entrance, Sun Wukong halted, excitedly talking to himself. "I am so happy. The celestial deity is truly a good person." Soon, Bobo spoke solemnly, "The celestial deity is coming." A hand swiftly emerged, grasping the doorframe. Sun Wukong, thrilled, gazed eagerly at the entrance. In a fleeting moment, the celestial deity's full form appeared. "Demon King Piccolo, you're still alive? How infuriating." Realizing this, Sun Wukong charged forward to attack the celestial deity. In a flash, Sun Wukong was struck by the deity's swift blow. Reappearing at the entrance, his legs caught by Bobo, leaving him suspended upside down. "Calm down. He is a celestial deity. Let me go? I must eradicate him." Sun Wukong protested. Bobo shook him vigorously. "Sun Wukong, steady yourself. He is not Piccolo. He is a celestial deity." Sun Wukong, taken aback, quickly realized he was in the celestial temple. He hastily covered his forehead with both hands, gazing upside down at the approaching deity. "Did you not hear from Karen?" Bobo released Sun Wukong as the deity spoke. Emerging was an aged version of Demon King Piccolo, but adorned with a robe inscribed with the character for deity. The celestial deity leaned on a cane, his other hand clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. His tone calm as he remarked, "That mischievous fellow." After saying this, the celestial deity fully stepped into the sunlight. "Long ago, I was one with Piccolo. I was a martial artist. Later, upon hearing of a celestial deity's existence, I arrived at this place, much like you." Sun Wukong was profoundly taken aback by the deity's words, blinking rapidly in disbelief. The celestial deity continued calmly, "Regrettably, celestial deities can also perish. I fervently aspire to become the new heir of the celestial deity. However, the celestial deity has persistently refused to acknowledge my worthiness. I have always held the conviction that none other than myself is more suited to assume this esteemed role. Yet, the celestial deity has perceived a vestige of malevolence lurking deep within my soul. After enduring arduous training, I have finally succeeded in banishing this darkness from my heart. The malevolence expelled from my being was none other than the formidable demon King Piccolo, and I ascended as the new celestial deity, while he fled to Earth, bringing untold suffering to humanity. I lament this outcome. Yet since you have vanquished Piccolo, I shall grant your request in return." "Splendid," exclaimed the celestial deity, maintaining a solemn demeanor. "However, you must promise me that you will remain here to continue your training for a while longer." Sun Wukong replied with enthusiasm, "I would be more than willing to stay and train. Even without your prompting, I would seek your guidance." "Very well, I understand your desire." The celestial deity continued. "However, even the celestial deity cannot resurrect the dead." Sun Wukong gazed at the celestial deity in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gravity of the statement. The celestial deity took a deep breath. "Yet, I created the dragon, and I possess the power to revive it. You may then beseech the dragon to restore them." Sun Wukong's skepticism transformed into elation. "Is that truly possible?" "Thank you," the celestial deity added. "However, I can assist you only to this extent. Ultimately, it is your responsibility to forge your own destiny." Chapter 72, The Resurrection at Last. "Understood," the celestial deity responded, satisfied. "Now, I shall immediately revive the dragon. In doing so, the Dragon Balls shall also be restored." Sun Wukong danced with joy. "Wonderful. Splendid." The celestial deity observed Sun Wukong's exuberance with a hint of perplexity. Is this the individual destined to save the Earth, as the formidable power foretold? Maintaining his composure, the celestial deity declared, "Now, I will proceed with the resurrection of the dragon. Bubbles, please retrieve the Dragon Balls." "Yes," Bubbles replied. And the celestial deity turned to Sun Wukong. "My assistance can extend no further, Sun Wukong. I trust you comprehend this." Sun Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing deeply. "Indeed, thank you, celestial deity." Soon, Bubbles presented the fragmented dragon, which was in disarray. "I have brought it forth." The celestial deity gazed at the shattered dragon, exclaiming, "I had not anticipated such severe damage." "Bubbles, can it be repaired?" "Certainly." Sun Wukong watched with curiosity as Bubbles meticulously pieced together the dragon with adhesive. "Bubbles, is this truly the dragon?" With unwavering focus, Bubbles responded, "The essence required by the celestial deity is crafted by me, and the deity bestows life upon it." The celestial deity interjected, "I had intended to relinquish my involvement with the dragon, for the Dragon Balls have lost their original significance, with many misusing them for selfish desires. Yet you are different. As long as the world still has individuals like you, I shall revive it." Initially, Bubbles began to reconstruct the dragon's claws and whiskers. The scales were affixed meticulously, and then the fragmented body was reassembled and placed upon a plate. Another valiant warrior, or rather, another magnificent dragon. Above, on the railing, the audacious Akalobe perched, gazing skyward, his calves trembling as he strained to look further into the heavens. Suddenly, the cat sage let out a startling roar from behind. Oh my goodness! Akalobe nearly tumbled over in fright. After a harrowing struggle, he grasped the railing and, summoning all his strength, managed to pull himself back up. Are you lovesick? He shouted suddenly. Fool! I am a sage. Curse your sagehood. You gave me quite the fright. Do you dare to threaten to throw me down? Akalobe stubbornly tilted his head in silence, expressing his dissatisfaction. I can curse you in my heart, you know? The cat sage, unfazed, grinned and inquired, what are you doing? Are you truly worried about Sun Wukong? Akalobe hurriedly retorted, not at all. I'm merely concerned that Sun Wukong might fall from the sky unexpectedly. It has been over a day with no news. The cat sage chuckled approvingly. Who would have thought you value friendship so much? Stop spouting nonsense. That is not the case. Truth be told, someone is watching over Sun Wukong. He may be gravely injured, but there is no danger to his life. Rest assured. Who? Who are you speaking of? Is it a celestial being? When he reveals himself, you will know. In our world, I too am unaware of his identity. Aren't you a sage? How can you not know? Needless to say, ancients would not know, but the successors would. Before Akalobe could respond, the sharp-eyed cat sage noticed the bulge in Akalobe's embrace, assuming he had hidden some delectable treat. Snatching it away and unveiling it, he discovered it was a pouch of divine beans. The cat sage, intrigued, asked, Didn't you say these things are inedible? Akalobe, arms crossed and indignant, replied, What does it matter? You have more than you can eat anyway. The cat sage, gazing earnestly at Akalobe, declared, You shall never ride the Nimbus cloud in your lifetime. Mind your own business, you idle, foolish cat. Feeling gravely insulted, the cat sage sprang up in indignation. What? You call me a cat? An idle fool at that? Akalobe, seething, let out a haughty snort. You are a pig, a worthless, fat pig. Akalobe's nose exhaled vapor, his face flushed, and his hair stood on end. You are, after all, a cat. Just as the cat sage prepared to retaliate, he suddenly realized, licking his hands, that is true. I am indeed a cat with nothing to do. As Akalobe punched the air, his pent-up fury had no outlet, when suddenly the entire sky turned pitch black. What? What is happening? The cat sage stood with arms crossed. After the celestial beings, including Bobo, had repaired the dragon with glue, they instructed the two to keep their distance. Sun Wukong took a few steps. Noticing Bobo standing far away, then retreated 7 or 8 steps before standing firm, turning to look at the celestial beings and the stone dragon, now glued together. The celestial deity lowered his head, gazing intently at the stone dragon. He raised his finger, which emitted a sequence of vibrant hues, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, all converging into a brilliant beam of white light that enveloped the stone dragon. In response, the stone dragon illuminated with a spectrum of colors, accompanied by a whimsical tune. Grandfather is called Grandpa. Father's mother is Grandma. Mother's father is Grandfather. Mother's mother is Grandmother. What does this mean, celestial deity? Bobo beside him gestured for silence to avoid disturbance. Sun Wukong, with his adorable hands covering his mouth, pondered. Grandfather is called Grandpa? Can I refer to Master Roshi as my father's father? Such a peculiar title. It's as amusing as Bulma. As Sun Wukong was lost in thought, the entire sky above the celestial hall was filled with the immense projection of the dragon, its ethereal form swirling in the air like a peacock displaying its plumage. Radiating majesty, he felt an overwhelming urge to sing. In a short while, the dragon's illusion dissipated into the ether. Gasping slightly, the celestial deity spoke. Sun Wukong, ordinarily, the dragon requires a year to maintain its stone form to absorb energy, but this time, as a token of my gratitude, I have directly infused energy into the dragon's body. Now, the Dragon Balls can immediately fulfill the wishes of their user. Is that truly the case? Sun Wukong replied with excitement. May I see how everyone has been resurrected? The celestial deity, slightly irked, retorted. Did you not promise me that you would remain here to cultivate? Sun Wukong, dejected, lowered his head in response. That is true. I have fulfilled my promise of resurrecting the dragon. It has been brought back to life. Now, you must honor your part. You only need to endure for 3 years, and you will reunite with your companions at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 73, Complete Resurrection, Wukong's New Training. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. You even know about the World Martial Arts Tournament. How impressive. The celestial deity replied solemnly. On that day, Piccolo will likely attend. He still seeks your life. The fate of the world rests upon you. Sun Wukong leaped with elation. Wait, what are you saying? Piccolo will participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament? Did I not defeat him already? The celestial deity sighed deeply, his voice somber. Regrettably, he still lives. Before his body exploded, he left behind an heir. And that heir will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you and dominate the world. Moreover, his offspring will be even more formidable than Piccolo. What? The celestial deity continued. As long as you remain here, he will not be able to trouble you. During these 3 years, you must train diligently, and next time, you will truly be able to vanquish Piccolo. Both Bobo and I have our reasons for not being able to confront him. Now, only you can defeat him and bring genuine peace. Do you understand? Sun Wukong stated with determination, celestial deity. Although I am not the only one who can defeat him, I will confront him and triumph once more. I will defeat him, I certainly will, he reiterated emphatically, with a firm resolve to motivate oneself. The determination to strive is strong, bidding farewell to the sweet temptation of donuts. Thus, I shall commence my training without delay. Both Bobo and the deity observed with curiosity as the previously confident Sun Wukong stood frozen in place. Anxiously, he exclaimed, but first, I need to relieve myself. Where's the restroom? Despite their extraordinary prowess, the deity and Bobo were momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's innocence, causing them to stumble slightly. Bobo gestured in a direction, prompting Sun Wukong to dash off. Before even entering, he cupped his hands over his pants, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's coming out, I can't hold it." With that, he rushed inside. Watching Sun Wukong disappear, Bobo turned to the deity with a worried expression. "Deity, you are now intertwined with Piccolo's son. If we were to eliminate him, you might perish as well." The deity gazed skyward, acknowledging, "This is fate, the consequence of my own actions, and I must bear this responsibility. Besides, it is inconceivable for me to take my own life. In truth, I have been awaiting a person like him to emerge. I firmly believe that the one named Sun Wukong will succeed in defeating Piccolo." Bobo's emotions were a tumultuous mix. "Deity, is there no way to seal Piccolo's son away? Sealing is not a permanent solution. He will eventually re-emerge. As long as I live, and he lives, we shall persist. Moreover, do you truly believe that Ponzu would assist us? Deity, we merely borrowed the hyperbolic time chamber from him for sealing purposes. In fact, allowing Sun Wukong to perform the sealing would not pose much difficulty." Sighing, Bobo added, "I am fatigued. Let the heavy rain wash away the sands of memory. Let it come to a complete end. Sun Wukong may rise as the new deity of Earth." Meanwhile, at Kame House in the lower realm, Yamcha and Oolong were idly watching an animated series, while Poir stared vacantly out the window, lost in thought. Bulma was rummaging through her drawer to retrieve her underwear for a bath when she stumbled upon a capsule containing Krillin and Master Roshi's remains. Gazing at it in a daze, unconsciously, she murmured, "It must be possible to resurrect them. It must." Oolong, perched on the sofa, glanced curiously at Bulma and asked, "What are you talking about?" Bulma turned to reply, "Nothing." However, due to the angle, she noticed Oolong staring at her blankly, mistaking his gaze for something more improper. She yelled, "Oolong, what are you doing?" Oolong remained silent, pointing at the table beside Bulma. Look, the stone has turned into a Dragon Ball." What happened?" Yamcha exclaimed, as Poir flew in, and Bulma realized that the gentle touch belonged to none other than the blue-haired launch. The group approached excitedly, surrounding the Dragon Balls. Bulma quickly gathered all the Dragon Balls into her ample arms and dashed outside, holding the capsule she had yet to set down. She stood beside the shimmering 7 Dragon Balls, her fists clenched tightly. "Come forth, Shenron. Arise and grant my wish." The group gazed intently at the Dragon Balls, and soon, the sky was once again shrouded in shadow. The 7 Dragon Balls shimmered, casting a radiant glow upon the earth, as the dragon made its grand reappearance. Bulma gazed curiously at the celestial being, inquiring, "Weren't you killed?" To her astonishment, the dragon responded, "It was Son Goku who petitioned the gods for my revival, and thus I have been restored." Oolong, taken aback, echoed, "Goku asked the gods?" Bulma pressed the dragon for clarity. "What is happening? Where's Goku?" "He is training in the heavenly realm in preparation for the next World Martial Arts Tournament. You may inquire with him upon your next encounter. Now, reveal your wishes." With earnest determination, Bulma clasped her hands together and declared, "I wish for all our companions slain by Piccolo to be resurrected." "That is a simple request." Yamcha interjected suddenly. "Wait, let's also bring back the many innocent lives lost at the hands of Piccolo." Oolong, gazing at Yamcha in disbelief, questioned, "Can we truly revive so many?" The dragon fell silent for 3 seconds before responding, "Very well. I shall resurrect all those slain by the demon Piccolo." Bulma embraced her companions, bursting into joyous laughter. "Your wishes have been granted. Farewell." With those words, the dragon dispersed, and the turtle hermit and Krillin, who lay in the coffin crafted by Bulma, awakened instantly. Overcome with excitement, Bulma tightly hugged Oolong, who, with a mischievous grin, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Haha, push harder." Realizing the implications, Bulma swiftly retaliated, sending Oolong flying with a punch. Across the globe, the souls claimed by the demon Piccolo returned to life under the dragon's divine authority. Meanwhile, Son Goku emerged from his momentary distraction. "My apologies. I couldn't hold it." Bobo, with his characteristic sincerity, reassured him, "It's all right. I'll clean up later. It would be wise for you to address such matters sooner." lest you face difficulties in your old age. Understood. I'll be more mindful. Divine being, allow me to offer you a change of attire. Your current garments carry quite an odor, making it difficult to stand too close. Goku, observing his tattered clothing, accepted the offer without hesitation. After donning fresh apparel, he leaped with enthusiasm, settling into a meditative position, hands clasped, eyes closed, and ears relaxed, ready to embark on a new phase of training. Chapter 74, Training like Bobo. Is remaining still all that is required? Bobo, arms crossed, remained as immovable as a mountain, asserting, "You must not move." The divine being, with a serious demeanor, stated, "First, you must cultivate your spirit." Goku, cautiously opening one eye, attempted to argue, but was promptly admonished, "Your eyes must remain shut." Cleverly, Goku closed his eyes once more, grinning widely, reminiscent of childhood games of hide and seek, where he must not be discovered. Do not laugh. Your mind must be tranquil, and you must cultivate inner peace. In moments of significance, maintain calmness. Only then can you find stability, and from stability, you can contemplate. Before Bobo could finish, Goku opened one eye again. "I need to relieve myself." Bobo firmly denied the request. "No." After a period of training, Goku finally made notable progress. "Son Wukong, you seem to have made some progress." Immediately forgetting everything, Son Wukong opened his eyes with excitement, gazing eagerly at Bobo. "Is that so?" He was swiftly struck by a snap of Bobo's fingers, exclaiming in pain. However, his progress remained slow. At this rate, defeating Piccolo would be impossible. Son Wukong could never comprehend the swiftness of lightning or the tranquility of the sky, still relying on sight and sound for his judgments. Curiously, he observed the bell and a long strip of cloth in Bobo's hands. "I will attach the bell to the cat's tail. You must close your eyes and catch it." After half a day's training, Son Wukong removed the blindfold. "This is so difficult. I just can't seem to learn." Bobo, somewhat exasperated, replied, "That is because you still rely solely on your eyes to see, your ears to hear, and your nose to smell. You have yet to develop other senses." Son Wukong sheepishly chuckled. "Bobo, you mentioned having undergone rigorous training. May I partake in such training as well?" Son Wukong inquired, his eyes filled with earnest curiosity. Bobo hesitated for a moment, regarding Son Wukong. "That kind of training is exceptionally arduous and fraught with danger. Do you think you can endure it?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong clenched his fists resolutely. "Yes, I believe I can succeed in my training." Bobo turned, hands clasped behind his back, and walked towards the temple. "Then follow me. I shall take you to meet the celestial god. If the god consents to see you, I will escort you." After entering the temple, the celestial god regarded Son Wukong. "Have you made your decision?" "I can handle anything, rest assured." The celestial god looked into Son Wukong's determined eyes. "It may be more painful than death. Are you not afraid?" "Not afraid." "Then you must first retrieve the sacred crown." Son Wukong danced with excitement. "Wow. Thank you, celestial god. I will surely bring back the sacred crown for you." Bobo led Son Wukong to another room, where, before a highly advanced machine, a dazzling display of operations ensued, and the machine emitted a radiant spectrum of light. "Bobo, what is this contraption?" "The celestial god can utilize this device to travel wherever he desires." "Wow, this is a rainbow." "Bobo, is this a rainbow bridge? Can we go anywhere?" Ponzu exclaimed. "Son Wukong, you're getting mixed up." "No, this is a teleportation device." Just as Son Wukong was about to say more, he was directly transported to a range of towering mountains. After confirming with a little girl standing with a bird on her shoulder, he rushed towards Mount Klo, effortlessly seizing the sacred crown. Just as he was about to descend, he was struck repeatedly by bolts of lightning from above. After a fierce struggle, he was ultimately knocked down from the mountain peak, and the sacred crown, under the celestial goddess power, returned to its original place. Once rescued again, Son Wukong pondered deeply. "How can I obtain the sacred crown when the lightning is so swift?" Son Wukong noticed that the little girl beside him seemed to know the bird's movements, prompting him to curiously approach her and ask, "Why do you understand how birds fly? How far they soar?" "It's all instinct. With mere intuition, one can grasp such knowledge." Son Wukong seemed to experience an epiphany, suddenly comprehending everything. Without delay, he rushed towards Mount Klo. This time, he narrowly evaded a bolt of lightning, only to be struck again, brought down yet again. How infuriating. 3 days later, he still could not completely avoid it. This time, he was gravely injured and was retrieved by the celestial beings. As Son Wukong regained consciousness, he noticed Bobo standing beside his bed. "Bobo, please allow me to continue. I am so close to obtaining the sacred crown. That endeavor is still too challenging for you. Perhaps you should consider a different training project," Bobo replied. "Follow me," he added, leading the way back to the room with the transporter. "Wukong," Bobo instructed, "you must remember to be as tranquil as the sky. Visualize yourself as a stone, and learn to perceive the subtle fluctuations of the air. Do not rely solely on sight and sound." After a series of dazzling operations, Son Wukong vanished once more from the celestial palace. Bobo watched his disappearance and murmured to himself, "Wukong, you must persevere. Time is not on your side. Shortly thereafter, a celestial being entered. Did he venture into the Lost Forest? Indeed, Celestial One. Mount Clo remains too formidable for him at this stage. I hope he finds success in the Lost Forest, Bobo replied, manipulating the machine once more, revealing a scene of Sun Wukong's current predicament. In the projected image, Sun Wukong, having escaped from the marsh, was utterly famished after using the Kamehameha technique. By a stroke of fate, he found himself at the home of Hunter Moose, sharing a sumptuous dinner with his 9 children and Moose's father. During the meal, Sun Wukong stated his purpose for coming to the forest, to seek powerful beings. Why do you wish to find powerful beings to train with? One child innocently inquired. With his mouth full, Sun Wukong mumbled, because I made a pact with the celestial beings. A child, curious, asked, what are celestial beings? The children chattered excitedly about the celestial beings, and their grandfather Moose chuckled. This young man is remarkably strong, filled with energy. Moose's family informed Sun Wukong of a figure named Yamo. Upon hearing that this individual was swifter than lightning, Sun Wukong exclaimed, I had no idea such formidable beings existed in this world. How vast it truly is. Moose's father then suggested, tomorrow, I shall take you fishing. You can join me. The following morning, guided by Moose's father, Sun Wukong swiftly located Yamo. However, after defeating him, he looked on in disappointment upon learning that Yamo could not surpass lightning in speed, and he departed disheartened. Chapter 75. The Training of Pawns, Part 1. Sun Wukong lay unconsciously on a large rock by the riverbank, contemplating whom to seek for further advancement. Could such remarkable beings truly reside within the forest? Gradually, he dozed off, only to be stirred by the voice of Moose's father. Once again, we meet. Sun Wukong looked up in astonishment at Moose's father. Ah, when did you arrive? Moose's father chuckled and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I've been here since morning. But just now, I clearly. You little fool, never mind, why don't you give it a try? With that, he handed a fishing rod to Sun Wukong. Instinctively accepting it, Sun Wukong began to fish, muttering to himself, I've always caught fish myself. This is my first time using a rod. You needn't exert yourself so much. Just relax your body. Now, take a deep breath. Inhale deeply, and then exhale. Moose's father watched his fishing rod intently, speaking with serene contentment. Look at the sky. Isn't it beautiful? Doing this helps to calm the heart, creating tranquility like the sky itself. Sun Wukong sighed. Bobo has said something similar. Turning his head, he looked at the old man in confusion. Your focus seems insufficient. Close your eyes and let your heart settle. Listen carefully to the sound of the flowing water. This way, you will hear the fish swimming beneath. See, your bait has attracted a large fish, but it hesitates to bite. Before long, under the old man's guidance, he successfully caught a fish. Bobo observed the harmonious scene of Sun Wukong and the old man fishing together. That kid knows nothing. Not necessarily, Bobo replied, looking up at the deity in confusion, who smiled as he watched the joyful fishing scene unfold. Upon returning to the divine hall, Sun Wukong had made significant progress, able to sense Bobo's movements through the air, although he still could not surpass him. Bobo took Sun Wukong to a room filled with clocks, saying, this is the time chamber. The past, present, and future, all time is encompassed within this room. Sun Wukong looked at Bobo in bewilderment. I don't understand what you mean. From now on, you will travel through different times and meet extraordinary individuals. Sun Wukong gazed at Bobo in confusion. Extraordinary individuals? Just how remarkable will they be? Without answering, Bobo inexplicably conjured the figure of Pawns, who murmured unconsciously, very strong, incredibly strong. Moreover, he is quite unique. You will understand upon meeting him. With that, Bobo activated the time chamber and sent Sun Wukong inside. As soon as Sun Wukong landed, Bobo's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, this is not the time I set. He hurriedly prepared to pull Sun Wukong back when one of the clocks emitted an infinite white light. Mr. Bobo, there's no need for concern. That is merely a formation set up by our sect using divine power. I will train him inside, so rest assured. Bobo looked solemnly at Pawns. Is this the gift you speak of, left for future generations? Do you know he would come? Mr. Bobo, you're joking. Do you not also know he would come? I do not. I never pry into time. Those who toy with time will ultimately be toyed with by it. Pawns smiled and said, Mr. Bobo, I understand. Thank you. This is a trace of my spiritual imprint left behind. My power is about to dissipate, so, until we meet again. Upon speaking, Pawns vanished without a trace. Bobo, gazing at the now absent figure of Pawns, was poised to report to the deity when he turned and encountered the deity entering the room. I understand, it's fine. The deity reassured Bobo. Let it be. He will not harm Sun Wukong. Can Sun Wukong withstand his trials? Bobo inquired cautiously. Let us hope. With that, the deity waved his staff, revealing a live image of Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong plummeted downward, he found himself surrounded by clocks, with no foothold in sight. Ah, he exclaimed, only to crash down from a circular black hole onto a bystander. Hey you, the individual exclaimed, but before he could finish his statement, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash right before his eyes, destined to confront whatever lay ahead on his own. In a new environment, Sun Wukong clutched his head, moaning in pain. Suddenly, he was struck and sent flying. Who? He shouted. I, came the reply. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment. Pawns. You are pawns. Upon realizing this, he relaxed. What are you doing? It hurts, it hurts. Pawns silently approached Sun Wukong and delivered a swift kick to his already pained form, sending him crashing once more. Wow, what are you doing? Upon entering an unfamiliar environment, you must be wary of everything, be it people, events, objects, or even the air itself. How can you be certain it is harmless? Moreover, how do you know I am not a false pawns? Sun Wukong fell heavily to the ground. A false pawns? Is there such a thing? Have you forgotten the false master Rashi you encountered while searching for the super divine water? Ah, Sun Wukong froze as if struck by lightning, lost in recollection of that moment. Impressive pawns. How did you know about the ice cave incident? Pawns stepped forward again and, with a gentle push, sent Sun Wukong flying once more. What are you doing? You still do not grasp the situation. Who said I am pawns? Is that so? So you are not pawns. Of course, I am the true pawns. Sun Wukong stood dazed, hands on his head, staring at pawns. If you are indeed pawns, why are you attacking me? Aren't you Bulma's brother? No, I am her brother. Oh, so you are not Bulma's brother? Why are you assaulting me? Pawns, exasperated by Sun Wukong's naivety, abandoned the notion of teaching him complexity, something even his wife, Chi-Chi, had failed to accomplish. He simply stated, I am your instructor from the hyperbolic time chamber, responsible for your training before your departure. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's excitement surged, and he instantly assumed a battle stance. Really? I get to spar with pawns? That is fantastic. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Observing from outside, the deity and Bobo broke into a cold sweat at Sun Wukong's fearless ignorance. Should I commend him or the deity? Pondered aloud. With a thoughtful sigh, the deity remarked, Sun Wukong possesses a pure heart, a rare trait indeed. Under Pon's guidance, he may progress at an accelerated pace. Chapter 76, Pon's Training, Part 2. Ponzi, I shall commence my assault. With that, Sun Wukong surged forward with a fierce charge towards Ponzi. Unperturbed, Ponzi formed a series of hand seals with a deliberate grace, seemingly slow yet remarkably swift in completing the intricate gestures. Spirits of the four corners, the universe is established, the heavens and earth are defined. Master of the Chi sect. Proceed. Sun Wukong's advance faltered, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wow. Ponzi, you employ demonic arts. Ponzi produced an energy pill. Addressing Sun Wukong, this is a new vitality elixir. With your current prowess, consuming it will enable you to defeat Bobo and fulfill their demands from the mortal realm. Should you seize it, it shall be yours. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. Master Rashi, Krillin. You were right. Ponzi, this is a simple task. I have trained under Master Cat. A sly smile crept across Ponzi's lips. Under the sudden onset of double gravity, Sun Wukong's already flawed movements would undoubtedly become even more erratic. Moreover, his aspiration to seize the elixir might take 2 decades to achieve. Ponzi was confident he could break through in 10 years, yet the path of cultivation was unpredictable. One could achieve enlightenment in an instant or struggle for a lifetime. Regardless, confidence was essential. Sun Wukong staggered to his feet. Curse you! What sorcery are you employing? He charged at Ponzi once more, yet Ponzi effortlessly evaded him. His footfalls were hasty, his voice too loud, his breath labored, his movements exaggerated, and his thoughts scattered, leading to unstable strikes and insufficient observation. Again, Sun Wukong pressed on with his attacks. Yikes! Sun Wukong marveled at how Ponzi deftly avoided his every strike with minimal movement. Ponzi, you are astonishing. You hardly moved. Suddenly, Ponzi appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a flying kick that sent him hurtling away. Your intellect is lacking. From that moment, Sun Wukong found himself relentlessly tormented by Ponzi. Each time he launched an attack, Ponzi would simply evade without retaliating. Whenever Sun Wukong attempted to pause and catch his breath, Ponzi would unexpectedly materialize around him, delivering kicks that propelled him skyward. Huff, huff, huff. How formidable. I can't even perceive the movements. Is this all you are capable of, Sun Wukong? Frustrated, Sun Wukong prepared to strike, only to be interrupted by the grumbling of his stomach. I need to squat down. I'm hungry. Careless and lacking resolve. His weaknesses were glaringly apparent, swift yet fleeting. As Ponzi continued to volley him like a ping-pong ball, he remarked, Heavenly deity, is this acceptable? It should be fine. I presume. He ought to know his limits. Bobo, with a furrowed brow, observed the unfolding scene, lamenting the persistent darkness surrounding his figure. So tell me, should it not be a white line instead? Sun Wukong's eyes rolled back in exhaustion. He offered no resistance, allowing Ponzi to unleash his attacks without opposition. After a while, Bobo anxiously urged, Divine One, should we intervene? If this continues, I fear for him. The heavenly deity hesitated, grappling with indecision until finally summoning the resolve to act. There is no need for haste. Ponzi has not dealt a fatal blow to Sun Wukong. With no options left, Bobo could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Once Pons confirmed that Sun Wukong still had a breath of life, he retrieved an energy pill from his pocket and fed it to him, using his source energy to heal his wounds. Soon, Sun Wukong was back to his lively self, though Pons' aura subtly weakened a fraction. "Are you all right?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the spot. "I feel fantastic. I'm not hungry at all now." "Then let us continue." With that, Pons smiled and gazed up at the sky, coincidentally locking eyes with the celestial being and Bobo. "Remarkable. He can actually detect us," Bobo remarked gravely. "His strength has reached an incredible level, at least that of a galactic entity." The celestial being suddenly turned to Bobo. What are you saying?" "Galactic level strength," Bobo replied, lowering his head, his voice soft yet resolute. "Celestial being, I cannot disclose these matters to you." The celestial being nodded, choosing not to press further. He understood that Bobo's origins were shrouded in mystery. Not to mention, the previous generation of deities had also been served by Bobo, who still appeared ageless. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, ready to attack. "Huh, Pons, have you lifted the enchantment?" Pons remained silent, simply observing Sun Wukong. "All right, here I come." Sun Wukong charged forward once more. Pons swiftly formed a hand seal, invoking heaven and earth, divine spirits, vast and eternal, senses at will, energies arise. "Master of the Chi sect, hasten." He released the hand seal, touching his eyes, nose, mouth, and limbs, before pressing his forehead. As Sun Wukong approached, he pointed at his forehead. Pons discreetly weakened again. With a light touch from Pons, Sun Wukong suddenly fell to the ground. In a panic, he attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. "Celestial being? What is happening?" The celestial being, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "I do not know." Pons observed the bewildered Sun Wukong, who soon stood frozen in shock, unable to move. He resorted to communicating telepathically. "Calm your mind. I have used the 5 senses sealing technique to close off your form, sound, taste, and touch. You are perfectly fine. You simply cannot perceive it. Focus your mind to control your chi and body, sense my position, and attack me." After imparting this guidance, Pons emitted a sound to help Sun Wukong locate him. In truth, Pons had sealed off Sun Wukong's 5 senses, leaving only his hearing intact to discern the source of sound. Even without full power, Sun Wukong was no novice. He quickly began to focus his mind and direct his body towards the sound. "Incorrect. Listen carefully," Pons instructed, issuing another sound and quietly generating 5 smaller sounds. Sun Wukong lay panting on the ground, his clothing in tatters. "Pons, I've learned to sense chi. Why can't I still catch you?" Pons chuckled and replied, "You are still far from it. Your speed, strength, and reflexes are all lacking. Wukong, let me ask you, what do you think is the fastest?" Sun Wukong took a deep breath and exclaimed, "I know. Bobo once mentioned that one must be as swift as lightning." "Haha, Pangs, what are you laughing at?" "Pangs, you are truly adorably foolish. Let me enlighten you. The fastest things are chi and thoughts." "Thoughts?" "Indeed, ponder deeply on this." Pangs observed the bewilderment on Sun Wukong's face but refrained from elaborating further. Shall we continue? Chapter 77, Pang's Instruction. Sun Wukong flipped over and got back on his feet. "Let us proceed." Just as he was about to launch an attack, his stomach grumbled once more. He looked at Pangs with a pitiful gaze. "Pangs, I'm hungry." Pangs tossed a concealed energy pill to Sun Wukong, who consumed it eagerly and then looked at Pangs with renewed vigor. "Pangs, why have I never seen you eat, or even use the restroom?" Pangs smiled mysteriously. "That is the wondrous effect of chi. You'll understand when you learn it someday." Sun Wukong was overjoyed. "That is fantastic. Pangs, please teach me, and then I shall never feel hunger again." "I cannot teach you that just yet. Now, let us continue with your training." "All right," Sun Wukong responded, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to see the extent of his training under Pang's guidance. As Pangs instructed his student in the forest, a subtle smile crept across his lips. "Oh, has Sun Wukong entered the time chamber for illusion training? In that case, you must not fall behind. Sun family caretaker." With that, Pangs formed a hand seal, bending the middle and ring fingers of his left hand inward, the thumb pressing against their tips, mirroring the same with his right hand. This was indeed a fundamental technique of the Chi sect. Boundless as the heavens, infinite as the earth, master of the Chi sect, hasten. After completing the hand gesture, Pangs observed his student practicing punches in the clearing. Tuoba Quangfing approached Pangs. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Master, I am perplexed about something." "Speak." "Master, all 8 of us disciples are cultivating the ultimate absorption technique taught by Senior Brother Dumpling. However, is this not also the technique cultivated by Senior Brother?" "Indeed." "What troubles you?" "Then, Master, why does our combat power differ so greatly from that of Senior Brother? You once mentioned." Pangs regarded Tuoba Quangfing intently. "Do you wish to leave?" "Not at all, Master. I wish to serve you for a lifetime." Pangs perceived the dissonance in his disciple's words and continued to explain. "The ultimate absorption technique is a synthesis of the martial arts from the Wu Tai Do lineage and my own skills, primarily designed to accelerate the refinement of the physical body and the absorption of qi. I did indeed state that once you reach the latter stages of the 4th level, your physical strength would surpass that of senior brother, provided you catch up to him, and he remains at that stage as well. Moreover, this physical strength pertains not to the ability to withstand damage, but to recuperative power. Although you have been training, you have also devoted some of your energy to studying the spiritual practices of our martial arts, thus unwittingly merging your spirit with chi. Consequently, your martial arts have become a hodgepodge of various influences, possessing the formidable physical strength of martial arts, yet unable to surpass peers of the same realm. As well as wielding the techniques of the Chi sect, yet still falling short, one must understand that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Your unconscious fusion of these two disciplines, though neither is at its pinnacle, results in a state of mediocrity. However, you can learn from both sides, granting you a significant advantage when facing singular opponents of equal standing. Taba Quanfeng, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, immediately inquired, Master, is it possible for me to resume my training in martial arts or the techniques of the Chi sect now? Ponzu, observing Quanfeng's discontent, shook his head with a hint of amusement. Quanfeng, do you know why I did not intervene when Jiaozi and the others led you astray? Why? Ponzu gazed at the evening glow on the horizon and spoke slowly. When I accepted you and 7 others as my students, it was merely a whim, a way to pass my time, while simultaneously sorting through my own lifetime of martial arts and skills. I never anticipated you would achieve such remarkable prowess. Initially, back at home, Ponzu's voice trailed off, growing somber. Master, back at my adoptive father's home, I could have easily acquired ample resources to lay a solid foundation for you. Once you were grounded, I would guide you in the true practice of martial arts. Who could have foreseen the twists of fate? I was so engrossed in martial arts that I overlooked my sister's feelings. Fearing she might accidentally harm herself in my training room, I strictly forbade her entry, not realizing the depth of her resentment. Fortunately, you were willing to accept me as your master and follow me, so I brought you along to this place. Master, Miss Bulma, I do not prevent my adoptive parents from entering, for I know they would not dare. But Bulma is different. Her reckless curiosity and relentless pursuit of the truth mean that if I do not firmly deter her, she will undoubtedly stumble in. Not just Bulma. Even you. Should you venture into my training grounds now, you would face certain death. Yes, master. But why do you not? I will not teach Bulma martial arts. Whether she embarks on the path of martial arts is a personal matter. Originally, I aim to impart the knowledge of my Chi sect to you, ensuring its legacy endures. Hence, I am indifferent to their influence on your paths. You are free to pursue your own unique journeys. Master, each path is distinct, and moreover, when one believes oneself to be immensely powerful, it is often the precursor to one's demise. When heaven desires to bring about one's ruin, it first drives them to madness. This is why I urge you to remain calm in the face of significant events. Thank you, Master. I do not wish for you to tread the path of cultivation solely in pursuit of overwhelming strength. Such a journey is fraught with challenges and hardships. Ponzu gazed at the setting sun, reflecting wistfully. Master, will you not return? Ponzu, lost in thought, did not respond to Quanfeng's question. Quanfeng stood silently beside him, accompanying him in watching the clouds and hues of twilight. After a moment, Ponzu turned back. Moreover, your paths may not necessarily be erroneous. I am but a climber, having taken but one step, while you may be merely preparing to embark on your journey. Tuoba Quanfeng gazed incredulously at Pangs, his teacher, who appeared almost divine in their eyes, yet claimed to have merely taken a single step on the path of cultivation. Pangs abruptly called a halt to all his students' training, beckoning them closer. Come to me, he commanded. Teacher, the students bowed in unison. I cannot ascertain the rightness or wrongness of your paths, but proceeding in this manner will not bring harm. Above all, do not indulge in recklessness or bravado, understood? Understood, teacher. Remember this. Chi is the fundamental force of humanity. Through diligent training, you will learn to manipulate this energy with ease. It has the potential to empower you, yet it may also lead to your demise. How you wield this Chi will determine the path you traverse, whether in martial arts or the cultivation of Chi. It ultimately boils down to the judicious application of this energy. Pang surveyed the 8 faces before him. As for your foundational skills, aside from Tuoba Dianshan and Helian Kyujv, the rest of you are not significantly lacking. Much of your progress will depend on your own efforts. Do you understand? Understood, teacher. You have roughly 2 years and 4 months ahead of you. Strive diligently to complete all your training. Chapter 78, The Nightmare of King Piccolo. Yes, teacher. Pangs, satisfied by the spirited demeanor of his students, nodded approvingly and instructed them to return to their training. He then closed his eyes, feigning slumber. On an unknown planet, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi trudged across the desolate terrain, their clothes in tatters. Brother, I am thirsty, Jiaozi exclaimed. Endure a little longer, Jiaozi. We will find an animal soon. Tianjin Fan replied. When will you master the instant transmission technique? Jiaozi inquired. Hearing the question, Tianjin Fan shook his head with a wry smile. We are far from it. Jiaozi, with my current chi, it is simply insufficient. Suddenly, Jiaozi seemed to have an epiphany and asked, Brother, do you think what Master said is true? What do you mean? Master mentioned that you should possess 100,000 chi. What if you do not? Tianjin Fan froze, turning to Jiaozi with a stiffened posture. Jiaozi, you must be joking. Master would never jest about such matters. It was unclear how Jiaozi's intellect had suddenly soared. What if Master's estimation is inaccurate? After all, he has mentioned that it was merely conjecture without empirical measurement. What if your chi falls short of 100,000? Do not dwell on it, Jiaozi. Let us concentrate on our cultivation. As long as we continuously enhance ourselves, we shall ultimately succeed. Yes, brother. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan recited, in times of great significance. Maintain a tranquil spirit. Tranquility leads to peace, and peace fosters contemplation. Jiaozi joined him, echoing, in times of great significance, maintain a tranquil spirit. Tranquility leads to peace, and peace fosters contemplation. Together, they ventured slowly into the unknown ahead. Meanwhile, Piccolo had obliterated the ship that discovered him, feasting gluttonously on the fish before seeking refuge on a secluded island. On this day, as he endeavored to cultivate his new ultimate technique, it also marked the moment when Sun Wukong began his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the Fengqi acupoint at the back of Piccolo's head. Yet, Piccolo remained blissfully unaware, pushing his body to its limits before succumbing to exhaustion and sleep. As the night enveloped him in a tranquil slumber, Piccolo was abruptly stirred when the Fengqi acupoint at the back of his head radiated a brilliant light. A flicker of alarm crossed his typically stoic visage. In the realm of dreams, he found himself ambushed by a man adorned with a rabbit mask. Who could this be? The reincarnation of the Namekian warrior, or perhaps his progeny? With caution, Piccolo scrutinized the figure before him, acutely aware of the abundant life force pulsating within. In an instant, he vanished in a flash of movement. The masked man smirked subtly, and soon after, Piccolo reappeared, his expression fraught with panic. Where am I? Who are you? Defeat me, and you may escape, the enigmatic figure declared. Awakening in a state of distress, Piccolo gasped for breath, bewildered by the events unfolding in his dream. What in the world is happening? Cursing under his breath, he soared into the sky, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts in a frenzy. Relocating to a secluded island, he sought refuge once more. That evening, as he attempted to rest, his eyes remained wide open. The same ominous encounter recurred. Damn it, who are you? He demanded. The masked man regarded the green-skinned demon, and with a flick of his fingers, conjured 5 luminous energy swords, each 3 meters long. Defeat me, overcome me, and you shall discover the truth. With that, the mysterious figure lunged forward with alarming speed. Unfair. You wield weapons while I am unarmed. Piccolo protested. Oh, since when has the Demon King ever concerned himself with fairness? The taunt lingered in the air as the masked man appeared behind Piccolo, delivering a swift elbow strike that sent him hurtling through the air, expelling bile in the process. Your speed is lacking, your concentration falters. How do you intend to exact your vengeance? How do you know I seek revenge? Who are you? Piccolo inquired, but the masked man remained silent, continuing his relentless assault. In the dreamscape, Piccolo found himself mercilessly battered, his attempts to enhance his speed and strength proving futile. In the heavenly palace, a concerned deity questioned, "What troubles you?" "I do not know," came the reply, "but I sense a grave injury." Could it be? Could it be that Piccolo is battling someone in the mortal realm? Bobo suggested, incredulity lacing his words. Back in the grand hall of the heavenly palace, the deity observed Piccolo, whose expression twisted in agony. Yet he showed no signs of an actual battle, as he remained ensconced in slumber. No, he is not under attack. What is happening? The deity pondered in confusion, while Piccolo continued to endure torment in his dreams. What do you desire from me? He shouted in frustration, launching a barrage of magical energy. But it proved ineffective. His power was feeble, unfocused, inaccurate, and slow. Is this the caliber of energy blast you have honed for mere fireworks? Bent over. He gasped for air, panting heavily. The masked man showed no mercy, advancing to strike again. Piccolo hastily leaped aside and took to the skies. Such waste of energy is disgraceful. Your altitude is insufficient, your speed lacking, and your consumption excessive. Did you train merely to perform acrobatics on stage? After speaking, a haze enveloped him, and with a cry, Piccolo was struck down to the ground, lying there weeping bitterly. Was the great demon king Piccolo cursed with a feeble offspring? How dare you speak of my father? Following this brief eruption of emotion, Piccolo succumbed to unconsciousness, and the dream dissipated. 5 days later, Ponzu lifted the gravity technique placed upon Son Goku, beginning the process of sealing Goku's 5 senses. At long last, Piccolo was able to endure a night, albeit with great difficulty. Hooray! Surely, he wouldn't return tomorrow. That night, as Piccolo lay awake, he felt tears welling in his dreams. He confronted the specter of his nightmare, lamenting, "Why do you still linger? You have not vanquished me. Why do you believe I would vanish? With your ultimate techniques exhausted, do you truly think you can still harm me?" The mysterious figure smiled faintly. "You may test that theory." With that, They engaged in a fierce battle within the dream, devoid of weaponry. Once Goku completed his training for the five senses, the enigmatic figure began to pursue Piccolo relentlessly in the dreamscape, feeding him an unrelenting barrage of refuse. Poor Piccolo found himself ensnared, forced to consume the loathsome offerings. Thus, the nightmare of the great demon king Piccolo descended in full force. He ceased his complaints, merely hoping to outrun the mysterious figure. Eventually, he began to manage to outrun him, yet could not sustain it, leading him to refine his energy usage with greater precision, and ultimately mastering the art of evasion. He discovered that the mysterious figure would only surpass him to forcefully insert the refuse into his mouth. Regardless of his efforts to evade, he could not escape this fate. However, if he managed to prevent the figure from overtaking him, it would not be able to catch him and force it down his throat. Chapter 79, The Training Competition. In this tense atmosphere, everyone engaged in an intense training competition. Undoubtedly, Tien and his companions faced a far more brutal regime, and correspondingly, their advancements would be substantial. At the Kame house, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar idly watched television while the blue-haired Launch prepared a meal in the kitchen. Master Roshi lounged beneath a coconut tree, perusing fitness literature. Dinner's ready, Launch called out. Master Roshi responded lecherously, huh? Coming. The group sat at the dining table in an orderly manner. Bulma sighed. Yamcha and Krillin have been gone for a month. I wonder how they are faring. Have they reached Karen Tower? Master Roshi chuckled. They are off training, traversing mountains. It won't be swift. Well, need I remind you? You old pervert are utterly useless, she retorted, continuing to mutter. Pon still holds a grudge against me. I haven't seen him since. The golden-haired Launch gently reassured. Bulma, rest assured, your brother's disciple is remarkably strong. He will be fine. Oolong chimed in, indeed. He is so powerful, and his disciple is equally formidable. Even the robots he creates are impressive. Yet, when the Demon King Piccolo is rampaging, he is nowhere to be found. Bulma, in frustration, delivered a light punch to Oolong. Nonsense. My brother must have been delayed for some reason, or perhaps he is simply unaware, which is why he isn't emerged. Oolong, cradling his head in his hands, murmured, the television is filled with news about the great Demon King Piccolo. The entire world is aware, yet your brother remains oblivious? I suspect he is deliberately hiding away, too afraid to show himself. Bulma had initially intended to continue her tirade against Oolong. Yes, my brother never watches television, so he must be unaware of this incident. Otherwise, he would certainly rush back to save our parents. He wouldn't have left that robot to protect our home. The more Bulma pondered, the more she convinced herself of this notion, engaging in a cycle of self-hypnosis. Puar remarked, it's all right, in 2.5 years. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. By then, your brother's disciple, Pans, will undoubtedly make an appearance, and we will have clarity. We shall know by then. Bulma replied. In that case, I shall also focus on my training. Master Roshi, suddenly invigorated, stood up. Allow this world-renowned Master Roshi to instruct you. Bulma, with a look of disdain, retorted, you might as well not. Your students, apart from Goku, have all been easily dispatched. Sighing, Master Roshi, initially defiant, scratched his head and conceded, indeed, you are correct. With that, he walked away dejected. Behind him, Bulma opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. On an unknown supergravity planet, Tien Shinhan continued his trek towards the towering mountain ahead, while Kaiatsu abruptly halted. After a moment, sensing something amiss, Tien stopped and turned to Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, what is wrong? Something terrifying is happening. Kaiatsu exclaimed. What? Tien hastily approached, noticing the crimson glow in Kaiatsu's eyes gradually fading. He regarded Kaiatsu with utmost seriousness. Kaiatsu, looking bewildered, stared at the mountain before them, trembling all over. It's frightening. It's truly frightening. Kaiatsu, what troubles you? Tien inquired. I'm not certain, but that mountain before us is ominous. It's dreadful. Suddenly, Kaiatsu excitedly pointed towards their destination and shouted, Brother, that 8,000 meter high mountain is about to erupt. The power will be tremendous. We must leave at once. Upon hearing this, Tien immediately scooped Kaiatsu into his arms and began to retreat. He had unconditionally placed his trust in Kaiatsu's abilities and his extraordinary sense of energy. Kaiatsu, held in Tien's embrace, struggled briefly before revealing his hands. He began to form a series of hand seals, bending the middle and ring fingers of both hands inward while pressing the thumbs down upon their tips, repeating the same motion. Then, he recited the incantation, all who engage in battle shall array before us. With these 9 words, let there be a secret blessing. A barrier against all. Golden light manifested in 5 horizontal and 4 vertical rays in the air. Kaiatsu then changed his hand seals. The index and thumb fingers stood erect, while the other fingers intertwined at their tips. Master of the Chi sect, by the secret, I command. Suddenly, Tien's speed increased dramatically, while Kaiatsu's weight felt almost negligible. Were it not for Tien's firm grip, he would have believed his disciple's weight had completely vanished. But there was more to come. Kaiatsu transformed his hand seals once again. The thumbs and index fingers of both hands formed a circle. Master of the Chi sect. By the front secret, I command. Then nothing happened. Tianjin Fan was utterly bewildered, unsure of the purpose behind his junior disciple's final hand gesture. Senior brother, hurry. I have enhanced your prior spell. You must take flight, swiftly. Upon hearing Jiaozi's words, Tianjin Fan immediately employed the cosmic pursuit technique. In the blink of an eye, merely 3 seconds had elapsed since their escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind, and the entire mountain trembled violently. Just 3 seconds later, the volcano erupted. And within a minute, lava engulfed the very ground they had just occupied. The two exchanged a glance, both shivering in terror. Thankfully, the junior disciple had detected the danger early and had cast a protective spell on me. Fortuitously, the senior brother acted decisively and led me to safety. Once they had distanced themselves, the two brothers, bound by hardship, descended from the sky, inhaling the acrid scent of smoke-laden air, their hearts still racing. They silently ventured in another direction. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay exhausted on the ground. Ponzu, why aren't you tired? Ponzu did not respond, but instead grinned and asked Sun Wukong, would you like me to teach you how to fly? Wow. Sun Wukong sprang up excitedly. Sure. Ponzu produced a disguised energy pill, fed it to Sun Wukong, and with a kick, propelled him into the air. Ponzu, I'm not ready yet. Wah. On the ground, Ponzu observed Sun Wukong and communicated telepathically, control your energy. Release a little with your foot and strike downward, just like how you rebound with the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong tried it, and with a tremendous impact, created a massive crater in the ground, soaring even higher. Wow, yay. Ponzu, with a furrowed brow, watched Sun Wukong ascend and began to sing. I want to fly higher. Even higher. The mysterious man in the rabbit mask wore a rather peculiar expression. How about it, Piccolo? Trust me. Master my giant technique, and you'll be invincible. Just think about it. When others attack you, you can crush them with a single stomp. Piccolo swallowed hard, feeling a stir within, but the blurred visage of the man, who had previously attacked him with a lightsaber and forced him to consume unspeakable things, made him feel nauseous. Chapter 80. Journey to the world's greatest martial arts tournament. No, I can't think about it. If I do, I'll be sick. Although this is just a dream, who dreams of such horrors for half a month? The mysterious man gazed at Piccolo, a look of discontent on his face. Let me tell you, little demon, if it weren't for our familiarity, I wouldn't even consider teaching you. Piccolo eyed the rabbit mask, knowing he could not refuse. After all, it was a chance to avoid further humiliation. Being taught something was undoubtedly better than enduring such indignities. I can agree to your terms, but you must teach me the secret of your 5-fingered lightsaber technique first. The mysterious man appeared unfazed. Fine. You can learn the giant technique. I will teach you, but only after you master it. All right, it's a deal. After such a lengthy time spent together, Piccolo spat in disdain. After an extended period of dreamlike encounters, Piccolo believed he had gleaned a fair understanding of the enigmatic figure before him. At the very least, the man kept his word. Thus, Piccolo commenced his studies in the arts of the giant technique and the 5-blade technique under the mysterious man's tutelage. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha, having faced countless trials, finally arrived at the base of Korin Tower. The two ascended the tower in succession, subsequently beginning their training under the guidance of the cat sage. At the same time, Yachirobe languidly munched on the sacred beans, boredom evident in his demeanor. How tiresome. I cannot fathom why they are so fervently devoted to their training. It would be much better to simply enjoy a hearty meal. Yachirobe, cease consuming my sacred beans. If you eat any more, there will be none left. Stop your nagging. You have plenty. What harm is there in me eating a few? I know you're hoarding fish as well, so don't think I'm unaware. Scoundrel. Those were given to me by Pans. You must not lay your greedy hands upon them. How despicable. May you suffer the trials of childbirth every month. How dreadful. How infuriating. I am a male cat. No, I am a celestial cat. I am free from the tribulations of mortals. In the depths of the forest, Tuoba Quangfing and Helian Hanmei began to instruct Tuoba Bayu and Helian Chunlan in the techniques imparted to them by Pans, namely, the Inch Bagua Palm, the Yin Yang Life and Death Finger, the Vast and Boundless Step, and the Divine Tortoise Silent Leg, among others. They even commenced teaching them the Source Chi Star technique. Their previous instructor, Pans, had already mentioned that this technique could accelerate their cultivation of Chi and enable a cyclical practice until they reached an immortal state. Although they were neither professional martial artists nor experts in martial arts, they still belonged to the school of Chi and practiced unique martial techniques that allowed them to unleash spells. Having received their teacher's approval, they diligently imparted their knowledge to their junior disciples. Baoyu, focus on your training. Should you progress swiftly, you might even surpass the eldest senior brother in physical prowess before reaching the early stages of the 4th tier. Originally distracted, Baoyu was instantly invigorated, howling with excitement. Chunlan, nearby, stifled her laughter behind her hand. Hanmei promptly delivered a branch to Chunlan. You too, make sure to practice diligently. As time passed in the world of Dragon Ball, Only a few humans possessed the ability to wield spells, and their techniques were limited to the 9 yang and the boundless absorption technique. Time flew by. Piccolo gazed at the dream realm, which had remained silent for 7 days, unable to discern any clues, and he slumped dejectedly to the ground. Teacher, have you departed? How will I ever find you again? After resting for a while on the ground, Piccolo ascended and flew directly towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, Son Goku watched as Pans became increasingly translucent. Pans, what is happening to you? Why are you growing ever more transparent? It has been over 2 years, and the energy and spiritual imprint I left behind are nearly gone. I am eagerly anticipating your performance at the martial arts tournament. Farewell. With that, Pans vanished completely. Son Goku, puzzled, searched for Pans in vain, only to be promptly extricated by Bobo. Bobo, congratulations, Son Goku. Over these 2 years, you have transformed remarkably. Son Goku, feeling bashful, scratched the back of his head. Really? I think so too. Bobo looked up at Son Goku before him. Son Wukong, if you are not in a hurry, please wait for a moment. I shall craft a set of garments for you, as your current attire is rather snug. Is that true? I am immensely grateful to you. Bobo, I have also been troubled by the lack of clothing. After enduring 2 years of trials, Son Wukong has finally matured. Yamcha and Krillin, having bid farewell to the Cat Sage 3 days prior, are now en route to the venue of the martial arts tournament, eager to showcase their skills. Ponzu sensed that the 2 energy signatures he had left behind had nearly depleted. He summoned Tuo Baidian. Master, for this martial arts tournament, you shall go alone. Make sure to perform well. Yes, master. Once you leave, you shall embark on your own journey. There is no need to return. I too must depart. Master, if you leave, where shall I find you? Foolish child. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Now go. With no other recourse. Baidian knelt upon the ground and earnestly bowed 9 times, employing the universal star pursuit technique to depart. Ponzu, with a heavy heart, dismissed all his reluctant students. Only when the eagle spreads its wings does the sky become a battlefield. A nest can never harbor a king. Go forth, for I have sown the seeds. It is now up to you to germinate. After speaking, he gazed at the somewhat desolate bald forest. Without performing any gestures, he invoked a simple incantation. The universe is boundless, and all things possess spirit. Return to the sacred field, and let the essence converge. Master of the Chi sect. Swift. In an instant, the barren patches of the forest were suddenly filled with a plethora of saplings, which grew rapidly, matching the ancient trees in mere moments. Ponzu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Protecting the environment is the responsibility of all. He then sensed the auras of Tien Shinhan and Chaozu. Oh, have you grown to this extent in just 3 months of neglect? Truly impressive, but will you be able to return? At the edge of a precipice, Chaozu observed Tien Shinhan sitting in tranquil meditation. Brother, with only 7 days remaining until the 2-year mark, do you have confidence? Chaozu, I need you to enhance my abilities with the 9 secrets so that I can bring you back. Understood. Without hesitation, Chaozu began to cast the spell. He formed the hand seals, bending the middle and ring fingers of both hands inward, with the thumbs pressing down upon their tips. This familiar gesture was the fundamental hand sign of the Chi sect. Then, he recited the incantation, all who engage in battle shall array before me. The 9 characters shall always be sacred blessings, warding off all evils. Simultaneously, 5 horizontal and 4 vertical golden lights manifested in the air. Next, he altered the hand seals. Both index fingers stood upright, overlapping the middle fingers, while the pinky and ring fingers curled in combination, with the thumbs also raised. Master of the Chi sect, military secret, decree. Tien Shinhan suddenly sensed that the energy within him had increased by at least 50%. Chaozu's powers were growing stronger. If struck by his techniques, one could lose half of their energy. Chaozu changed the hand seals once more. The thumbs and index fingers of both hands formed a circle. Master of the Chi sect, front secret, decree. With the spell completed, Chaozu urged, Brother, hurry. I can only maintain this for 1 hour. Chaozu, hold on to my waist. Chapter 81. Registration for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Chaozu wasted no time and swiftly flew forward, wrapping his arms around Tien Shinhan's waist. Tien Shinhan raised 2 fingers of his right hand to his forehead, channeling Ponzu's energy with great intensity. The cosmos is boundless, and the universe is immeasurable. The master of the Chi sect has the ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. This is the sole technique he has mastered. Yet his mentor has informed him that it is not a magical art. 3 months ago, they faintly sensed their master's presence, but fearing unforeseen consequences, they restrained themselves for the entirety of that duration until the appointed day approached. Upon sensing the aura of Tianjin Fan nearing, Ponzu's face brightened with a paternal smile. As their energies converged, the surrounding creatures fled in terror. Only then did Ponzu form a hand seal and chant, Spirits of the 4 corners, the universe is vast. With the heavens and earth established, may the ground be still and the sky cover us. Master of the Chi sect, hasten. Within a radius of 200 meters, The air fell into a profound silence. Dust sank into the earth, blades of grass lay flat, and branches cascaded down in droves. Wait a moment, brother, Tianjin Fan exclaimed, having finished gathering his energy. Ah! Before the last syllable escaped his lips, both figures vanished from the planet in a flash. Oh no! We might struggle with the gravity back on Earth and could get injured soon. They reappeared before Ponzu. Upon seeing him, they gasped in joyful surprise. Master! Master! Haha! Excellent! You have both trained remarkably well, Ponzu responded with satisfaction. Indeed, Master's teachings are exceptional. Ponzu attentively gauged the combined energy of the two. Master, where are we headed now? To participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Ponzu shook his head. For this tournament, I have only permitted your junior disciple, Tooba Dinshan, to attend. No one else is allowed. Why not? Jiaozi chimed in innocently. Silly brother, it's obvious that we are too powerful and there's no need. Haha. Jiaozi not only grew stronger, but also wiser. He huffed, Master, you mustn't call me foolish. Then, Master, we shall return now. I have brought you back to witness this. And then you will train on Earth for a few years. Afterward, you must begin to fight for the protection of our planet. With that, Ponzu silently intoned. Mountains and seas determine the cosmos. The 8 trigrams embody chaos. Yin and Yang separate my universe. The 5 elements evade my realm. Master of the Qi sect. Hasten. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi watched in awe as a fissure appeared in the air. With a thought, Ponzu retrieved 2 backpacks. Here. These are the energy pills I have crafted over the past 2 years, capable of healing injuries and offering a modest recovery of energy. Each of you shall take one. Be cautious not to waste them. During your training, it is best to rely on your own hunting skills. Otherwise, when in dire need, you may find yourselves without. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Now, let us proceed to the World Martial Arts Tournament. There is no rush. We can leisurely fly there and enjoy the scenery along the way. Jiaozi immediately fell and stepped behind Ponzu, ready to embark. Wait a moment, Jiaozi. Jiaozi looked at Tianjin Fan in confusion. Huh, I find this gravity somewhat disconcerting. Let us activate 40 times the gravity. Alright. With that, the two adjusted to 40 times the gravity, finally feeling more at ease. Ponzu nodded in approval, pleased that this lad remained vigilant. While Jiaozi was fine beside Tianjin Fan, he feared for his safety should he encounter danger alone. Upon reaching this realization, Ponzu felt a surge of thought. Tianjin Fan looked at his master with astonishment, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. He cast a peculiar glance at Jiaozi, subtly nodding in understanding. A revelation dawned. Master. With that, he departed. The trio exited Ponzu's magical sphere together. Brother, do you feel as though the 40 times gravity has become lighter? Tianjin Fan inquired, nodding in agreement while glancing back. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon Ponzu, who remained silent. A warmth enveloped his heart. It dawned upon him that his master was concerned for their safety. Jiaozi, on that planet, we can only endure 20 times gravity. Earth should indeed present 40 times. Brother, why don't we adjust the gravity to 50 times? Excellent. With that, the two brothers modified the gravity to 50 times, and in an instant, Jiaozi plummeted to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Tianjin Fan also dropped suddenly, but managed to stabilize himself, slowly hovering in the air. Jiaozi, he exclaimed, then descended as well. In the sky, Ponzu observed the two brothers with an expression of utter disbelief. You, a mage, and you, a warrior, are competing with such trivialities. Are you not inviting trouble upon yourselves? Immediately, Tianjin Fan adjusted his gravity to 45 times, using his kikaho to level the surrounding terrain. He pulled Jiaozi up and adjusted his gravity to 43 times. Ugh ugh. Ouch ouch. Jiaozi looked at Tianjin Fan with teary eyes. Brother, it hurts. Seeing the pitiable Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Silly Jiaozi. Jiaozi, with a sorrowful expression, touched the back of his head. Ponzu, watching from above, shook his head in silent reproach. Let us go. You never learn. Reluctantly, the two followed suit, their faces clouded with dismay. At the registration point for the World's Martial Arts Tournament, just before the deadline on the final day, Master Rashi, clad in a suit and tie, stood under the gentle care of the blue-haired Lan Qi, his eyes glistening as he observed the pedestrians and taxis braving the downpour. Registration for the tournament is nearly over. Why haven't they arrived? Surely, they haven't forgotten. With the passage of over 2 years, Lan Qi had matured into a figure of undeniable charm, akin to a fine wine that could not be adequately described. Master Rashi anxiously glanced at his watch. Not a single soul has shown up. They couldn't possibly have forgotten. Just as he finished speaking, a taxi came to a halt before them. Master Rashi and Lan Qi looked on with eager anticipation as a rather unremarkable individual disembarked, only to be met with disappointment. Where are Goku and the others? Do not worry, Master Wutian, Lan Qi reassured him. They will surely come. Let us wait patiently. Shortly after Lan Qi's words, another taxi stopped in front of them. The door swung open, revealing Oolong and Pu'er, who had left 2 years prior. Following them was Bulma, now radiating maturity and confidence. elegantly adorned in a qipao. Ignoring the lecherous gaze of Master Roshi, Bulma approached Lan Qi directly. Lan Qi, it has been ages. Have Goku and the others not arrived yet? Master Roshi was about to act inappropriately when Bulma swiftly pushed him against the wall, causing him to comply immediately. Bulma, hasn't Yamcha come with you? Oolong inquired. No, he hasn't. After he and Krillin left your place to train, they never returned to West City, he replied, uncertain of their whereabouts. Chapter 82, The Gathering of Master Roshi. Bulma did not show much emotion. Since that misunderstanding, their relationship had not been as close. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. Krillin hasn't returned since he began training. They truly are diligent. In the past, Bulma might have complained about Yamcha's mysterious absences, yet this time, she remained silent. Considering the timeline, Bulma was now a mature young woman of 23. Master Roshi, with a serious expression, remarked, it seems the impact of Goku's challenge 3 years ago has profoundly affected them. I eagerly anticipate their return and the strength they will have gained. After her conversation with Launch, Bulma idly gazed at the registration area. Nearby, an announcement echoed through the martial arts tournament registration site. Participants for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, please register at the registration desk. Registration will close in 15 minutes. Bulma and her companions immediately grew anxious, searching for any sign of their friend's arrival. Master Roshi sneaked over to the registration desk and quietly inquired, have Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Tooba Kwangfeng, and Baoyu registered? The clerk glanced over and shook his head, indicating they had not. Disheartened, Master Roshi returned to wait anxiously with Bulma and the others. Regrettably, Master Roshi could not remember all their names. Otherwise, he would have called out each of Pon's students, and the staff would have discovered that the 48th registered participant, Tooba Dinshan, was indeed on the list. There was also a rather peculiar name that, had Master Roshi seen it, would have led him to ponder deeply about the second-generation magic. Alas, the world is not governed by hypothetical situations. Bulma began to complain, honestly. They're always like this. Oh, Oolong, why don't you transform into them to register? Oolong, gazing at Bulma's fanciful suggestion, replied, I could. But it takes me a minute to transform each time. There's simply no time. Suddenly, a tall figure, wrapped in cloth and obscured by a large oil paper umbrella, stood behind Bulma. Master Roshi and the others immediately sensed the presence and turned to face this mysterious individual. Bulma, long time no see. Bulma curiously observed the tall boy, whose face was entirely concealed by the umbrella, and asked, how do you know my name? The figure continued to shield his face with the umbrella, cheerfully responding, Grandpa, you've come back to life. I'm so happy. Upon saying this, he removed the umbrella, revealing himself to Bulma and her companions. Sun Wukong joyfully exclaimed, it's so great to see you all. Oolong was the first to recognize him. Goku, is that you? Yes. Don't you recognize me? Is it because of the cloth wrapped around my head? Upon concluding his words, Sun Wukong removed the cloth band from his head, revealing his iconic hairstyle. Behind him, before Bulma and the others, a group of enchanting ladies, holding oiled paper umbrellas, chattered excitedly. Look at that handsome guy ahead, so fresh and dapper. Observe his hairstyle, so stylish and vibrant. With refreshing gel, it's all so natural and confident. A smile spread across Bulma's face, widening like ripples on water. Wukong. The others chimed in, Wukong. It's me. Long time no see. Why have you all gotten shorter? Bulma replied, somewhat exasperated, it's not that we've shrunk, it's that you've grown taller. Sun Wukong, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, oh I see. I suppose I have indeed grown a bit. He then inquired, by the way, where's Krillin? Has he been revived? What about Yamcha? Have Tien and the others arrived? Master Roshi interjected, Krillin has been revived, along with me. Sun Wukong, clenching his fist and striking his palm with excitement, declared, that's wonderful. Krillin and Yamcha have gone out to train and haven't returned yet. As for Tien and Kaiatsu, I've asked, and they still haven't registered. It's unclear whether they will come. After the initial excitement subsided, Bulma, her lips trembling, asked, could it be that you are truly the old Sun Wukong? Curiously, Sun Wukong leaned closer to Bulma, scrutinizing her closely. With concern, he asked Bulma, your lips are so red. Are you feeling unwell? As he prepared to wipe her lips with his finger, Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she gasped, swatting his hand away and scolding, you fool. That's lipstick. Honestly. Nearby, an announcement echoed through the registration area for the martial arts tournament. All participants preparing for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, please register at the registration desk. Registration will close in 10 minutes. Sun Wukong responded, hold on, I need to register first. He then proceeded to the registration desk to inscribe his name. The others remained anxious about whether Krillin and the others would arrive on time. As Sun Wukong returned, Master Roshi hurriedly approached the registration desk, furtively inquiring if he could register on behalf of someone else. The staff, recognizing this peculiar old man, shook their heads in dismay. What about last year's champion, Tien? The staff member continued to shake their head. Disappointed, Master Roshi returned, continuing to fret. The announcement once again resonated. All participants preparing for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Please register at the registration desk. Registration will close in 5 minutes. Please register promptly. Master Roshi, now in a panic, urged, it's too late. In that case, Oolong, you should register Krillin and Yamcha, and then we will see if there is still time. Sun Wukong stood by, utterly unconcerned, stating confidently, they will definitely come. Bulma and the others looked at him with curiosity. Why do you say that, Wukong? Sun Wukong suddenly asserted, they are here. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept through, and everyone turned to see Yamcha and Krillin at the registration desk. Wonderful. They've arrived. Master Roshi beamed with satisfaction. Oolong was the first to exclaim, wait, where are Tien and the others? Sun Wukong was taken aback as well. They didn't come? Why? Have they lost interest? After being apart for over 2 years, aside from not encountering Tien and Kaiotsu, everyone had grown a bit taller, especially Sun Wukong, who had grown significantly. Krillin gazed in disbelief at the now towering Sun Wukong. You're Wukong. Sun Wukong replied with a hearty smile. Yes, Krillin. It's truly delightful to see you again. Overwhelmed with excitement, Krillin rushed into Sun Wukong's embrace. Wukong, you rascal. It's been ages. And you didn't even give me a chance to thank you. Chapter 83, the night before. Krillin continued to sob. Wasn't I killed by the minions of Demon King Piccolo? Yet, because of you, I have been granted another chance at life in this world. How can I express my gratitude, Wukong? I am truly thankful. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Krillin, no need for such formality. We are brothers in arms, after all. The group joyously departed, having forgotten about Tan and the others. They were well aware that it was evident they would not be participating. Master Roshi especially remembered how 3 years prior, Tien and his comrades had suppressed their strength to join. He recalled someone saying, even our youngest could defeat all of them. Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, how much stronger have you all become? You should be able to defeat me with just a finger. 300 kilometers away from the martial arts tournament, Tuo Badianshan, who had successfully registered, stood quietly beneath a large tree, the rain automatically avoiding him. 2 powerful presences, likely between 400 and 500, were hidden well, but still detected by him. There were also 2 between 260 and 320, 1 at 200, and 2 around 150. Is this the competition for this martial arts tournament? Then I shall utilize 6 times the gravity. That should suffice. With that, Tuo Badianshan closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Master Crane angrily addressed the person before him. Tao Bai Bai, you must defeat those from the Turtle School. If Tien and the others show up, they must be eliminated as well. How dare they betray me, Master Crane? The modified android, Tao Bai Bai, leisurely set down his teacup. Rest assured, I will defeat them and then kill Sun Wukong to exact my vengeance. As he spoke, his teeth ground together in fury. No, you must eliminate Tien. Tao Bai Bai shouted back, silence. I have exhausted all my resources and endured great suffering to undergo the transformation into an android solely for the purpose of avenging myself on Sun Wukong. Until he is dead, nothing can impede me. Master Crane, startled, immediately stood up from the table, his brows raised in alarm. All right, fine. But after you kill Sun Wukong, you must also eliminate Tien and Kaiotsu. Fear not. Those 2 are utterly incapable. I will resolve the battle in 5 seconds, Tao Bai Bai assured him. Master Crane nodded in agreement. If only the unfortunate Crane Hermit had witnessed the entirety of the 22nd martial arts tournament, he would have discerned the true capabilities of the dish known as Tianjin rice. On the bustling streets, the rain poured down in a torrential embrace. A young boy, having just acquired a new toy with his mother, was captivated by the glimmering lights and enchanting music emanating from a claw machine across the street. Mother, I wish to play with that, exclaimed the boy as he slipped from his mother's grasp. Stepping out from the shelter of her umbrella to feel the affectionate caress of the rain, he navigated through the throngs of people, standing before the claw machine with an expression of envy. Be careful, it's raining. His mother called out anxiously as she hurried to catch up. In a twist of fate, a bolt of lightning struck a stone clock behind the claw machine, shattering it into a cascade of debris, startling the nearby crowd into a frenzy. The boy stood frozen in awe, his eyes wide as a large chunk of stone hurtled towards him. His mother, sensing the impending danger, rushed forward, enveloping her son in a protective embrace amid the chaotic downpour, trembling like a lamb awaiting sacrifice, pleading silently to the heavens. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light shattered the descending stone, leaving mother and son unscathed. After a moment of realization that they were unharmed, they looked up in astonishment at the shadowy figure amidst the darkness. The mother quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, she exclaimed. The figure offered no reply, merely gazing at the mother and child before them. Once again, lightning illuminated the sky, revealing their savior, causing the duo to shrink back in fear. What terrifying sight did they behold? Stay tuned for the next chapter. While the mother and son remained in shock, Piccolo, indifferent to their plight, strode forward, allowing the rain to wash over his battered form. At that moment, fate intervened once more, as another bolt of lightning struck a nearby building, sending the second hand of the clock hurtling dangerously close to the mother and child, narrowly missing them. The surrounding crowd was once again struck by flying debris. Returning to the main narrative. Without a shred of hesitation, Piccolo callously departed, even stepping on the toy the boy had failed to grasp. Meanwhile, Bulma and Launch, clad in their nightwear, were preparing for bed. Bulma retrieved the doll once more, tying it outside the window. No one knew the origins or significance of this doll, yet Bulma insisted on bringing it wherever she went. In another room, Krillin was tidying his belongings on his bed, while Goku lay with his hands behind his head on the pillow, a look of deep contemplation etched on his face. By the way, Goku, is training with the gods particularly rigorous? Krillin inquired. Goku tilted his head and replied, indeed. It's exceedingly strict and quite arduous. Krillin gazed at Goku with envy, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. You've become quite powerful, haven't you? Just be sure not to get too scared and lose your nerve when the time comes. I have not slackened in my training at all. I am truly looking forward to it. Krillin chuckled heartily, his fist resting on his chest. Indeed, this martial arts tournament will surely showcase some formidable contenders. Sun Wukong did not respond, turning his gaze towards the tumultuous scene outside the window. His expression sharpened. Demon King Sun will undoubtedly be present. Wukong, what troubles you? Sun Wukong casually remarked, the rain is quite heavy. I hope tomorrow brings forth a radiant sun. Krillin rose and approached the window, peering out at the torrential downpour. By the way, Wukong, how did you train under the deity? Not hearing a reply, Krillin glanced back to find Sun Wukong sound asleep. This fellow sleeps so peacefully. He tenderly tucked him in with a blanket. Yamcha and Puar were also cheering him on, hoping to surprise Sun Wukong the following day. The next day indeed dawned bright and sunny. Pans, addressing Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi who followed closely behind, instructed, you too, play it cool, otherwise you'll be easily spotted. And that would be rather dull. Master, I can't hide my eyes, one replied. Then just keep him occupied so he can rest. I can see he's been keeping his eyes wide open, and it must be exhausting. Tianjin Fan, looking at his quirky master, shrugged helplessly and found a cloth strip to tie around his forehead as a disguise. Jiaozi's transformation was simpler. He began to form hand seals, bending the middle and ring fingers inward with the thumbs pressing down on their tips, repeating the same motion. Then he recited the incantation, those who battle shall array before me. In the name of the 9 characters, may all be warded off. Instantly, golden light radiated in 5 horizontal and 4 vertical lines above him. He then changed his hand seals, with the index and thumb upright. The other fingers intertwined at the nails, and chanted, Master of Qi, I command you. Before long, Jiaozi visibly grew taller and plumper, with hair sprouting forth. Satisfied with his transformation into a 1.45-meter figure, he admired his once bald head now adorned with a lush mane. Master, is this acceptable? He called out, but received no response. Looking up, he realized his master and senior brother had vanished, leaving him the subject of pointed stares from those around. Oh dear, we have an exhibitionist here. Honestly, how old are you still lacking shame? How frightening, there are lewd men everywhere. Hearing these disparaging remarks, Jiaozi could not contain his frustration. What about the female ruffians? Why are you only pointing fingers at me? With that, he resumed his hand seals, bending the middle and ring fingers inward with the thumbs pressing down on their tips. Muttering softly, Inda Tion Xin. The sun and moon concealed, formless and shadowless, master of the Qi sect, hasten. The crowd suddenly realized the exhibitionist had vanished, causing a commotion of fright. A ghost. Help. There's a ghost. Seizing this moment, Jiaozi immediately sensed the energy of his master and senior brother and pursued them. Master, I will go find some clothes to wear. How embarrassing. Tianjin Fan wore a peculiar expression, fixated ahead, resolutely avoiding distraction. Oh, certainly, master. Jiaozi scurried off to acquire clothing. No, not stealing, but rather, obtaining. Master, you are indeed correct. Ponzu strode towards the martial arts competition platform without looking back. Right? Trust me, it's true. The martial arts tournament commenced with the preliminary rounds. Invisible to outsiders. As the competition intensified, only the top 8 could be seen, with earlier matches held within the preliminary venue. The battles for the top 4 would occur outside, on the stage. Inside the venue, Klin took the initiative. I suspected that Master Rashi wouldn't provide us with uniforms, so I prepared in advance. Yamcha removed his jacket. Me too, huh? Sun Wukong also tossed off his outerwear, grinning broadly. Same here, huh? What's this? I thought I could make a grand entrance. The trio of Klin, Wukong, and Yamcha gathered, gossiping amongst themselves. Which teacher is the worst? The receptionist earns more than I do. Indeed, the receptionist earns more than I do, and I toil 100-fold harder. They only give 2 days off for National Day. We can't rest until the 9th, what a scam. There's no triple pay, just these ruthless capitalists. A girl approached from behind, tapping Wukong on the shoulder. You're so strong, why don't I feel anything when others come close? Hey, Wukong, long time no see. Klin and Yamcha stared in shock at the adorable girl greeting Sun Wukong. Her waist length, sleek black hair framing a flawless, radiant face like a smooth pebble. A classic oval visage, bright, large eyes, with long braids and bangs. She had legs that seemed to stretch for 12 meters, and a figure that would captivate any man. Dressed in a form-fitting qipao. How can you fight in such a tight qipao? Curious, Wukong turned to the beautiful girl before him and asked, Who are you? The mysterious girl gaped at Wukong, momentarily speechless, before her expression darkened with fury, her teeth bared in a snarl, as she glared at the oblivious Wukong. She suddenly screamed at him, You scoundrel! Heartless, ungrateful, despicable, shameless, fickle, an abandoner of trust. After unleashing her tirade, she managed to knock Wukong to the ground. The onlookers, aside from the timid Klin and Yamcha, were also toppled in the chaos. The girl clenched her fists, striving to contain her wrath, glaring intently at Wukong. He looked utterly innocent, cautiously responding, I truly don't know who you are. The mysterious woman suddenly composed herself, straightened her waist, and gazed impassively at Sun Wukong. With a huff, she flicked her braid and turned to leave. Sun Wukong watched her storm away, muttering, What the heck? That girl. Krillin and Yamcha, overhearing Wukong's stubborn murmur, simultaneously fell over. Goodness! They exclaimed as they picked themselves up. Wukong. Krillin could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming, That girl is simply adorable. Who on earth is she? Sun Wukong slumped to the ground, scratching the back of his head. I truly don't know, he replied, before getting back on his feet, followed by Krillin and Yamcha. Krillin approached and elbowed Sun Wukong. Come on, tell me how you know her, where you met her. What did you do with her? Does she have any siblings? Ugh, does she have any sisters? Sun Wukong, feigning innocence, replied, I've already told you. I've never seen her before, and I don't know her. Krillin anxiously grabbed Wukong by the collar. Stop lying. It's clear it's not as you say. Hurry up and tell me the truth. Is it real, Wukong? Krillin was about to continue when suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning to look in a certain direction. Following his gaze, they spotted a nearly 3-year-old Piccolo, who was equally fixated on Sun Wukong. Piccolo was wrapped in a white headscarf and a white cloak, attempting to disguise himself, his pointed ears and green skin visible. Yamcha stammered, What? That guy, with his cold and unfeeling gaze. Krillin wore a grave expression. Do you know him, Wukong? Sun Wukong did not respond, his fists clenched. Silently thinking, the son of King Piccolo. That figure bore a sly smile, then turned with grace and leaned against the wall. Wukong, it was you who killed my father. Piccolo. Chapter 85. The 8 Strong appear. Unbeknownst to them, a small figure, about 15 meters tall, observed everything clearly from the sidelines. Tuwa Badianshan did not pay much attention but watched a hunchbacked elder clad in white. Suddenly, a figure with a battle power exceeding 400 emerged. Where did this individual come from? At that moment, the elder seemed to sense something, turning to gaze at Dianshan. Is there something you need? Dianshan chuckled, Old man. You're so old and still participating in the competition? The elder, embodying the spirit of a deity, laughed heartily. Friendship first, competition second. The essence lies in participation. You're so young yet joining in too. Haha. I just want to witness those impressive individuals to inspire myself to strive harder, the young man replied. Youth is indeed a source of vitality. After this exchange, the two nonchalantly turned away, ceasing their conversation. Old fox, little fox. At that moment, the organizers of the martial arts tournament began to broadcast. Esteemed competitors, I sincerely apologize for the wait. The preliminary round of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. I invite each of you to draw lots in turn, as we shall select the 8 most formidable contestants to participate in the forthcoming matches. Kindly proceed to the central arena to draw your lots. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu found themselves squeezed amid the crowd, following their whimsically mischievous master. Master, the event is about to start. I can already see my junior brother Toba Denshan, as well as Sun Wukong and the others, Tien Shinhan remarked. Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is a malevolent aura present, remarkably powerful. He is one of the strongest among the 4 inside. While we are familiar with my junior brother and Sun Wukong, the other elder is unknown to us, as is the one emanating that sinister energy. The one with the dark presence is the descendant of Piccolo, known as Bu. The other is the god of heaven, Tien Shinhan continued. But master, they do not seem particularly formidable. Do not underestimate them, Tien Shinhan. Their potential is immense. They might surpass a battle power of 1 million, ascending to the 5th tier of martial prowess. As for you, if fortune favors you, reaching the 4th tier would be commendable, his master cautioned. Lowering his gaze, Tien Shinhan remained silent. Kaiatsu murmured, Had I known I should have grown taller back then. Now I find I cannot see anything clearly. He then looked up at Ponzu. Master, how strong are you? I am uncertain. In terms of martial skill, I am certainly at the 6th tier, yet regarding martial arts, I am likely at the 4th tier. Without a point of reference, I cannot ascertain my exact standing. Ponzu replied. But master, did you not say that martial arts and martial skills correspond? Why can you achieve the 6th tier in skill, but not in martial arts? Pons candidly expressed his own confusion. I, too, am seeking answers. Your journey in cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. To stagnate is to regress. Yes, master. They responded in unison. Pons pondered, where should I venture next? Currently, Frisia is the most active presence within the galaxy, yet his power is not exceedingly high. Should I leave the galaxy to explore other star systems? Or perhaps journey to planet Yardrat to learn? However, the Yardratians are not particularly renowned for their combat prowess. Their strength lies primarily in technique. Yet, possessing the rich heritage of Huaxia, I am not deficient in technique. Or perhaps I should visit the Kaishin. Would I be reported as an extraterrestrial to more powerful deities? Sighing, he was interrupted by Kaiatsu's inquiry. Master, why the sigh? I, too, feel lost regarding my path ahead. Pons admitted. Pons observed the puzzled expression on Kaiatsu's face and encouraged, regardless, focus intently on the task at hand. Yes, master, they affirmed. As the venue commenced the drawing of lots, it seemed as though fate had conspired in their favor, for by sheer coincidence. None of the formidable opponents were placed in the same bracket. Each was to compete on their respective platforms, completely isolated from one another. As Sun Wukong stepped onto the stage, he was surprised to find himself facing a familiar foe, King Piccolo. What a coincidence to encounter you again in the very first match. Nevertheless, this is an opportunity for me to avenge my past hardships. I shall defeat you in 1 minute and make you taste the bitterness of defeat. Sun Wukong regarded the boisterous individual before him without a hint of concern. In the arena, Krillin and Yamcha gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong. What was happening? I can scarcely sense Sun Wukong's aura. Krillin nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Wukong had seemingly transcended into a state of near nothingness. He had indeed become extraordinarily powerful. As King Gappa charged towards him, Wukong effortlessly evaded and delivered a precise chop, rendering King Gappa unconscious. Nearby, Piccolo observed, indeed, his strength surpasses expectations. Yet his speed and power remain insufficient to triumph over me. Outside the arena, the old pervert was caught off guard, receiving a resounding slap from a beautiful woman. The mysterious lady easily vanquished her opponent, advancing smoothly into the top 32, followed closely by Krillin, who also defeated his adversary, and Yamcha, who triumphed over the bear-like creature. Along with Toba Denshin, the masked bullman impersonated by Yachirobe, the possessed elder, Piccolo, and the android Tao Pai Pai, among a total of 32 contenders. As the number dwindled, they noticed Tao Pai Pai. The crowd gasped at his swift defeat of his opponent, drawing the attention of Sun Wukong and his companions. What? Sun Wukong remarked. Observing Tao Pai Pai, who bore a shirt emblazoned with the character for kill, 2 light bulb-like protrusions on his head, and antennae as ears. Tao Pai Pai? The android chuckled heartily. Indeed. You are correct. It is I, and you have finally recognized me. Weren't you supposed to have killed me? With a haughty scoff, Tao Pai Pai replied. It's not so simple to eliminate me. Though it was excruciating, it depleted all my savings. Krillin, intrigued, immediately inquired, Wukong, who is Tao Pai Pai? He is an assassin, Wukong responded. An assassin? But he should have perished at my hands. Additionally, he is the brother of Master Roshi. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged incredulous glances with Sun Wukong. What? You killed him? They turned their gaze back to the unscathed Tao Pai Pai. Indeed. But it cost me all my resources, transforming me into an android. Wukong noted, observing the arena. An android? Tao Pai Pai remained silent, stepping down from the ring. Just wait, Sun Wukong. I shall await my opportunity to eliminate you in the arena. At this juncture, Sun Wukong had already attracted the attention of 3 individuals. Within the venue, the competition for the top 16 continued in an orderly fashion. Soon, the selections for the top 8 were complete. Among them were the straightforwardly advancing Sun Wukong, the normally progressing Chi-Chi, the elder possessed by the god who defeated Yachirobe's bullman disguise, the effortlessly advancing Krillin, the triumphant Yamcha, and the fortunate assassin Tao Pai Pai, along with Toba Denshin and the second-generation demon Piccolo, comprising the 8 contenders. Chapter 86, Yamcha and Tao Pai Pai's personal show. Dumpling suddenly looked up and asked Pons, Master, what is an android? Without hesitation, Pons answered, a wife. Dumpling, puzzled, repeated, wife? No, an android is a technological advancement that transforms a person into a more perfect being. However, there are limitations unless superior technology is employed. Oh, I see. Outside, Master Roshi arrived, boasting to Master Shun, this time, none of your disciples will emerge victorious. The great Crane Hermit, having slain all his disciples. What purpose do you serve now? Do you wish to take the stage yourself? The Crane Hermit chuckled sinisterly. There's no need for that. Just wait and see. With that, he turned and departed. Whether the Crane Hermit is genuinely formidable or merely posturing remains a mystery to all. The universe's most powerful referee has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. I am your host. Next, we shall witness the battle for the top 4. Featuring the contestants Yamcha and Tien Shinhan. Please welcome our 2 competitors. Huh, a disciple of Master Roshi, is it? Worry not, I will defeat you within a minute. How arrogant. The referee promptly announced the start of the match. The two fighters took their stances, but after a moment of tension, neither made a move. The referee, sensing the stagnation, intervened. What is going on? They've barely exchanged words since they entered, yet they remained poised for battle without any action. Tien Shinhan gazed at Yamcha. Surprised to discover that Master Roshi's disciple had grown so powerful, he appeared flawless, utterly invulnerable. This kid, Master Roshi, can't possibly be that formidable. To land a decisive blow, I must wait for him to reveal a weakness. Unable to endure the delay, the referee exclaimed, "Please engage immediately. Do not waste time. We have many more matches ahead, and I'm starting to feel the urge to use the restroom." Yamcha looked smugly at Tien Shinhan. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you would finish me in a minute? 3 minutes have already passed, my little pigtail." Suddenly, Tien Shinhan's mechanical eye flashed with white light. Now is the moment. He launched an attack towards Yamcha, who deftly evaded it, countering with a swift elbow strike that sent Tien crashing to the ground. The referee, exhilarated, shouted, "Yes." Who would have thought that the moment they engaged, Yamcha would land a hit on Tien Shinhan? His voice was nearly hoarse with excitement. Tien quickly rose and attacked again, only to be effortlessly countered by Yamcha. The referee, gripping the microphone in one hand and pounding the ground with the other, exclaimed, "Incredible. Simply extraordinary. With just 2 simple moves, Yamcha has left Tien Shinhan scrambling." The crane hermit, in disbelief, leaned over the barrier. "What?" He then overheard the referee's frenzied commentary. "Silence, you common man. Do you dare threaten me?" The referee, taken aback, stood to face the crane hermit. "Kill me? In a venue filled with such skilled fighters? Surely you jest, you lecherous hunchback. Do you not fear that I might withdraw from hosting and deliver a blow that would render you unable to call yourself a man or a woman ever again?" The crane hermit was left dumbfounded by the referee's outburst. Nearby, Master Roshi erupted in laughter, mocking, "Yes, well said. The referee is impressive." The referee, brushing back his hair, resumed his duties as host. Meanwhile, Pans and Tien Shinhan were both staring intently at Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu looked nervously at his elder brother and master, trembling as he asked, "What's wrong, brother? Master?" Tien Shinhan gazed at Kaiatsu. "Dumplings, it is undoubtedly your fault for seizing the microphone last time and leading the hosting astray, which has resulted in today's chaos." Dumpling hastily waved his hands. "Brother, master, this has nothing to do with me. I am innocent." He glanced at his master, who clearly did not believe him, and anxiously paced back and forth. A sudden inspiration struck Dumpling, and he exclaimed with delight, "Brother, master, if you do not believe me, I shall summon the referee to confess himself." Ponzu turned away, a look of exasperation on his face, fearing that Dumpling might drive him to an untimely demise. According to the lifespan of a 6th-tier individual, he still had at least 574 years ahead of him. Being in the late stage of 6th tier, he ought to have around 774 years to live. As the referee turned back, Tao Bai was once again tormented by Yamcha. "Oh dear, this assassin is rather cold. Always providing the audience with laughter even before the battle has commenced." No sooner had the words left his lips than their confrontation became invisible. Sun Wukong observed the scene. Yamcha was dodging effortlessly, not facing any difficulty at all. "Oh, everyone look quickly. Yamcha has seized Tao Bai's hand. Does he intend to push him off the stage? What an interesting idea. Will his plan come to fruition? We shall see." Unexpectedly, Tao Bai severed his mechanical arm, flipped over, and jumped back onto the stage, revealing a dagger where his arm had been. The referee, upon witnessing this, immediately shouted, "This is against the rules. We strictly prohibit the use of any weapons. This match is won by Yamcha. Tao Bai, you have been disqualified. Stop your prattling. I care not for the competition. I shall kill you, Yamcha." Outside, Master Roshi raised his hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Well said, Tao Bai. Kill him. Eliminate every last disciple of the Turtle School." Just as the referee prepared to act discreetly, Ponzu felt a surge of inspiration and channeled a fragment of power into the referee's body. He formed a hand seal, index and thumb upright, the other fingers interlaced at the nails, silently reciting, "Master of the Cheese Sect, I command you." In the arena, the referee, who had initially hesitated, suddenly lunged forward awkwardly. "What did you say? You lawless scoundrel. Don't think you can act with impunity at the martial arts competition." Tao Bai stared blankly at the referee who climbed onto the stage and approached him. "What do you want? What are you doing? What am I doing? You have violated the rules. You are disqualified from the match. Hurry and leave." Tao Bai's face flushed with anger. "How infuriating. Did I not make it clear that I care nothing for the tournament? Can you not understand?" With that, he abandoned Yamcha and charged directly at the referee, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious and tossed to Master Roshi. "Is this your friend? Take him and leave." After speaking, the best referee of the match descended the stage, indifferent to the astonished gazes of others. "I declare that the match has been won by Yamcha." What on earth? Is this match merely the referee's personal showcase? Indeed. The referee joined the competition. Chapter 87, Sun Wukong and the Mysterious Woman. An Unexpected Marriage, Part 1. Ponzu chuckled as he withdrew his source of power. Master, your sense of humor is truly malicious. Hush, do not let others overhear. The referee, realizing that someone had just manipulated his body, promptly silenced his microphone and hurried towards Master Roshi. Master Roshi, I was just possessed. Am I encountering a ghost? Upon hearing this, Master Roshi broke into a cold sweat. And no, it's nothing. It must be that a powerful individual nearby could not bear to watch. Rest assured, as long as there are no violations, no one will intervene. The referee, observing Master Roshi's distressed state, nodded in understanding. Understood. Master Roshi, I want to speak a word of it. You can rest easy. Huh. Master Roshi watched as the referee turned to leave, muttering softly, it's not me. I'm not that strong. You've misunderstood. Unfortunately. His voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. The referee regained his composure and promptly announced the commencement of the second match. Next up were the contenders for the second semifinal, Sun Wukong and a mysterious contestant who had not registered her name for special reasons. Let us all anticipate the thrilling battle between them. Sun Wukong immediately began his warm-up exercises. Now it's my turn. But why do I feel so unsettled? Sun Wukong continued with his warm-ups. Krillin, beside him, chuckled. By the way, Wukong, your opponent is that incredibly adorable girl. No sooner had he spoken than a profound sense of resentment surged towards the three of them. The mysterious girl stepped forward, glaring angrily at Sun Wukong, who was performing lunges. Sun Wukong noticed her and, standing up, cheerfully exclaimed, hello. I look forward to your guidance. The mysterious girl furrowed her brows, clearly struggling to contain her anger, and did not respond. Sun Wukong gazed at her with a silly grin. Under the referee's direction, they began to prepare. Outside the ring, Yajirobe continued munching on 2 skewers of grilled corn, while Pans was also eager to indulge in roasted sweet potatoes and baked potatoes. Piccolo had flown up to a beam on the eaves, observing the arena with his arms crossed, exuding an air of cold indifference. Sun Wukong, let me see your true strength. Poor Piccolo remained oblivious to the fact that he would soon become a caretaker for the Sun family. In the arena, Sun Wukong, still eyeing the furious mysterious girl, looked bewildered. Why are you so angry? Can't you smile just once? You dare speak? Have you no conscience, you heartless scoundrel? Everyone was taken aback. Krillin and Yamcha fell to the ground in shock. Yamcha, what did she say? She called Wukong a heartless scoundrel. Krillin suddenly erupted with rage. Indeed, that Wukong fellow must have done something unspeakable and unforgivable to that kawaii girl. And now he dares to argue. Outside the ring, Master Roshi, Oolong, Puar, and the blonde launch all stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Only Bulma looked dejected as she gazed at Sun Wukong, her thoughts unknown. Pan suddenly turned to Bulma. Bulma, should you dare to intervene, I shall assist you in disrupting him. The Sun Wukong you cherish will be yours. All you need is the courage to step forth and halt him. Ponzu, lost in thought, failed to notice his fist clenching tightly, his fingernails digging painfully into his flesh. Jiaozi gasped, Master, you are injured. Only then did Ponzu glance down at his hand, and with a surge of energy, the wound vanished. It's nothing. I merely experienced a moment of shock. Jiaozi tilted his head, gazing at Ponzu with innocent curiosity. Ponzu ignored him, fixated on the scene before them. Sun Wukong scrutinized the mysterious woman, desperately attempting to recall where they had crossed paths before. The more he hesitated, the more infuriated the enigmatic woman became. As she struggled to contain her rage, she clenched her jaw and managed to utter a few words. Unforgivable. Sun Wukong, I shall never forgive you. After fruitless contemplation, Sun Wukong reluctantly confessed, I still cannot remember where we have met. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. The mysterious woman interrupted, her voice sharp. Silence. Answer me. Are you Sun Wukong? Yes, indeed. Then that settles it. I am absolutely, unequivocally certain I do not mistake you for anyone else. You are a scoundrel, a fool, a complete imbecile. In the background, Yamcha and Krillin, having risen from the ground, leaned against the doorframe, their curiosity piqued. Who was that woman? Krillin mused, stroking his chin with one hand. This is quite concerning. If I were up there, I would certainly remember. Yamcha, astonished, looked down at the contemplative Krillin. Krillin, let me tell you, one must never disrespect a friend's wife. Bah, one should not trifle with a friend's wife. Don't be reckless. What nonsense, Yamcha. How could I be that kind of person? I merely wish to know who that woman is. Does she have any sisters? Ah, the blonde-haired launch crossed her arms, while some of the men leered at her revealing attire. Indeed, lecherous men are everywhere. Bah, not a single decent one among them. They're all 3-legged beasts. Why are they chattering away instead of fighting? Master Roshi remarked, his face flushed. That girl is quite charming. Had I known, I would have taken to the stage myself. Unable to bear it any longer, Launch delivered a punch to Master Roshi, leaving a sizable bump on his head, a rather comical sight. His hat flew off in the process. Bulma, filled with anxious curiosity, inquired, do they know each other? Oolong feigned understanding, but the atmosphere seems charged with deep-seated animosity. Only then did Bulma's expression soften. Master, who is that woman? Why does she harbor such animosity towards Sun Wukong? That is Sun Wukong's wife, Ponzu replied. Jiaozi and Tian Jinhan exchanged incredulous glances at Ponzi. Ah, let us focus on the match. You too are single. Master, you are not exempt. Master, you are also a single man. Ultimately, the two brothers succumbed to Ponzi's overwhelming presence, half-heartedly responding, "Oh, yes, master." The mysterious woman could no longer contain herself and launched a frenzied assault on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong refrained from retaliating, persistently inquiring, "Have we truly met before?" The enigmatic woman offered no response. Instead, her assault intensified, as if she were unleashing a torrent of pent-up fury. "Why do you remain silent? When did we last encounter one another?" The mysterious woman continued her relentless attack. "It is precisely because you have forgotten the moment that I am even more incensed. Furthermore, you have angered me yet fail to appease me. This is all your fault. When did we meet? Speak. If I do not speak, how can you know?" Sun Wukong countered, deftly parrying her blows. "If I say it, it loses its meaning, does it not? If you do not articulate your thoughts, how am I to grasp their significance? Are you suggesting that I lack meaning? That was not my intention." The mysterious woman, increasingly agitated, summoned all her strength to strike at Sun Wukong while exclaiming, "Then what do you mean?" Chapter 88, An Unexpected Proposal. Piccolo, bewildered, observed the scene. His teeth clenched in frustration. "What on earth are you two playing at? Take this seriously. What you call a battle pales in comparison to a pair of roosters pecking at each other. Damn Sun Wukong." The audience, however, found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Pans, sensing Piccolo's ire, laughed uncontrollably. "Master, what is so amusing?" Dumpling asked, perplexed. Without hesitation, Pans delivered a punch to Dumpling's head, causing him to crouch down and sob. Krillin remarked, "Indeed, it is clear, they are acquainted. Wukong is quite the scoundrel." Before Sun Wukong could respond, the mysterious woman declared, "I have been waiting for you." Sun Wukong gazed at the woman attacking him in astonishment. "You mean to say you have been waiting for me? Waiting for what? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Sun Wukong skillfully dodged her strikes, leaping higher, and the mysterious woman followed suit, soaring even higher. "Agreement? Are you referring to the pact between us?" The mysterious woman launched an aerial assault on Sun Wukong. Master Roshi looked on, exclaiming, "Incredible. Though I do not comprehend the situation, this girl is formidable. And many of her martial arts bear the hallmark of my turtle school." Bulma regarded the old turtle with disbelief. "Turtle school?" Oolong, arms crossed, pondered deeply. Their battle cascaded from the sky to the ground. Sun Wukong, with a perplexed expression, confronted the mysterious woman. "What was our agreement? Please enlighten me. Can you truly not recall? Allow me to remind you. You once vowed that when I grew up, you would marry me." The crowd was taken aback by this dramatic revelation, with Piccolo nearly losing his balance on the rafters. "What the hell, a married couple? Do you think Piccolo the Demon King, do not exist? Damn it." Pans erupted into laughter. Dumpling stepped back, gazing at them as if they were mad, wary of further collateral damage. As the others remained in a state of shock, Oolong stumbled upon a new lead. Excitedly observing the arena, Goku, that fool, still could not recall who that beautiful girl was. Bulma, upon hearing this, turned her curious gaze towards Oolong. "Do you know who she is?" Oolong, wearing a smug expression, retorted, "You are all truly oblivious. Not only do I know, but you do too, as well as Yamcha, Master Roshi, and Puar." They stared at Oolong in astonishment. Master Roshi, equally puzzled, inquired, "What?" The referee looked on in confusion at the tender exchanges of love and the graceful movements unfolding before him. "What on earth is happening here? I am utterly bewildered." The mysterious woman gazed at the astonished Goku. "It seems you have finally remembered." Goku, looking perplexed, turned to Krillin, who was peeking curiously. "Krillin, what does wife mean? Please tell me." Krillin and Yamcha stumbled again, marking the third time. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman, still wearing an unhappy expression, also fell to the ground. Covered in sweat, Krillin scrambled to his feet and, with spittle flying, exclaimed to Goku, "You big fool. Wife means she is your spouse. That you two are to be married." Goku, even more confused, replied, "Wife? Married? What is that?" Yamcha, pressing Krillin's head down, managed to rise. "A wife, spouse, and bride are all similar. It means you two will be living together from now on." Krillin, disgruntled, mumbled from the ground, "You're still lying to me. You said you didn't know her, yet this adorable girl is already engaged to you. How despicable." Goku turned his head dejectedly, looking at the mysterious woman. "Live with you? Did I ever agree to such unreliable matters?" The mysterious woman, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Indeed, men are all clumsy fools. Trusting a man is less reliable than believing a sow can climb a tree." "Goku, you must have been struck by lightning many times." Goku immediately leaped up. "Huh? How do you know I've been struck by lightning multiple times? I've endured rigorous training to evade lightning." "Who are you? Just tell me." The mysterious woman, looking displeased, replied, "I have no way to deal with you, so I will tell you. However, you must defeat me first." Goku nodded enthusiastically. "Is that so? That's wonderful. I thought I would have to live with a girl whose name I didn't even know. The mysterious woman scoffed. From your tone, it sounds like you believe victory is assured. You think I would be so easily defeated? You are sorely mistaken. Dumpling leaned closer to Pans, asking, Master, is that woman very powerful? Why do I feel her aura is weak? Before Pans could respond, Goku declared, all right, I will definitely win against you. I am going to attack. As soon as Goku finished speaking, he crouched into a stance, inhaled deeply, and prepared to strike. The mysterious woman had not yet completed her sentence when Goku stood in place and unleashed a punch from a distance. The sheer force of his punch sent the mysterious woman flying, crashing against the outer railing, landing outside the arena, just a short distance from Master Roshi and the others. A flock of crows soared overhead, prompting Jiaozi to immediately defend himself. Master, I haven't inquired about anything. Let us continue watching the match. The referee approached the mysterious woman, inadvertently interrupting the words of the turtle hermit. Pray tell, what just transpired? What is the situation? Your disciple, Sun Wukong, seemingly did not strike. The turtle hermit gazed at Sun Wukong with satisfaction. He certainly did not remain idle. Wukong just unleashed a remarkable punch that generated a powerful gust of wind, striking that beautiful woman without inflicting harm, ensuring she fell outside the ring while sparing everything else from impact. Truly impressive, a formidable lad. As the turtle hermit explained, the silence in the arena was palpable. The mysterious woman had already risen. Ouch! Sun Wukong crouched at the edge of the ring. Are you all right? The mysterious woman regained her composure. It hurts. Perched atop the roof, Piccolo disdainfully regarded Sun Wukong in the ring. Women only slow my draw. If Sun Wukong had known, he would have retorted to Piccolo, how amusing, mud, go urinate. Chapter 89, Sun Wukong and the Mysterious Woman. An Unexpected Marriage, Part 2. Ponzu observed the cold-faced Piccolo. Has the young man noticed? I wonder if it will become entertaining. Both have nearly doubled their strength. After a moment's respite, the mysterious woman also stood. Remarkable. I did not expect you to become this formidable. Ponzu silently scoffed. Needless to say, when she battled Piccolo, her strength was leagues beyond what you possess now. Just think. Her wave could annihilate West City, while what can you do now? Just a naive sweetheart. Unbeknownst to the mysterious woman, she climbed onto the ring, standing face to face with Sun Wukong. Truly worthy of being the man I have chosen to be my husband. Sun Wukong looked at the beautiful woman with confusion. What is your name? The mysterious woman rubbed the spot where she had collided with the wall, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. You still can't remember? I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi. Those familiar with her were taken aback, all staring in disbelief, except for Yulong, who wore a knowing expression. I remember now, you are that Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi blushed. Yes, I told you. I truly said I would marry you. She sighed in relief. You finally remembered. Indeed. I always thought wife was something delicious. What? Something to eat? The turtle hermit and his companions fell to the ground, with Yulong exclaiming, Yes, that is so Wukong. With tearful eyes, Chi-Chi gazed at Sun Wukong, cautiously asking, So, what about that promise? Sun Wukong appeared lost in thought. If it's not food, then there is no way. It's all right, since I promised you, I shall take you as my wife. Chi-Chi's face lit up with happiness. All right. The referee, standing outside the ring, chimed in at just the right moment. Splendid. I never expected contestant Sun to have completed the marriage immediately. The entire crowd erupted in cheers for the newlyweds. Yet Bulma stood apart, her heart heavy as she gazed upon the couple on stage, her sorrow starkly evident. Bulma, if only you uttered a word of dissent, their union would falter. Would you act to prevent this, or remain a passive observer? It seemed as though she could sense Pan's silent plea, gripping the railing tightly. One foot poised to ascend. Oolong, curious, inquired Bulma. What do you intend to do? Startled, Bulma returned to the moment, her gaze fixated on the stage, struggling to suppress her tears. And no, nothing. I'm just happy for Goku. Is that so? So am I. I never imagined Goku would actually marry. Bulma felt as though the world had spun off its axis. Drained of color, she felt utterly bereft. Oolong's words faded into the background, unheard. She leaned heavily against the railing, her thoughts racing. I have nothing left. Pans, Goku, Yamcha, Pans. Where are you? Pans turned to Bulma. Bulma, aren't you going to join us? What occupies your mind? Are you afraid, or is it something else? Suddenly, Pans gasped in disbelief. What? Master. He stood frozen in place. Chaozu, Tenshinhan, you're here. I have something to attend to. With that, Pans vanished in an instant. On the stage, Chi-Chi clung tightly to Goku, her face aglow with happiness as she exclaimed. I'm so thrilled. Goku, still bewildered, awkwardly responded, Don't stand so close. The referee's voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, let us applaud. Let us applaud. Since the inception of the World Martial Arts Tournament, we have witnessed the greatest surprise, the most delightful joy. The arena has transformed into a wedding stage. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Piccolo turned away and departed, lamenting his single status. All he desired was a slice of cake to alleviate his discomfort. Chi-Chi gazed at Goku, her voice tender. My dear, I love you. Goku, filled with curiosity, asked, love me? What does that mean? Just like this. With that, Chi-Chi kissed him. In that moment, Bulma found tranquility. She seemed to grasp a profound realization, understanding who she truly could not bear to lose. She too began to cheer for Goku. Indeed, I was foolish before. Krillin watched in astonishment, envious beyond measure. However, his expression quickly morphed into one of indignation. This is outrageous. That Goku fellow has gone too far. He then mimicked a kiss in jest. To perform such unseemly acts in public, what a disgrace. At this juncture, 2 out of the 4 finalists had been determined, with 2 matches still pending. Goku and Chi-Chi made their way backstage. Hey, don't stand so close. It's hard to walk. Chi-Chi, beaming, replied, this is how couples walk together. She raised her hand again after Goku had playfully pushed it down, leaving Krillin and the others behind, filled with envy and bitterness. Chi-Chi looked up at Goku as they moved to a quieter corner. Dear, I wish to bear you a multitude of monkeys. Monkeys? What are those? If Pans knew, he would surely think that Chi-Chi intends to wreak havoc upon the earth in retaliation against society, and to bring forth a horde of monkeys? Chi-Chi paid no heed to Sun Wukong, lost in her own reverie about the life that lay ahead. Then, speaking of food, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Chi-Chi. She continued her musings, elaborating extensively. Sun Wukong sighed, remarking on the arduous nature of it all, stating, this is for our future. Behind them, Krillin and Yamcha listened, with Krillin blushing crimson as he interjected. Chi-Chi, interrupted, turned her gaze towards Krillin and Yamcha, stepping forward at once. You are my husband Wukong's friends, right? I am Wukong's wife. My name is Chi-Chi. I look forward to your guidance. Krillin, caught in her grasp, stood speechless, bewildered. Please, I look forward to your guidance. Then, Chi-Chi noticed Yamcha and exclaimed with delight. Yamcha recalled some absurdity from his past. Trembling in fear, Krillin curiously inquired, Yamcha, do you know her? I apologize. Even though you may have feelings for me, I am now another's wife. Krillin immediately jumped back, astonished, glancing between Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and then Chi-Chi, as if he had uncovered something monumental. I'm sorry, I was just trying to obtain the Dragon Balls sooner. That's why. Krillin finally grasped the situation, looking at Yamcha with disdain. So, you deceived her, didn't you? Yamcha, agitated, shouted at Krillin. Does that need saying? She was but a child then. He concluded with a dramatic gesture, attempting to emphasize Chi-Chi's youthful stature. Who could have foreseen how adorable she would become? Krillin continued to regard Yamcha with scorn. Chapter 90, The Battle of Gods and Lightning. After Chi-Chi finished speaking, she expressed her intention to prepare a delicious meal for Sun Wukong, departing amidst his excited expression. Meanwhile, Tooba Dinshan observed quietly, leaning against the wall in silence. Only the old man possessed by the divine spirit engaged in comical antics nearby, while the referee excitedly narrated the events unfolding before them. Now, let us commence the 3rd match of the semifinals, featuring the battle between the chosen celestial competitor and Tooba Dinshan. Please welcome both contestants. Senior brother, it is the junior disciple. If the junior disciple maintains his current aura, it could be a fierce battle. That lecherous old man possesses a formidable presence. Jiaozi nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, that old man seems rather peculiar. Peculiar? Indeed. Senior brother, you have not cultivated any magical arts, so you cannot sense it. But I trust the junior disciple can. Tianjin Fan remarked, Jiaozi, is that a courteous way to speak? Are you suggesting I am inferior to the junior disciple? Jiaozi earnestly nodded, emphasizing, it is quite peculiar, though I cannot articulate it. It simply feels off, as though he were employing a summoning technique. Summoning technique? Yes. Tianjin Fan observed the stage with great interest. Jiaozi, you should employ the invisibility technique. Let us ascend and take a look. All right. The dumpling swiftly formed a hand seal. The left hand enveloped the right, palms facing inward, the left thumb pressing against the right hand's index finger, while the right thumb pressed against the right hand's middle finger. This was indeed the Tai Chi seal. Then, he recited the incantation, Yin De Tian Xin. Ri Yuan Luan, Wuing Wu Xing, Qi Zong Ji Zhu Ji. In an instant, the two vanished, and the crowd around them erupted into chaos, frantically pushing outward. Ghost! Help! There's a ghost! The dumpling playfully stuck out his tongue at Tianjin Rice. Brother, you are as reckless as ever. I swear I will never do it again. All right, let's just enjoy the match. Bulma exclaimed, vigorously tapping Oolong on the head. Tooba Dinshan, that name could only have been conjured by Pangs. He must surely be Pang's disciple. Right? Oolong shouted. Yes. He was drawn away by yet another crowd, screaming about ghosts, managing to escape their clutches. Oolong wore a look of grievance. Honestly, why is it always me who ends up in trouble? It must be Pangs. This time, I will certainly inquire about his whereabouts. Master Roshi glanced at Bulma, then at the arena, and finally turned to the chaotic crowd shouting about ghosts, inexplicably reminded of the invisibility technique used by the dumpling 3 years prior. I hope I am merely overthinking. Tuoba Dianshan stood upon the stage. The contestant possessed by the deity trembled as he stepped forward, humorously greeting, "Hello." Dianshan held his left hand behind his back and formed a fundamental hand seal of the Qi sect with his right hand. "Greetings." The sage regarded Dianshan with solemnity. "Remarkable. It is astounding to see such a powerful martial artist emerge from the new generation. However, I must apologize, as I have compelling reasons to secure victory." Dianshan looked at him without uttering a word. The sage continued to gaze at Dianshan. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. The gathered crowd buzzed with speculation, bewildered by the unfolding situation. The referee, unable to endure the silence any longer, raised the microphone. "Sage contestant, Tuoba Dianshan contestant, what are you both doing? Please attack." "Young man, come at me. I will show no mercy." Dianshan remained unmoved, maintaining his composure. Unable to bear it any longer, the sage took the initiative to attack. "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the sage contestant has finally moved forward to strike. But wait, where did the sage go? He seems to have vanished. Ladies and gentlemen, the sage contestant is nowhere to be seen." Bulma, unable to contain herself, shouted furiously at the referee. "Shut up, you greasy man. Just watch the match." The referee was drenched in cold sweat. "Huh? Oh. Dianshan sensed the sage's presence and delivered a swift kick, catching the sage off guard, sending him flying backward. The steadfast referee, undaunted, continued his commentary. "Oh." The sage contestant was caught by a kick from Tuoba Dianshan. It seems Dianshan shows no mercy even to the elderly. The sage, struggling to rise, looked at the unyielding Dianshan, an extraordinary martial artist. "May I ask which esteemed master you follow?" Dianshan coldly replied, "Qi sect, Tuoba Dianshan. My master is Pangs." Bulma, excitedly gripping Oolong and shaking him, exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Did you hear? He said his master is Pangs. Indeed, it is Pangs." The twisted response from Oolong echoed in despair. "I heard you. Why is it always me who suffers misfortune? Even those hiding away have been caught." With that, he cast a pained glance around, utterly hopeless. To his far left stood the golden-haired Launch, in the center was Master Rashi, and to his right was Bulma. He felt trapped in a fate of relentless punishment. Each martial arts tournament left him as the sole casualty. In the arena, the solemn Shun observed the rapid flashes of lightning. Has that individual truly reached such heights? Even his disciples surpass me in strength. Lost in contemplation, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the gasps from the crowd. He turned to see the now vanished lightning flash, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Instantly, he moved with remarkable speed, attempting to evade the impending attack. How pitiful! Shin was sent flying by a brutal elbow strike from the lightning flash, visibly propelled away from the ring. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Shun, the selected fighter, was just knocked out of the ring by Tuo Baidian's attack. It remains uncertain whether he possesses any additional techniques. Watching Shun soar through the air, the lightning flash refrained from pursuing. Indeed, Shun utilized the sky dance technique, gradually returning to the ground. "Remarkable. Your Chi school is truly formidable," Krillin remarked, turning to Goku. "What troubles you, Goku?" It was evident that Krillin had noticed Goku's serious demeanor. "Nothing," Goku replied inwardly, pondering. Strange, their combat prowess should be far greater, especially that one named Shun. He seems so familiar, yet, not quite. In the arena, the two soon clashed once more, unleashing a flurry of attacks that swiftly transcended the limits of human perception. Only Goku and Piccolo remained visible, along with the concealed Dumpling and Tianjin fan in the skies. Shun, panting heavily, descended. "Incredible. I may not be able to defeat you. This world belongs to the youth. I have one final move. Should you evade it, I shall be left without recourse." With that, Shun clasped his hands at his waist. His left hand's index and middle fingers aligned together while the other three formed a fist. The right hand, palm facing backward, gathered energy. Behold, super explosive wave. The lightning flash sensed the immense energy Shun was channeling and promptly began to form the Chi sect's intricate sealing technique, chanting the 9 secret Chi formula. Simultaneously, 5 horizontal and 4 vertical beams of golden light manifested in the air. As he shifted his hand position, all fingers bent inward to assemble. Lord of the Chi sect. Formation sealing, command. Upon witnessing this, Goku gasped. It's the formation technique, a defensive strategy. Before Goku could finish his exclamation, the lightning flash radiated a visible golden aura, enveloping his entire being, gradually coalescing into a Fushi Bagua formation. He prepared to withstand Shin's super explosive wave head-on. "Get away. You'll perish." Ignoring the warning, the lightning flash resolutely braced himself against Shun's assault. As the dust settled, he emerged unscathed. Shun, in utter dejection, conceded defeat. The referee exclaimed, "Shun has forfeited." Advancing to the top 4 is the lightning flash, who withstood Shin's formidable attack without a scratch. Shin approached the lightning flash, acknowledging his prowess. The young martial artist inquired, "May I speak with you?" However, Electric Flash paid him no heed and swiftly made his way to the backstage of the tournament. The mortal body, endowed with divine powers and named Immortal, resorted to telepathy to convey a message to Electric Flash, Young One. That second-generation demon is a descendant or reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo. He is determined to dominate the world. It is imperative that we thwart him. Electric Flash had already vanished through the doorway. Immortal watched, drenched in cold sweat, as Electric Flash disappeared. What should I do? The referee had resumed the proceedings. They are formidable. They have caused some damage to the arena. Please bear with us for a moment while we repair it. And then we shall commence the final round of the top 4. Immortal returned to the backstage, his face etched with concern. Brother, the junior disciple's energy must be around 5,000 now. Indeed, he is currently battling under 6 times the normal gravity. Brother, why is it that we can withstand less and less gravity? The higher the gravity, the more energy is required. It is not merely 11. By the way, Dumpling, what does 11 equal? It equals 2, brother. For instance, if you withstand 5 times the gravity, you need 1,000 units of energy. 6 times requires 2,000. 7 times demands 5,000, and 8 times necessitates 10,000 units. This is merely an analogy. Understood, brother. Bulma was also eager to rush into the tournament arena, but was firmly held back by Launch and Master Roshi. Alright, the martial arts arena has been repaired. We shall now begin the final round for the top 4 contenders, featuring the second-generation demon and Krillin. Krillin remarked nonchalantly, well, it's my turn now. Son Goku looked at Krillin with grave seriousness. Krillin, be cautious. Use all your strength from the very beginning. Do not underestimate him. Krillin, noting Goku's serious demeanor, replied earnestly, I understand. The referee passionately announced, the match is now underway. At the outset, Piccolo descended directly onto the arena using his flight technique. The atmosphere in the arena became intensely somber. Krillin scowled, what an annoying guy. Piccolo responded with a cryptic smile, little bald head. Master Roshi, observing the match, solemnly remarked, that individual is no ordinary foe. Krillin initiated his assault. Heeding Goku's advice to unleash his full power from the start, employing the induced ki blast. Piccolo, noticing this, mockingly retorted, a trivial matter. As the induced ki blast approached, he leaped high into the air. Little did he expect that Krillin's induced ki blast was capable of tracking its target, quite unorthodox. Piccolo, astonished, gazed at the ki blast following him in midair, exclaiming, what on earth? Had he not been so hopelessly green, Piccolo would have donned the quintessential expression of confusion. With no other option, Piccolo used his flight technique to evade and then countered with his eye beam, firing a blast to prematurely detonate Krillin's ki cannon. Krillin, however, appeared behind Piccolo, delivering a punch to his face, only to find it was merely an afterimage. Is this all the power you possess, little bald head? Upon finishing his statement, Krillin hovered in the air as he spun around and returned to the arena. Meanwhile, Piccolo, lost in his own thoughts, murmured to himself, oh, you are somewhat better than I expected. Now this is getting interesting. With that, he descended, gliding past Krillin and positioning himself behind him. Piccolo regarded Krillin, who had assumed an offensive stance, with an air of indifference. The referee, seizing the moment to enliven the atmosphere, proclaimed, the contestants, the second-generation demon and Krillin, have returned to the center of the arena, now facing each other. On the sidelines, the blonde Launch shouted with fervor, damn it. Krillin, take him down. What are you doing? Are you still a man? Get in there and obliterate him. Bulma, initially taken aback, was rendered speechless by Launch's exuberance. Feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, the oppressive atmosphere within the arena intensified, and Oolong, sensing the impending tension, retreated to the safety of the wall. Unable to endure any longer, Krillin initiated the first attack. Piccolo, believing himself to possess incredible speed, evaded the blow, only to be astonished by Krillin's relentless pursuit. In this society, my bald-headed brother is fierce and speaks little. Those with a bald head are not to be trifled with, Krillin thought. Launching a rapid assault that forced Piccolo to ascend into the sky, Krillin could only observe from the arena below, exclaiming, annoying fellow, do not push me to my limits. He then took a running leap, only to be unexpectedly kicked back by Piccolo, hurtling directly towards the edge of the arena. Krillin, 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 came the concerned shouts from his comrades, master, and friends, as he was on the verge of falling out of the ring. Piccolo, reveling in his impending victory, gazed triumphantly at Krillin, who seemed destined to fall. It was over. However, sensing an anomaly, Electric was puzzled. Strange, his energy should be 280. He should be able to fly, as predicted by Electric, just as Krillin appeared about to plummet from the arena. He utilized his flight technique to soar back into the ring. The referee stammered, oh, Krillin is actually flying. Master Roshi blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, I can hardly believe it. Krillin's martial arts prowess has reached such profound heights. Launch, with a look of admiration, praised, well done, Krillin. Reluctantly, Piccolo descended, still eager to engage further. How shall we describe this match? I never anticipated that both of you could fly. It seems everyone has taken to the skies since the appearance of the Tianjin Rice contestant last year. Piccolo, eyeing Krillin, sneered, to be honest. I am quite surprised. not only by your flight technique, but also by your swift movements and fearless spirit. However, no matter what, you cannot defeat me. Therefore, allow me to reveal a portion of my second-generation demon powers to show you what true fear is. Chapter 92. You must eliminate Piccolo. Krillin laughed heartily. Well then, I await your demonstration. Piccolo clenched his fists, his muscles bulging with intensity. Launch, observing the two adversaries poised for confrontation, cheered, Krillin, go for it. Quickly bring that guy down and finish him off. Sun Wukong solemnly cautioned. Krillin, be careful. What that fellow says is indeed true. Krillin, with unwavering vigilance, responded, yes. Sun Wukong stared intently at King Piccolo, who wore a mysterious smile directed at Krillin. The disdainful Electric Flash observed the scene without concern, fixating instead on Electric Flash. Youth, I implore you. Old man, you are quite tiresome. Can you not be quiet? You are rather annoying, you know? Nevertheless, young man, it is imperative that you eliminate the Demon King Jr. He is the reincarnation or descendant of Piccolo. In that moment, Piccolo extended his arm, seizing Krillin and delivering a punch that Krillin narrowly deflected, only to be swiftly kicked into the air by Piccolo's astuteness. In midair, Krillin prepared to unleash the Kamehameha, aiming to confront Piccolo. Foolish. Brother, that fellow has lost. There is nothing to be done. The gap between him and Piccolo is nearly insurmountable. Indeed, Krillin's Kamehameha merely struck Piccolo's afterimage, followed by a dual-handed smash from Piccolo that forcefully slammed him onto the arena floor. Brother, this match is utterly unentertaining. Where has Master gone? I am unsure. We shall heed Master's instructions. Oh, the bored Kairatsu floated in the air. Piccolo glared at Krillin, who was being cheered by the crowd, his eyes filled with malice. Damn it, I yearn to unify the world. These fools must all perish. I shall kill them one by one. Ah, brother, what is it, Kairatsu? Kairatsu pointed at Piccolo. That green-skinned creature below claims he wishes to unify the world. He intends to kill Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Electric Flash. Tian Shinhan scoffed dismissively. Pay him no mind. He is merely a clown. How could he possibly kill Little Junior Brother? Little Junior Brother is now 10 times stronger than he is. Even with 100 years, he could never catch up. Rest assured. Indeed, Brother is right. If Pans were to hear such words, he would surely be enraged. What audacity you have to claim superiority over Piccolo. Before your arrival, even Earth's mightiest warrior, Krillin, could not match up to Piccolo. Tian Shinhan and Kairatsu were oblivious to why their strength far surpassed others, but Pans was acutely aware. He knew that had it not been for his fortuitous ascension to the 6th tier, with his energy harmoniously unified, even if he had attained mastery in both martial arts and techniques, it would have made little difference, and the enhancement of his disciples would not have been significant. After achieving the unification of his vital energy and spirit, he bore a fraction of the Elder Namekian's power attributes. Each time he healed his disciples, they would recover rapidly, even enhancing their strength. However, he remained a 6th-tier fighter, and as a water-type 6th tier, his actual combat power was at most 100 million, perhaps even less. The true extent of his strength was merely conjecture. Ponzu remained indifferent, currently classifying himself according to Huaxia culture as being in the Golden Core stage. With a lifespan of 800 years, a fact he could ascertain with precision from the vitality of his cells. The concept of combat power was an invention of Frisia. Likely based on his own strength, one could easily discern this by comparing themselves to anyone wielding a Frisia combat power detector. After all, Ponzu had not delved into subsequent developments, having only skimmed through the earlier parts of the narrative. He was even unaware of the location of the Brief family. Had he been privy to such knowledge, he might have recognized the world of Dragon Ball and perhaps relinquished his struggles, simply subsisting until his demise. Even if one were to suddenly find themselves in the world of Cardcaptor Sakura, knowing Sakura and Caraberos, if they encountered others they had never met, one might still question the nature of the world they inhabited. It was only at the age of 10, through the pivotal presence of the dragon, that Ponzu became aware of his situation. This left him in a state of resignation, having cultivated to such an extent. He pondered the awkwardness of living for a mere 300 years, neither too long nor too short, prompting him to continue his training in hopes of prolonging his existence. Due to the unique properties of his source energy, his disciples and students progressed at an astonishing rate. Additionally, he acknowledged that his understanding of Taoist culture was limited, largely derived from online research, and he expressed gratitude for the understanding of others. Meanwhile, in the background, a divine being masquerading in a human form was still attempting to persuade Elec, a young martial artist, that for the sake of humanity, he must eliminate Piccolo. Do not jest. My instructor sent me to participate in the martial arts tournament, not to take lives. As for ridding the world of evil, that is not my concern. But Piccolo is the descendant of the great Demon King. You possess the strength to thwart him. Why not act? Elec gestured towards Goku, who was approaching. Look, this individual is nearly on par with me, with energy levels ranging between 400 and 500. They can handle their own battles. Goku entered, facing Elec and the divine being with his back turned. Hello, May I have a moment alone with the divine being? No need, Elec interjected. He is aware of everything. He is also a great martial artist. Do not speak nonsense. I am no great martial artist. I am merely the youngest disciple of the Chi sect, Elec retorted. The divine being looked at Elec in disbelief. You mean to say? As for the fearsome Piccolo, it was of little concern to them. He could be vanquished with ease, as could any of his senior disciples. This was a matter of utmost simplicity. Suddenly, Elec turned to leave. Wait, Goku called out. Are you a disciple of Ponzu? Silence. How dare you show such disrespect to my master? Elec shot back. Goku looked at Elec, puzzled. Ponzu is Bulma's brother. If I don't call him Ponzu, what should I call him? Elec unleashed a powerful aura. Do you seek death? How curious. What should I call him then? Master of the Chi sect, or simply Teacher Ponzu, would suffice. Goku scratched his back in resignation. Though he did not comprehend the reasoning behind this, he acquiesced. Very well. Where might your sect leader be? You have already declared that I am the leader of our sect. How could I possibly be unaware of my own position? With that, the swift figure departed in a flash of lightning. Outside, the referee, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, Next, we shall witness the battle for supremacy between the two strongest contenders, the esteemed Yamcha and the illustrious Son Goku. Both are disciples of Master Wu-Tian. And the clash between these brothers in arms raises the question of who shall emerge victorious. Stay tuned, everyone. Son Goku gazed curiously at the departing figure, pondering, how peculiar. What has incited such anger in him? Turning abruptly, he greeted, Greetings, deity. Ah, Goku. I must apologize for not recognizing you at first. Your disguise is quite effective. This is but a borrowed human form. Deity, are you here to vanquish the reincarnation of Piccolo? What compels you to take action personally? Because you are incapable of extinguishing his lineage, the deity retorted. Son Goku, indignant, exclaimed, That is utterly untrue. 2 years ago, I informed you of my entanglement with Piccolo. Surely, Bobo has enlightened you on the matter. Our deaths are interconnected. Should either of us perish, the other shall follow. Bobo was merely being overly cautious. Enough, Goku. It is time for you to take the stage. The referee is urging you on. Where has the Son Goku contender disappeared to?